Since the mythological era, the goddess of wisdom and warfare, Athena, has been surrounded by a group of valiant and passionate guardians known as the Saints of the Goddess. Under the dim glow of an oil lamp, Fengzhi groggily opened his eyes, a searing pain in his head, causing him to involuntarily exclaim, "Who the hell is still not asleep? Do you think today's training was too easy?" A boisterous voice bellowed from the doorway, causing Fengzhi to instinctively shudder. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself lying among a group of rough-spun boys. Have I actually traveled through time and into the world of the saints? The exhaustion of his body did not impede his thoughts. The name of this body was also Fengzhi, one of the 100 children sent by Mitsume Sakido to various training grounds, and he was unfortunately chosen for Athens, Greece. In his past life, he was an anime enthusiast, a devoted fan of the saints, and in the original story, aside from Seiya, one of the 5 young heroes, no one else received a saint cloth from Greece. In fact, there was no saint named Fengzhi in the original narrative. His fate, therefore, was all too clear would perish in the training grounds. As he contemplated this, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. That moment, a boy beside him nudged him and said, "Let's escape." Fengzhi glanced at him. The boy was a Kohen, his fellow townsman who had traveled thousands of miles to Greece upon hearing about the possibility of training as a saint. Little did they know how arduous the training for the aspirants was, lacking food and clothing. They spent their days either hauling stones or logs or tumbling down cliffs, all in the name of becoming a saint. After witnessing a European child perish during training, a Kohen was instantly frightened and proposed they escape, with tonight being the chosen night for their flight. Greece is neither too vast nor too small. If they could break free from the sacred domain and enter the bustling city, it would be deemed a success. The 2 boys dreamt of their future, oblivious to the fact that it was a path leading to certain death. Fengzhi, having read the original story, was aware that the guardian of the sacred domain was the Silver Saint. Anyone attempting to flee would be turned to stone. Realizing this, he spoke, "A Kohen, perhaps we should reconsider escaping." "I've heard that before." He could finish. Akun's expression soured. "Coward, if you're not coming, then just wait here to die." Without looking back, he left with resolute determination. Fengzhi sighed, lamenting how hard it is to advise the foolish. The next day, before dawn, he was awakened by a furious shout. "You bunch of bastards! Get up!" The speaker was the leader of the grunts, Toribio, who had been responsible for their training before they became apprentices. Of course, some fortunate souls had been taken away by the Silver Saints upon entering the sacred domain. Like Seiya, as Fengzhi stepped out, he saw a striking figure donned in dazzling silver armor, with eyes as captivating as jewels, a handsome man capable of enchanting many a girl. Yet, the way this man smiled at Fengzhi sent chills down his spine. The boy beside him was unknown to him, but he recognized this man as Ioros, the Silver Saint of Pegasus. "You are Fengzhi." Fengzhi understood why he was being sought and nodded blankly, feigning ignorance that a Kohen has escaped. "Do you know anything about it?" Ioros' lips curled into a smile, one that exuded a dangerous allure. Fengzhi shook his head, respectfully saying, "Lord Ioros, we are merely aspirants. We are not very acquainted." Ioros' smile broadened, causing Fengzhi to break into a cold sweat. "To think you recognize Megud." Toribio, seemingly sensing something, quickly interjected, "My lord, I vouch that Fengzhi is unaware." Fengzhi was taken aback by Toribio's willingness to vouch for him, and looked at him with gratitude. Ioros chuckled lightly. "Can you handle the consequences?" He then tossed a stone shaped like a head onto the ground, causing Toribio to sweat profusely. Fengzhi, upon seeing the stone head, immediately recognized it as Akun's, and his face paled. A modern man and a time traveler. Witnessing a living person turned to stone was undeniably shocking. "This boy claims you are an accomplice." Ioros spoke as if discussing a commonplace matter, while Toribio attempted to plead, "My lord, you wish to share the same fate?" Toribio gasped, then turned to the other aspirants, barking orders. "Everyone listen up. 5 kilometers with weights. Prepare to run." And just like that, in the midst of Fengzhi's shock, Toribio led everyone away, leaving Fengzhi in a state of disarray. At that moment, Fengzhi scanned his surroundings, hoping for a savior. But reality was harsh. Apart from Ioros, there was no one in sight. "My lord, I truly did not escape, nor am I an accomplice." All explanations proved futile. Ioros continued to smile, uttering not a single word, slowly turning away. Feng Zhe understood that no matter what he did at that moment, it would not alter his destiny of being turned to stone. He inwardly cried out, "System, the standard system for time travelers, come forth. If you don't appear soon, I will surely turn to stone." However, all was in vain. Ioros turned back, and a blinding light enveloped him, causing Feng Zhe to feel a sudden pang in his heart, as if it were about to turn to stone. Just as Feng Zhe was about to blind himself, a pendant on his chest suddenly became scorching hot. Looking down, he saw a red glow emanating from his chest, which was resisting Ioros' white light. "What is that?" Ioros exclaimed in astonishment, his gaze fixed on the red light. Simultaneously, a vision of a saint cloth appeared in Feng Zhe's mind. This armor was entirely silver, resembling an altar, with a sacred fire raging upon it. Altar armor! As if in response, the altar armor disassembled, unleashing a powerful force that soared skyward. This energy radiated a dazzling light, illuminating the entire sacred domain. When Feng Zhe regained his senses, the altar armor was already adorning his body. "What is this armor?" Ioros gazed at him in disbelief. Could it truly be the altar armor? The resonant voice echoed, and upon Ioros' sighting of the newcomer, he immediately knelt. "Your Holiness." Feng Zhe, observing the masked figure with blue hair, realized this must be the benevolent Saga. He too knelt and exclaimed, "Your Holiness." "What is your name?" The voice of the Pope was gentle, yet filled with authority. "I am Feng Zhe, a mere candidate. At present, Feng Zhe does not even qualify as a substitute warrior. He is simply a preparatory student. Given this circumstance, would you be willing to become my disciple?" The Pope's words instantly unsettled Arugulu, who hastily interjected, "Your Holiness, this boy has erred." The Pope waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I am already aware of this matter. There is no collective punishment in the holy domain. Arugulu, your task is complete." Although reluctant, Arugulu had no choice but to acquiesce, turning away and departing without a backward glance. "I am willing. I pay my respects to my master." Feng Zhe did not refuse, but rather readily accepted. He was well aware that the benevolent Saga before him would ultimately take his own life in front of Saori once the narrative unfolded. Yet for Feng Zhe, this kind-hearted Saga was undoubtedly the finest mentor. "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple, and I shall bestow upon you the name Alice." Feng Zhe's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom what he had heard, nor did he expect to be the legendary proxy pope, Alice. 1 month later, Feng Zhe shattered a massive boulder several meters high with a single punch and excitedly declared to the Pope, "Master, I have comprehended the small universe." "Well done. Without donning the sacred armor, you have grasped the small universe. You now possess the strength of a bronze saint. From tomorrow, don your armor and begin to master the techniques of the sanctuary armor." Undoubtedly, Saga was a remarkable teacher. Throughout the past month, he had imparted no techniques, but instead guided Feng Zhe from the ground up, focusing on physical conditioning and elucidating the mysteries of the small universe. It was precisely for this reason that Feng Zhe had experienced such rapid advancement. To cultivate techniques, saints must either receive instruction from a teacher or glean insights from their sacred armor. However, comprehending techniques from the armor is exceedingly challenging. The higher the armor's grade, the more difficult the understanding becomes. For instance, even the esteemed Libra Gold Saint, Shun, employs techniques from the dragon armor. Nonetheless, the potency of these techniques correlates with the saint's small universe. For example, Shun's Lushan Rising Dragon, at level 100, can still overpower a level 50 technique, Absolute Justice, from the Libra Saint. Of course, if both were at level 100, Absolute Justice would still hold a slight edge. Adorned in the sanctuary armor, Feng Zhe commenced his understanding. Yet, 1 day passed, 2 days passed, and a month elapsed, but Feng Zhe had still not grasped any techniques from the sanctuary armor. During this time, the benevolent Saga had provided him with an autobiography from the previous generation of the sanctuary, detailing its techniques, sacrifice. However, he remained unable to comprehend them, leaving Feng Zhe feeling profoundly frustrated. Fortunately, the Pope encouraged him, saying, "It is indeed a tall order for you to grasp techniques that surpass those of the Silver Saints right from the outset. If it proves impossible, I shall teach you the techniques of the Pegasus Saint." A string of black lines appeared on Feng's forehead at the thought of encountering Seiya in the future, both of them unleashing the Pegasus meteor fist simultaneously. What a fateful clash it would be. Terrified, Feng shook his head vigorously and implored, "Master, please grant me a year." The mask upon the Pope's visage obscured any discernible expression as he merely uttered, "Very well." Subsequently, Feng led a fulfilling existence, apart from the essential and rigorous training. His days were spent in quiet meditation before the statue of Athena. This was permitted by the Pope and was indeed a privilege bestowed upon the disciples of the Pope. Yet, the daily hours of stillness bore little fruit. Even after a year, the situation remained unchanged. Just as Feng was on the verge of surrender, an individual arrived at the papal palace. Upon seeing Feng, this person broke into a broad smile. "Ah, Alex, still diligently training, I see. My Lord Dismask, you jest at my expense. Ha ha, how could I dare mock the future acting Pope?" Dismask exhibited no semblance of coldness or cunning, particularly towards Feng, whom the Pope had personally instructed, and his demeanor radiated warmth. Feng harbored grave suspicions that Dismask had been under the prolonged influence of the malevolent saga, which could only explain why the sacred armor had ultimately abandoned him. The thought of saga left Feng feeling resigned. He sensed that the Pope's daily meditation periods had significantly lengthened. "My Lord Dismask, are you seeking the Pope?" "Indeed. There have been ominous signs of the underworld emerging from Crete recently." Dismask did not conceal this information and instead displayed a worried countenance. Feng mused over Crete, suddenly recalling that in the tales of the underworld, Rhadamanthys and Minos hailed from that very island. This could not be, for did not Tong, who monitor the 108 demon stars from Mount Lu? Feng muttered softly, but his words did not escape the notice of the now-awakened Dismask. "You seem to know quite a bit. The teacher from Wulao Peak is indeed keeping a watchful eye on the demon stars, yet in recent years, it appears there has been a rift with the Pope. He has not received news from him in quite some time." Although Feng concealed his thoughts, he was well aware that Tong Hu, in his nature, did not regard saga with any seriousness. He was waiting for Shaozi, far away in Japan, to grow stronger, waiting for the opportunity to turn the tide. To him, the current saga was merely a puppet guarding the sanctuary. "Let us proceed to meet the Pope." Feng was quite familiar with the papal chamber and led Dismask there. After a brief wait, they were once again greeted by the Pope, wrapped tightly in his customary attire. However, this time, an unsettling chill ran down Feng's spine. The Pope exuded an air of malevolence, and most alarmingly, his hair was now black. Dismask, oblivious to the change, knelt halfway and began recounting the peculiarities from Crete. In that moment, Feng dared not move an inch, fearful that this malevolent saga might inflict some harm upon him. "Dismask, you are to immediately investigate the situation on Crete. At once." Dismask responded to the command and left the papal chamber without hesitation. Feng silently lamented, intending to follow suit. "Alex." The masked Pope's sudden address sent a shiver down Feng's spine, compelling him to suppress the urge to flee and instead half-kneel before him. Indeed, the altar seat stands as the most extraordinary among the 88 zodiac signs. "Teacher, what troubles you?" Feng inquired, his gaze fixed warily upon the Pope. His hands instinctively clenched. The Pope remained silent, extending a single finger that shot forth a beam of light as swift as lightning, striking Feng directly on his forehead. Feng found himself once again immobilized, this time experiencing a terror far surpassing that which he had faced a year prior on the path of Yaoyuj. To be controlled by the illusory demon emperor's fist is a privilege in itself. The ebony-haired Pope chuckled lightly before settling into the papal throne, raising a goblet of wine to his lips and savoring its taste. As the Pope reveled in his indulgence, a sudden burst enveloped Feng in flames. These flames were not of mere mortal origin. They were divine in nature. The Pope, taken aback, murmured, "Holy fire?" Yet, he soon laughed again, dismissing the flames. Without the goddess's blessing, what power does even the holy fire possess? Just as he contemplated action, the Pope was suddenly overcome by a headache, clutching his head in pain. In an instant, his hair shifted from black to blue, intertwining until it became a striking half-black, half-blue. "I shall not allow you to contend with my disciple, you scoundrel." The emergence of the altar seat may very well be a scheme of the goddess. Can you not perceive this? I see hope and legacy within him. He is my disciple, and that is sufficient. The stubborn man must die. You shall not succeed. The Pope muttered to himself, appearing to suffer greatly. Meanwhile, Fengzhi found himself envisioning a high altar for ritualistic purposes. He felt as if he had been transported to a unique space, where the only features were this altar and 4 Greek stone columns, nothing more. Upon landing on the altar, he reached out in disbelief. Everything felt so real, as if it were tangible. Am I dreaming? He wondered, pinching his arm, only to feel the sting of pain. Upon touching the altar, he realized it was indeed the altar seat's sacred vestment he had acquired. Within the circular mirror, a flicker of flame danced. The very flame that had guided him to this place. With a shift in thought, he placed the flame upon the altar. Instantly, the fire surged skyward, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Communicate with the ancient spirit of the altar seat. By offering sufficient faith, one can traverse past and future, even connecting with myriad realms. Current faith value stands at 10. The option to select a mirror node from 10 years prior is available, marking the onset of the saga of chaos. This mirror is classified as an E-level node, with a total faith accumulation of 10,000 points. Shall you enter? Fengzhi was taken aback. 13 years prior, the saga truly began with Galen's imprisonment, the darkening of saga, and the subsequent outbreak of chaos, culminating in Pope Shien's assassination. Following that, the AI fled with the goddess, encountering Kido Mitsumasa. Everything transpired 13 years ago. Presently, Fengzhi realized that the narrative had yet to commence. Calculating the time, he discerned that there remained 3 years until the story's initiation, precisely aligning with a decade ago. Before him stood an altar capable of transporting him a decade back in time, a prospect that was precisely what Fengzhi required, given his limited time. Yet, how could he acquire the power of belief? The alteration of the plot's trajectory would yield a certain measure of belief power, contingent upon the final rating. What criteria would determine this rating? Each modification in the narrative would inevitably influence subsequent major events, rated from high to low as S, A, B, C, and D. After a moment of contemplation, Fengzhi grasped the concept. For instance, in the tumult of the saga, if he ensured that Shien survived, or if the AI ascended to the papacy, or if he thwarted Saga's conspiracy, the trajectory of the narrative would undoubtedly shift, leading to a substantial gain in belief power. Conversely, if he merely engaged in trivial battles without any significant contributions, the eventual rating would be dismally low. Would altering the plot's course affect the era in which he resided? The world of belief power was a mirrored realm, devoid of any impact on the primary world. Fengzhi nodded. It appeared that no matter his actions, he could not alter his timeline. However, how could he return? His journey to a decade prior would last merely 1 day, after which he would automatically return. 1 day? Could he linger for a few more days? Yes, but it would require an investment of additional belief power. Regardless, time was sufficient for him. Fengzhi's objective was straightforward: to alert Shien, gain his endorsement, and safeguard the infant Athena. If he could facilitate the AI's rise to the papal throne, that would be an even greater triumph. Resolving how to proceed, Fengzhi stepped directly into the altar, silently uttering the command to enter. Instantly, flames enveloped him, and as they consumed themselves, Fengzhi found himself back in the papal chamber upon opening his eyes. Everything appeared just as it did in his own time. Even the chandelier had remained unchanged. However, in the absence of the masked false pope, the atmosphere felt like an ordinary day. Dressed in coarse linen, akin to a novice, Fengzhi donned the customary attire of the sanctuary. After observing the vacant surroundings, he decided to head to the Hall of the Goddess, where the newborn goddess should be present. Who are you? A tall figure emerged in the papal chamber. Upon recognizing him, Fengzhi smiled and exclaimed, Iolos. As the candidate for the next pope, his appearance was hardly surprising. You know me? Wait, who exactly are you? Iolos demanded, his fists clenched. Fengzhi's interest piqued. At this stage, the great Iolos, lacking the enhancement of the cloth, had likely not yet mastered the seventh sense. Fengzhi was eager to test his strength and proposed, Lord Iolos, shall we spar? With that, he launched a punch. Though unfamiliar with the techniques of the sanctuary's holy warriors, Fengzhi's fists had already transcended the speed of sound. With the benevolent assistance of Saga, he was even stronger than the average bronze saint. His sonic punch struck Iolos like a phantom. A saint? Upon the unexpected arrival of the saint, Iolos found himself perplexed, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. His fists, though not exerting their full strength, were nonetheless sufficient. Fengzhi observed as Iolos's fists parried several times, successfully blocking his sonic punches. If you do not reveal your identity, I shall not hold back. Fengzhi suddenly chuckled, noting Iolos's excessive kindness. Had it been Saga, he would have likely subdued him long ago. With a swift movement, Fengzhi delivered a kick, subsequently unleashing his most potent technique, the triple sonic punch. This formidable attack was already approaching the prowess of a Silver Saint. Iolos, taken aback by the sudden maneuver, attempted yet another block. However, a lapse in his defense allowed Fengzhi's punch to strike his chest, causing him to stagger back a step. This prompted a raised brow from Iolos, who murmured in astonishment, "He possesses silver-level strength." With a cold huff, he declared, "Since you are so obstinate, allow me to demonstrate the true essence of a punch. The lightspeed punch, an unremarkable fist, devoid of any armor. Struck with the swiftness of light, Fengzhi found himself unable to evade, let alone block. Just as the battle seemed won for Iolos, a cloud of dust settled, revealing a Silver Saint's armor adorning Fengzhi's form. The altar seat armor. An aged voice resonated, and the figure of the Pope, adorned in his ceremonial garb, approached, making it clear that the true master had arrived. In this era, the altar seat had not yet emerged, and the god of time, Kairos, had long been sealed. "Young altar seat saint, from whence do you hail?" Pope Shiryu, unmasked despite his age, displayed a glimmer of wisdom and an underlying sense of danger in his gaze, causing Fengzhi to take a step back. Yet, this did not intimidate him. Instead, he stepped forward, stating, "Respected Pope Shiryu, I hail from the sanctuary of 10 years hence, and my master is none other than Pope Saga." Fengzhi did not speak entirely truthfully, yet the weight of his words left Shiryu wide-eyed. Iolos, too, was incredulous, exclaiming, "This is impossible." Shiryu closed his eyes, contemplating this shocking revelation, before inquiring, "And the goddess?" "The Sagittarius Golden Saint, in possession of the goddess, has vanished without a trace." While Fengzhi knew the goddess referred to Japan, he refrained from saying so, instead citing the sanctuary's official statement. The gravity of this news was akin to the earlier revelation regarding Pope Saga, particularly the term defection, which provoked Iolos, who clenched his fists tightly, resembling a lion on the brink of fury. Pope Shiryu closed his eyes once more, reflecting upon the possibilities of his 233 years of existence. After a lengthy pause, he opened his eyes and addressed Fengzhi, "Young altar seat saint, what is your purpose in coming here?" "I implore your holiness to abdicate in advance and pass the papacy to Iolos." This was the most prudent course of action Fengzhi could conceive, the only means to alter the unfolding narrative. "Preposterous!" Iolos shouted in fury, his emotions reaching their zenith. Were it not for the presence of the Pope, he would have undoubtedly struck the arrogant figure before him, the Grand Pope. "Come with me," he commanded. Shiryu, however, offered no response and instead rose slowly, frail yet resolute. Iolos attempted to assist him, but Shiryu gracefully declined. "You should return," he instructed. Iolos was taken aback, but soon replied, "Your Holiness, it is of no concern. The Grand Pope is ultimately a saint of the goddess." Remarkably, Shiryu placed his unwavering trust in Fengzhi without reservation. Fengzhi was unaware of where Shiryu intended to lead him, whether to meet the goddess or to discuss some clandestine matter, but he calmly followed nonetheless. Shiryu moved at a deliberate pace, and Fengzhi could discern that his body was on the brink of collapse, were it not for his indomitable will. He might have already succumbed to the dust of oblivion. Though Shiryu did not disclose their destination, Fengzhi, having dwelled in the Pope's chamber for over a year, was well acquainted with the path they traversed. This route led to the Hall of the Goddess, a place graced by the imposing statue of the divine. Furthermore, it housed a sacred artifact, the Shield of Athena. For Fengzhi, well versed in the intricacies of the narrative, this location was profoundly significant, as many tales would unfold here, including the moments of the goddess's rebirth. Upon arrival, a fervent light ignited in Shiryu's murky eyes, reflecting the golden essence of his heart. In that moment, Fengzhi witnessed a faith that transcended the mortal realm, akin to that of fervent zealots depicted in literature. "Young Grand Pope, are you aware of the responsibilities that accompany this title?" Shiryu gazed deeply into Fengzhi's eyes, seemingly piercing through to his very soul. Fengzhi, inspired by this fervor, replied, "The Grand Pope is the most unique among the 88 pieces of the goddess's sacred armor, concealing the key to the seal of eternal slumber." Shiryu nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "It appears Saga has imparted his teachings well." Naturally, Shiryu attributed this arcane knowledge to Saga's guidance. However, Fengzhi shook his head and spoke, "My mentor is ill, burdened with a duality of personality, one benevolent, the other malevolent. While this may suffice in ordinary times, it is ill-suited as the 108 demon stars stir restlessly." At the mention of the holy war, Shian's demeanor shifted to one of caution. After a moment of contemplation, he recounted, "My teacher, the previous Grand Pope, once shared with me tales of the holy war of yore, where they united to vanquish their mentor, the prior Pope, Itya. In you, I see the reflection of my own teacher, a kindred spirit in the same sacred armor, steadfast in faith. It seems you have endured trials akin to those of my time." Fengzhi remained silent, realizing that for a survivor of the holy war, all else seemed but a shadow. "I know the holy war is set to commence once more, yet my era has passed." Shian, a warrior of resolute conviction, acknowledged his own age and the years spent restoring the sanctuary's strength. "You have done enough. It is my time to safeguard our era." Inspired by Shian's fervent emotions, Fengzhi found himself voicing this declaration. Shiryu smiled, a look of relief gracing his features, as he gazed tearfully at the statue of Athena before him. "Oh, Athena, my goddess, please forgive my selfishness." He retrieved a square box from his bosom, adorned with exquisite patterns and sealed with a charm bearing Athena's incantation. Having comprehended the full narrative, Fengzhi's heart skipped a beat upon seeing the box. Within it lay spells imbued with Athena's blood, the final knowledge imparted to him by his mentor, Bai Li, which he now wished to pass on to you. "Young altar seat saint, the sanctuary has bestowed this upon you." Fengzhi was uncertain why Shiryu would entrust such a precious item to him. Yet this gesture of faith stirred a wave of excitement within him. "Your Holiness, I shall undoubtedly fight for justice, for humanity, whether intentional or not." Fengzhi, as the goddess's saint, refrained from stating that he would fight for the deities. Upon hearing this, Shiryu chuckled. In the presence of the goddess, Fengzhi accepted the box capable of sealing divinities, along with a newfound responsibility. "Tomorrow, I shall pass on the position of Pope to Iolos. Young altar seat, do you wish to meet the goddess?" Shiryu's invitation brought immense joy to Fengzhi, who nodded in affirmation. However, at that moment, a chilling beam of light shot forth, targeting not the Pope, but Fengzhi, who stood beside him. Crystal wall. The aged Shiryu was not slow to act. Countless crystals coalesced into an invisible barrier. The transparent, ethereal wall could thwart any assault. Yet, age had taken its toll on Shiryu, and the crystal wall seemed to drain his strength. For the saints, techniques witnessed once were ineffective upon a second encounter. Fengzhi was acutely aware that this beam was none other than the elusive demon emperor fist, which had nearly cost him his life before. The vast disparity between them suggested that without the Pope's crystal wall, he would have struggled to withstand it. Just then, a golden dagger struck Shiryu's back. Turning to face his assailant, Shiryu remarked, "I knew it was you." The black-haired, sinister-looking saga, clad in the Gemini saint cloth, had struck from behind. The frail Shiryu was naturally unable to defend himself. Fengzhi stood in shock, witnessing the unfolding events, feeling as if he was powerless to alter anything. "Lord Shiryu, you have lingered too long in the position of Pope." The malevolent saga wore a wicked grin as he plunged the golden dagger into Shiryu and then cast a malevolent glance at Fengzhi. "This era does not require an altar seat. Return to your own time. Dimensional space." With a shout, the evil saga compressed the surrounding space, warping time itself. And Fengzhi was abruptly cast aside. He felt his body uncontrollably weightless, as if he were adrift in outer space. In the final moment before his disappearance, a yellow light enveloped him. Fengzhi heard an ancient voice whispering in his ear, "Psychokinetic wave." At the very last moment, Shian summoned the last vestiges of his psychic energy to pull Fengzhi back. When Fengzhi regained consciousness, he found himself outside the 12 temples. "Shian has saved me." Fengzhi gazed up at the Pope's hall above the 12 temples, breathing deeply. Ultimately, it was his own inadequacy that had led to this predicament. With a sigh, just as he was about to head toward Sagittarius to inform the AI, a voice interrupted him. "Are you also a Saint Seiya?" A little girl, around 4 or 5 years old, with sparkling big eyes, looked up at Fengzhi. He responded with a soft gently ruffling her hair with his large hand. "Please don't touch me. I'm a grown-up now, not a child." The girl puffed her cheeks in annoyance, which only endeared her to Fengzhi further. He crouched down and asked, "Then, what is the name of this big child?" "My name is Moling. I want to find a teacher. Would you be willing to be my teacher?" "Moling?" Fengzhi could hardly fathom that this adorable little girl would later become the teacher of the main character, Seiya. With a shift in thought, he replied, "All right, but I will teach you only once. Whether you succeed or not depends on you." He then picked up a stone and instructed her, "Strike this stone with all your might." "Yes." Moling raised her hand and struck down hard, causing blood to seep from her hand. "Ouch!" she cried, covering her hand in pain. Fengzhi chuckled, "You couldn't even break a stone. Watch closely." He effortlessly crushed the stone in his hand as if it were mere tofu. "Listen, every material in this world is composed of atoms, just like our bodies. The essence of breaking an object lies in shattering the atoms within it. Focus all your strength, concentrate your spirit on that stone, and direct it with your fist." "Ah!" With Moling's fierce shout, the stone was shattered by her punch. Fengzhi was visibly surprised. Moling's talent surpassed that of many preparatory students. Truly, she was worthy of being the teacher of the protagonist. "Teacher, have I passed the test?" Moling looked at Fengzhi with delight. He nodded and said, "From today onwards, you shall be my disciple, the altar S. Aries." Just then, a tremendous sound echoed from a distance, a booming noise that reached the heavens. Fengzhi looked in that direction, realizing that the plot was unfolding. He then told Moling, "You practice first. I have some matters to attend to." Although Moling did not understand, she nodded in agreement. Iolos, carrying the infant goddess, fled frantically from the 12 temples. A few hours earlier, having sensed something amiss in the Pope's hall, Iolos rushed there and witnessed the evil Saga attempting to harm the goddess. Without a moment's hesitation, Iolos engaged in a fierce battle with Saga before escaping with the goddess. Subsequently, Saga, under the guise of the Pope, issued a decree declaring Iolos a traitor and commanded the other Golden Saints to hunt him down. The reactions of the Golden Saints varied, but only Shura of Capricorn resolutely obeyed the Pope's orders without a hint of hesitation. Ioros, however, found himself unable to concentrate on the battle due to the goddess, resulting in grievous injuries. The Holy Sword, a beam of light descended, but Ioros deftly evaded it, only to worsen his already critical condition. Triple Sonic Fist. "Who is it?" The Capricorn Shura flashed forward, warily observing the newcomer. The moment Fengzhi appeared, Shura's eyes unmistakably narrowed. "The altar seat?" Fengzhi leapt forward, assisting Ioros to his feet. Glancing at the slumbering infant in his arms, he chuckled softly. Truly, the goddess could sleep even in such tumult. A chill swept across Shura's stern visage as he addressed Fengzhi, inquiring, "Who are you?" Fengzhi met his gaze with a smile, replying, "Capricorn Shura? Did you not just say it? I am the altar seat, named Alexis." Shura, incredulous, questioned, "How come I am unaware of the altar seat's existence in the sanctuary?" Fengzhi chuckled, "I am concealed by Pope Shion, destined to emerge at a critical juncture. Now that the Pope has been slain by Saga, Ioros stands as the sole candidate to inherit the papal position. I now command you, in the name of the altar seat assisting the Pope, to abandon your pursuit of Ioros and the goddess Athena." He added pointedly, "Do not forget, you are a Capricorn, the most loyal warrior of the goddess." Shura's face flushed with anger, not embarrassment. "You traitor! To defy the Pope's decree, you shall perish beneath my holy sword." The holy sword, a slash of light descended, its force akin to a blade, cleaving the mountain asunder. Fengzhi, cradling the goddess, swiftly evaded. When the holy sword struck again, it was Ioros, clad in his sacred armor, who interposed himself. "You take the goddess and flee. I will handle him." Upon hearing Ioros' words, Fengzhi understood that such a battle was beyond the capacity of a mere silver saint like himself. He nodded and hurried away, holding the infant close. "You shall not escape." The holy sword descended once more, only to be thwarted again by Ioros. Shura recognized that with Ioros standing guard, he could not harm the altar seat. Fengzhi hastily retreated from the sanctuary, contemplating whether bringing the goddess back would significantly alter the narrative. However, this thought was fleeting. Just as he was on the verge of escaping, Cancer Dismas appeared before him. At that moment, Dismas was not particularly strong, his power resting somewhere between silver and gold. Yet clad in the golden armor of Cancer, he held a slight advantage over Fengzhi. With a mischievous grin, Dismas addressed Fengzhi. "I hear a saint of the altar seat has arrived in the sanctuary. You must be he?" Fengzhi, clutching the goddess, felt a surge of anxiety upon encountering him just as he was about to flee. He could only respond sternly, "If you know who I am, then step aside." Dismas, unfazed, replied, "The Pope has promised that should I slay you, I shall reap the rewards. However, I am a fair man. It all depends on your sensibility. Fengzhi was taken aback, astonished that Dismask would so brazenly solicit favors from his adversary. It was no wonder that he would later find himself stripped of his sacred armor by the goddess. However, Fengzhi possessed neither valuables nor the luxury of time. Moreover, he had no hope of victory in combat against him. He turned to the goddess he cradled, exclaiming, "O goddess, if you do not save me this time, it seems we shall both perish here." The goddess, however, was impervious to death, a belief Fengzhi held steadfastly, especially in such dire moments. Triple sonic fist. Countless fists surged forth at an astonishing velocity, akin to meteors streaking across the sky. Should Fengzhi wish to indulge in flamboyance, he could easily rebrand this technique as the Pegasus Meteor Fist. Yet, despite its capacity to shatter meteors, striking Dismask felt akin to mere tickling. Indeed, you possess the prowess of a silver saint, but if this is all you can muster, you shall likely fail to protect the goddess in your arms. Dismask mocked Fengzhi, his disdain palpable. Fengzhi, astonished, inquired, "You know she is a goddess, yet you dare pursue her? Are you not afraid of divine retribution?" "Humph." Dismask scoffed, dismissively retorting, "Do you truly believe that protecting the goddess benefits humanity? To the divine, a holy war is merely a game." Fengzhi regarded him with newfound respect. It was said that those born under the sign of Cancer were weak, yet here was Dismask, genuinely aiding the nefarious saga, and he was paired with the Pisces Aberty, forming a notorious duo. He recalled how, in the Hades arc, these two golden saints had been effortlessly dispatched by Ares Mu with a single blow, a rather humiliating fate indeed. Yet, his current words starkly contrasted with that usual impression. Dismask gazed into the distance, where the battles between Capricorn and Sagittarius raged, murmuring, "It appears I must hasten to conclude this pointless confrontation." He then fixed a malevolent gaze upon Fengzhi, declaring, "Since we are destined to be foes, you shall meet your demise. Behold my technique." Accumulated corpse chi. Dismask raised a finger, unleashing a ring of golden light from its tip. In an instant, Fengzhi found himself immobilized, overwhelmed by an immense gravitational pull that seemed capable of devouring light itself, like a black hole. Cradling the goddess, he felt himself being drawn into the abyss when suddenly, a gentle radiance ignited within his heart. A warm sensation enveloped him, akin to basking in sunlight. It was this light that prevented him from being consumed by the accumulated corpse chi. With the aid of this luminescence, Fengzhi suddenly grasped the techniques within the constellation of the altar. Enlightenment. True enlightenment. How enlightening it was. As if a veil had been lifted. He glanced down at the blazing flame reflected in the circular mirror of the sacred armor. Instantly, his gaze hardened as he stared resolutely at Dismask, offering deprivation. The flame within the mirror harmonized with a light that could only emanate from the divine, merging into a singular force. For the first time, a pattern of an altar appeared behind Fengzhi, representing the celestial brilliance of the altar constellation. As Fengzhi shouted loudly, flames surged skyward, striking directly at Dismask. Initially, Dismask paid little heed, but soon realized something was amiss. His sacred armor began to tremble. No matter what Dismask did, the Cancer armor continued to loosen. The left shoulder of the armor was the first to fall, followed by the right arm, the left leg, and the right leg. With Dismask's frantic cries, the entire Cancer armor was stripped away. No, Dismask had never encountered such a bizarre scene in battle. At that moment, the Cancer armor floated in the air, autonomously assembling into a massive crab-like form. This was the appearance of the armor in stillness. Despite Dismask's calls, it remained unresponsive. Lightspeed fist. A fist, as swift as light, struck Dismask in the chest, sending him flying. Dismask spat blood, seemingly unable to believe his own eyes. I was defeated by a silver saint. He cast a glance at the armor still hovering in the air, struggling to accept the reality. Meanwhile, Fengzhi also found it hard to believe what he was witnessing. Is this the power of the divine? Fengzhi understood that, with his own strength, he could never wield such a sacrificial technique or the subsequent lightspeed fist. This was a fleeting power bestowed upon him by the goddess, an augmentation from the divine, elevating him from a newly minted silver saint to the level of a golden saint, along with the ability to strip away. Yet, Fengzhi felt little of the divine radiance or grandeur. Instead, he was engulfed in profound concern. He glanced at the still sleeping infant girl, realizing how insignificantly small humanity was in comparison to the divine. At that moment, a beam of light descended from afar, infused with malevolence. The cancer armor, struck by this light, shattered into fragments. It then reassembled onto Dismask, now imbued with a special power. Saga? Truly, he was the strongest golden saint of the present era. Even within the Pope's palace, he wielded the power to influence the tides of battle. However, Fengzhi felt no sense of awe. He merely cradled the infant girl and prepared to depart. The moment Dismask donned the armor, the pursuit began. Fengzhi had contemplated using the stripping technique once more. Yet this move had an inherent flaw. It was ineffective against the Pope. Clearly, the cancer armor, now enhanced by the Pope's power, possessed a temporary advantage. The two raced forward, unaware that dawn was breaking. Fengzhi knew his time here was drawing to a close. Lightspeed fist. He unleashed the technique once more, colliding with Dismask, and was sent flying. It seemed that not only was his time running out, but even the goddess's power was waning. After all, the goddess was merely an infant. The strength she granted was also diminishing. In this critical moment, an arrow shot forth. The arrow's force struck directly into Dismask's shoulder, instantly creating a gaping wound from which blood began to flow. At this crucial moment, Iolos appeared. The resolute presence of Iolos leaped forth, landing beside Fengzhi. Noticing that Iolos bore some injuries, Fengzhi inquired about the whereabouts of the Capricorn Saint. He will not be coming anytime soon, Iolos responded. Understanding this meant that Capricorn Shura must have been gravely wounded. Fengzhi turned to Dismask, who was clutching his arrow wound, while Iolos also directed his gaze towards him. Sensing impending defeat, Dismask threatened, "You will regret this. The Pope will not spare you." With that, he vanished. Fengzhi glanced at Iolos and said, "Crossing this street leads to the city. You must hurry with the goddess." "Aren't you coming with me?" Iolos asked. Fengzhi shook his head and replied, "I too must return to my own era." Iolos, somewhat perplexed, took the goddess and urged, "Be safe." Fengzhi nodded, and Iolos cast a final glance at him, expressing, "If only there were an altar in my time." With a gentle smile, Fengzhi vanished in the sunlight. Statistics of the Saga of Saga informed the Pope of the truth about Saga, gaining his trust, rated B, acquiring 20 of the total mirror node, accepted the Eagle Saint. Magic Ling, as a disciple, indirectly altering the plot, rated D, acquiring 5 of the total mirror node, assisted Sagittarius Iolos in escaping the sanctuary, rated C. Acquiring 10 of the total mirror node. Due to plot changes, the overall rating is B, time total increases by 10. Total mirror node acquired is 45. Total mirror node this time is 10,000 faith points. Host gains 500 faith points, once again standing in this peculiar space. The altar before him appeared to have just been ignited. Receiving a B rating was undoubtedly a result of his prior knowledge, but it was also fortunate to have begun in the Pope's chamber and encountered Pope Shine, who even saved his life. Additionally, he had received an enhancement from the goddess, briefly granting him the power of a gold saint. As Fengzhi infused the 500 faith points into the altar, holy flames erupted, revealing a large letter D. It seemed this mirror node was rated D. Amidst the flames, he beheld 3 mirrored images, the golden apple, the crimson youth, and a fierce battle of gods. Fengzhi was momentarily speechless, astonished by the emergence of these 3 theatrical versions. Realizing his strength was still insufficient, he promptly abandoned the impulse to enter. Furthermore, it appeared that the holy fire within his St. Cloth's circular mirror had significantly intensified. Returning from the Saga of Saga, aside from the faith points, his greatest reward was acquiring a talisman inscribed with the blood of Athena. With this treasure, he was certain to shine brilliantly in the forthcoming holy war. Moreover, a profound understanding of the sacred altar attire has emerged, akin to mastering the art of sacrifice. This skill possesses the potential to strip away the golden cloth, though accomplishing such a feat without the goddess's assistance proves arduous. However, should one's cosmos grow sufficiently potent, the capabilities of this skill will magnify infinitely. In the grand bathhouse of the Pope's chamber, the bare-bodied Saga, adorned with the mask symbolizing his papal authority, savors a glass of red wine with an air of indulgence. "Your Holiness, Alex seeks an audience," announced a lowly servant, prostrating himself in utter humility. "Oh, he dares to come? Let him enter." Saga mused, his spirits lifted today. For Alex, a being easily crushed beneath his heel, posed no concern. Upon entering, Fengzhi, clad in the altar's sacred attire, beheld the muscular form of Saga in the bath, his signature dark hair confirming the presence of the malevolent Saga. Since you have escaped, why do you dare to reappear here? With Feng's presence in the Pope's chamber, the chance for retreat evaporated. Having encountered the mirrored version of Saga, he recalled a time when Saga, though formidable, lacked the terrifying pressure and was merely of average golden rank. Now, after a decade of refinement, Saga had likely ascended to the pinnacle of golden prowess, possibly even reaching the apex of gold. In other words, he had approached the threshold of comprehending the eighth sense. With a slight smirk, Feng spoke, "I am the disciple of my master. If I am not here to heed your teachings, where should I go?" Saga swirled his wine glass and replied, "Do you choose to follow me?" "No, I choose to fight for humanity," Feng declared. Saga regarded him, fully comprehending the underlying meaning of his words, which implied a commitment to humanity rather than deities. This sentiment resonated well with the malevolent Saga, who then inquired, "Are you not afraid of bearing the name of evil?" "The endless divine wars must cease," Feng asserted, eliciting laughter from Saga, who seemed to mock his audacity. The notion that a silver saint could aspire to end the divine conflict was nothing short of ludicrous. "I am well aware of my master's strength among the gold. He is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. I also recognize his wisdom and capabilities as unparalleled. Yet, he overlooks one crucial aspect." Saga, exuding absolute confidence, smirked and asked, "What have I overlooked?" "The necessity of a unified will and an underestimation of the deity's treachery." The concept of a unified will referred to the dichotomy within Saga himself, where both good and evil coexisted, rendering him perilous. However, the latter remark regarding the deity's treachery bore deeper implications. "It appears we share common views on certain matters," Saga observed appreciatively, yet he would not be swayed by such rhetoric. "If that is all you have, it will not suffice to spare you." Feng understood that the Saga before him was indeed a decisive individual, and what he lacked was merely a token of allegiance. A smile suddenly graced his face as he spoke. "The teacher has been consolidating the power within the sanctuary. Yet I possess a means by which you can ascend to the papacy with legitimacy, without relying on this mask." "Oh, pray tell," Saga responded with newfound interest. Although he was confident, he was not arrogant. The tranquility that enveloped the sanctuary was, in no small measure, attributable to the mask he wore. Should he remove it now? It was likely that the likes of the young tiger from Five Old Peaks would swiftly rebel against his authority. "You may directly announce the demise of Pope Cheyenne, allowing me to assume the role of temporary pope. Following that, I shall declare the Gemini Golden Saint as the sole heir to the papacy." Feng, as the altar saint, was inherently meant to assist the pope. In the absence of the pope, he could indeed serve as a temporary leader. Saga contemplated the feasibility of this approach, along with the consequences it would entail. However, prior to proceeding, there was one individual that must be addressed. The situation at Five Old Peaks was paramount and could not be treated lightly. Among all who instilled apprehension in Saga within the sanctuary, the young tiger undoubtedly reigned supreme. "I have a method to persuade him," Feng asserted. "In that case, you shall make a journey to Five Old Peaks." "As you command, teacher." With that, Feng departed from the papal chamber. As he watched him leave, Saga felt a wave of unease wash over him, prompting him to cradle his head. "Are you truly prepared to betray the goddess? Such hypocritical justice is hardly worth mentioning. Yet your disciple aligns with my ideals. Does that disappoint you? I have said before, he is a most extraordinary being. Extraordinary enough to betray the divine. I never presumed to fathom the thoughts of others, not even yours." Mount Lu, with its pristine beauty and ancient elegance, paired with the simplicity of its surroundings, resembled a veritable paradise. Though the world of the saints diverged from Feng's, certain elements bore striking similarities, such as the attire many wore, reminiscent of the Qing dynasty, a fact that elicited disdain from Feng. Nevertheless, for him now, such details held little significance. Before he even entered Mount Lu, Feng sensed an unmistakable aura of malevolence lurking within the mountains. The forces of Hades lay sealed here, alongside the 108 demonic stars from the last holy war, and a survivor from that very conflict, the Libra Golden Saint, the young tiger, who had been granted the art of false death by Athena. Of course, the history of this esteemed tiger was not confined to these mountains, the legendary paradise. A sect mastering the art of all-encompassing phenomena might also reside here. "Are you a saint from the sanctuary?" As Feng stepped onto the grounds of Mount Lu, a crisp, youthful voice rang out. He looked up to see a chubby-cheeked child perched atop a large rock. "Are you Fengzhe?" Shortly thereafter, a child clad in a traditional short jacket and cloth shoes approached. Fengzhe recognized him as one of the 5 young ones, Zilong. Presently, however, he was merely a junior follower of his senior brother, Wang Hu. "Hello, Zilong." Both were children chosen by the esteemed Mitsumasa Kido and had trained together, thus sharing a bond of familiarity. In an unfamiliar realm of cultivation, Zilong leaped forward with joy upon encountering a familiar face. "Do you know him?" As the leader of the Lushan faction, Wang Hu sensed the formidable presence of Fengzhe, accompanied by an unmistakable feeling of threat. It was then that Zilong realized. Addressing Wang Hu, "This is Fengzhe, also sent by Chenghu Guangjing to train as a saint warrior." Wang Hu, well aware of Chenghu Guangjing's stature as the principal patron of Lushan, was intrigued. "Fengzhe, I recall your training grounds are in the Greek sanctuary. What brings you here?" Fengzhe replied, "Oh, I am here on a mission." At that moment, he revealed his outer garment, showcasing a massive box strapped to his back. The mere sight of this box caused Wang Hu's pupils to constrict, and even Zilong displayed a look of astonishment. "Is that the sacred armor you carry?" Fengzhe nodded, stating, "I have been fortunate enough to gain the armor's recognition." Emerging from the same lineage, Fengzhe had become a saint warrior ahead of Zilong, evoking feelings of envy and embarrassment within him. A glimmer of expectation appeared in Wang Hu's eyes as he proposed, "Since you are Zilong's friend, let us have a spar." With that, Wang Hu stripped off his outer garments and assumed a fighting stance, eager to engage. Zilong, equally curious about their differences, took on a serious demeanor. Fengzhe chuckled lightly, setting the sacred armor box on the ground, stretching his arms and twisting his waist before stating earnestly, "Bring it on." Though Fengzhe, as a silver saint warrior, need not go through such formalities, he refrained from being overly arrogant out of respect for the Lushan faction. "Watch my fist." Fierce tiger, raging wind, thunderous fist. Wang Hu unleashed his self-created technique, which, combined with his innate talent, resembled a fierce tiger in action. The impact of his fist felt akin to striking steel, yet when the dust settled, Fengzhe had effortlessly blocked the blow with his palm. What? Not only had Fengzhe perceived the trajectory of Wang Hu's punch, but he also unraveled the myriad intricacies concealed within the technique. Sweat began to bead on Zilong's brow. He held a deep understanding of Wang Hu's prowess, recognizing that he himself could not withstand such a ferocious blow. Yet, Fengzhe, of the same age and training duration, had effortlessly countered it. In Fengzhe's presence, Wang Hu appeared almost novice-like. Damn it! Wang Hu swung again, only to be met with another block from Fengzhe. Again, he tried to strike, and the result was the same. "Show me your true strength. This is the respect owed to a man." Wang Hu's shout prompted Fengzhe to regard him with newfound respect. Indeed, Wang Hu's spirit resonated with Fengzhe's own thirst for battle, igniting his desire. "Very well, prepare yourself." Fengzhe did not launch an attack. Instead, he focused on a massive boulder that stood before him, towering at least 10 meters high. Fengzhe fixed his gaze upon the stone and swiftly pointed at it. As the colossal stone erupted with numerous fissures, it suddenly shattered into dust. Wang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to fathom the existence of such a being in this world. Even more unfathomable was the thought of whether his own body could withstand such a force if that finger were to strike him. Not only Wang Hu, but also Zilong stood beside him, utterly dumbfounded. This was the manifestation of a superhuman. A flicker of fear appeared in his eyes, which he could hardly conceal. "You need not be so alarmed. He is already a silver saint." A venerable voice resonated, prompting Fengzhe to turn toward its source. In the distance, on the steps of the waterfall, sat a diminutive old man with purple skin. This elder was entirely different from the golden saints Fengzhe had encountered before. If Saga's cosmos exuded arrogance and dominance, and Cheyenne's was calm and profound, then this old man embodied the tranquility of a placid lake, concealing a torrent beneath its surface. The altar seat saint, disciple of Gemini Saga, Alex, pays his respects to Elder Tong Hu. In the presence of Tong Hu, Fengzhe refrained from any impudence, instead showing the elder the respect he deserved. Zilong, unaware of the significance of the altar seat, was taken aback by Wang Hu's sudden understanding, his pupils contracting once more. The altar seat, the one referred to as the assistant to the Pope, also the most powerful silver saint? Wang Hu's words startled Zilong as well. This day had been filled with shocking revelations, leading Zilong to deeply question whether his year-long training had been in vain. Meanwhile, Tong Hu, seated atop the Lushan waterfall, regarded Fengzhi with eyes that bore the weight of many years, seemingly lost in reminiscence. How many years has it been since I last saw the altar seat, my teacher Bailey? This reflection seemed to be the sole joy for him. A survivor of the Holy War for 260 years. Younger altar seat, what brings you here this time? After a considerable pause, Tong Hu posed this question. Fengzhi smiled, responding, I wish for you to publicly acknowledge my teacher, the Golden Saint of Gemini, Saga, as the new pope. Tong Hu's aged visage tightened, and an unmistakable anger flickered in his murky eyes, directed squarely at Fengzhi. The sensation was akin to being fixated upon by a dangerously fierce tiger. Tong Hu's aura erupted, unleashing a tempest that forced Wang Hu and Zilong to shield their eyes. A golden radiance emanated from within him, coalescing around Tong Hu, clearly indicating that he was on the brink of fury. The overwhelming pressure compelled Fengzhi to retreat, just as the sacred armor behind him emitted a dazzling white light, soaring skyward. In the wake of that blinding luminosity, the altar seat armor disassembled and enveloped Fengzhi. The resplendent brilliance of the silver saint instantly countered Tong Hu's formidable presence, subtly hinting at a power to suppress him. In a state of bewilderment, Wang Hu and Zilong exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing in disbelief at the unexpected prowess of Fengzhi, who seemed capable of engaging in an arm-wrestling contest with Tong Hu. Only Fengzhi was privy to the truth. Before the death-like technique bestowed by Athena, Tong Hu possessed at best the nascent abilities of the seventh sense, or perhaps merely the pinnacle of the sixth sense. As Tong Hu beheld the altar adorned with holy armor, particularly the flames ignited within the circular mirror, he erupted into hearty laughter, dissipating the tension that hung between them. In an instant, the radiance faded, and Tong Hu reverted to his guise as the aged figure with purple skin, devoid of any semblance of a saint warrior. Young altar-bearer, follow me, he commanded, gradually departing, while Fengzhi donned the holy armor and trailed behind him, leaving Wang Hu and Zilong to wisely refrain from following. Upon reaching the waterfall, Tong Hu finally seated himself, his gaze penetrating as it rested upon the cascading waters of Lushan Falls. A torrent of thoughts surged within him, yet words eluded him. Where is my old friend now? He pondered, referring naturally to Pope Shian, one of the last two surviving golden saints from the previous Holy War. The bond they shared filled him with profound sorrow, knowing that Shian's remains lay preserved within the ice chamber of the Star Tower. Ice coffin? Was it crafted by Kimu? Fengzhi nodded, revealing that this was not a secret, merely something that could not be publicly disclosed. Tong Hu murmured, the Gemini, Cancer, Aquarius, Capricorn, and Pisces, along with the detached Scorpio and Taurus, have claimed 8 of the 12 houses. Thus, I am indeed qualified to inherit the papacy. Yet, Tong Hu, the Holy War is imminent. We cannot afford another internal conflict. Fengzhi interjected, compelling Tong Hu to focus on the depths of Lushan Falls, where his eyes reflected inner turmoil. I understand, dear elder, that your hopes rest with the goddess and her guardian saints. But can you truly bear to instigate a civil war before the Holy War? The Gemini are unsuitable for this, Fengzhi continued. Do you recall that Pope Shian established 2 candidates for the papacy? Tong Hu acknowledged with a nod, aware that one was Iolos and the other himself. Indeed, Iolos is deceased, and the survivor is the Pope. Do you have another choice? Tong Hu closed his eyes, meticulously reflecting upon the other golden saints, recognizing their respective flaws. He was indeed the most fitting candidate for the papacy. As one who endured the last Holy War, you well know the caliber of the golden saints during that conflict. I need not elaborate, he remarked, his murky eyes glancing at Fengzhi. The brutality of the last Holy War is beyond your imagination. As a survivor of that war, you are now among the most powerful saints in the sanctuary. How do you compare to Pope Seiya, an elder by Lee of the altar? A glimmer of gold illuminated Tong Hu's eyes as the waterfall momentarily paused in its flow before resuming. With a sense of resignation, he conceded, naturally, they are not comparable. Having survived the last Holy War, Tong Hu had sat beneath Lushan Falls for 243 years, yet he still felt he could never match the prowess of his mentor. Finally, had Shian still been alive, he would undoubtedly have sensed the imminent collapse of his corporeal form. My mentor merely awaited the final blow. Do these young warriors not comprehend this? It is merely their unwillingness to accept the truth. You seem to have convinced me, yet this is insufficient. I possess a means to amalgamate the dual personas of my mentor. Upon uttering this, Fengzhi ignited a spark of keen intelligence in the murky eyes of Tong Hu. Is this truly the case? Hope flickered within Tong Hu's gaze. Fengzhi smiled, fully aware of Tong Hu's apprehensions. He would never permit the Pope to be overtaken by malevolence. This was non-negotiable. As for who should assume the papal mantle, he was indifferent. A significant factor in the emergence of my mentor's dark persona was his obsession with the title of Pope. However, to achieve the integration of his personalities, the assistance of a divine artifact was essential, and that artifact could only be wielded by none other than you, apart from the goddess herself. Athena possesses a most crucial artifact, the armor of Athena, which is indeed a treasure of the goddess. This secret has been safeguarded by successive popes, and now, with the passing of Pope Shion, the sole individual privy to this knowledge is Tong Hu, the survivor of the last holy war. I cannot entrust him to you. Tong Hu categorically rejected the notion, displaying no inclination for negotiation. Fengzhi discerned this and replied, I do not require at all, merely the use of Athena's shield. Tong Hu regarded the young saint seated before him, sensing that he seemed to possess an intimate understanding of the secrets of the sanctuary. This piqued his curiosity, prompting him to inquire, it appears you are well acquainted with the mysteries of the sanctuary. Athena's shield has the power to vanquish evil. However, to wield the artifact, one must possess divine blood. By fortunate coincidence, as a survivor of the last holy war, Tong Hu happened to have it in his possession. If you can truly restore his reason, I will grant my tacit approval. Tong Hu's words brought great joy to Fengzhi. With the endorsement of this formidable ally, he could now strategically proceed with numerous plans. However, do not rejoice too soon. Even if he becomes pope, navigating his relationship with the goddess will pose a formidable challenge. During the chaos instigated by Saga, he sought to assassinate the goddess, only to be saved by Iolos, who subsequently entrusted him to the care of Kido Mitsumaisa. As the goddess approaches maturity, the peace within the sanctuary may not endure for long. I have a solution. Tong Hu erupted into hearty laughter and tossed a beautifully crafted vial to Fengzhi. Observing the exquisitely made vial, Fengzhi noted the presence of a seal. Yet he could still sense the immense power contained within. This vial harbored a warm little universe. Is this divine blood? Fengzhi immediately recognized that this was the most vital objective of his journey, divine blood. Tong Hu nodded and remarked, You are entirely different from the saints I have encountered. Fengzhi smiled gently and declared, With you, the esteemed Tong Hu, overseeing the sanctuary, this holy war shall surely culminate in resounding victory. Tong Hu chuckled, a complex smile illuminating his eyes. Fengzhi suddenly had a thought and spoke to him. Senior Tong Hu, I have a way for you to learn the ultimate justice. What? What did you say? Tong Hu's eyes widened, seemingly in disbelief. Senior Tong Hu, before the holy war arrives, I assure you, I will find a way for you to master the sacred art of Libra, the ultimate justice. Fengzhi's gaze was resolute, conveying sincerity. After a moment of excitement, Tong Hu sighed. You may not be aware of the circumstances. The core of the Libra armor was destroyed in the previous generation, and even the Jameer clan cannot repair it. A glimmer of sorrow appeared in Tong Hu's eyes as he reminisced, saying, Before the last holy war, I was merely a bronze saint of the dragon constellation, temporarily granted the Libra armor before the battle. Due to the core's damage, although I attained the seventh sense, this armor has not enhanced my abilities. Rather, it has become a burden, and I can truly elevate myself only by shedding it and utilizing the all-encompassing. Tong Hu spoke like an elder, reminiscing, and added, I do not know how you came to learn the secret of the Libra armor, but I appreciate your goodwill. Fengzhi gazed at this battle-hardened elder, struggling to imagine that if the technique of false death were unraveled, the elder before him would transform into an 18-year-old youth. Senior Tong Hu, although I cannot reveal how I will do it, please believe that before the holy war, I will certainly provide you with the means to cultivate the ultimate justice. Upon hearing Fengzhi's words, Tong Hu burst into hearty laughter, his voice ringing with joy. Very well, if that moment arrives, I shall support you even if you become the Pope. It's a promise. What seemed like a jesting agreement was made beneath the Lushan waterfall, a commitment forged. Perhaps Tong Hu was unaware of the weight this statement carried. Having received the divine blood, Fengzhi had another destination to reach. After bidding farewell to Tong Hu, he prepared to leave Lushan. Just before his departure, Shiryu caught up with Fengzhi, saying, Fengzhi, when we meet next time, I must engage you in a fair battle, a battle worthy of the saints. Private duels among saints were forbidden in the sanctuary. With a hearty laugh, Fengzhi departed, leaving Shiryu gazing at him with a longing expression. Shiryu. He is not an opponent you can contend with. Despite Wang Hu's pride, he could not help but admire Fengzhi's prowess, a respect reserved for the strong. No, I will definitely defeat him. A rare desire appeared on Shiryu's usually gentle face, surprising Wang Hu, who couldn't comprehend why Shiryu bore such an expression. Only beneath the waterfall did Tong Hu reveal a knowing look, murmuring, "Has the goddess's guardian awakened?" It seems the goddess is not particularly kind to the altar's seat. Though it was but a fleeting glimpse, Tong Hu could sense something significant. He pondered that the loyalty of the altar's seat to the goddess appeared to be rather lacking. Matters that elude comprehension should not be pondered excessively. Tong Hu remained steadfast beneath the Wulao peak, as he always did, silently guarding the malevolent star. On the Isle of the Death Queen, hatred. Hatred. You cowardly wretch, why can you not learn? A half-naked Ihue was heavily struck to the ground by Guladi. The scorched earth around him, perpetually blanketed by ash falling like fiery rain, resembled a desolate hellscape. This was the site of Ihue's arduous training, a place from which no soul had ever emerged alive, the Isle of the Death Queen, were it not for the monumental mission he bore, and the fact that a girl repeatedly saved him from the brink of death, giving him a glimmer of hope for life. He would have surely perished long ago. Lying motionless on the ground, Ihue's stillness only fueled Guludi's rage, who lashed at him mercilessly with a whip. "Father, please, do not strike Ihue any longer." A frail girl threw herself upon Ihue, shielding him. Guladi, consumed with fury, bellowed, "Esmeralda, step aside. The weak do not deserve to live here." "No, father." The girl's delicate form stood defiantly before Ihue's chest, as Guladi angrily commanded, "Ihue, stand up. If you are a man, do not hide behind a woman." This provocation undeniably stirred Ihue, who struggled to rise, only to face further torment. "Guladi of the Heaven Furnace, what drives you to this cruelty?" A voice interjected, prompting Guladi to roar, "Who dares reveal themselves?" Upon recognizing the armor worn by the newcomer, his pupils dilated in shock. The altar seat? Meanwhile, upon seeing the visitor, Ihue exclaimed, "Fengzhi?" Indeed, as one of the 100 adopted sons of the esteemed Kido Mitsamesa, Ihue was well acquainted with him. At this moment, Ihue had not yet succumbed to darkness. He still harbored a core of kindness within. Fengzhi grinned, offering a nod to Ihue before turning his gaze to the girl beside him, reflecting, "So, this is Ihue's cherished light." It was precisely this girl who ultimately led Ihue down the path of darkness, fostering a sense of animosity towards all after he confronted the grim facets of humanity. "Do you hail from the sanctuary?" Guladi, having never donned the sacred armor, only knew of the Heaven Furnace's saint warriors through the sanctuary's accounts. "Indeed, I am a disciple of Saga of the Gemini. I have been commissioned to invite the Heaven Furnace saint warrior to the sanctuary and to serve as an instructor for the prospective saints," Fengzhi declared, causing Guladi's eyes to narrow in disbelief. Within the sanctuary, there was little trust for the Isle of the Death Queen. Although bestowed with the Heaven Furnace's silver armor, Guladi was acutely aware that his role was merely to monitor the dark faction of saint warriors. It was this prolonged exposure to such a nefarious environment that had twisted Guladi's psyche, ultimately engendering his brutal disposition. "Do you possess a decree from the Pope?" Fengzhi shook his head. Guladi pressed further. "Do you have any orders from the chief of the sanctuary as counsel?" Again, Fengzhi shook his head. He had come of his own accord, without such directives. Guladi smirked, revealing a cruel grin, and Esmeralda instantly grasped the implications of her father's demeanor. Immediately, I shouted at Fengzhi, urging him to flee. "My father perceives you as a devotee of the dark deity. Over the years, he has slain numerous individuals attempting to rescue the dark holy warriors." Fengzhi glanced at the kind-hearted Esmeralda, and at that moment, he finally comprehended why she was the radiant moonlight in Ihue's life. Her kindness was strikingly in contrast to Garudi. As expected, Garudi's large foot came crashing toward him. Fengzhi deftly dodged, only to find Garudi's foot looming again, prompting him to evade once more. On the ground, Ihue watched in terror, his eyes fixated on the sky where two figures engaged in a fierce aerial duel, their silhouettes colliding, producing explosive sounds. How is he able to fight like this? Why can he exhibit such prowess? An overwhelming sense of frustration gripped Ihue, causing him to clench his fists in anger over his own inadequacies. This discontent distorted into resentment as Fengzhi unleashed a series of sonic punches. No one anticipated that the feats Garudi could not achieve would incite such envy and hatred in Yi Hui upon witnessing Fengzhi's excellence. With a thunderous explosion, Fengzhi landed on the ground while Garudi was sent reeling backward, crashing heavily. Fortunately, Garudi's mask remained intact, preserving his dignity. "I underestimated you. Arise." The armor of the furnace. With a resounding boom, magma erupted from a distant volcano, and within it, the long-dormant silver armor of the furnace ascended. Fengzhi gazed towards the volcano, witnessing a deep crimson armor materialize in the sky. With Garudi's roar, the armor disassembled and enveloped him. Yi Hui was oblivious to Garudi's identity as a saint warrior. Even his daughter Esmeralda looked on in shock at her father. Adorned in the armor of the furnace, Garudi emanated a formidable aura. Fengzhi stared in astonishment at Garudi, realizing that his cosmos had reached the seventh sense. This was his first encounter with a saint warrior possessing golden strength, and the intensity of his cosmos felt as volatile as a volcano poised to erupt. Die! Without a trace of hesitation, the enraged Garudi unleashed a punch that erupted like a spewing volcano, accompanied by searing magma and flames. Fengzhi was engulfed in this inferno, the immense pain tormenting him. The temperature of the flames far surpassed that of the average fiery saint warrior. Just at that critical moment, the sacred fire from the armor of the altar emerged. As the holy flame appeared, it immediately quelled the raging inferno. A colossal fiery whirlwind swirled around the armor of the altar, as if drawn by an unseen force. Fengzhi, who had tightly shut his eyes, suddenly opened them. Reminiscent of a divine being. "Sacrifice. Deprive." He softly uttered the words, and the sacred fire rebounded onto Garudi. Garudi felt an overwhelming sensation of detachment, a feeling he had never experienced before. Crack! After a crisp sound reverberated, the ancient Garudi, enveloped in flames, found his sacred armor stripped away from his body. Subsequently, the celestial chart of the constellation of the furnace appeared in the sky once more, only to swiftly vanish and then plunge into the sacred fire. As the holy flames re-entered Fengzhi's sacred armor, the tale of this armor unfolded in his mind like a river flowing through time. During the First Holy War, the alchemists of the continent of Mu aided Athena in the creation of the sacred armor, an act that incited the ire of the gods, leading to the continent's submersion, leaving behind only scattered islands in the South Pacific. The descendants of Mu now resided on these islands, and one among them utilized fragments of the sacred armor to forge numerous armors. However, as these armors were not recognized by Athena, they transformed into dark armors. The surviving alchemists sought Athena's protection, thus they harnessed the furnace that had created the sacred armor to craft the sacred armor of the furnace. The true essence of this armor lay in the art of armor making. Unfortunately, none of the holy warriors who later possessed this armor were able to comprehend its profound significance. This is the origin of the armor and its provenance. This revelation endowed Fengzhi with a newfound understanding of the powers of the altar. At that moment, the enraged Garudi bellowed and launched a kick. What? No one anticipated that the sacred armor of the furnace would stand before Fengzhi. Even Yi Hui could not fathom why the furnace would betray the holy warriors and side with the enemy. Only Fengzhi understood that it was due to a trace of divine power within the sacred fire. Damn it! The crimson hue in Garudi's eyes indicated that dark power had completely consumed him. Garudi charged forward, intent on perishing alongside Fengzhi. In Fengzhi's eyes, an infinite compassion emerged, and it was this sentiment that allowed him to grasp another profound truth of the altar: sacrifice, purification. The sacred fire once again communicated, transforming into a pure white flame that blazed fiercely around him. With a punch delivered, the purifying flame struck Garudi. No, father. Even the ordinary Esmeralda felt the overwhelming might of the flames. She yearned to save her father, but was held back by Yi Hui, causing her to collapse to the ground, weeping incessantly. The white flames engulfed Garudi, and the intense agony rendered him breathless. Dark energy surged from his head, only to be consumed by the white flames. Fengzhi landed gracefully on the ground, observing all that transpired with tranquility. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the white flames extinguished, and as Garudi collapsed, black smoke billowed from his form. Father! Esmeralda fell upon Garudi's chest. At that moment, his mask began to crack. With a sound of shattering, The entire mask disintegrated into powder. A square-shaped face emerged, remarkably resembling Esmeralda by 80%. You dared to slay my master. Ai Hui, filled with fury, hurled a punch, but it was intercepted by Feng Zhe. He is not dead. The words of Feng Zhe brought an abrupt halt to the prevailing emotions. He then watched as Feng Zhe approached, gently pressing on his acupoints. The brows of Garudi twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. Esmeralda, my daughter. The ferocity in Garudi's eyes vanished, replaced by a clarity of spirit. Garudi, can you promise me to go to the sacred domain? Feng Zhe's words left Garudi momentarily speechless, and after a considerable pause, he replied, I will accompany you. But Ichigo and Esmeralda must remain here to monitor the Dark Saints. Master. Ichigo, still bewildered, wondered how Garudi had transformed from a figure of hatred to this. Ichigo. Within that volcano lies a sacred armor, but gaining its recognition is no easy feat, Master. I will surely become a saint. Seeing Ichigo's determination, Garudi nodded and then turned to Feng Zhe, saying, Let us depart. Feng Zhe acknowledged with a nod, and they returned to the sacred domain. On the way, Feng Zhe inquired, Do you believe Ichigo can truly obtain that sacred armor? No, he replied emphatically, adding, Not only will he fail to acquire it, but he will also be overwhelmed by the Dark Saints, and may very well perish there. Then why must you leave your daughter behind? As he spoke, tears streamed from the corners of Garudi's eyes. Ichigo was the most promising candidate to obtain that sacred armor, yet to do so, one's heart must be brimming with hatred. He was still insufficiently filled with it. Garudi's words astonished Feng Zhe. A sacrifice. He was indeed willing to use his own daughter as a means for Ichigo to attain the sacred armor. Rest assured, I believe Ichigo will secure the sacred armor and will protect Esmeralda, Feng Zhe declared, intending to alter the course of events. Now that Garudi was being led to the sacred domain, he could not fathom how Esmeralda could still meet her demise. If such a fate were to befall her, then Ichigo would rightly endure a life of mourning. In the sacred domain, even Feng Zhe, a disciple of the Pope and a naturally gifted saint of the altar, had to traverse through the 12 houses to meet the Pope. Feng Zhe instructed Garudi to wait outside the 12 houses and proceeded alone. Fortunately, many of the Golden Saints were absent, making it not too difficult for Feng Zhe to pass through. Currently, only 5 warriors guarded the 12 houses: Aldebaran of Taurus, Iolia of Leo, Shaka of Virgo, Milo of Scorpio, and Aberdai of Pisces. Among them, the only one who truly confronted Feng Zhe was Iolia of Leo. Due to his brother Iolos, Iolia had remained cautious for many years, rarely venturing beyond the confines of the Leo house. Upon Feng Zhe's arrival, after a thorough examination, Iolia allowed him to pass without hindrance. Perhaps due to an innate affinity for melancholic yet handsome figures, Feng Zhe felt compelled to remind him, Lord Iolia, throughout history, the Sagittarius saints have borne a sacred mission, unwaveringly loyal to the goddess. The previous Sagittarius, Chiron, was even regarded as the sole candidate for the Pope. The previous generation was thus, and I believe the current Sagittarius saint is no different. The events of a decade ago are shrouded in mystery. In this present day, a holy war may be imminent. If you truly wish to absolve the disgrace of your traitorous brother, let your loyalty be your recompense. Upon hearing these words, Ioria's expression grew grave. He opened his mouth to inquire, Do you know what transpired back then? However, upon considering Feng Zhe's age, he realized that the latter could not possibly be privy to the details of a decade-old affair. Perhaps this altar seat sought to console himself. As such, Ioria remarked, Thank you for your kindness. Feng Zhe, observing Ioria's demeanor, recognized that he had not comprehended the message. Without further ado, he hastened to the Pope's palace. To his surprise, the Pope did not grant him an audience, but instead instructed him to return and rest. The Pope's palace atop the mountain is quite expansive, encompassing not only the papal residence and the goddess's temple, but also quarters for the various attendants. As a disciple of the Pope, Feng Zhe was afforded a solitary stone room, though he had not previously resided there, spending more time in the palace's rear hall. Not overly concerned, he proceeded to his stone room to rest. After a fortnight of waiting anxiously for the Pope's summons, Feng Zhe grew restless. Uncertain of the situation, he boldly entered the main hall of the Pope's palace. Just then, he encountered a rotund man bedecked in diamond adornments, prostrating himself on the floor with utmost reverence, rivaling that of a worshipper before the goddess. The chief strategist, Gigas? While others might be unaware of his identity, Feng Zhe certainly was not. This man was the very chief strategist of the sanctuary, known for his opposition to the 5 young heroes. A quintessential opportunist, he had risen to prominence within the sanctuary, wielding considerable influence. Yet, when the tide turned unfavorably, especially upon witnessing the true form of the goddess, he vanished after calculating his losses, perhaps believing that even a golden saint would face inevitable defeat against divinity. Seated high upon the papal throne was Saga, with his dark hair cascading down, attentively listening to Gigas' report. Upon noticing Feng's entrance, Gigas paused briefly before resuming his account. Saga paid Feng no heed, instead lifting a glass of red wine to savor leisurely, clearly relishing the moment. Your Holiness, according to the response from the Cancer Saint, Dismas, there are no anomalies on Crete Island. Lord Dismas has returned to the Cancer Temple to maintain watch. However, Gigas hesitated before continuing. Yet, upon his return, Lord Dismas has brought with him numerous severed heads and has employed corpse gas within the Cancer Temple, causing many saints to shy away from its vicinity. Feng's alertness surged. Half a month prior, when he passed the Cancer Temple, Dismas had not yet returned, and the decorations there appeared entirely normal. It was evident that Dismas had encountered the specters on Crete Island, which had dramatically altered his temperament. Reflecting on subsequent events, this conclusion seemed indisputably accurate. The Pope appeared indifferent to the mere existence of the small island of Crete. However, Gigas reported another matter that heightened Feng's vigilance. Your Holiness, it is said that there is someone in Japan who claims to be Athena. Perhaps we should dispatch a saint to investigate discreetly. Indeed, Feng mused, considering that there were still 3 years until the narrative of the Galactic War commenced. Should the existence of the goddess be discovered at this juncture, and if Saga resolutely decided to act, it could be a prudent choice. Yet, given the countless variables in the impending holy war, this choice was far from viable. It seemed imperative to hasten the process of Saga's personality integration. The thought of Saga, a being akin to a deity, filled Feng Zhe with trepidation. Despite possessing the blood of the gods, he was acutely aware that Athena's shield resided within the temple of the goddess. Your Holiness, the third matter pertains to Master Feng Zhe, Gigas stated, casting a glance at Feng Zhe that left little doubt. He was poised to lodge a complaint. Speak, Feng Zhe commanded. Master Feng Zhe, without the Pope's decree or the command of the sanctuary, has unilaterally allowed the Saint of the Furnace, Garodi, to depart from the Isle of the Dead Queen, causing unrest among the Dark Saints. Feng Zhe had returned to the sanctuary for half a month, and the fact that this rotund figure chose now to voice his concerns was utterly perplexing. The masked Pope shook his wine glass and addressed Feng Zhe. Pray tell, why did you permit Garodi's return to the sanctuary? Feng Zhe bowed respectfully and replied, I invited Garodi to the sanctuary to train prospective saints. The Pope chuckled, as if he had heard something amusing. Gigas vehemently countered, the sanctuary is replete with talent. Do we truly require a sinner burdened with historical disgrace? Historical disgrace? Feng Zhe, genuinely puzzled, glanced at Gigas. Gigas elaborated, years ago, during an external mission, Garodi succumbed to the temptation of an evil deity. He was the only one to return, while the rest of his team perished. Is that not a historical stain? Feng Zhe retorted. So he acknowledges his guilt by shedding his armor and subsequently retreating to the Isle of the Dead Queen to guard the dark armor? Gigas exclaimed, naturally. Feng Zhe then knelt before the Pope, earnestly declaring, I beseech your Holiness to pardon Garodi's transgressions. Gigas, infuriated, realized that Feng Zhe had disregarded his extensive exposition. The notion of a mere dismissal of guilt for that historical sinner was utterly intolerable. Just as Gigas anticipated the Pope would refute Feng Zhe, the Pope's voice resonated once more. Very well. This light pronouncement left Chief Advisor Gigas utterly astounded. But your Holiness, Gigas attempted to interject, only to be silenced by the Pope's piercing gaze. Suddenly, Gigas was frozen in place, as if struck by a blow, before being violently thrown to the ground. I shall not repeat myself. The voice of the Pope resonated, prompting Gigas to quickly prostrate himself, fearing to provoke his wrath. Feng Zhe cast a scornful glance at Gigas as he crawled out of the main hall. Speak, what did Tong Hu say? Master, Tong Hu has tacitly agreed. But there is one more task to accomplish. Upon hearing that Tong Hu had given his consent, a glimmer of brilliance appeared behind the mask, as if Saga was taken aback. He then remarked that as long as Tong Hu agreed, any condition could be met. Saga's prowess was undeniably remarkable. Whether as the benevolent or the malevolent Saga, while the processes differed, the outcomes were invariably the same. The elder Tong who required the temporary use of the shield of Athena to comprehend the utmost essence of Libra, the ultimate justice. Feng's words, a mix of truth and deception, were compelling enough to convince Saga. Upon hearing this stipulation, a silence enveloped Saga beneath the mask. Feng was acutely aware that although Saga appeared to wield boundless authority as the master of the sanctuary, he was, in reality, quite fragile. Firstly, the holy cloth of Athena was known only to the successive popes, and due to Saga's irregular succession, he was utterly unaware of its whereabouts. Even if we assume he knew, without divine blood, he would be utterly powerless. Besides the goddess's holy cloth, there were also the staff of Athena and the shield of Athena. The staff was originally stolen by Iolos along with the goddess. Consequently, Saga had long sought the will of the goddess. The shield of Athena currently rested in the right hand of the statue of Athena. However, due to its immense size, even Saga could not wield it, rendering it merely a decorative piece, quietly lying there. Saga remained oblivious to Tong's intentions, but surrendering the shield of Athena could jeopardize his legitimacy. Moreover, Tong, who had merely given a tacit agreement, being the astute individual he was, Saga cast a hostile gaze towards Feng. Although Feng could not see his face, he understood that Saga harbored distrust towards him. Thus, he implored, "I beseech you to trust me, the elder Tong who will return it after a period. Before the coming of the Holy War, you must surely understand what the essence of Libra represents." The core of Libra had long been damaged, and this was no secret. Had it not been for the damaged core, Tong would not have been confined to the 5 old peaks. Feng added, "Master, it is true that the core of the Libra cloth is damaged, and even the Jameer clan cannot restore it. However, nothing in this world is absolute. The elder Tong has found a solution, for he is a saint of 240 years. Saga pondered for a moment, and ultimately felt there was no issue. "I can agree, but the shield of Athena is excessively large. If Tong can come to the sanctuary, lending it to him would be permissible." Feng shook his head. "Master, the 5 old peaks cannot be deserted. Only the elder Tong can guard it. I shall command Shako of Virgo to oversee it. And a coronation ceremony requires but a brief time. As the man closest to divinity, Shako of Virgo is undoubtedly the most suitable choice." However, Feng shook his head, saying, "Teacher, Senior Tong who merely acquiesces, he does not provide overt support. Moreover, even if one were to ascend to the throne, there will undoubtedly be obstacles to surmount, which can only be overcome by oneself. Besides Tong the influences of Aries and Leo will pose considerable challenges, a fact that Saga is acutely aware of. Furthermore, the ambiguous stances of Aquarius and Taurus must also be taken into account." After some contemplation, Saga declared, "Very well, but the shield of Athena must be granted only after my successful ascension." Saga agreed, and it was the malevolent version of Saga who consented. "It seems I must strike a bargain with Saga." Rising to his feet, Saga appeared to have had a revelation and promptly exited. As the foremost warrior of the sanctuary, Virgo Saga possessed the ability to remain aloof, especially since he was one of the few heretics within the sanctuary. Feng still could not comprehend why. Among the saint warriors devoted to the goddess Athena, there existed one who worshipped Buddha. Moreover, this heretic appeared in every generation, and his loyalty to the goddess remained an enigma. The only explanation could be that the goddess had long since granted tacit approval to Virgo, much like another apparent heretic, Aquarius Camus. Likewise, he did not possess an absolute faith in Athena, as evidenced by his ultimate technique, the forgiveness of the goddess of dawn. These 2 heretics, the only ones in the sanctuary, continually held sway over their respective temples. Just as he exited the Pope's palace, a servant approached Feng to report that Seiya had stealthily entered Cancer Temple and seemed to be in peril. This revelation astonished Feng. Since arriving in this Greek sanctuary, he had not crossed paths with Seiya, as if they resided in parallel worlds. Feng was unaware of how Seiya had traversed Taurus Temple, but it was certain that having entered Cancer Temple, there was no turning back. Although puzzled as to why this information was relayed to him, Feng leaped down and hastened toward Cancer Temple. No sooner had he departed than Chief Strategist Gigas stealthily emerged, coldly muttering, "The fate of those who offend me is to become mere sculptures of human faces." It turned out that this entire scheme was orchestrated by Gigas, a fact unbeknownst to Feng. Silently, Feng reached Cancer Temple, where an eerie aura emanated from within, prompting him to halt. The appearance of Cancer Temple had drastically changed. and even the small cosmos of the saint warrior inside was imbued with a chilling presence. As if returned from the underworld, Fengzhi had encountered Dismask before. Whether in temporal nodes or in the real world, Dismask had never exhibited such a cosmos. Could it be that this was truly the Dismask of the 12 temples? Now, Fengzhi was certain that the saint warrior within Cancer Temple was anything but ordinary. Reluctant to engage, he had no choice but to bravely proceed inside. Upon entering, the entire Cancer Temple dimmed, with black and white lines pervading the space. This exceedingly bizarre cosmos made Fengzhi profoundly uncomfortable. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed, and the sacred armor of the altar adorned his form. With the sacred fire of the holy garment, Fengzhi felt a slight alleviation in his heart. However, he was soon startled as a pair of hands grasped his ankle. Reacting swiftly, he kicked the hand away, shattering it, and then bellowed, "Lord Dismask, I, the altar seat Fengzhi, seek an audience. You are unwelcome here. Depart from my Cancer Palace." An exceedingly cold voice echoed in response, sending a shiver down Fengzhi's spine. This was undeniably not the Dismask he had encountered before. Who could it be, masquerading as Dismask without detection? It seemed a vast conspiracy unfolded before Fengzhi. While an ordinary person might have fled in terror, Fengzhi maintained his composure, displaying no trace of fear. He continued to address the Cancer Palace. "Lord Dismask, I am the altar seed Ares. The preordained star, Seiya, has inadvertently trespassed into the Cancer Palace. I implore you to release him." Ares would be eternally grateful. He had long since transformed into a human-visaged sculpture, and anyone who intruded upon the Cancer Palace was doomed. A chilling voice responded, and from within the Cancer Palace emanated an overwhelmingly cold and potent small cosmos. This individual was certainly not Dismask. Fengzhi's expression hardened. Both the tone and the small cosmos were entirely different from the Cancer Saint he had previously encountered. Yet, even if this person was not Dismask, they undoubtedly possessed the strength of a gold saint. This left Fengzhi in a precarious situation. He had no choice but to forge ahead. Gritting his teeth, he plunged forward. Instantly, a wave of deathly energy surged toward him. This energy was exceptionally frigid, as if it could penetrate directly to the marrow. Raising his arm, Fengzhi noticed a layer of frost had already formed upon it. Intruders here meet death. The accumulation of corpse energy from the underworld waves. Fengzhi could not even see the origin of the energy, as endless cold winds blew forth from the depths of the Cancer Palace. This chilling gale nearly blinded him, and soon, a colossal black hole appeared around Fengzhi. This black hole possessed immense suction, capable of drawing in anything. Even light itself could not escape. In an instant, Fengzhi was engulfed, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself at the infamous Yellow Spring Beyond Slope. This place served as the gateway for souls entering the abyss of hell, a realm from which no one could escape, save for the gods and the Cancer Gold Saints. Once a soul entered here, the Cancer Gold Saints held the power of deities, able to slaughter their foes at will. Looking up, Fengzhi beheld Dismask, the Cancer Gold Saint, floating in the air, observing him with a godlike gaze. "You are not Dismask." Upon hearing Fengzhi's declaration, Dismask chuckled, proclaiming loudly, "Kid, here you face only a path to death." The opponent did not respond further, raising a finger as streams of accumulating corpse energy struck Fengzhi directly. In this realm, this accumulating corpse energy represented the most formidable assault. It could obliterate any soul, rendering the notion of plummeting into the abyss of hell a mere fantasy. This was the ultimate ability of the Cancer Gold Saint. Just as Fengzhi was on the verge of being shattered by this energy, the sacred fire from the altar garment erupted once more. As the sacred flame emerged, it ignited with an intensity reminiscent of oil meeting fire, igniting the accumulated aura of death. In that moment, Fengzhi experienced a sudden epiphany. A novel martial technique materialized within his mind. Sacrifice. Ghostly Tsangyan. The Golden Saint of Cancer possesses a profound skill known as Ghostly Tsang Flame, which utilizes souls as fuel to conjure ghostly fire, incinerating the adversary completely. The previous generation's Cancer Saint, Managod, wielded this technique to great effect, nearly vanquishing the formidable god of death. Fengzhi's invocation of sacrificial Ghostly Tsang Flame was a derivative of this arcana, yet he employed the sacred fire as the catalyst to consume souls. The Ghostly Tsang Flame surged forth, catching Dismask off guard and causing him to plummet from the air. A sharp snap echoed in the air as Fengzhi observed a completely transparent, thread above Dismask's head severed by the flame. Dismask succumbed to unconsciousness, entirely oblivious to his surroundings. Truly, the altar's seat, revered as the most powerful among the Silver Saints, lived up to its reputation. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice resonated, emanating from a small universe that surpassed even Dismask's. Who could it be? Fengzhi turned his gaze towards the distance, where a specter appeared, the celestial bull Minus. The newcomer was none other than one of the three great powers of the underworld, the celestial bull Minus, a formidable presence in terms of strength, psychic ability, and defense among specters. Upon perceiving this figure, Fengzhi felt a surge of tension, his fists clenched in readiness for a potential confrontation. Truly, as one who aids the Pope, he recognizes me. My desire to turn you into a puppet grows ever stronger. Minus smiled, a smile that was both chilling and sinister. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from above Huangquan Byangpo, striking Minus directly. How dare a mere sewer insect act brazenly in the sacred domain? This is sheer folly. Sagacity's voice echoed, followed swiftly by a plethora of Buddha murals manifesting around Huangquan Byangpo. Heavenly dance of the treasure wheel. An extraordinarily potent aura erupted, showering countless golden rays that soon converged upon the location where Minus had appeared. Sagacity and Shaka had joined forces. Fengzhi's heart soared with joy. He knew he was assured safety. The might of these two top-tier gold saints was evident. Even the celestial bull Minus would find himself at a disadvantage. Indeed, as the dust settled, Minus emerged unscathed, having underestimated them. You shall regret this. Wait and see. With that, Minus made his escape. Sagacity and Shaka then materialized at Huangquan Byangpo. Teacher. At this moment, Sagacity, with his shoulder-length blue hair, gazed intently at the departing Minus. Fengzhi approached to examine Dismask, discovering him merely unconscious, with no life-threatening danger, which brought him relief. You have brought me good fortune. Fengzhi was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Sagacity's words. Yet, Shaka patiently explained, we discovered Dismask upon his return. Our apparent indifference was merely a ruse to ascertain his true intentions. It was then that Fengzhi realized they had intentionally kept him there. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head, displaying a sheepish demeanor. Saga smiled slightly and remarked, your disciple is quite impressive. He has managed to wield the arcane art of the altar, the ghost Song Yan, a technique that even the previous generation of altar-bearers could not master. Saga then scoffed. That is merely because Senior Bailey deemed it beneath him to train. He is already immensely powerful. Noticing Saga's rising discontent, Fengzhi quickly shifted the topic, exclaiming, Lord Dismask has awakened. Indeed, Dismask stirred back to consciousness, only to find himself on the banks of the Yellow Springs, with both Saga and Saga present, along with the altar's Alex. What brings you here? Share what you discovered on Creed Island. At the sound of Saga's voice, Dismask sprang to his feet. There exists a major stronghold of the specters. Saga and Saga immediately furrowed their brows. It appeared the specters had emerged prematurely. How many? At least a squad. A squad of saints typically comprises 3 to 5 individuals, suggesting that not many had escaped. Saga then declared, I shall return to Creed Island. Count me in. Dismask, feeling somewhat ashamed, quickly asserted his intent to accompany them. After a moment's contemplation, Saga consented. Finally, Saga added, upon my return from Creed Island, I shall visit Master Tong who at 5 Old Peaks for a discussion. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you. Fengzhi was taken aback, realizing that Saga and Saga had reached an agreement. After searching throughout the Cancer Temple and failing to locate Seiya, Fengzhi ultimately exited the 12 temples. Following the guidance of the preparatory students, he arrived at the training ground dedicated to Magic Ling. Seiya was there, delivering powerful punches against the stones. Although Magic Ling was absent, Seiya showed no signs of complacency, diligently maintaining his efforts. Fengzhi felt exasperated. After all this time, he had been played for a fool and yearned to find that attendant to vent his frustrations. Fengzhi, what brings you here? Seiya exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him, his fists lowering instinctively. I happened to pass by and thought I would come and see you. Fengzhi could not reveal that he had been deceived, so he kindly concealed the truth. I heard you have become a saint. I haven't congratulated you yet. The current Seiya appeared quite innocent, his face radiating envy. It was merely luck. By the way, where is your teacher? Sister Magic Ling has gone on a mission. Considering the time, she should be returning soon. Seiya gazed into the distance, seemingly eager for Magic Ling's return. Just then, they spotted Magic Ling, cloaked and stumbling toward them from afar. Seiya's face lit up with joy as he rushed forward, shouting, "Sister Magic Ling!" "Seiya," Magic Ling uttered before collapsing to the ground. "Sister Magic Ling!" Seiya exclaimed in alarm, rushing to help her, but was halted by Fengzhe. "Do not touch her. She has been poisoned." Fengzhe leaned closer and detected a strange fragrance lingering around Magic Ling. After inhaling it, he felt dizzy. Visions of grotesque mountains of corpses and seas of blood swirling in his mind. Fengzhe hastily covered his nose and grasped Seiya, retreating repeatedly. "Sister Mo Ling, what has happened?" "Sister Mo Ling," Seiya cried out in a state of utter irrationality. Disturbed by his incessant shouting, Fengzhe swiftly delivered a chop to his neck, causing him to collapse to the ground. He then suppressed the overwhelming fragrance and lifted Mo Ling, making his way forward. Within the sanctuary, the only one adept at poison was the Pisces, a Brody. Fortunately, he was generally amiable, so assisting Mo Ling with the antidote should not pose a challenge. Despite her torment, Mo Ling managed to say, "Thank you for saving me." Fengzhe smiled warmly. He could not disclose that, at the time of the temporal nexus, he had once taken Mo Ling as his disciple. "Conserve your strength. Do not speak," he instructed. Like a lamb, Mo Ling nestled into Fengzhe's embrace and succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing her fainting, Fengzhe felt a surge of anxiety within his heart. In the Pisces Palace, a Brody was gracefully tending to roses. As a warrior of beauty radiating light across the cosmos, he possessed great confidence in his appearance. "Lord Brody, please save Mo Ling." A voice called from outside the Pisces Palace, disturbing a Brody's elegant demeanor, which darkened instantly. "Who dares to disrupt my tranquility at this hour?" A Brody loathed being interrupted, especially while enjoying coffee or arranging roses. Such acts were nothing short of desecration to beauty. "I am the Altar Knight. Please save Mo Ling." The Altar Knight? A disciple of the Pope? Only the Pope could compel a Brody to set aside his roses. As the final guardian of the 12 palaces, a Brody was aware of the true nature of the current Pope, yet he had never intended to expose it. Possessing a natural admiration for strength, he believed that those with power were synonymous with justice. This mindset led him to be among the few golden saints who openly supported Saga. As a Brody approached and caught a whiff of Mo Ling's fragrance, his expression darkened. "The energy of the underworld? Please, you must save her. She is on the brink of death." Fengzhe felt a tumult of emotions, for he understood that Mo Ling had been poisoned with a lethal essence exclusive to the specters. This was precisely why he sought aid from the Pisces Palace. However, a Brody, with a perplexed expression, replied, "It is not difficult to neutralize this poison. She merely needs to drink the rose elixir made from the roses in my garden." But Fengzhe looked at him in confusion. "If she consumes the rose elixir, her body will develop an immunity to my roses. Should she ever trespass into my rose garden with ill intent, my roses would be powerless against her. Do you think I would willingly relinquish my leverage over her?" A Brody wore a half-smile, toying with a vibrant red rose, seemingly indifferent to the female saint before him. "I can assist you." Fengzhe's words only deepened the amusement in a Brody's expression, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes, regarding the Altar Knight with disdain. "Lord Brody, may I inquire if your most formidable ability is indeed the Piranha Rose?" "Oh, you are aware of my abilities. My Lord Aberty, I once perused some ancient texts within the Star Tower, which contained accounts of the former Pisces saint, Cardinal." Upon hearing this, Aberty scoffed, saying, "You are unaware, I presume, that my ancestor was none other than the illustrious golden saint of Pisces, Cardinal." Aberty was well versed in the glorious exploits of his forebear, and his selection for this path was intrinsically linked to it. The infamous Piranha Rose was a technique reformed by the previous Pisces saint, Aphrodite, who utilized it to vanquish the celestial bull Minos, establishing it as the pinnacle of Pisces mastery. "What do you wish to convey?" he inquired. "It is not Aphrodite's ultimate technique that defines his strength, but rather the unique venom coursing through his veins, a fact that you, Lord Aberty, must surely comprehend." Aberty turned to Fengzhe, perplexed by his intent. "I understand that you aspire to rival the esteemed Aphrodite, which is why you have cultivated the Piranha Rose. However, no matter how diligently you train, you shall never attain the unique mastery that belongs solely to Aphrodite. Rather than engage in futile endeavors, it would be wiser to select the technique practiced by your ancestor, the Dagger Rose, which possesses greater potency." Aberty fell silent, seemingly persuaded by Fengzhe's reasoning. Throughout his journey as a warrior of beauty, Aberdy had garnered admiration for both his innate talent and unwavering dedication. Even in his training, he had chosen the arduous path of the Piranha Rose. His pride would not allow him to pursue anything lesser. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he felt inherently inferior to the previous Pisces saint, Aphrodite, which drove him to the brink of despair. Whether it be the Dagger Rose or the Piranha Rose, mastery of either would yield extraordinary power. In his time, Cardinal had wounded the Virgo saint, Shijimo, with the Dagger Rose, leaving a visible crack in his sacred armor, an undeniable testament to its might. Aberdy, at heart, was an exceedingly proud individual, particularly as a warrior of beauty within the sanctuary. How could he concede to being inferior to others, even to the previous 2 generations of Pisces saints? You have convinced me. Very well. Let her drink this bottle of rose essence. Aberdy, ever reasonable, promptly produced a vial filled with the fragrant elixir. Indeed, after imbibing the rose essence, the enchantress, Melling, regained consciousness. Upon awakening, she beheld the beautiful warrior delicately handling a red rose and prepared to rise. Please, rest a while longer. Though the rose essence has purged the poison from your body, you remain frail. Aberdy possessed an innate appreciation for beauty, particularly the voluptuous form of Melling, who, due to her status as a female warrior, could not remove her mask. Yet, even in her veiled allure, there existed an enchanting beauty. Thank you, Lord Aberdy. Pray, tell me how you encountered the specters. I was dispatched to the Gamma Plateau to deliver a message when I chanced upon a group of specters besieging Mr. Mu. During the fray, I encountered the earthly star, Niobe, and succumbed to poison, which is why I returned seeking aid. Upon hearing of the crisis in Gamir, Fengzhe recognized the gravity of the situation and hastily declared, "We must urgently seek an audience with the Pope." "No need for that. I shall manage this matter myself." Blue-haired Saga, adorned with a crown of the Jiaojak, appeared directly in the Pisces palace. Following him was the chief advisor, Gigas. With a sycophantic smile, Gigas addressed Fengzhe, saying, "My lord Alex, I have dispatched 3 silver saints to Jamir once more. You need not concern yourself with this matter." 3 silvers? That is unacceptable. Their strength is insufficient. "At least 1 gold saint must be sent," retorted Fengzhe. "My lord Alex, do you believe gold saints are as easily obtained as cabbages? It is not a matter of mere dispatch. Besides, Mr. Mu is also a gold saint." Gigas's rebuttal darkened Fengzhe's expression, and just as he was about to respond, he was interrupted by blue-haired Saga. "Come with me to the Pope's palace. I have matters to discuss with you." Saga appeared indifferent to the crisis involving Mr. Mu. Gigas, reveling in his small triumph, displayed an obsequious demeanor that greatly displeased Fengzhe. Once Fengzhe departed, Gigas's impatience surfaced as he turned to Mo Ling, saying, "Why are you still here? Do not disturb Lord Abrody." Mo Ling, being merely a silver saint and theoretically subordinate to the chief advisor, could only rise and reply, "Yes. I advise you, do not think that your association with Lord Alex makes you particularly remarkable. After all, he is just a silver saint." A hint of jealousy flickered in Gigas's eyes, for he realized that in the Pope's esteem, he was not the sole trusted individual. There was also an Alex above him, a fact he was reluctant to acknowledge. Abrody had little interest in such matters, particularly in Gigas, who, draped in jewels, resembled a nouveau riche. He bluntly stated, "Why are you still here?" Gigas, taken aback, quickly bent in obsequiousness, saying, "I shall take my leave immediately." He then scrambled out of the Pisces palace, straightening his posture as soon as he was outside. Mo Ling observed his smug demeanor and shook her head before departing. Outside the Pope's palace, Fengzhe emerged, burdened by deep thoughts. The plan was about to be set in motion. After countless considerations, the plan was finally ready to be executed. This heralded the dawn of a new era, one that could potentially transform the entire sanctuary. In this turbulent tide, one could either succeed or be swept away without a trace. As of now, Fengzhe remained merely a silver saint, grappling with many gold saints, relying solely on his intellect to navigate the challenges ahead. Truly, aging swiftly in this endeavor. His simple thought was to forge the sanctuary into an unbreakable unity before the goddess's arrival. Even a deity would not pose a threat. Gazing at the distant rosy clouds, it seemed to herald this new epoch on the horizon. 3 days later, significant upheaval struck the sanctuary as the Pope, who had presided for 240 years, announced his grave illness. This momentous news instantly ignited a flurry of activity within the sanctuary. Many saints silently prayed for the Pope. While the 12 gold saints reacted with varied responses, particularly Leo Ioria, who clamored for an audience with the Pope. During this time, Fengzhe, by the Pope's decree, temporarily assumed the duties of the Pope. When Fengzhe appeared before the crowd clad in the attire of the Pope, astonishment etched itself upon every face present. Although Chief of Staff Gigas was reluctant, he found himself compelled to kneel partially, signifying his submission. The Golden Saints exhibited a range of reactions, yet they remained silent, choosing not to openly oppose him. Having achieved his desire to temporarily assume the papal throne, Fengzhe once again stood within the goddess temple. Gazing at the statue of the goddess Athena, a weighty contemplation settled within him. Do you truly believe in the divine? As Fengzhe turned around, he inadvertently encountered the blue-haired Saga. In this moment, having shed the papal garments, he wore merely a loose-fitting white robe. Despite its casualness, a formidable aura of small cosmos still enveloped him. Do you believe that the divine is inherently righteous? Fengzhe countered, to which Saga chuckled, remarking that such thoughts were rather malevolent, suggesting that he ought to confine him within the rocky prison of the Straits of Snaiwan. If you were to do so, I would not remain here, Fengzhe replied with a smile, turning his gaze towards Saga. In truth, you are quite aware that opposing the divine leaves you with no chance of victory, even if you are hailed as an incarnation of the gods. What then is your aim? Unlike you, my purpose diverges. While you seek to become the savior of this era and wield dominion over the earthly realm, I aspire to bring an end to this ceaseless holy war. Fengzhe's smile left Saga momentarily stunned. On the surface, their goals appeared aligned. Yet beneath lay a distinct difference. Saga, being astute, quickly grasped the implication and exclaimed, "You intend to collaborate with the divine?" Distrustful of the gods, he had sought to eliminate the goddess upon her descent and usurp her place. In stark contrast, Fengzhe aimed to ally with the goddess, ultimately relying on her strength to vanquish all adversaries and restore peace to the world amidst this unending holy conflict. This is troubling. You have a backup plan. Saga's hair darkened instantly, and a cold demeanor flickered in his eyes. At that moment, Fengzhe waved his hand, revealing blood upon it. That is the blood of the divine. Saga's pupils contracted as he witnessed the scene unfold. When the divine blood touched the shield of Athena, an explosion of radiance erupted, illuminating the surroundings. The brilliance shone as fiercely as the sun, its ascendant light enveloping the entire goddess temple. Saga found himself unable to open his eyes. In that instant, nearly all the golden saints focused their gaze upon the uppermost chamber of the temple, the divine. Swiftly, all the golden saints converged upon the papal palace. Damn it, I have been deceived. Black-haired Saga seethed with rage, intent on reducing the altar-bound saint before him to mere fragments. Galaxy star explosion. In an instant, Saga unleashed his small cosmos to its utmost limit, forming a vast constellation, concentrating his energy before unleashing it. The power rivaled that of a galactic explosion, enveloping the entirety of the goddess temple within his formidable essence. With a cataclysmic roar, the roof of the temple disintegrated into dust. As the dust settled, black-haired Saga's pupils narrowed in undeniable astonishment. Before him, Fengzhe firmly grasped a shield, the very shield that withstood the recent explosion akin to the cataclysm of the Milky Way. In his possession was the shield of Athena, now fully wieldable after being sanctified by divine blood. Among the two artifacts of the goddess Athena, this shield, alongside the winged victory of Nike, stood as a testament to her power. Originally belonging to the king of the gods, Zeus, it was bestowed upon Athena as a symbol of her dominion over the mortal realm. This artifact not only boasted formidable defensive capabilities, but, more crucially, possessed the power to dispel all malevolent forces. Fengzhe lifted his gaze to the barren ceiling above. It was midday, with the sun shining at its zenith. He raised the shield of Athena, its surface glimmering in the brilliant sunlight, akin to the sun itself. He redirected a beam of sunlight towards the dark-haired Saga. Instantly, Saga felt an intense burning sensation. Overwhelmed by discomfort, he fled to the shadows, seeking refuge and momentarily alleviating his distress. Observing the effectiveness of his tactic against Saga, Fengzhe aimed the sunlight at him once more. This time, Saga swiftly evaded, donning the golden armor of Gemini. The alternate dimension unfolded. Empowered by the armor, a portal to this otherworldly realm opened, its formidable gravitational pull irresistibly drawing Fengzhe toward it. the malevolent force would ultimately dissipate. The shield of Athena. Fengzhi forsook defense, seizing this final opportunity to cast the reflected sunlight directly upon Saga's visage. Saga was engulfed in excruciating pain, his blue and black hair intertwining in a chaotic dance. His contorted face mirrored the enigmatic portal of the alternate dimension. By the time Fengzhi regained his senses, he found himself within the alternate dimension. Silence. Utter silence. Adrift in a weightless expanse, devoid of time and space. Even sensations began to wane. Was this the end? Fengzhi felt utterly disconnected from the outside world, unable to escape. Yet, the shield of Athena in his grasp provided a flicker of solace. The light persisted. The shield of Athena continued to radiate brilliance, and following that luminescence, an exit beckoned. At that moment, the sacred fire of the altar armor reignited, propelling him forth like a vessel escaping the void. What? You can emerge. The distorted Saga could scarcely believe his eyes. A silver saint could breach the alternate dimension, a complete upheaval of perception. Sacrifice. Purification. The sacred fire from the altar armor reappeared in Fengzhi's hand, harnessing the fire's radiance. Reinforced by the shield of Athena, he delivered a decisive blow to Saga's face. The purifying flames, combined with the sunlight reflected from the shield, enveloped Saga entirely. Ah! Saga screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. An unknown dark mist wafted over his head, and his hair reverted to its original blue hue. The azure hue is remarkably pure, reminiscent of the pristine color of the sky, clean and immaculate. Fengzhi inhaled deeply, gazing silently at the fallen Saga on the ground. He was genuinely apprehensive that Saga might suddenly rise, perpetually on guard. Approximately 15 minutes later, Saga rose calmly, directing his gaze towards the colossal statue of Athena, before kneeling reverently. Subsequently, he stood and uttered, "Alexis, I shall atone for my sins before the goddess and beseech her forgiveness. Now, you may usher her back." Saga's eyes radiated purity and tranquility, and the ethereal flow of his blue hair accentuated his formidable presence. Had he truly succeeded? Fengzhi could scarcely believe his eyes, especially in the presence of the sincerely earnest Saga, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. "No, master, you have misunderstood my intentions," Fengzhi exclaimed. His extensive efforts were not aimed at hastening Saga's demise. He then continued, "Master, your strength is well acknowledged within the sanctuary. If you genuinely seek forgiveness, prove it through your actions. My sins are profound. I am utterly unworthy." Saga shut his eyes, unwilling to proceed further. At that moment, numerous golden saints had arrived at the palace of the goddess, and upon witnessing this scene, they were utterly astonished. Particularly, Leo Ioria expressed his disbelief, exclaiming, "Gemini Saga? He has been missing since the incident a decade ago." Soon, the remaining golden saints arrived in succession: Taurus Aldebaran, Scorpio Milo, Cancer Deathmask, Capricorn Shura, Aquarius Camus, Pisces Aphrodite. And even Virgo Shaka made an appearance. Now, aside from Aries Mu, Libra Doko, and the deceased Sagittarius, all were present. As the acting pope, Fengzhi declared, "Gemini Saga has been under the control of a malevolent consciousness, and for these years, I have been endeavoring to resolve this matter. Now, he has been rescued by Athena's shield and has returned to the sanctuary." As he spoke, he lifted Athena's shield, affirming the truth of his words. Leo Ioria remained skeptical of Saga, his gaze sharp and piercing. Fengzhi surveyed the assembly and proclaimed, "Since the golden saints are mostly gathered here, I shall announce something important." All the saints turned to Fengzhi, uncertain of his intentions. "Pope Shine has passed away." "What? Passed away?" All the saints regarded Fengzhi with incredulous eyes, as if he were the source of all conspiracies. Fengzhi refrained from elaborating, instead delivering a more explosive revelation. In accordance with the will of Pope Shine, Gemini Saga is to inherit the papal position. During this interim, I shall serve as the acting pope until the succession ceremony is held. What? All the saints turned their gaze toward Saga. This is inconceivable. Saga looked at Fengzhi with disbelief, intending to publicly disclose the events of a decade ago, only to be halted by Fengzhi. The holy war is imminent, and the world below requires the united efforts of all the golden saints. In this moment of crisis, selecting a formidable pope is the duty of every saint. I harbor no selfish intentions, and I hope you all feel the same. What? The holy war is about to commence again. Still reeling from the news of the Pope's demise, a barrage of information strikes the Golden Saints relentlessly. The world below faces immense disaster and suffering. The survival of humanity hinges upon the Golden Saints. Saga possesses extraordinary strength and capabilities, and he has been designated as the next candidate by Pope Shine himself. If anyone believes someone else is more suitable, feel free to voice your opinion publicly. Fengzhi cast his gaze over the Golden Saints. The duo of the fish constellation, Dismas and Abrodi, knelt before Saga, clearly indicating their stance. The others exchanged glances, hesitant to express their positions at such a time. At that moment, the Virgo Saint Shaka, known as the man closest to divinity, knelt before Saga in full view of the assembly, revealing his position. Camus and Shura soon followed, kneeling as well to express their allegiance. The Taurus Saint Aldebaran and the Scorpio Saint Milo showed no interest in the papal position and knelt immediately. Only the Leo Saint Iolia stood firm, and Fengzhi regarded him with a frown, as if urging him to recognize the gravity of the situation. I disagree. A mental force swept through the gathering, heralding the arrival of the long-absent Ares Mu. I disagree. Mu teleported into the temple of the goddess. Clad in the golden armor of Ares, the two distinctive red dots between his brows, a hallmark of the Jamir clan, reflected his wise and composed nature. Yet, this calm sage found it necessary to step forward. Mu is the true disciple of Cheyenne, having not only inherited the Ares armor, but also received personal instruction from the Pope. The Ares temple has maintained its strength as the most enduring sanctuary since the last holy war. Mu, it is truly wonderful to have you back. Iolia and Mu have always been steadfast allies, frequently appearing together among the golden saints of the 12 temples. Indeed, had I not managed to escape the specters in time, I might not have been able to attend the funeral of my mentor, Pope Cheyenne. Mu glared furiously at Saga of the Gemini, including the altar seat of Alex in his ire. What? The specters dare to appear in Jamir? Hearing the mention of specters again, Iolia was taken aback, a sense of conspiracy swirling in his mind as he turned to Saga. He then addressed the acting Pope, Alex, saying, "Are you aware of the specter's presence in Jamir?" Initially silent, Fengzhi was suddenly questioned, looking at Saga, who remained silent and could only nod before saying, "Previously, the Eagle Saint Magic Ling went to Jamir to deliver a message, after which the sanctuary dispatched 3 silver saints to assist in Jamir." What? 3 silvers? Why were we not informed? Are you not leading them to their doom? Iolia erupted in anger at Fengzhi, akin to a furious lion, while Fengzhi appeared utterly speechless. This is the command of the Pope, based on the Council of Chief Commander Saga, and it is being executed. What is all this commotion about? Is this order from my esteemed mentor, Pope Cheyenne, or is it the doing of Saga, the one who brutally murdered my mentor and masqueraded as the Pope for a decade? Mu's sudden outburst drew the attention of all the Golden Saints toward Saga. What? Ioria was equally taken aback, followed by a surge of uncontainable fury. The combat prowess of the Golden Saints is fearsome at that moment. A majestic lion constellation appeared behind Ioria, connecting in radiant lines that shimmered with brilliance. Meanwhile, Mu of Ares was also exuding an impressive aura, his Ares constellation illuminating with an orange-yellow glow, even more formidable than Ioria's presence. Fengzhi observed closely. Ioria's power was at mid-level in the 7th sense, while Mu was at a higher level, both formidable in their own right. At this juncture, the other Golden Saints turned their gazes towards Saga, especially Scorpio Milo, who had maintained a distance from the fray, and he spoke up, requesting an explanation from Saga. Mu's concise words had shifted the entire dynamic. Camus, Milo, and Arutaba were gradually leaning towards Mu's side, which caused Fengzhi to frown deeply. Indeed, the wisdom of the sage Jamil was not to be dismissed lightly. Saga remained silent, closing his eyes, which greatly distressed Fengzhi. He could not allow the situation to deviate from his plan. Thus, he positioned himself in front of Saga and addressed Mu directly, stating, "Pope Cheyenne is one of the survivors of the last holy war, possessing unparalleled power. For 248 years, he has dedicated himself to the sanctuary, nurturing talent, which has revitalized the sanctuary, making him a figure not inferior to any previous pope. We are all aware of the glorious deeds of our Holy Father. For this reason, we must be given an explanation." Milo, the Scorpio, directed a wary glance at Fengzhi, feeling as though he were under the scrutiny of a scorpion, which made Fengzhi uncomfortable. He continued, "After the conclusion of the Holy War, Pope Shion sealed the first-ranked celestial warrior, the Star Yaoma, of the underworld fighters, whose power surpassed even that of the former Seiji and Bear. This point is unquestionable. The Golden Saints were well aware of who Seiji and Bear were, and they turned their eyes towards Fengzhe, uncertain of his next point. However, what you do not know is that 14 years after the Holy War, Pope Shion faced the god of time, Kairos, alone. Although he succeeded in sealing him, he also fell victim to the curse of the god of time. The curse of the god of time? Many Golden Saints had never heard of this, and even Mu cast a curious glance at Fengzhe. With a sigh, Fengzhe stated, Pope Shion endures unimaginable pain every moment. Do you know why he wears a mask? All the Golden Saints shook their heads, including Mu, Shion's disciple, who looked confused. It is because, for these 248 years, the appearance of Pope Shion has not changed in the slightest. What? This is impossible. Such is the terror of the god of time. Though he ages with every passing moment, his body perpetually restores itself. Pope Shion endures a torment akin to that of ants gnawing at him, a curse that offers no remedy. For an ordinary person, regardless of the formidable prowess of a saint, the inevitability of physical decline cannot be evaded. This transformation is a natural consequence of time's passage, yet Shion defies this fate. His body continues to wither, while time itself reshapes him, as if he were equipped with two opposing engines, one propelling him forward, the other dragging him back. Thus, his body bears the weight of two agonies. Were he an ordinary man, he might have long succumbed to despair. Yet, Shion, marked by destiny, shoulders immense responsibilities, the entirety of the sanctuary resting upon him. For Shion, death is a mere luxury. It strikes like a heavy blow to the hearts of all saints. Some of you may be unaware of the true might of Pope Shion, which undoubtedly surpasses the heights of your imagination. Saga, am I not correct? Upon being suddenly queried by Fengzhe, the eyes-closed Saga replied, Indeed, Pope Shion is a being who can stand alongside the divine. A being of such caliber, even if betrayed by Saga, would find it exceedingly difficult to falter. A profound silence enveloped all the Golden Saints, as if Fengzhe had spoken an undeniable truth. Even the brilliance emanating from Leo Iolia dimmed. Silence. You are not even a disciple of Pope Shion. You conspire with Saga. What right do you have to utter such words? As the tide turned against Fengzhe, Ares Mu aimed his weapon directly at him, vehemently denying his claim of being the Pope's disciple. It is known that within the sanctuary, Shion has but one disciple, also a member of the Jameer clan. Indeed, I am not a disciple of Pope Shion. I am a disciple of Gemini Saga. At last, Fengzhe ceased his pretense and openly acknowledged his true identity. Instantly, all the Golden Saints shifted their gaze toward Saga. Alas, cease your words. Pope Shion was slain by my own hand. Saga proclaimed without hesitation. Scoundrel! Iolia's fist connected with Saga's face, sending him flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the wall. Saga made no effort to defend himself, taking Iolia's blow squarely. The betrayal of Pope Shion provoked a furious rebuke from Ares Mu. Why? The Golden Saints were all incensed, particularly Capricorn Shura, who seized Saga by the collar, demanding, Were you the one who ordered the hunt for Iolos? Blood trickled from the corner of Saga's mouth, which he did not wipe away, instead responding simply, Yes. You scoundrel. You have insulted the most loyal saint of the goddess. You have ruined me. No one was angrier than Shura. If he had previously managed to remain detached, he had now completely lost his composure. With frantic blows, they attacked Saga, and the surrounding crowd was equally incensed, eager to see him perish. Observing this, Fengzhe simply closed his eyes, feeling all his efforts to intimidate and deceive had dissipated after Saga's direct confession. He removed the garments symbolizing the acting pope and left them on the ground, retaining only the sacred vestments of the altar, quietly retreating. As the other saint warriors prepared to besiege Saga to his demise, the usually composed and elegant Aquarius Camus positioned himself before Fengzhe, inquiring, Alice, shouldn't you have something to say now? As Camus' words fell, both Mu and Iolia turned their gaze towards Fengzhe, their eyes brimming with animosity, as if it were on the brink of spilling over. Sweat trickled down Fengzhe's brow. With Saga's admission and complete surrender of resistance, it seemed he was ready to endure everything to absolve himself of his sins. While Saga yearned for death, Fengzhe certainly did not. In this dire situation, it was too late for Fengzhe to utter any words. Iolia and Camus, one after the other, effectively sealed off his escape route. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, an elderly voice emerged. Saga had previously been enticed by the dark deity, leading him to betray the goddess and stab the Pope in the back. Alice, tasked with being by his side, had used Athena's shield to expel the evil afflicting Saga, compelling him to disclose the truth. At this crucial moment, the calm voice of Dong Hu resonated. "Teacher, Dong Hu sensei." Upon hearing this, Iolia and Camus were taken aback by Dong Hu's unexpected proclamation. As the last surviving veteran of the previous holy war and the most powerful being in the sanctuary, in the absence of Pope Shion and the goddess, he had become the highest authority in the sanctuary. At this instant, even the Shura, who had been mercilessly striking Saga, halted, their gaze still tinged with hatred. Aries Mu glanced at the battered yet silent Saga, as if sensing his genuine remorse. Nevertheless, he remarked, "Teacher, even so, Saga cannot assume the position of Pope." This sentiment was echoed by Iolia, Camus, Shura, Milo, and Arutuba, who all nodded in agreement. Fengzhi assessed the current situation. The Cancer and Pisces factions aligned with Saga fell silent in his presence, while the closest to divinity, Virgo Shaka, shut his eyes, lost in thought. Although the Golden Saints held differing opinions, they were unified in their stance against Saga becoming Pope. "I propose that, since Alice is acting as Pope, it is best to let him assume the role until the goddess arrives." Dong Hu's voice rang out, startling Fengzhi. As the other Golden Saints turned their attention to the altar seat, pondering, the duo from the water sign promptly expressed their support. It was reasonable to back Saga's disciple given that Saga could not become Pope. Fengzhi, however, shook his head repeatedly, stating, "Senior Dong Hu, I am merely a silver saint and a disciple of Saga. I am truly unfit for such a position." Turning to Mu, he spoke, "Mr. Mu, the Aries, is a direct disciple of Pope Shion, and has once again unveiled the true nature of Gemini. I propose that he be appointed as the acting Pope. In terms of strategy and strength, Mu is undoubtedly suitable." Aware of the formidable presence of Saga, he chose to endure, and at a crucial moment, he revealed everything with courage, demonstrating his exceptional character. However, Fengzhi's suggestion was met with a shake of Mu's head. "I am not suitable," he declared. Disdainfully, Dismas remarked, "This fellow Mu, without absolute strength, is far from being able to rival Saga in governing the sanctuary." A Brody chimed in, "Indeed. Had Saga not admitted it of his own accord, with his current strength, he would still be far from it." Clearly, the duo from the fishery was not pleased with Mu. Among the Golden Saints, only Leo Ioria had not explicitly voiced agreement. A peculiar situation had arisen. Choosing one side would undoubtedly displease the other, leading to an inevitable division within the sanctuary. At this critical juncture, Virgo Shaka spoke up. "Although Alex is merely a silver saint, he remains the only person we can accept. I concur with Master Tong Hu's opinion. Let him continue as the acting Pope." The other saints exchanged glances, recognizing that Fengzhi was indeed the only acceptable candidate at the moment. Leo Ioria turned to Fengzhi and asked, "Alex, I am only concerned with whether my brother Iola's bounty for rebellion is still in effect." Without a moment's hesitation, Fengzhi replied, "Since all that has transpired is the doing of Gemini Saga, the bounty on Sagittarius Iolos is naturally invalid." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Ioria's face. He was no longer the brother of a traitor. Ioria longed for his brother, and, thus, lost interest in Fengzhi's position as acting Pope. Aries Mu then inquired, "What shall be done about Gemini Saga?" His meaning was clear. As the acting Pope, how Saga was to be dealt with would be your first order of business. Fengzhi's expression darkened. Mu had presented him with a dilemma. If he dealt too harshly, the duo from the fishery would surely be displeased, potentially fostering resentment towards him. Conversely, if he were too lenient, Mu and Ioria would not forgive him, making governance within the sanctuary impossible. Fengzhi glanced at Saga, who knelt motionless, and found himself ensnared in a quandary. All the saints awaited his response, which was of utmost importance. "I willingly enter the rock prison of the Snaiwang Strait to await death, as penance for my sins." At this crucial moment, Saga uttered these words. "No, you cannot die. The holy war is imminent. We cannot afford to lose our golden warriors." This was Fengzhi's bottom line. Saga could not perish. Saga indeed must not die. Tong Hu's support finally allowed Fengzhi to breathe a sigh of relief. Only by preserving Saga could the sanctuary hope to secure a place in the forthcoming holy war. He was reluctant to rely on those bronze saints, who seemed perpetually dependent on the blessings of the goddess. Aries Mu turned to Fengzhe, smiling as he inquired. Might I ask, Your Excellency the Acting Pope, how do you intend to deal with Gemini Saga? Merely by addressing him with a title of respect. Mu deftly redirected attention back to Fengzhe. Fengzhe cursed inwardly, then glanced at the sincerely repentant Saga, who resembled a venerable monk. He then remarked, I once heard a Buddhist parable. Even the most nefarious individuals can attain forgiveness if they genuinely repent. Saga, am I not correct? This echoed the notion of laying down the sword and attaining enlightenment. Indeed, Saga clasped his hands in a gesture of reverence, embodying the demeanor of a wise monk. Though clad in the armor of Virgo, which appeared rather incongruous, given his sincere contrition, it was decided to employ the heavenly dance of the divine wheel to deprive Saga of his five senses, subsequently assigning him the task of guarding the ice coffin of Pope Shion in the Star Tower as penance for his transgressions. This punishment was undeniably severe, particularly the deprivation of senses, which rendered a saint akin to a mere shell of a person. Moreover, being tasked with the guardianship of Shion's ice coffin in the Star Tower left little room for dissent. As expected, Mu fell silent for a moment before sighing, adding, The holy war cannot commence without a consensus. Yet, Fengzhe acquiesced, and thus, the two factions of golden warriors within the sanctuary reached a temporary accord regarding this matter. However, this unity was fleeting. The future held too many uncertainties. For instance, in a few years, would the beautiful Miss Saori arrive at the sanctuary and choose to forgive Saga? That was beyond Fengzhe's ability to predict. Thus, beneath an array of murals and posters depicting Virgo Saga, he was imbued with the heavenly dance of the divine wheel, his senses sealed, and he was dispatched to the Star Tower. Throughout the ordeal, Saga remained silent. Indeed, he was a true man, displaying resilience far superior to many other saints. Fengzhe wished to discuss the holy war with Tong Hu, but the old fellow's mental acuity was swift. Evidently, Tong Hu was not particularly adept in telepathy. Fengzhe inwardly chastised Tong Hu, then turned to find that the golden warriors had dispersed, each retreating to their respective domains, leaving the goddess palace devoid of any. It was evident that one must prioritize strength and status. Fengzhe, now a silver saint, though occupying the role of acting pope, was merely a product of a precarious balance, unwilling to see the sanctuary fracture. This was a result of weighing benefits and drawbacks. Should this equilibrium be disrupted, Fengzhe's fate would likely be dire. Moreover, even as the acting pope, he could scarcely command the golden warriors, and their concern for his well-being was likely minimal. He needed to elevate his own strength swiftly. Power was the fundamental determinant of all, particularly within the sanctuary. Fengzhe glanced at the pope's mask that had fallen to the ground, lamenting his own weakness, picked it up, and donned it upon his face. At times, maintaining an air of mystery could instill fear and facilitate the accomplishment of many endeavors, especially when confronting the chief of staff, Gigas. Before long, when the chief of staff, Gigas, responded to the summons and arrived at the temple of the goddess, he was taken aback by the sight of the devastated and ruinous structure. Overcome with anxiety, he knelt upon the ground, trembling. Gigas, I proclaimed in the name of the Pope, I hereby issue my first command. Yes, he replied. Summon the artisans to restore the temple of the goddess without delay. Yes, I continued, my second command is to reopen the selection process for the bronze saints. Please assess how many bronze armors are currently available within the sanctuary. Yes, in theory, the warriors of Athena consisted of 12 golden armors, 24 silver armors, 48 bronze armors, and 4 special armors. The immediate priority for Fengzhe was to initiate the selection of the bronze saints, expeditiously assembling a formidable force of his own. Gigas, truly a cunning individual within the sanctuary, quickly discerned what the acting pope desired. To maintain trust and wield authority, a demonstration of loyalty was imperative. Therefore he spoke. Your Holiness, the former pope had secretly assembled a private army, a contingent of saints exclusively for the pope's service. The armor worn by these soldiers was crafted from fragments of saint armors, although lacking the intrinsic properties of true armor, as long as their small universe is sufficiently potent. They can exhibit capabilities far surpassing the ordinary. Upon hearing this, Fengzhe chuckled, realizing that this chief of staff was adept at navigating the winds of change, eagerly divulging the former pope's hidden assets now that he had just assumed the role of acting pope. These private soldiers likely included the likes of Hercules, the fiery saint, and the crystal saint, among others. Since these soldiers were directly under the Pope's command and not the sanctuaries, their fates were of little concern to the sanctuary. Even in death, replacements could be easily procured. Thus, he instructed, "You are to swiftly gather all the private soldiers. I have arranged for them to receive instruction from a teacher." As soon as Fengzhi uttered these words, Gigas's expression shifted, revealing his realization that he had not yet earned the Pope's trust, and that Fengzhi had brought his own people. Suppressing his agitation, he remarked, "Most are manageable. But the Crystal Saint is currently in Siberia, constructing the Pyramid of Ice for the sanctuary. It has been nearly a decade. I do not know how far along the work is. The Saints of the Ice faction hail from the Aquarius Palace and are devoted followers of the Goddess of Dawn. Due to their composed and rational nature, they often assume the role of sages within the sanctuary." Gigas was evidently attempting to ensnare Fengzhi. He had just suggested gathering the private soldiers and seeking a teacher for them, only to mention the Crystal Saint, whose mentor was none other than Camus, the Golden Saint of Aquarius. Camus was a figure of considerable stature and would never betray his teachings. Should Fengzhi force him to study under another, Camus would undoubtedly be displeased. Conversely, if he ignored this, his authority would be undermined, leading to inevitable governance issues within the sanctuary. Indeed, this chief of staff, Gigas, was not acting in good faith. "Do I need to repeat my command?" I asked. Upon hearing this, Gigas hastily knelt, adopting a demeanor of utmost trepidation, fully playing the part. Despite his disdain for this Gigas, he found himself with no other options and decided to proceed as is. Watching Gigas depart, Fengzhi felt an inexplicable urge to strike him. After managing to suppress his emotions with a sigh, he made his way to the Aquarian Palace. Upon entering the palace, Fengzhi was immediately met with a chill. At that moment, the Aquarian Saint, Camus, was encased in an ice coffin. The frigid air emanating from the coffin sent a shiver down Fengzhi's spine. Gazing at Camus, who was in a meditative state within the transparent coffin, Fengzhi couldn't help but wonder if the man had frozen himself to the point of folly. Camus remained immobile, as if genuinely frozen, not even altering his posture. Clearing his throat, Fengzhi spoke, "Camus, I have come regarding the Crystal Saint." Camus remained silent and unmoving, prompting Fengzhi's expression to darken. As the acting pope, Fengzhi felt slighted by Camus' blatant disrespect. Seeking his counsel on matters concerning his disciples, he received no response whatsoever. Such disregard was intolerable. Yet, with Camus' silence, Fengzhi found himself without recourse. With a light chuckle, he continued, "I have heard that to comprehend the ultimate freeze, the saints of the Aquarian Palace must engage in a sacrificial duel between master and disciple. Even Crestor, having endured 2 holy wars, could not escape this curse of the Aquarian legacy. I wonder how much of the previous generation still lingers in the current Aquarian saints." Suddenly, Camus' eyes shifted within the ice coffin, casting a glance in Fengzhi's direction, as if to say he was not yet satisfied. Fengzhi added, "What a pity that Crestor's essence did not pass down. Even if you have encased yourself in ice, I doubt you could cultivate it." Crack! A line of fissures appeared on the ice coffin, and with a thunderous crash, the entire structure shattered into icy fragments. "You know of the essence?" Camus' expression remained stoic, devoid of any emotion, resembling a machine devoid of feelings. Fengzhi chuckled and boldly declared, "Not only do I know of the essence, but I am also familiar with the Diamond Star Zero Light, a technique rivaling the Aurora execution. A water-bearer who cannot master the essence is hardly a worthy golden saint." As one of the few saints in the sanctuary with an unbroken lineage, the Aquarian Palace undoubtedly served as a crucial pillar of strength. Fengzhi had no desire to lose such a premier golden warrior. At that moment, Camus scrutinized Fengzhi, seemingly attempting to see through him. However, with Fengzhi's mask obscuring his expression, his emotions remained unreadable. Thus, he inquired, "How should I proceed with my training?" Cresto, due to the overwhelming magnitude of his small universe, is capable of manifesting a thought form akin to a doppelganger through sheer longing. Ultimately, I believe this thought form represents an application of freezing energy. This exemplifies the transformation that arises from quantitative change leading to qualitative change, a concept that should not be too difficult for Camus, who excels in the icy arts, to comprehend. After hearing this, Camus nodded. When water is subjected to sub-zero temperatures, it freezes, demonstrating the same principle of transformation. Similarly, when freezing energy descends below absolute zero, it can undergo an even deeper qualitative transformation. and the thought form likely represents this application of freezing energy. Camus quickly grasped that his abilities, being merely above average among the golden ranks, are insufficient to achieve such a transformative level. Rather than delving into the nuances of freezing energy, it would be far more prudent to focus on honing his small universe and developing the Diamond Star Zero Light technique. This technique merges the Diamond Star Fist with the power of light, instantly refracting countless snowflake-like shockwaves, creating a net-like attack reminiscent of a plasma lightspeed punch. This profound technique integrates both offense and defense, allowing for the reflection of attacks back upon the assailant, thus securing an undefeated position. After pondering for a moment, Camus concluded that Feng's insights provided a wholly accurate path for cultivation. The icy resolve within him seemed to thaw, and he remarked, "I shall give this serious consideration." Regarding the Crystal Saint, since he has become the Pope's personal soldier, he is no longer a disciple of the Aquarius Palace, and thus bears no relation to me. With that, Camus turned and departed, showing no hint of reluctance. Feng Zhe, upon reflection, understood that the Crystal Saint was a warm-hearted young man, akin to a blazing fire within. This was evident from his guidance of Hyuga and Elzak, having nurtured them both exceptionally well, whether in their training as saints or in their charisma and character. It is perplexing that such an exemplary saint, knowing there lies an Aquarius cloth beneath the millennial ice, chose not to don it, but rather left it for his disciples. With his strength, becoming a bronze saint would have been a mere trifle. Even more confounding was his decision to become the Pope's private soldier, a position within the sanctuary that ranks lower than even the common soldiers, who at least belong to the regular army, while private soldiers are slightly above mere recruits. Subsequently, he undertook a task in Siberia, which would keep him away for a decade, never to return to the sanctuary. Such anomalies surely conceal deeper motives. The only plausible explanation is that he is evading something, specifically, the fate awaiting him in the Aquarius Palace, that predetermined conflict between master and disciple. Feng Zhe was uncertain whether Camus understood the Crystal Saint's burdens. Yet it was evident that Camus must be deeply disappointed. With no time to indulge in the dramatic interplay of their master-disciple bond, Feng Zhe inquired, "Camus, what did you trade with Saga when you crafted the ice coffin for the Pope?" Camus, who had already begun to walk away, abruptly halted. He did not respond. But Feng Zhe suddenly grasped the weight of the question. "Is it truly worth it, for the sake of your disciple?" Camus shook his head. Rather than observing the endless conflicts, he preferred to focus on the preservation of legacy, ensuring that it remained unblemished regardless of the circumstances. Whether it was Saga's triumph or that of the goddess, Aquarius would forever remain aloof, standing impervious to defeat. This encapsulated Camus' wisdom, and it elucidated why. Upon encountering Hyuga during the arrival of the 5 young warriors at the 12 houses, his demise was inevitable. Only with Camus' death could Hyuga ascend as the new Aquarius Saint and earn the full trust of the goddess. Camus departed, unraveling the long-standing enigma that had plagued Feng Zhe. "Your Holiness, Mr. Mu of Aries seeks an audience." A servant knelt before Feng Zhe, who immediately furrowed his brow. Mr. Mu was no ordinary adversary. His intellect was unparalleled within the sanctuary. Since assuming the role of acting pope, Feng Zhe had not encountered Mu, and this sudden appearance could hardly bode well. "I understand." Not affording himself a moment's respite, Feng Zhe descended directly to the Ares Palace. As the foremost palace of the sanctuary, it was a genuine battlefield, bearing scars as if it had withstood a fierce conflict. Esteemed acting pope, Mr. Mu, ever knowledgeable and courteous, was particularly animated regarding the scenes of battle. More importantly, he was a golden saint, possessing strength that even surpassed his close friend Iolia, which genuinely surprised Feng Zhe. Why has Mr. Mu emerged? Upon entering the Ares Palace, Feng Zhe found Mu beaming at him. How could I not come out when the acting pope himself visits Ares Palace? Mu's demeanor was humble and respectful, especially in the presence of Feng Zhe, whom he regarded with the utmost deference among the golden saints. In the sanctuary, Mu undoubtedly held the highest regard and goodwill, not only for his ability to repair the cloths, but also for his humble nature and principled conduct. Yet Feng Zhe was acutely aware that this was merely a facade. Mu's danger surpassed even that of Saga, particularly after he had become the acting pope. "I have heard you wish to see me, hence I made my way here first," Feng Zhe said cautiously, especially when addressing this disciple of Pope Xian. "I wish to bid farewell to the Pope and return to the Jamir Highlands. Golden saints are prohibited from leaving the sanctuary unless dispatched by the Pope or commanded by the goddess. The Ares Palace, as the first line of defense among the 12 houses, held paramount significance. Previously, under Saga's governance, Mu had sought refuge in the Jameer Highlands to escape turmoil, which was somewhat understandable. However, now that a new pope had been chosen, the situation had changed. Mu, you must comprehend that the defense of Ares Palace is imperative to uphold. Upon hearing this, Mu lowered his head, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Yet the words he uttered were strikingly different. Esteemed proxy pope, presently there are no deities in need of guardianship within the sanctuary, and you have already acquired the shield of Athena. Furthermore, the specters of 5 old peaks have not entirely escaped. I express a desire to retreat for cultivation in the training grounds, a notion my mentor wholeheartedly supports. The implication from Mu is clear. There are no figures requiring protection within the sanctuary, and the holy war has yet to commence. Remaining in the sanctuary would be futile. It is far more pragmatic to engage in personal cultivation and enhance one's strength. Initially, there was a significant task I wished to entrust to you, esteemed proxy pope. However, having encountered a setback, Fengzhi remained undeterred, stating that the current number of saints within the sanctuary is woefully inadequate. The bronze and silver saints exhibit considerable deficiencies in strength. I hope to quickly augment the ranks of bronze and silver saints within the sanctuary, selecting a few golden warriors to oversee their training. This proposal is indeed commendable. However, I must return to Jameer and cannot attend to other matters. I ask for your understanding, esteemed proxy pope. Mu's demeanor was gentle yet sincere, causing Fengzhi to feel somewhat thwarted, as he could not directly command this golden saint. Thus, he pivoted, inquiring whether Mr. Mu would permit him to requisition the silver saints, sculptor, and jade lord. Among the silver saints, there exist 4 notably unique armors: altar, giant goblet, sculptor, and jade lord. Fengzhi donned the altar armor, while the giant goblet has been missing since the water mirror incident. The whereabouts of the sculptor and jade lord armors are similarly unknown, but rumors suggest they are held by the Jameer clan. Fengzhi sought these armors primarily for their capabilities, one for repairing armors, and the other for enhancing them. Fengzhi was acutely aware that these 2 armors remain unclaimed, with their future bearers being under Mu's tutelage. His request, however, caused Mu's expression to darken immediately. In the sanctuary, golden saints hold a prestigious status, often possessing 1 or 2 silver or bronze armors to train their disciples. For instance, Shaka of Virgo possesses both the lotus and peacock silver armors. As a survivor of the last holy war, Cheyenne pays special attention to his kin, the Jameer clan, entrusting them with the safekeeping of these exceptionally unique armors. Without further contemplation, Mu directly stated that the sculptor and jade lord armors lack owners and thus cannot be requisitioned. Fengzhi, undeterred, proposed, since they are unclaimed, might Mr. Mu consider providing one for the purpose of cultivating talent in preparation for the holy war? Mu's countenance shifted dramatically at this audacious suggestion. This was tantamount to a blatant theft. Without sparing any pretense, Mu firmly declined, stating, "These 2 armors hold immense significance to the Jameer clan. I cannot relinquish them. Mr. Mu should be acutely aware that the holy war is imminent, and nurturing talent to enhance the strength of the saints is the sanctuary's paramount task. As a golden saint, should you harbor selfish intentions, it may prove difficult to justify your actions to your fellow golden saints." This remark further deepened the shadow upon Mu's expression. While one cannot provide, the consequence of withholding could lead to Fengzhi, in his capacity as the acting pope, publicly proclaiming the matter, thereby jeopardizing the carefully crafted persona he has cultivated. Furthermore, given his impending journey to the Jameer Plateau, the possibility of this acting pope seeking retribution seems all too apparent. This is indeed a calculated maneuver. Mu's mind raced, and with a resigned sigh, he remarked, "Although I cannot bestow upon you those 2 sacred garments, there exists another equally significant one that I can offer." Without allowing Fengzhi a moment to react, Mu exerted his telekinetic abilities from a distance, and a box containing a sacred garment materialized before him. The Pegasus cloth. Fengzhi's eyes gleamed. This particular garment had been pivotal in numerous holy wars, including the last one and the subsequent battles fought by Seiya, the Pegasus warrior. However, it remained merely an ordinary bronze cloth for now. By presenting this garment, Mu surrendered the initiative before the sacred war to Fengzhi, a considerable concession indeed. "So this sacred garment was in your possession all along," Fengzhi mused, smiling at the sight before him. Yet, the emergence of this singular cloth was far from sufficient. He continued, "One bronze cloth is inadequate." Mu, somewhat at a loss for words in response to Feng's bold demands, hesitated. After a moment of intense internal conflict, he finally spoke. "In fact, the Aries cloth holds a secret known only to the pontiffs of each generation." Feng, initially prepared to barter regardless of the stakes, found himself intrigued by this revelation. "What secret?" he inquired eagerly. "Within the Aries cloth resides a holy flame from Mount Olympus, as you should be aware," Mu explained. Feng nodded, recognizing that his ability to perform sacrifices was indeed a manifestation of this sacred fire. However, the goddess had not fully bestowed the flame upon the Aries cloth, but had preserved a portion within the 12 temples. Even the most trusted warriors of the Aries cloth cannot entirely possess divine artifacts. Suddenly, Feng grasped a profound truth and murmured, "So, my flame's potency can still be enhanced." Mu nodded and elaborated, "At precisely noon. If one retrieves the shield of Athena within the 12 temples and uses the sunlight to illuminate the blood of the golden saint guarding the temple, one can obtain the sacred fire of the 12 temples." As he spoke, Mu made a swift incision on his hand, allowing his blood to flow, the essence of the Aries golden saint manifesting before Feng's eyes. In the Aries temple, at noon, the shield of Athena shimmered brilliantly under the sun, as if it had been gilded by sunlight itself. Utilizing the sunlight's reflection upon the blood left by Mu, the immense radiance spread throughout the Aries temple. Enveloped by this brilliance, a flame ignited within the temple. This flame was not of earthly origin. Its warmth penetrated the heart, as though it belonged to another realm entirely. In that moment, Feng's sacred garment detached from his body, swiftly assembling in midair to take the form of the Aries cloth. The altar garment forms the shape of the altar itself, with the sacred flames burning brightly, intertwining and drawing one another in an irresistible embrace. Suddenly, they merge into one, and an intense radiance envelopes Feng, rendering him unable to open his eyes. The miraculous flames evoke a sense of wonder even in Mu of Aries. A pang of regret washes over Mu as he realizes he should not have divulged this secret to Feng. Yet it is too late. Upon receiving the sacred fire of Aries, the altar garment swiftly disassembles and reassembles itself upon Feng's body. He feels a warm surge coursing through him, as if his inner cosmos has ingested a potent elixir, rapidly elevating his powers. After a prolonged period of stagnation, his inner cosmos suddenly leaps forward, ascending swiftly within him. As it gradually stabilizes, he becomes aware of a remarkable increase. His capabilities have more than doubled. Where he once could unleash punches at thrice the speed of sound, he can now execute strikes at 5 times that velocity. Moreover, his inner cosmos has escalated from a low-level sixth sense to a mid-level sixth sense. From this moment forth, he truly embodies the essence of a Silver Saint. In terms of sheer fist power, his strength now rivals that of Mo Ling and Sha Erna. However, he possesses additional strategies, and his true strength far exceeds that of an ordinary Silver Saint. This realization fills him with exhilaration. As Feng contemplates a journey to Taurus, Mu interjects with a timely reminder. The cultivation of one's inner cosmos requires a gradual approach, particularly regarding the alignment between the physical body and the inner cosmos. I advise you to focus on fortifying your physical form first. Once you have fully adapted to your inner cosmos, you can attempt another fusion with the sacred fire. Upon hearing this, Feng swiftly comprehends the crux of the matter. While the sacred fire can rapidly enhance his inner cosmos, it does not augment his physical body. Should he surpass the threshold of what his body can endure, its collapse would become inevitable. Realizing this, beads of sweat begin to trickle down his brow. Fortuitously, Mu's counsel has spared him from the reckless pursuit of further fusion with the sacred fire, which could have resulted in his body being overwhelmed by the power of his inner cosmos, leading to a catastrophic failure in an instant. "Thank you, Mr. Mu." Feng expresses his genuine gratitude, prompting Mu to nod in acknowledgement before adding, "Should you require repairs for your garment, feel free to send someone to find me in Jamir." Feng responds affirmatively, watching as Mu vanishes from the Aries temple. He glances at the Pegasus garment, instructing his aides to secure it. He wonders when Seiya will finally grasp the essence of the inner cosmos. His anticipation is palpable. Feng mutters to himself before returning to the Pope's palace. The pressing matter at hand is to ensure a harmonious integration of his inner cosmos and physical form, and the most effective way to achieve this is through combat. With this thought, Fengzhi redirects his focus back to the altar garment. Once more, he finds himself in this extraordinary altar space, which remains unchanged, a mere ordinary altar platform. To communicate with the ancient spirit of the altar, one must invest sufficient faith. This could not only grant passage to the past and future, but also allow communication across myriad realms. You are about to enter a D-level mirror node, Golden Apple. The current mirror represents a D-class node, with a total of 50,000 faith points, limited to a duration of 10 days. Prepare to enter. In this timeline of the Golden Apple, the goddess of discord, Eris, has resurrected 5 fallen saints: the Sagittarius magic arrow, the Lyra's Orpheus, the Crux's Kratos, the shield's Yang, and the Orion's Jaga. These 5 saints are all silver saints, their identities shrouded in mystery. It is well known that upon death, saints are uniformly interred in the sanctuary's place of solace. However, the resurrected spectral saints have been buried outside, suggesting they may have betrayed their order and been slain by golden saints. Among them, it is evident that Jaga of Orion is the strongest, not only due to his ultimate technique, the million-ton meteor strike, but also because he has triumphed over Phoenix Ikki. To alter the plot and acquire faith points, the most expedient method is undoubtedly to personally defeat the goddess of discord. Yet, without the Sagittarius golden cloth, this task seems utterly unattainable. Following the rhythm set by the 5 minor heroes would likely result in a low evaluation. In Fengzhi's view, the battle against the goddess of discord serves as a high-level training session for the 5 minor heroes, especially evident in the command that golden warriors must not leave the 12 temples. Thus, it seems reasonable to slightly modify the storyline, increase the difficulty, and personally instruct the 5 minor heroes to vanquish the goddess of discord, an action that the goddess herself might condone. To elevate the challenge, the Golden Apple will play a crucial role. A malevolent deity, exiled by Athena for millennia and sealed within the Golden Apple, albeit having escaped, was forced to possess an ordinary girl rather than a saint, which is quite implausible. If the goddess did not intervene, Fengzhi would be left astounded. Having made up his mind, Fengzhi boldly entered the sacred fire, a flame reaching towards the heavens, soaring towards the unknown mirror node. Sanctuary. Evil sprite. Die. The meteor fist of Pegasus struck the evil sprite directly, causing it to wail and collapse to the ground. After tidying up, the Pegasus saint, Xiangzi, murmured to herself, "The sanctuary is truly in turmoil. How vile it is for these evil sprites to appear here." Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed, startling Xiangzi, who had not heard a sound before and felt a surge of anxiety as she looked towards the source. Upon recognizing the figure clad in holy armor, she sighed in relief. "Pegasus Saint Xiangzi, I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed one." Though Xiangzi did not recognize the armor worn by the newcomer, she was certain it belonged to a silver saint. "I am the altar saint, Alice. Sensing the presence of evil, I have come to investigate." Fengzhi's smile was warm, his handsome visage complemented by his magnetic voice, causing Xiangzi's heart to flutter. She had never encountered such a strikingly attractive man before. "Altar saint, are you the chief assistant priest?" Within this mirrored realm, the sanctuary indeed harbors the presence of the high priestess, though her position remains vacant due to the absence of the altar's saint. Fengzhi nodded and inquired, "Young Pegasus saint, are you a handmaiden of the goddess?" Xiangzi, blushing slightly, responded with a soft Observing her bashful demeanor, Fengzhi could not help but smile internally. The embodiment selected by the goddess of discord was none other than the younger sister of this Pegasus saint, Xiangzi. This scenario unveils 2 divergent timelines. The first involves the Golden Apple, which, due to unforeseen circumstances, fell into the forest during its flight and was discovered by Ice River's girlfriend, Eri, subsequently becoming the goddess of discord and instigating the divine conflict. The second timeline is rather intriguing. The Golden Apple successfully lured Xiangzi's sister, the Saint Girl Xiang, and at a critical moment, the Pegasus Saint, Xiangzi, sacrificed herself to rescue her sister, becoming the vessel for the goddess of discord. The 2 timelines present varying degrees of difficulty. In the Golden Apple narrative, the goddess of discord can summon merely 5 spectral saint warriors, all of silver rank, with relatively limited power. Conversely, in the Saint Girl narrative, a series of malevolent spirits emerge, such as Art, Vornis, and Amuni, with the only formidable adversaries being Hades and Rigel. Feng's immediate desire to meet Xiangzi rather than Xiang stems from his concern that should the malevolent deity acquire her chosen vessel, her combat prowess would be significantly enhanced, potentially complicating his own endeavors. High Priestess, did you summon me for a purpose? Feng nodded, stating, I have matters to attend to in Japan and wish to invite you to accompany me. Xiangzi was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Japan? I just returned from studying here in the sanctuary. Feng offered a gentle smile. I require your assistance. Xiangzi's face flushed, her gaze dropping shyly as she replied, all right. Indeed, a young girl in love is easily swayed, and she was effortlessly persuaded to join him. Subsequently, Feng ventured alone to the Ares palace, where he encountered Mu, the Ares saint, standing at the entrance. You are the long-lost High Priestess? Mu's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the sacred armor adorning Feng. Ares Saint Mu. I seek your aid. High Priestess, how may I serve you? Mu knelt respectfully before Feng. Unconsciously, Feng felt a sense of elation, momentarily wishing that the Mu of his timeline exhibited the same reverence. After indulging in such fanciful thoughts, he quietly confided in Mu. What? You wish to transport Saga's remains to Japan for burial? That is unacceptable. All saints must be interred within the sanctuary, without exception. With a sigh, Feng produced a shield from his robes. The long-lost shield of Athena. Mu was clearly astonished to see Athena's shield in the hands of the High Priestess. Yet he understood the significance of this artifact. At present, I can only say that, given the circumstances, I must acquiesce. A few days later, in Japan, at a seaside cemetery. What? Lord Assistant Priest, you have brought the corpse of the former pope to Japan? Xiangzi's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Not expecting that among the lengthy luggage, there lay the body of the former pope, Saga. Feng rubbed his ears and, somewhat displeased, remarked, Why shout so loudly? This is his dying wish. I am merely assisting in its fulfillment. But he is not Japanese. Saga adored Japan. It is a land of cherry blossoms and charming maidens. Is it not permissible? Yet, I have not heard other saints mention this. Noticing Xiangzi's persistent disbelief, Feng leaned closer to her ear and whispered, The former pope has peculiar preferences. Preferences? Such eccentricities. Yes, the kind involving a small leather belt dipped in salt water. From that moment on, Xiangzi's gaze towards Feng shifted, resembling that of a close comrade. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you wish to meet the goddess? The goddess? That spoiled rich girl? Presently, Miss Saori has not fully merged with the goddess. Her own consciousness still prevails, leading her to act quite capriciously, such as abandoning her sacred domain to return to Japan. Lord Assistant Priest, that is the goddess. Xiangzi's cheeks puffed in indignation, prompting Feng to scratch his head. What normal man would not be smitten by such a maiden? All right, let us go. Take me to meet the goddess. Feng chuckled, as another objective of this venture was to ascertain whether this goddess was indeed as he had envisioned. At the villa of Kudo Saori. Upon ringing the doorbell, Tatsumi Tokumura beamed upon seeing Xiangzi. However, when he laid eyes on Feng, a palpable sense of threat compelled him to adopt a serious demeanor. Who is this? He is the assistant priest of the sanctuary, here to see Mississippi. Upon hearing that a representative of the sanctuary had arrived, Tatsumi immediately adopted a demeanor befitting a butler, exuding an air of nobility. Feng found amusement in this, as in his own timeline. He was one of Kudo Mitsumesa's progeny, yet here, Tatsumi did not recognize him at all. As the grand doors swung open, they were greeted not by the goddess but rather by her personal attendants, the four heavenly kings, Seiya, Hyoga, Shiryu, and Shun, who stood flanking the goddess, their eyes brimming with skepticism. For the first time, Feng beheld the goddess, her expression stern and her demeanor poised, presenting the image of a wealthy young lady from afar. The four glanced at Feng, none of them recognizing him, exchanging looks of confusion. Thus, one of them inquired, Is he the assistant priest? The one whose status is second only to the Pope in the sanctuary? How come we did not encounter him in the 12 temples? We must show due respect. We ought to maintain the decorum expected of us. Him? We have defeated Saga himself. At that moment, Miss Saori interjected. The assistant priest oversees the sacred fire in the sanctuary, and with each generation, he serves to aid the Pope, especially in the absence of the Pope, commanding all the saints. The acting Pope? Upon hearing this, Seiya was taken aback, wearing an expression of disbelief. At that moment, Feng had already entered. Observing Seiya half kneeling before Miss Saori, the altar was graced by the silver saint, Alex, bowing before Miss Saori. Fengzhi presented himself with utmost humility, leaving even the most discerning goddess unable to find a single flaw. Seiya then sprang forth, boldly declaring, "You are the Grand Priest? I challenge you." As he spoke, he donned the Pegasus armor and struck a flamboyant pose. Fengzhi frowned, recognizing that this version of Seiya did not know him. Yet his arrogant demeanor was a perfect imitation. Miss Saori showed no intention of intervening. She too was curious about the power that enabled this Grand Priest to assume the role of acting Pope. With a disdainful huff, Fengzhi remarked, "In the presence of a formidable foe, you should not don your sacred armor. Did your master not teach you this?" Seiya, infuriated by Fengzhi's words, retorted, "How dare you speak of my sister, the magical Ling? Take this." Pegasus meteor fist. Countless fists, as if falling from the stars, surged toward Fengzhi. With the brilliance of a meteor shower, Seiya's punches collided with Fengzhi's form, while the constellation of Pegasus loomed powerfully behind him. Fengzhi merely feigned a few evasive maneuvers, his brow furrowing as he realized Seiya's punches were merely at the level of bronze, far from silver. He pondered how lenient the Golden Saints had been during the 12 temples. "You are unworthy of the Pegasus armor. Sacrifice. Deprivation." With a mere flick of his finger, a massive flame, infused with radiant light, surged towards Seiya. Instantly, the Pegasus armor disassembled from Seiya's body, restoring itself to a still form in the air, resembling a majestic steed. "What?" Seiya exclaimed, astonished that a simple gesture could strip him of the armor's power, remaining unresponsive to his summons. The other 4 companions were equally shocked. Even Miss Saori, seated above, gazed at him in astonishment. Fengzhi shook his head, questioning how someone of such caliber could protect Miss Saori. Pathetic. Seiya, stripped bare, charged forward with a punch, only to be effortlessly cast aside by Fengzhi. At that moment, the other 3 companions swiftly surrounded Fengzhi. Sacrifice. Deprivation. Without the slightest hesitation, Fengzhi invoked his abilities once more, seizing the dragon, swan, and Andromeda armors, which floated in the air, each assuming their distinct forms. "What? How do we fight now?" The moment he made a move, he stripped them of their sacred armors, an unprecedented experience for the 5 companions. Just as they prepared to engage in battle without armor, Miss Saori's voice rang out, "Enough. Stand down." Her words restored a semblance of reason to the 5. "Grand Priest, what brings you to Japan?" Fengzhi smiled and replied, "Esteemed Miss Saori, due to your noble status, I urge you to accompany me back to the sanctuary post-haste. These bronze saints are insufficient to ensure your safety." "No. We can protect Miss Saori." Seiya clenched his fists, anxiously shouting at Fengzhi. Fengzhi turned to him, chuckling lightly, "While my ultimate technique can strip away the cloth, the more formidable the saint, the more troublesome it becomes. At your current level, it seems effortless to me, as long as I choose not to. You might not even sense your own cloth. Truly pathetic." His deliberately provocative words ignited Seiya's anger, causing him to sweat profusely while gazing at the cloth floating in the air. Yet, he still faltered. As Fengzhi asserted, they were utterly unaware of their own cloth. "Lord High Priest, could you possibly conduct a special training session for them to enhance their combat prowess?" Saori's request brought a slight smirk to Fengzhi's lips. "Certainly, but during this time, Yoko must remain by your side." Yoko, unexpectedly singled out, appeared somewhat flustered. Her abilities paled in comparison to the 5 young warriors, which Saori recognized at a glance. Yet she refrained from voicing any objections and simply agreed. In truth, elevating the 5 young warriors' strength was quite straightforward. Subjecting them to relentless battles, particularly to the brink of death, would yield the best results. Amidst training the 5 young warriors, Fengzhi took the opportunity to purchase 15-day travel tickets to Europe for everyone in the kindergarten. Eri, accompanied by the students, joyfully boarded the plane for their European adventure. However, it remained uncertain whether Hyoga would be dismayed by the loss of a young admirer. I suspect he would not, for his heart is solely occupied by his mother. After musing internally, Fengzhi resumed his rigorous training regimen for the 5 young warriors. A few days later, a comet approached Earth, shedding a golden apple that entered the planet's orbit and landed in Japan. Suddenly, an explosion erupted on a low, desolate hill, unveiling a group of abandoned palatial structures reminiscent of ancient Greece. This spectacle caught Yoko's attention. Yoko had been plagued by nightmares. As if a voice were calling out to her, she ventured alone into the forest, where she discovered a luminous golden apple within a derelict ship's cabin. The moment she touched it, a powerful consciousness surged through her. At that instant, a blood seal tainted by Athena's essence adhered to the golden apple. Instantly, two divine lights entwined, overpowering the golden apple, which shrank back in defeat. With the divine light dissipated, Yoko collapsed to the ground. Just a second-rate deity, nothing more. The newcomer was none other than Fengzhe, who had discreetly followed Yoko. As he grasped the blood-sealed golden apple, a profound malevolence seemed poised to erupt from it at any moment. I believe you should let her go. Fengzhe turned in surprise at the voice. The speaker was none other than the resurrected Black Saga, though his gaze appeared vacant, as if he were still acclimating to his own body. Are you now the Gemini Saga or the undead saint? Fengzhe had initially presumed that Saga would be resurrected only after the goddess of discord had taken possession. To his surprise, Saga had resurrected ahead of her. This revelation was intriguing. Saga did not rely on the power of the goddess of discord for his revival. Instead, another deity lurked behind the scenes. I have warned you to let her go, or face dire consequences. Observing the arrogant demeanor of Black Saga, Fengzhe relinquished the golden apple. His sonic punch, a pinnacle of the silver rank, had reached extraordinary speeds. With his current strength, few silver saints could rival him. Yet, before Black Saga, such prowess proved utterly insufficient. With a mere flicker of resistance, without even shifting his form, Black Saga effortlessly dismantled Fengzhe's punch. Galactic star explosion. Countless stars emanated from beyond the dimensional barrier, relentlessly bombarding Fengzhe. This ultimate technique concentrated the microcosm into a singular point, breaching atomic walls. Enhanced by the Gemini's other technique of interdimensional space, possessing the sheer force to shatter constellations. The entire forest was instantly illuminated, a terrifying power radiating throughout. What followed was a massive crater, where all surrounding trees vanished without a trace. Black Saga, without a glance back, took flight with Hikari and the golden apple. Shortly thereafter, amidst the rubble of the giant pit, a golden shield emerged. With a swift punch, Fengzhe shattered the mound of earth and reappeared at his original position. Gently brushing the dust off Athena's shield, he murmured, Black Saga's strength is merely at a lower tier of gold rank. It seems his resurrection is incomplete. What a pity for a divine blood talisman. Fengzhe shook his head and departed. Go. The sound of hooves echoed as the affluent young lady Saori galloped through the forest on her beloved red horse. Miss Saori, please slow down. It's dangerous. Chani Demaru anxiously raced behind her, fearing for her safety. Yet, the little red horse seemed spurred by some unseen force, accelerating further until it left Chani far behind. Alas, the young lady is so willful. Knowing the presence of malevolent deities, she still dares to wander alone, unafraid of encountering danger. Fengzhe stood atop a towering tree, gazing down at the frenzied Saori, letting out a sigh. Meanwhile, on another tree, the four little titans observed the spectacle. Why don't we go down? What are we doing up here? Seiya grumbled, punching the tree in frustration. The priest said there's a malevolent deity intent on harming Miss Saori. And we were sent to protect her, Shun replied calmly. Then why don't we go down? Seiya, restless, replied impatiently. Shun continued. The priest suggested that rather than passively defending, we should draw the serpent out of its lair and confront the malevolent deity. That priest. Why do you always mention him? Haven't you suffered enough at his hands? Hyoga interjected. He's just a pervert. Shiryu nodded in agreement. Shun, puzzled, said, I think he is not so bad. That's only because the priest fears you might summon Ikki, worried he might go berserk. Upon hearing this, Shun's expression darkened instantly. Why does the high priest tremble in fear before Ichihoi? Others merely shake their heads, deeming it a mystery. At that moment, Miss Saori, running below, suddenly lost control of her red horse and fell to the ground with a thud. Ouch, that hurts. Looking around, she found no trace of Chani Demaru and could only struggle to rise. Suddenly, an overwhelming malice enveloped her, and upon looking up, she gasped in astonishment. You are Akiko. No, who are you? There stood Akiko, brandishing a golden apple radiating an ominous glow, seemingly mocking Miss Saori's helplessness. With a sneer, she proclaimed, My dear sister, you are the goddess of discord, Eris. Hee. In that instant, the golden apple in the hands of Eris blazed with light, conjuring a tremendous storm, while Miss Saori valiantly endured the tempest. Just as she was on the verge of losing consciousness, a voice echoed from above. Pegasus Meteor Fist. A soaring Pegasus, empowered by the sacred armor of the constellation, sped forth like a shooting star. From above, It resembled a meteor shower, with the cosmos of Pegasus erupting, amplifying this force exponentially. What? The goddess of discord, Eris, was indeed divine, reacting swiftly, the power of the golden apple safeguarding her. Countless meteor fists struck Eris, merely creating ripples without inflicting any harm. Diamond Star Fist, Mount Lu Rising Dragon Strike, Nebula Chain. The three valiant companions unleashed their ultimate techniques simultaneously. In an instant, their energies merged and struck Eris directly. Initially, Eris paid little heed to these bronze-level attacks, confident they could not breach her defenses. However, three blood symbols that had fallen to the ground signified the presence of an extraordinary force. Crack! With a sharp sound, Eris's protective barrier shattered. What? Impossible! Eris gasped in disbelief as the three energies swirled around her like a tempest. Overwhelmed by intense pain, she collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the four brave souls stood resolutely by Ms. Saori's side, shielding their goddess with their fists. You scoundrels! How do you possess divine power? A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Eris's mouth as she stared incredulously at Ms. Saori, struggling to trust her own eyes. Impossible! You cannot possess divine power at this moment. Just then, Fengzhe leisurely emerged from the forest. Eris's pupils constricted as she shouted, "It's you! You possess the blood symbol of the previous Athena." Fengzhe smiled and produced a blood symbol inscribed with a spell written in the blood of Athena. Even Ms. Saori felt the warm, nurturing cosmos emanating from the blood symbol, akin to the latent strength within her soul. Eris snorted coldly, "Remember this. I shall return. Next time. Luck will not favor you." After speaking, Alice attempted to depart, only to be intercepted by Fengzhe. "Have you consulted me?" She slowly rose, a cold smile gracing her lips. "To keep me here, you are sorely unqualified." With a thunderous roar, 5 spectral saint warriors emerged from the forest. These were the 5 warriors Alice had resurrected that morning. The Sagittarius of the Celestial Arrow, the Orpheus of the Lyra, the Crux of the Southern Cross, the Aegis of the Shield, and the Orion of the Hunter. Fengzhe leapt forward, unleashing a powerful punch. A million-ton meteor strike. The Orion, standing protectively in front of Alice, executed his signature technique. As the mightiest former silver saint of the sanctuary, he had already grasped the 7th sense, merely a hair's breadth away from the golden saints. This ultimate technique involved the Orion spinning at high speed, his entire force coalescing into a sphere directed at his opponent, culminating in a concentrated explosion at a single point. Fengzhe, merely a silver saint, was ill-prepared to withstand such a blow. Even a golden saint would hesitate to confront it head-on. He felt as if he were struck by a meteor, soaring away like a severed kite. The goddess of discord, with a cold laugh and a golden apple in hand, vanished into the forest. Meanwhile, Seiya, Shiryu, Hyoga, and Shun were engaged in fierce battles against the 4 spectral saints. The scene was chaotic, and Miss Saori stood with a solemn gaze, resembling a statue amidst the turmoil. Regaining his footing after being sent flying, Fengzhe glanced at the statuesque Saori, internally grumbling, "Why don't you lend me a hand? Just standing there, what does that mean?" Of course, he could not voice such thoughts, for the Orion's punch was coming at him again. This time, however, Fengzhe managed to block it. The Orion bellowed, "You are the altar, let us compete and see who is the premier silver saint. You take the title of first." Fengzhe retorted. The Orion was taken aback by Fengzhe's words, muttering, "You do not desire the title of premier silver?" 5 times the speed of sound. Fengzhe's punch struck like lightning during the Orion's moment of distraction, landing squarely on his face. Now it was the Orion's turn to be sent flying. "You lack martial virtue." Fengzhe scoffed. "I do not seek the title of Premier Silver. I have no need for it." Internally, he thought, "I am already the acting pope. What need have I for the title of Premier Silver? Since I have become a specter, I shall go where specters belong." Sacrifice. Ghostly flames. A surge of holy fire erupted from the altar he wore, illuminating the surroundings and blinding the Orion. This was an unprecedented technique for the Orion, who felt an intense heat enveloping him. By the time he regained his senses, he realized his body was ablaze. No. A wretched wail escaped him as he was consumed by the flames, leaving only the Orion's armor spiraling in the air. Fengzhe attempted to claim the silver armor, but to his astonishment, the armor possessed a will of its own and vanished from sight, leaving him in bewilderment. Fengzhe sighed, realizing that it was impossible to retrieve the holy cloth into his own timeline within the mirror node. As he pondered this, he noticed Miss Saori's expression of astonishment, seemingly taken aback by his ghostly Tsongyen. Soon after, with the sound of bodies hitting the ground, the four spectral saints were vanquished and sent to their destined realms. Miss Saori, I never expected them to be so weak, Seiya exclaimed, bounding over to her and pointing at the constellation of Sagittarius. However, Miss Saori understood that it was not their weakness, but rather the significant enhancement of the four warriors' abilities due to the rigorous training they underwent at the altar, which allowed them to prevail with such ease. Assistant priest, let us seek the goddess of discord. Fengzhi nodded in agreement, contemplating further before adding, there is someone by her side whom you wish to meet. Someone I wish to meet. Miss Saori was slightly perplexed, but Fengzhi led the way with an air of mystery. The shrine of the goddess of discord was desolate, with only a few severely damaged temples. Damn it! Alice cursed aloud. She had intended to harness the still dormant power of Athena to restore herself, but instead, she encountered that detestable altar. If only I had a bit more power, I could revive the evil spirits. My children are far stronger than the spectral saints. Yet, the pain from her wounds brought her a moment of clarity. Just then, she saw Hades walk in. Alice addressed him, Saga, go fetch me Athena's head at once. Hades made no move, instead observing Alice with a bemused expression akin to that of a child with a toy. Never before had Alice been regarded in such a manner, and her fury erupted. Do not forget, I was the one who resurrected you. I can bring you back to a state of eternal slumber. Hades shook his head, responding, I saved you when you obtained the golden apple. We are even now, with no grievances remaining. What? You dare to speak to me in such a manner? Die! Alice brandished her trident, unleashing a thunderous bolt. This thunder could obliterate any saint, imbued with a touch of divinity and immense power. Yet Hades merely smiled, effortlessly evading the strike. In the blink of an eye, he stood directly before Alice, delivering a punch to her face. The golden apple fell to the ground, conveniently landing in Hades' grasp. You should thank that altar for giving me a new objective, to become the god of war, Ares. With that, Hades thrust his fist into Alice's chest, shattering her heart amidst her terror. The destruction of her physical form sent the goddess of discord into a frenzied scream as she erupted from her body. Then Hades raised the golden apple, and in a moment of incredulity, the goddess of discord was once again sealed within it. Gazing at the glowing apple, a frenzied glint appeared in Hades' eyes. In this madness, he consumed the golden apple, causing his cosmos to surge dramatically. At last, amidst flowing locks, a dark power began to flourish within him. It was precisely with the assistance of this formidable force that Heisa transcended the seventh sense, soaring directly into the eighth sense. Entering a new realm, Heisa felt an unprecedented exhilaration. The madness in his eyes, combined with the divinity typically possessed only by deities, positioned Heisa as the foremost among the saint warriors. Subsequently, Heisa let out a hearty laugh and departed from the temple of the goddess of discord, his destination unknown. Meanwhile, Miss Saori, accompanied by the four valiant ones and Fengzhi, arrived at the temple of the goddess of discord, just in time to witness its destruction. Due to the fall of the goddess of discord, the mirrored node of the golden apple has been forcibly interrupted. Please return to the altar temple immediately. What? Who killed the goddess of discord? Fengzhi gasped, unable to believe his ears. Starry, the swiftest among them, emerged cradling the lifeless body of Yoko. In that moment, Yoko appeared devoid of vitality, the gaping wound in her chest testifying to the tragedy that befell her before death. Heisa. Fengzhi instantly grasped the identity of her killer. Although he was unaware of how Heisa had accomplished this, it was evident that the narrative had transcended its previous course, heralding the onset of a new storyline. Fengzhi turned to Miss Saori and spoke, I must take my leave. Miss Saori was startled. Where are you going? Will you not stay by my side? Fengzhi shook his head and replied earnestly, a new evil god has awakened. I implore you, for your own safety, to seek refuge in the sanctuary, where the golden saints will ensure your protection. Miss Saori seemed swayed by his words, conceding, very well, I will give it serious consideration. However, as for Seiya and the others, they can only grow through battle, a truth you are well aware of. With a thoughtful hum, Miss Saori inquired, will we meet again? Indeed, but next time, I hope you will have truly grown as the goddess of the saint warriors. With that, Fengzhi departed, vanishing into the distance amidst the crumbling temple of the goddess of discord, until his small cosmos could no longer be sensed. Miss Saori, Why do I always feel that the high priest does not belong to our era? Shun, possessing keen perception, was the first among the four valiant ones to recognize the underlying issue. Yet Miss Saori responded, no matter where he may be, he will return to aid us. For he is the altar seat, the true saint warrior. Had Fengzhe overheard Miss Saori's assessment, he might have reevaluated her as a wealthy young lady. However, he would never hear it. On another front, in the sanctuary, Mu, the golden saint of Aries, gazed upon a star in the night sky. This twinkling star was none other than the altar star encircled by the zodiac. As a shooting star streaked across the heavens, the altar seat vanished into the starlit expanse. He is not the altar seat of our era. Shaka of Virgo materialized beside Mu of Aries. Indeed, we failed to realize it earlier, allowing him to take Shaka's body. A greater crisis is surely upon us. Yes, Shaka has been resurrected, truly resurrected, and has surpassed his previous realm. Possessing heightened awareness, Shaka perceived this even from afar in the sanctuary. I cannot fathom what he is thinking. When I see him next, I truly wish to land a punch on him to vent my frustration. The sight of the mild-mannered Mu in a state of anger brought a smile to Saga's face. Perhaps it was a fortuitous development, or so he hoped. The statistics of the golden apples indicated the following: tempting the minor deity of Pegasus to become the goddess of Discord's vessel, thereby altering Aries' fate. Received an A-grade evaluation, yielding 30 of the total mirror nodes. Transporting the deceased Saga of Gemini from the sanctuary and having the goddess of Discord resurrect him. Thus completely shifting the narrative, received an S-grade evaluation, yielding 40 of the total mirror nodes. Assisting Seiya, Shiryu, Hyoga, and Shun to indirectly alter the storyline received a D-grade evaluation, yielding 5 of the total mirror nodes. Defeating the formidable Silver Saint, Orion's Jaga, received a C-grade evaluation, yielding 10 of the total mirror nodes. Based on the narrative alterations, the comprehensive rating for this endeavor was an A-grade, with a time increase of 15, culminating in a total acquisition of 100 of the mirror nodes. The total mirror nodes amounted to 50,000 faith points, granting the host 50,000 points of faith. A notification chimed. Due to significant alterations in the storyline, would you like to spend 10,000 faith points to continue the narrative? Upon hearing this prompt, Fengzhe immediately understood it as a means to save progress. In the altar world, each mirror node could be perceived as a parallel universe, independent of one another. Although 10,000 faith points seemed substantial, it was undoubtedly worth its weight in gold. Without hesitation, he invested the points. As the faith points were poured in, the flames upon the altar surged skyward, and a peculiar power ignited fiercely. It felt as though a connection to the great forces of the world had been established. Another notification sounded. Due to narrative aberration, the next segment, Crimson Youth, requires an investment of 10,000 faith points. Would you like to proceed? Fengzhe promptly invested again. And once more, faith points manifested upon the altar. The power of the sacred flames enveloped him in warmth. It seemed that with each investment, his own cosmos was becoming more potent. This realization filled Fengzhe with elation. The strength of the altar was closely tied not only to the power of his cosmos, but also significantly bolstered by the sacred flames. His ability to traverse the mirror nodes was indeed a consequence of the flames. Furthermore, if the flames were sufficiently powerful, they could even possess the capacity to seal deities. Though this would necessitate a vast expenditure of faith points. As the sacred flames blazed intensely, Fengzhe prepared to enter. A warning sounded. Risk alert. Insufficient strength. Warning. With a sigh, Fengzhe acknowledged his inadequate power and exited the altar world. Upon emerging, he reflected on his physical frailty and, donning his training attire, made his way directly to the training grounds. Upon arrival, he observed Kurudi rigorously training a group of prospective saints. These individuals were significantly stronger than the usual trainees. Yet many had not yet been bestowed with or acquired their armors. They engaged in diligent training, serving as auxiliary fighters during critical moments and undertaking patrol duties. Fengzhe, possessing keen eyesight, recognized several familiar faces among this group. In the realm of the sanctuary, Cassios, who failed to seize the sacred armor from Seiya, the mighty Hercules Douglas. The self-proclaimed foremost telekinetic of the sanctuary, Spartan, the forgiving ghostly Saint Esther, along with his subordinates, dolphins, jellyfish, and sea serpents, stood in wait. Even Fengzhe glimpsed Lita and Spiga, who had not yet been bestowed with their armors, hailing from the island of the immortal kings. Presently, they were all under the tutelage of Garudi, alongside many others endowed with diverse abilities, whose prowess exceeded that of several bronze saints. Upon Feng's arrival, Garudi merely inclined his head in acknowledgement, while another instructor from the squad hastened towards him, exuding an air of obsequiousness. "Your Excellency, the acting pope, what brings you here?" he inquired. "And you are?" "I am Burton, the deputy chief of staff, tasked with overseeing this team." A smile crept across Feng's face as he recognized Burton, who had assumed the role of chief of staff following Gigas's departure. He had nearly forgotten this rather inconsequential figure, just as he intended to observe their training. A sudden realization struck him. Someone was missing. "Where is the disciple of Magic Ling? Why is that child not present?" he asked. Lord Magic Ling indicated that Garudi's methods were unsuitable for Seiya. Thus he sought the guidance of Lord Ioria of Leo, who is currently providing specialized training, Burton replied. Feng felt a chill sweep over him, an inexplicable surge of jealousy welling up within. "Where are they?" he demanded. "They are in the training ground on the back mountain." To be frank, Lord Ioria is rather domineering. He forbids anyone from entering that area. As Burton spoke, he glanced at Feng, only to be startled as the latter vanished in an instant. With a cold smirk, Feng thought, "You believe you can align yourself with Leo? I shall not let you off so easily." Meanwhile, in the training ground on the back mountain, Pegasus Meteor Fist. A stone shattered into countless fragments beneath Seiya's punch. Amidst the swirling dust, Seiya exclaimed, "Sister Magic Ling, I did it." Magic Ling, equally delighted for Seiya, turned to Ioria, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you so much. Without your assistance, Seiya would not have been able to master this profound technique." Ioria chuckled heartily. "The Pegasus Meteor Fist is a technique I am well versed in. It posed no trouble at all, merely a matter of guidance. No need for concern." With Ioria appearing so at ease, Seiya interjected, "Since you have the time, why not teach me as well?" At that moment, when Feng made his entrance, the expressions of Ioria and the others varied significantly. Seiya was naturally elated, as they shared a kinship being among the descendants of the same lineage, the city Lord Goko. Feng. Seiya rushed over, eager to demonstrate his newly acquired Pegasus Meteor Fist. Ioria, however, darkened in countenance, slightly bowing as he spoke. "You are too kind. I am unqualified to impart the sacred techniques of the altar, and I lack the authority to instruct you. You ought to seek out the one from Star Tower instead. My teacher suffers still, and I cannot fathom when he shall find release. To be labeled a traitor after my brother's demise is an injustice too great to bear." The exchange between Ioria and Feng revealed their palpable discord. Upon hearing this, Magic Ling felt an impulse to depart. She had no desire to entangle herself in the affairs of the sanctuary's upper echelons. At that moment, Ioria stood tall, while Feng, considerably smaller in stature, matched him in presence. In comparison, Seiya, of a certain island lineage, appeared diminutive, akin to a dwarf. Feng observed Iolia clad in training attire and proposed, "Since you are here, let us engage in a friendly contest." "Very well, but do not accuse me of bullying. How shall we proceed?" "It is said that the lion's plasma light speed fist possesses the might of light speed, while as a silver saint, I can muster at most 5 times the speed of sound. I am eager to witness the extent of your strength without the augmentation of your sacred armor. The enhancement provided by the golden cloth is indeed formidable, particularly regarding the prowess of one's ultimate techniques. It is well established that as mere mortals, we cannot unleash punches at the speed of light. However, the golden cloth changes the game entirely, granting a power comparable to that of the sun, a divine gift bestowed upon humanity." Feng sought to ascertain the true might of Iolia's fists in the absence of his golden cloth. "Very well. If you can withstand my plasma light speed fist without faltering, I shall concede defeat." Iolia, proud of his status as a gold saint, especially in the presence of a silver saint, was resolute. Plasma light speed fist. As the ultimate technique of Leo Iolia, this attack, under the augmentation of the golden cloth, could unleash 100 million punches at light speed per second, creating a 3-dimensional web of punches that left foes with no avenue of escape. Even without the enhancement of the sacred armor, Iolia's fists surpassed the speed of sound by multiple folds, particularly owing to the intensity of his small universe, a majestic force reminiscent of a raging lion. Feng, lacking the protection of a sacred armor, struggled to withstand the onslaught of these web-like strikes. He was on the verge of being sent flying when suddenly, the small universe within him surged. and an inexplicable sacred fire ignited at its core. This sacred fire was entirely different from that associated with the sacred armor, emerging from the depths of Feng's small universe. It was this inner flame that prevented him from collapsing. Meanwhile, from a distance, Mo Ling observed a fierce lion locked in a stalemate with an altar, neither side yielding, a truly evenly matched confrontation. I can endure. The lion is not so fearsome after all. A smile crept across Feng's lips as he caught sight of Iolia's astonished expression, seemingly incredulous at this outcome. Enraged, Iolia prepared to don his sacred armor, only to realize that the individual before him was no ordinary silver saint. He then turned away, closing his eyes, and conceded, "You have won," and walked off. At that moment, Seiya, having witnessed the exhilarating battle, exclaimed with unrestrained delight, "Fengzhi, you actually triumphed. He is a gold saint, a legendary warrior." Fengzhi smiled at Seiya, acknowledging, "Just now, I was without my sacred armor. Had I worn it, I would not have stood a chance against him." Fengzhi possessed a clear understanding of Iolia's prowess. Iolia, ranked in the middle among the 12 golden saints, had lesser opponents behind him, while formidable figures like Saga and Shaka, renowned for their advanced seventh sense, stood ahead. To further elaborate on the profound techniques, the plasma lightspeed fist, as a formidable physical attack, serves as a lethal weapon for vanquishing lesser foes during the Hades arc, establishing itself as a character capable of progressing through challenges. In summation, Iolia is undeniably formidable. Granted sufficient time, while he may not reach the heights of Regulus, he is certainly among the elite of the sanctuary. Subsequently, for a month, Fengzhi dedicated himself to solitary training on the mountainside, enhancing the resilience of his corporeal form. He was determined to avoid the fate of Regulus, whose body succumbed under the strain of his own powers, an outcome that would be tragically unfortunate. During this month, Seiya appeared to grow accustomed to Fengzhi, as their mutual familiarity spurred Seiya's desire to acquire the authentic strength of a true saint. Fengzhi assured Seiya that, should his strength suffice, he would bestow upon him a sacred armor. This promise elicited a joyful leap from Seiya, prompting a warm smile from Fengzhi. On a certain day, feeling the enhancement of his physical strength, Fengzhi ventured alone to the Taurus temple. Upon sensing Fengzhi's cosmos, Arabi appeared at the temple entrance. "What brings you to the Taurus temple?" he inquired earnestly. Fengzhi, noticing his serious demeanor, articulated his intention to train within the temple. "I see. Very well," Arabi replied. Surprisingly agreeable, even allowing his own blood to fall at the temple's center. Once again, he retrieved the shield of Athena, harnessing the artifact's power to channel sunlight onto Arabi's blood. The constellation of Taurus stirred to life, transforming into a blazing inferno under the artifact's influence. This flame was dense, akin to the nurturing essence of the earth itself. As it merged with Fengzhi's sacred fire, he felt the surge of his cosmos intensifying rapidly, ultimately stabilizing at a heightened sixth sense, before his cosmos regained tranquility. Upon reopening his eyes, Fengzhi perceived the world anew. The subtle scents in the air, the particles of dust in the light, even the scurrying mouse in the corner, were all distinctly clear. With a single punch, he dispatched the nibbling rodent, achieving speeds that surpassed 5 times the speed of sound. 7 times the speed of sound, perhaps? The pinnacle of his current abilities manifested as the sevenfold speed punch, seemingly reaching the zenith of silver-level prowess. The power he wielded instilled an unprecedented confidence within him. Fengzhi felt invigorated. "I have a suggestion." Arabi's voice pulled Fengzhi back to reality. "I recommend that you elevate your speed punch to its utmost limit before transcending your cosmos to attain the seventh sense." This remark left Fengzhi somewhat baffled. Arabi continued, "We all understand that the training of a saint involves amplifying not only the 5 senses, sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch, but that both bronze and silver saints ultimately cultivate the sixth sense. This sixth sense represents heightened extrasensory perception, the very source of all supernatural abilities possessed by saints. You may have also noted that upon reaching a higher sixth sense, your 5 senses have sharpened, and your premonitions through the sixth sense have been enhanced." Fengzhi nodded, acknowledging the significant enhancement of his sixth sense. Aludaba continued, explaining that to awaken the seventh sense, one must transcend the very essence of all 6 senses, thereby elevating the scale of one's cosmos, leading to personal awakening. The attainment of the seventh sense signifies a profound distinction from ordinary individuals. Upon hearing this, Fengzhi finally grasped Alutaba's intention. He inquired whether it was indeed necessary to elevate all 6 senses to their utmost limit in order to achieve a comprehensive awakening of the 7th sense, thus marking an absolute divergence in the realm of life. Alutaba affirmed, noting that both Saga and Shaka had only transcended to the 7th sense after maximizing their 6 senses. Their subsequent cosmic scales were several times greater than those of others. As a fellow Golden Saint, Fengzhi had always believed the difference lay solely in the hierarchy of ranks, yet he was astonished to discover that the cosmos itself varied remarkably. For instance, Alutaba's cosmos might be likened to a galaxy, with his potential limited to the strength of that galaxy. In contrast, Saga's cosmos resembled a globular cluster, 100-fold the scale of a galaxy, naturally surpassing Alutaba's growth. Realizing this, Fengzhi expressed his gratitude to Alutaba. Without Alutaba's guidance, he might have hastily sought to break through to the 7th sense, which would have led to dire consequences. Do not say that. Saga and the others are well aware of such matters, Alutaba replied, somewhat bashfully scratching his head. Awareness does not equate to reminders, and besides, since Fengzhi became the acting pope, he had not encountered Saga. Reflecting on the impending visit to the Gemini temple, he acknowledged the necessity of meeting Saga. However, before that, Fengzhi posed a question. Alutaba, while your Iato, combined with your colossal horn, renders your physical defense invincible. I presume you are alluding to the Taurus' other profound secret, the Titan Nova? Alutaba chuckled. Indeed, each generation of Taurus possesses unique adventures and exclusive secrets, with the Titan Nova being the fused secret of the previous Taurus. He continued, my Iato, in conjunction with the colossal horn, will inevitably merge into a new secret one day, a formidable secret that belongs solely to me. Fengzhi was taken aback, realizing that Alutaba was a man of such depth. In the sacred domain's rear mountains, there stood a rarely trodden peak, crowned by a sharp stone tower, the astrological tower, the dwelling place of popes and high priests who observed celestial phenomena throughout the ages, a veritable sanctum. At this moment, a towering figure clad in gray robes sat cross-legged within the tower. Neither the sweltering heat nor the biting cold could stir him. This imposing man was the former pope, Saga of Gemini. At this juncture, Saga, having been penalized by the sacred domain, found his 6 senses sealed, yet his 7th sense flourished, perceiving every blade of grass and tree under his cosmic influence. Master, I have arrived. Fengzhi's entrance elicited no change in Saga's countenance. At that moment, Saga's expression bore no mark of good or evil, but rather reflected the genuine remorse of a Gemini saint. As Fengzhi concluded his words, he perceived an immensely vast microcosm surrounding Saga, whose power transcended the capabilities of the 7th sense, manifesting instead as an entirely new force, the 8th sense. A look of astonishment crossed Fengzhi's face. Indeed, Saga was remarkable. Despite the confinement of the 6th sense, he had managed to break through the shackles and successfully comprehend the 8th sense. The 8th sense, also known as a Vijnana, connotes hidden truths and origins within Buddhism. Only those who have truly grasped the 8th sense can traverse the realms of the underworld with their physical form. Throughout the ages of the holy wars, the surviving saints have predominantly been those who have attained this profound understanding. At that moment, Saga opened his eyes, suddenly radiating a brilliant light. The murkiness that had enveloped him dissipated, revealing a glimmer of wisdom within his gaze. Utilizing the 8th sense, Saga astonishingly dismantled the heavenly dance of the exalted. This indicated that Saga's true strength had surpassed that of the Virgo saint, establishing him as the preeminent figure within the sanctuary. I must journey to the underworld. Saga's declaration startled Fengzhi, who soon realized the gravity of his intent. At this juncture, the 108 demon stars had yet to fully awaken. Yet both the god of death and the god of sleep likely guarded the underworld, rendering it a perilous destination. Saga shook his head, a radiant light gleaming in his eyes. For those burdened by sin, only through a fierce battle could one seek redemption. Before the holy war commences, I must take action. Fengzhi sighed, recognizing that persuasion was futile. He then stated, I have come seeking a sample of your blood. Saga said nothing further but extended his arm, a swift motion causing blood to flow forth. Fengzhi collected it in a glass vial, only to witness Saga vanish from sight. He sighed, initially wishing for Saga to remain in anticipation of the forthcoming battle against the Sea Emperor and the Divine Warriors. The following noon, Fengzhou arrived at the Gemini Temple, pouring Saga's blood upon the ground before once again retrieving the shield of Athena. The sacred fire of the Gemini Temple ignited once more, and this time, his sensory perceptions sharpened significantly, particularly his vision, which was brighter than ever before. Simultaneously, his sixth sense underwent yet another evolution. Fengzhou swung his fist, witnessing it exceed speeds of 7 times the sound barrier, ultimately halting at 9 times the sound barrier. A 9-fold sonic punch. Quite impressive. He retracted his fist with satisfaction, proceeding towards the next temple, Cancer. Ah, is that not the esteemed Pope? What brings you to my humble abode? Dismask was absorbed in admiring his unique artistry, the bizarre visages around him seemingly uplifting his spirits. Why have you not displayed these pieces elsewhere? They are rather unsettling. Although Fengzhou possessed the strength to dismiss the eerie faces, their presence still made him somewhat uncomfortable. Dismask chuckled heartily. Do you not find these visages to be exquisite, esteemed Pope? Fengzhou, somewhat exasperated by Dismask's peculiar tastes, clarified his purpose. No issue at all. Let us proceed now. At that moment, as the noon sun illuminated the ground, Dismask's blood fell, reflected by the shield of Athena. Everything appeared to be in perfect order. Yet a bizarre scene unfolded as the sacred fire of the Cancer Temple blazed. A singular visage emerged from the flames, aged and seemingly capable of penetrating Fengzhou's very soul. Initially indifferent, Fengzhou was on the verge of merging when the face within the sacred fire suddenly stirred the flames, conjuring a colossal tempest within the Cancer Temple. The fierce storm enveloped the entire temple as if caught in the eye of a hurricane, rendering Dismask completely unable to open his eyes. Fengzhou felt an overwhelming pull, and then he was engulfed by the flames. With a thunderous explosion, the Cancer Temple erupted like a bomb, the resounding blast shaking the entire sanctuary as if it were an earthquake. Once the noise subsided, Dismask, astonished, discovered that Fengzhou had vanished, leaving behind only a massive crater. He had never encountered such an event before. All he sensed was the diminishment of Fengzhou's small universe, along with his corporeal form, obliterated within the sanctuary. Meanwhile, in the Virgo Temple, Saga seemed to sense Fengzhou's disappearance and murmured, "The altar seat is indeed a most unique constellation." Having directly transcended the 10 years prior to the Holy War of 1743. Unconscious, Fengzhou lay within the papal palace. He vaguely heard the conversations around him, striving to open his eyes, only to find his eyelids unresponsive, his arms immovable. "Brother, is this the next generation altar seat we summoned?" one elder inquired. "Indeed. Were we perhaps too reckless this time? He appears to be the Pope of his era." The conversation between the two elders incited further dissatisfaction in a nearby young man, who interjected, "These two old fools are excessively reckless. Without the Pope's domain, how can we participate in the Holy War? Menegote, I am, after all, your mentor. Show us some respect." The young man, appearing impatient, retorted, "Oh, come on, why is this kid not waking up yet? How would I know? He seems fine." The elder inspected the body, discovering that the limbs were intact. "Shall I use some corpse energy to probe his soul?" As he spoke, a green light emanated from the young man's fingers, poised to extract Fengzhou's spirit when, suddenly, a brilliant flash interrupted. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that a shield adorned the young man's chest, which had thwarted the corpse energy. The shield of Athena. The two elders exclaimed in unison, even the young man expressing surprise. "Who are you?" Fengzhou gradually regained some strength and slightly opened his eyes. Before him stood two elders, one clad in papal attire, sans mask, and the other intriguingly dressed as a samurai, resembling a wandering ronin. The young man, exuding a nonchalant demeanor, wore the golden cloth of the Cancer Saint. Cough. Cough. "I am the current Pope, Seiki. This is Cancer's Manigote." Cough. Cough. "And this is Bai Li, a shadow warrior, as well as the saint of the altar seat." Fengzhou displayed an expression of disbelief, having unexpectedly arrived at the time preceding the last Holy War. At that moment, he was clad in the vestments of the Pope, and as he shed his garments, Manigote exclaimed, "The altar seat." Indeed, Fengzhou was adorned in the sacred raiment of the altar seat. The simultaneous existence of two identical sacred attires in the same era was an unprecedented occurrence throughout history. Bai Li, who had long anticipated this, laughed heartily, declaring that the altar seat could not have fallen during the Holy War and would surely reappear in the next one. Pope Saiji, however, clutched his head in dismay. questioning how the presence of 2 altar seats could be explained to the masses. Manigault, unfazed, simply remarked that there was merely an additional sacred garment for the altar seat. Laughing heartily, Fengzhe, momentarily speechless, glanced down at his own sacred attire and realized that this was not a mirrored node. Beads of sweat began to trickle down his face. Bai Li, seemingly understanding Fengzhe's predicament, laughed heartily. Do not be concerned. This is the real world, not some illusory dreamscape. Are you familiar with the altar world? Fengzhe inquired, turning to Bai Li, who, with a chuckle, responded, those dreamlike realms offer little to gain. Rather than languishing there, it would be far more exhilarating to engage in a fierce battle. Bai Li had indeed ventured into the altar world, yet due to his nature, he held little regard for the dreamlike mirrored nodes, thus neglecting their secrets. Suddenly, Fengzhe stood upright and declared earnestly, I am the altar seat, Alice, the acting pope of my era, and also a disciple of the Gemini saga. Acting pope? What of your pope? Saiji, having discerned Fengzhe's papal attire, inquired about the whereabouts of the pope. I should be 243 years after your holy war. The pope is Shiryu of Aries. Due to the saga turmoil, I have assumed the role of acting pope, Fengzhe succinctly explained, also mentioning the survivors of the last holy war, Shiryu and Tong Hu. Noting that Tong Hu was currently guarding the 108 demon stars at the 5 old peaks. What? Shiryu and Tong Hu. At this time, Shiryu was still the young apprentice training under Bai Li, while Tong Hu was merely a bronze saint of the dragon constellation, hardly comparable to Manigault. Are you saying Shiryu has become the pope? Bai Li and Saiji exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting anticipation upon hearing he had become the golden saint of Aries. It is noteworthy that in this timeline, the Aries armor remained ensnared in the rifts of time and space within the continent of Mu. Although he had resonated with the previous Aries saint, Avenir, he had consistently been rebuffed by Bai Li. Pope Shiryu was regarded as the foremost powerhouse of the sanctuary. It was through his relentless efforts that the sanctuary began to regain its vitality after the last holy war, which had been exceedingly brutal. At this juncture, he discreetly cast a glance at Bai Li and Saiji. Bai Li laughed heartily. I always knew Shiryu was the most exceptional. Pope Saiji remarked that Alex's timeline is merely a possibility, enveloped in a shroud of uncertainty. No one can ascertain that our era will inevitably evolve into the age of Alex. Bai Li, fully aware of this, chuckled heartily, expressing his delight in the exceptional talents of his disciple. Manigault, with a slight grimace, observed the 2 old men. You have summoned me from the future to your time. Is there a purpose behind this? Fengzhe's inquiry rendered Bai Li awkward, and even Saiji found himself at a loss for words. It was Manigault who spoke directly, stating that these 2 old geezers, idly passing time, had glimpsed Fengzhe's presence in the sacred fire and, utilizing divine power, forcibly brought him here. Divine power? Bai Li awkwardly produced a note inscribed with runes, which Fengzhe instantly recognized, exclaiming, Blood of Athena. At last, Fengzhe comprehended that these 2 elderly gentlemen primarily devoted their efforts to infusing the power of the small universe into the sacred fire. Given sufficient time, the altar could become pivotal in sealing the god of death and the god of sleep. However, encountering Fengzhe's visage unexpectedly led these 2 adept souls to collaborate and, with the power of divine blood, forcibly draw him into their realm. They had not anticipated successfully bringing a living person across, hence their embarrassment. Fengzhe, frustrated, felt a desire to vent his anger. Being summoned without warning was hardly a pleasant experience. Oh la la, Alex, you must be weary. Let me escort you to rest. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, Manigault clearly sensed Fengzhe's fatigue and took him away, disregarding the 2 elderly men. At this moment, Bai Li called out, Manigault, publicly declare that Alex is my disciple. Hola. Manigault gestured, while Fengzhe was led away. Brother, what are your thoughts on what Alex just conveyed? According to him, our sacred battle is set for 1743, merely a decade hence. We are short on time. Let us prepare with all our might. Additionally, the search for the goddess must be expedited. Indeed, we are making every effort in our search. I can only hope for the goddess's healthy growth. The following day, a beam of morning sunlight graced Fengzhe's face, warming him and prompting a leisurely stretch. After a night of rest, he finally felt rejuvenated. Lord Alex, your breakfast is ready, a servant announced, bringing forth a piece of bread and fresh water. The training grounds of the saints were arduous, particularly in the medieval-like sanctuary. Thank you. Fengzhi said, taking a bite of the bread. Though hard and not particularly appetizing, he consumed it entirely. Since arriving in the world of the saints, his desire for food had significantly diminished. Most of the time, he resembled a weary ascetic. After breakfast, upon opening the door, he was met with a throng of saints. As the most well-prepared sacred battle approached, reports indicated that 79 saints had gathered, marking the greatest emergence of armor in history. The lesser warriors, the aspirants to become saints, resembled a disciplined army. The sounds of their morning drills evoked a sense of being within a military camp for Fengzhi. This was the true visage of the sanctuary. In his own era, despite Pope Shian's considerable efforts, the decline within the sanctuary was all too apparent. The grandeur of the Greek city-states and the towering edifices scattered throughout were incomparable to what Fengzhi had known. "Are you the altar's Alex?" a youthful voice inquired. Upon turning, Fengzhi was astonished to see Shian, the pope from his time, now merely a boy. "I've heard my teacher speak of you. Shall we compare our skills?" Shian proposed, a challenge evident in his tone. Fengzhi smiled in response. "Certainly. I was just hoping to spar with you." Thus, two youths, transcending the boundaries of time, were poised for an important duel. The impending clash between Fengzhi and Shian immediately captured the attention of numerous saints, who were intrigued by the newly emerged altar's occupant, quickly forming a large circle around them. Though Shian had yet to don the Ares cloth, his innate prowess was remarkable, subtly brushing against the threshold of the seventh sense. "You should wear your cloth. I wouldn't want you to think I am taking advantage of you," Shian kindly remarked, observing Fengzhi in mere training attire. Fengzhi chuckled. "No need. Even without the cloth, I can defeat you." His declaration evoked laughter from the surrounding saints, who appeared quite confident in Shian's abilities. "Very well. I shall see how you intend to best me," Shian proclaimed, raising his arms as a celestial map materialized behind him. Fengzhi gasped in astonishment. It was common knowledge that saints could only reveal their star maps while adorned in their cloths, a manifestation of their cosmos intertwined with the celestial chart, enhancing their powers. The emergence of a star map without the cloth indicated Shian's extraordinary compatibility with Ares, suggesting a predestined status as the Ares saint. In contrast to Shian's innate affinity with the star map, Fengzhi prepared himself, and as he mimicked Shian's gestures, an altar star map also appeared behind him. Its manifestation elicited gasps from the onlookers. Shian was universally acknowledged as a genius within the sanctuary, yet this sudden appearance of Fengzhi's star map bewildered all present. Only Fengzhi understood that this achievement stemmed from the sacred fire within his own cosmos. Sevenfold Sonic Fist. Fengzhi struck first, unleashing a flurry of punches that filled the air like meteors. Were it not for the altar's star map behind him, one might have mistaken it for the Pegasus Meteor Fist. Crystal Wall. As Shian stood firm, he extended his arms wide, merging his formidable psychic energy with his microcosm to conjure a multitude of crystalline barriers. These transparent walls could repel or deflect any assault, even isolating ultimate techniques from reaching him. This remarkable ability was derived from Shian's insights into the Ares constellation, serving as the cornerstone of his existence within the sanctuary. Indeed, when the sevenfold sonic punch struck the crystal wall, it generated countless ripples, without a single blow landing on Shian himself. After withstanding the sevenfold sonic punch, Shian shouted, "Lightspeed Punch." This marked the awakening of his seventh sense, an ability only the Golden Saints could wield. Unlike the sonic punch, this strike could attack at the speed of light, and each blow possessed the power to obliterate a planet, known throughout history as the supreme martial technique. The fact that Shian could unleash this light-speed punch without the aid of his sacred armor showcased his remarkable innate talent. At that moment, Fengzhi was taken aback. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent. The might of the light-speed punch was indeed overwhelming, sending Fengzhi flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Shian emerged victorious. Many saints erupted in cheers, seemingly foreseeing Shian's triumph. Even a smile flickered across Shian's face. Fengzhi, who considered himself a genius and boasted the support of many extraordinary forces within the altar world, felt dwarfed in comparison to Shian. He could not afford to lose, especially not to Shian. Rising once more, Fengzhi inspired further cheers from the saints, who respected his resilience. "I possess a technique that is my ultimate secret. You still have time to concede," Fengzhi declared, eliciting a smile from Shian, who responded, "I am eager to witness it. However, to unleash this ultimate technique, I must don my sacred armor." Fengzhi exclaimed, With a smile, Shine replied, "Then put it on. I shall await your display." Feng Zhe bellowed, and in an instant, the radiant light of the sacred armor surged forth. The altar armor floated in the air, automatically disassembling before adorning Feng Zhe's form. He felt the immense power of the altar armor as his microcosm surged to its peak. With arms outstretched, the star map of the altar re-emerged, this time appearing almost tangible due to the enhancement from the armor. At this moment, Saichi and Bailey stealthily arrived, with Bailey bursting into laughter upon seeing Feng Zhe clad in the altar armor, seemingly thoroughly pleased. Saichi, who possessed knowledge of the altar second only to Bailey, inquired, "Why do I feel that his altar armor is completely different from yours?" "Perhaps it is due to the differences in personality," Bailey mused, which indeed reflected a truth. Among the saints, identical armor, when donned by different individuals, could embody entirely distinct attributes, just as the same technique, when executed by various users, would manifest in wholly unique forms. Two elderly men observed the battle unfolding on stage, eagerly anticipating the revelation of Feng Zhe's ultimate technique. Indeed, as Feng Zhe's small universe intensified, a radiant flame emerged within the star map. "You must fortify your defenses." In truth, even without Feng Zhe's warning, Shirong felt compelled to exercise caution upon witnessing the scene. He gestured with his hands, conjuring a crystalline wall once more. The appearance of Feng Zhe's sacred fire completely captured the attention of the two old men, who were now fixated on the blazing inferno. Sacrifice. Ghostly Tsangyan. The holy fire was hurled forth, instantly illuminating the surroundings as if a second sun had materialized. "This is dire. Shirong is in peril." Pope Saichi promptly recognized the imminent danger and shouted out in alarm. Yet, Bailey had already leaped forward, charging directly at the flames. The overwhelming pressure of the intense fire left Shirong gasping for breath, and the crystalline wall began to show numerous cracks under its influence. With all his strength, Shirong managed to delay the inevitable shattering of the wall, but it was merely a temporary reprieve. Just as the crystalline barrier appeared on the verge of collapse, Bailey suddenly positioned himself in front of Shirong. He bellowed, swinging his arm in a wide arc, crashing into the inferno. Instantly, a fierce storm erupted, shaking the very air around them. The tremendous force sent the onlooking saints tumbling backward. Bailey, relying solely on his physical prowess, effectively dispelled Feng Zhe's ghostly Tsangyan. As the dust settled, Shirong found himself unable to maintain his stance and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Feng Zhe wore an awkward expression. Realizing he had been overly ambitious in employing ghostly Tsangyan against someone unarmored. "Shirong, are you all right?" "I was reckless," Feng Zhe said sincerely. Shirong responded with his characteristic smile, replying, "I didn't expect your ultimate technique to be so formidable. I underestimated you." Bailey laughed heartily, remarking, "Youngsters always grow through battle. However, I can't shake the feeling that this ghostly Tsangyan resembles the technique of cancer." Saichi's comment made Feng Zhe slightly embarrassed, prompting him to admit the inspiration for this move indeed came from cancer. A few days later, two boys sat atop a fractured stone pillar, resembling close friends. "I am going to move continent," one declared. "Have you truly made up your mind?" "Yes, rather than hesitating, I would rather engage in a decisive battle. I believe you will surely obtain that golden armor." Under the brilliance of the sun, Shirong smiled, radiating with joy. Before departing, he asked, "Will I truly become the Pope?" Feng Zhe nodded, affirming, "You are the most brilliant saint of our era." "Oh, thank you." Shirong set off on his journey, one that could prove perilously treacherous. "Feng Zhe, this is bad." A tall figure rushed toward them, clearly of Eastern descent, and impulsively seized Feng Zhe, dragging him away. "Tong Hu, what is the matter? Speak clearly." The mature-looking man was Tong Hu, the current saint of the dragon constellation. "Time is of the essence. The malevolent deity Eris has awakened. If we fail to catch up with Lord Sisyphus's team, we shall miss our chance." As Tong Hu sprinted, anxiety laced his voice, fearing the consequences of being left behind. Feng Zhe, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. In recent days, apart from Shirong, it was this impetuous Tong Hu who had been a constant presence. Feng Zhe had initially sought to evade him, but after defeating him once, he was taken aback by Tong Hu's relentless pursuit for combat, his familiarity proving to be quite irksome. However, the mention of the malevolent deity piqued Feng Zhe's interest. The goddess of discord Eris? Just prior to his journey back to 1743, he had engaged in a battle with the goddess of discord, Alice, And now, 243 years earlier, he faced yet another goddess of discord, albeit this time she was known as Eris. We are the holy warriors of goddess Athena. To us, all others are malevolent deities. This is a point you must remember. Tong Hu abruptly halted, solemnly imparting this lesson to Feng Zhe. For a moment, Feng Zhe was at a loss for words, confronted by Tong Hu's impulsiveness and youthful fervor, coupled with an unwavering faith in goddess Athena. Perhaps it was this loyalty that ultimately granted him the power of apparent death. All right, I understand. Let us hurry, or we truly will miss our chance. Startled by the urgency of the situation, Tong Hu quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the square, they found Sagittarius Sisyphus clad in golden armor, standing resolutely like a leader. Surrounding him was a throng of holy warriors eager to enlist for the upcoming expedition. Tong Hu, upon arrival, shouted, "Lord Sisyphus, I wish to participate." And so does Alice. He kindly included Feng Zhe in his declaration, instantly drawing Sisyphus's attention, who acknowledged them with a nod. This was the first time Feng Zhe regarded this fellow candidate for the papacy with seriousness. Without question, Sisyphus was one of the most seasoned holy warriors in the sanctuary. Second only to Sage and White Li, a status earned through his early acquisition of the Sagittarius armor and his formidable strength and earnest demeanor. Sisyphus calmed the crowd before proclaiming, "For this expedition against the malevolent deity Eris, there is a prerequisite. All participants must be under the age of 16. Those over 16, please depart." The age restriction cleared a significant space around him, showcasing his authority and highlighting his qualities as a spiritual leader. Suddenly, a mere 5-year-old boy stepped forward, his golden locks making him appear exceedingly adorable. Feng Zhe rushed over, ruffling the boy's hair with a smile, and saying, "Little one, this battle is not for you." The assembled holy warriors froze in shock, even Tong Hu slapped his own face in disbelief. Indeed, the next moment, a roar akin to a lion's erupted, sending Feng Zhe flying. "Do not call me little one. I am the golden holy warrior, Regulus." The young boy was filled with rage. He detested being referred to as little one. Feng Zhe had never anticipated that this young child was, in fact, a golden saint with the ability to comprehend the seventh sense. Remarkably, he was merely 5 years old. Regulus, recently retrieved by Chione, possessed strength that rivaled that of the golden saints, despite his tender age. Feng Zhe wore an awkward smile, realizing that Regulus represented a divine existence, an individual of extraordinary prowess, akin to a solo version of Ae, embodying the peak of the 12 constellations. Even throughout the historic Holy Wars, he remained a figure of unparalleled caliber. Most notably, he had barely reached the age of 15 when he met his demise. If Feng Zhe could be considered a genius, and shine a prodigy among geniuses, then Regulus was nothing short of a monster. His untimely death stemmed from the overwhelming might of his own ultimate techniques, which ultimately led to the collapse of his physical form. Nevertheless, at the mere age of 15, he grasped the eighth sense, marking him as one of the pivotal figures in the 1743 Holy War. At this moment, Chione publicly declared, "For this expedition against the malevolent deity Eris, my team comprises Tong Hu, Alex, and Regulus." A chorus of whispers arose among the assembled saints, astounded by the unusual nature of Chione's team. Unfazed, Chione turned to Feng Zhe and the others, instructing, "Prepare yourselves, we depart with me tomorrow." "Yes," the trio responded in unison, while Feng Zhe cast a glance at the doll-like Regulus, struggling to fathom how such a person could possess the strength of a golden saint. One could only wonder what kind of individual could nurture such a prodigy. Reflecting on Regulus' father, the former Leo Saint Elias, he mused, "Indeed, this family's genes are remarkable." Tong Hu approached with curiosity, asking, "What genes?" In this era, the term genes was virtually unknown, prompting Feng Zhe to merely shrug and respond, "It's nothing." Meanwhile, within the papal palace, Bailey expressed his dissatisfaction, questioning Chione's judgment in selecting such a team. Pope Saichi countered, "We must trust Chione. He surely has his reasons. However, with Alex in this team, I feel somewhat reassured." He continued, "By the way, how is your holy fire preparation coming along? Alex and I discussed it, but his ultimate techniques do not suit me. My holy armor is currently best prepared for sealing those two gods. If we can seal them, all will be worthwhile." In an unusual turn of events, Saichi and Bai Li found common ground on this matter. In the Forest of Disputes, a territory long ruled by the goddess of discord, Eris, The once majestic palaces had crumbled following her banishment, allowing dense forests to reclaim the land. At this moment, a dark green glow emerged from the depths of the woods, revealing a relic that soared into the unknown. Kione and his companions stood at the forest's entrance, gazing upon the ominous and malevolent divine energy, their brows furrowed in concern. This place is the domain of the goddess of discord, Eris. Those who intrude upon this forest shall perish. As the four arrived at the forest's edge, they heard a voice, echoing from afar, reminiscent of spirits from the abyss, sending shivers down their spines. Who dares to play tricks? Upon hearing the commotion, Tong Hu rushed out, a powerful shout echoing like a cascading waterfall, unleashing a devastating attack, the Lushan 100 Dragon Domination. In an instant, Tong Hu's small universe was ignited, transforming into countless divine dragons soaring through the heavens, vowing to obliterate everything in their path. These innumerable dragons shattered the surrounding trees, creating a vast arena. At the center of this arena stood 3 female warriors, adorned in resplendent battle garments, resembling enchanting dancers. Zakufusi was taken aback, his mouth agape as he pointed at them, exclaiming, "You are the lead female warrior, clad in garments strikingly similar to the constellation of Cassiopeia's sacred armor, while the other 2 wear outfits akin to those of Ursa Minor and Delphinus. I am the malicious warrior Androck, daughter of Lord Eris. I am the plundering warrior Layla, daughter of Lord Eris. I am the deceptive warrior Patty, daughter of Lord Eris." The 3 female warriors struck formidable poses, exuding an aura of strength. Meanwhile, Zakufusi's expression darkened. Although Tong Hu was not as acquainted with these 3, he recognized them. When did the Dark Saints of Death Queen Island transform into daughters of the evil deity? How absurd. As Zakufusi spoke, both Tong Hu and Regulus were taken aback. Upon looking at the women again, their demeanor grew gravely serious. Fengzhe also regarded the 3 female saints with astonishment, noting their alluring yet sinister attire, devoid of any semblance of true saints. "Humph. We have long been forsaken by Athena. Even our armors are unacknowledged. The glory of Lord Eris is fated to envelop the earth." Seeing their obstinacy, Zakufusi's countenance turned cold. At that moment, the 3 female warriors had encircled Zakufusi and his companions, forming a triangular formation. In unison, they shouted, "Saints of Athena, perish!" Triangle Fist of the Death Queen. This was their ultimate technique, encasing the enemy in the center and simultaneously launching a combined attack. Since becoming evil warriors, their small universe's power had undoubtedly intensified, elevating the potency of their technique to that of golden battle prowess. Yet, they had forgotten that before them stood not just anyone, but the man destined to become the Pope, Zakufusi. Chiron's Storm. Wielding the feathers of the Sagittarius gold armor, Zakufusi became the epicenter of a formidable tempest. This storm, imbued with the fierce tearing sensation of the small universe, sent the 3 female warriors hurtling backward. Following this, Zakufusi executed a lightspeed punch, piercing through the trio with devastating force. Powerful, truly formidable. Fengzhe gazed at the 3 fallen female warriors, their garments in tatters, witnessing firsthand the might of Zakufusi. "You are destined to be defeated. We shall await you below." In their final moments, the 3 malevolent warriors did not concede defeat. Instead, they erupted into a haunting laughter, echoing with a profound sorrow. Subsequently, the trio of female dark warriors transformed into ethereal spirits, dissipating into the air, seemingly affirming their existence. "Let us depart." Sisyphus showed no inclination to linger, not even casting a glance at them. Conversely, Fengzhe regarded the indifference of the saint warriors with a sense of vigilance. In this era, the saint warriors exhibited warmth only towards those who revered Athena, while treating heretics with undeniable cruelty. Of course, Fengzhe had no intention of being a martyr. He was merely a passerby in this time. The dense forest grew increasingly unsettling, as if a lamentable microcosm of sorrow enveloped the surroundings. After walking a while, Sisyphus called into the thicket, "Who goes there? Step forth." A figure clad in silver armor emerged calmly. Fengzhe sensed that this individual's essence was not malevolent. Rather, it radiated an ineffable sadness, almost to the point of tears. Sisyphus was taken aback once more, struggling to believe his own eyes. Meanwhile, Tong Hu widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Regal, how dare you betray the sanctuary?" If the previous 3 female dark warriors were deemed unrecognized dark saints by the sanctuary, Sisyphus had been indifferent. Yet the appearance of Regal ignited a profound anger within him. Fengzhe and the 5-year-old Regulus were unfamiliar with each other, exchanging only an awkward smile. Bastard! Lushan Rising Dragon Strike. Tong Hu roared, unleashing his signature technique. His power surged forth, strong enough to reverse the majestic flow of the Lushan waterfall. The raging cosmos elevated this technique to its zenith. Regal offered no resistance, closing his eyes as if awaiting death. As the Lushan Rising Dragon Strike was poised to engulf Regal, a snowflake crystallized in the air. The temperature around them visibly plummeted, and within less than a second, frost began to form. The dragon's head conjured by Tong Hu was instantly frozen, and a single snowflake descended, shattering the divine dragon into fragments. Snowfall without a trace. A woman softly uttered, and the snowflakes transformed into a fierce storm, violently rebounding towards them. Caught off guard, Tong Hu raised his heavenly dragon shield to withstand the onslaught of the icy tempest. This freezing force was a wide-ranging offensive technique. Fengzhe threw a punch, igniting a divine flame that created a massive thermal shield amidst the snow, instantly elevating the surrounding temperature. A stunning female warrior appeared beside Regal, her cherry lips parting in a gentle smile. Did that old man Bailey grant you the altar's sacred armor? Upon seeing this female warrior, Tong Hu's anger intensified, and he exclaimed, Orion Regal, Southern Crown Maria, have you both betrayed the goddess Athena? Upon hearing Tong Hu's words, Fengzhe too turned his gaze towards the two. Orion and Corona Borealis both donned silver armor, and particularly the small cosmos emanating from the two possesses power that rivals even that of gold. Indeed, Maria of Corona Borealis cheerfully remarked, I have never been fond of conflict. Had it not been for Lord Eris, I would not have obtained this sacred armor after my defeat in the sanctuary. Hypsipyle turned her gaze toward Rigel and spoke, And what of you, Rigel? You, who are hailed as the foremost silver saint of the sanctuary, why have you betrayed the goddess? The fury in Hypsipyle's voice, coupled with Rigel's silence, rendered the atmosphere palpably tense. Hypsipyle, I have someone I must protect. As for the sanctuary, I can only offer my apologies, Rigel of Orion responded, his heart heavy with sorrow, a profound sadness that deeply affected all present. No circumstance justifies betrayal. Hypsipyle's eyes were resolute as he declared, If that is the case, then you shall face destruction beneath my fists. Hypsipyle was truly enraged, and even Regulus gazed at him in astonishment, seemingly witnessing his wrath for the first time. Golden Gale. In an instant, Hypsipyle summoned the energy of his cosmos, enveloping himself and compressing it into a colossal force. The concentrated cosmos could no longer be contained, and in a moment, unleashed a tremendous golden tempest that rendered all to nothingness. The fierce golden storm erupted like a supernova, producing a thunderous explosion. Fengzhe felt a blur before his eyes, and then everything vanished. When he opened his eyes again, apart from the 5-year-old Regulus by his side, everyone else had disappeared. Where are Hypsipyle and Tong Hu? Regulus shrugged and replied, They went to the Temple of Leporus, where Lord Eris's physical form resides. Why didn't you go? Fengzhe asked. Regulus shot him a disdainful look and said, Because of you, Burden. At your age, your psychokinesis is appalling. It's a wonder you became a silver saint. Fengzhe's face flushed red. Indeed, he was lacking in psychokinesis, which naturally affected his mental prowess. Regulus moved swiftly, and noticing Fengzhe lagging behind, he turned and said, I'll wait for you ahead. With that, Regulus leapt away, vanishing into the depths of the forest. How could I be dismissed by a 5-year-old? Fengzhe's expression darkened, feeling embarrassed enough to wish to dig a hole and hide. I should catch up with him. Fengzhe glanced at the deep pits around him before plunging into the heart of the forest. As he ventured deeper, he increasingly felt the profound silence surrounding him, with towering trees casting a shadow that enveloped the entire forest in an atmosphere of boundless stillness. Why is he running so fast? Honestly, Fengzhe muttered under his breath, yet he held no concern for Regulus. Although the boy was merely 5, in a real confrontation, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. However, the more he walked, the more he sensed something peculiar, and his footsteps involuntarily slowed. Just as he halted, a tree root sprang forth and swung toward him. Sonic punch. With a single punch, Fengzhe shattered the tree root, only to be met by another, and yet more roots sprang forth in abundance. These roots intertwined with one another, adorned with sharp thorns capable of piercing flesh. Observing this, Fengzhe leapt into action, unleashing a flurry of punches upon the roots. The sounds of splintering wood and explosive strikes echoing in tandem. Just as he felt victory within his grasp, countless thorned roots surged from behind, encroaching from all directions. Fengzhi found himself ensnared by these numerous roots, darkness enveloping him as he was tightly cocooned, resembling a meticulously crafted wooden sphere. Haha! The saints of Athena are nothing but this. A feminine voice rang out, laced with arrogance and apparent delight. Within the colossal wooden sphere, as he struggled, the female warrior chuckled once more, proclaiming, "These thorned roots are no ordinary vines. They are imbued with countless vengeful spirits, wielding immense power. Should one fall victim to this essence, they shall be drained to a mere husk within days." Her laughter resonated through the tranquil forest, creating a cacophony of sound. Just as she intended to depart, she turned abruptly. In the very center of the thorny sphere, a bright light flickered, followed by a tremendous explosion that reduced the thorned roots to mere fragments. Clad in the vestments of the altar, Fengzhi stood with holy flames raging from his hands, seemingly capable of incinerating all existence. "Who are you?" The female warrior before him, with her flowing purple locks and scanty dark attire, resembled a blooming red daffodil, her grand cloak signifying her eminent status. "You have emerged. I underestimated you," she remarked with a smirk. "I am the daughter of Eris, the goddess of discord, and the leader of the Dark Warriors, Destruction 8. Fengzhi was taken aback, uncertain whether he was fortunate or unfortunate to encounter the leader of the Dark Warriors. Clearly a formidable adversary. Whereas Regulus, who passed through here earlier? Destruction 8 smiled slightly, gesturing towards a child suspended by vines in the distance. "Is this the one you seek?" Regulus hung there, seemingly in a deep slumber, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "You have put Regulus under hypnosis?" Fengzhi could hardly believe his eyes, astonished that Regulus could be so easily ensnared. "The saints of Athena are nothing but this. You shall remain in my prison, forever to slumber." As she spoke, numerous vines erupted from the ground. Unlike the previous thorned roots, they were much thinner, yet possessed greater resilience. Fengzhi swung his fist to sever one, only for it to immediately restore itself, as if endowed with formidable regenerative capabilities. Before long, these vines ensnared Fengzhi completely. "Fengzhi, my child, where are you?" Fengzhi's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at the figure before him, exclaiming, "Mother?" A beautiful woman stood in the distance, arms wide open, resembling a mother who had long awaited his return. The woman's appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Fengzhi's mother, etched vividly in his memory. "My child, I have finally found you." The warmth of her embrace was so inviting that Fengzhi instinctively approached her. The unique scent of his mother enveloped him, and her movements mirrored those he remembered. As if in her arms he could shed the facade he had clung to so tightly. As he drew near, he inhaled deeply, the fragrance identical to his memories, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. Yet, unexpectedly, Fengzhi unleashed a punch to her chest. His mother gazed at him in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would strike. "Though your appearance, memories, scent, and gestures are indistinguishable from my mother's, you have overlooked one crucial detail." With her collapse, the scene before Fengzhi shifted back to the entanglement of vines. However, within him, a realization dawned. He was not a denizen of this era, nor of the Saint Seiya universe. His mother could never possess such kindness. Thoughts of his mother led him to envision her dancing joyfully in another world, perhaps living her best life. At that moment, as the vines shattered, Regulus, suspended alongside, erupted with an undeniable small cosmos, which astonishingly suppressed the destructive cosmos of 8. "You have angered me by daring to conjure the image of my mother." The furious lion revealed its formidable strength for the first time, causing Fengzhi to take a step back. Sensing the wrath of the lion, 8 retreated slightly, only to be engulfed by a sense of humiliation, followed by a furious curse. "Bastard! Die!" Cataclysmic fury. 8 unleashed her entire small cosmos to its fullest extent, conjuring a colossal energy shockwave. This beam of light possessed the power to annihilate worlds, instantly uprooting surrounding trees, and then unleashed a devastating shockwave that struck Regulus head-on. She wielded the strength of gold. At that moment, Fengzhi's expression turned grave as he prepared to intervene, only to find that Regulus, despite being struck, remained defiantly standing. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth betraying his struggle. "He is still alive?" 8 stared in astonishment at the resilient 5-year-old, questioning what kind of prodigy could survive her most potent attack. Regulus, merely a child of 5, was yet to don the golden armor. Yet the constellation of Leo behind him seemed to be within reach of the night sky, brimming with lethal potential. Regulus felt the teachings of his father resonate within him. The essence of nature's might reminding him that in the face of its grandeur, everything else was trivial. Suddenly, a moment of clarity washed over him, and the gathered small cosmos erupted forth as he cried out, "Lion's scythe!" A massive scythe, entirely composed of light, materialized above his head and then descended with resolute force. Suddenly, the colossal scythe resembled the Grim Reaper's weapon, reaping lives indiscriminately. The entity known as Destruction Eighth was cleaved in two amidst her terror. Once the dust settled, she lay on the ground, her face betraying an indescribable fear that attested to her profound love for this world and life. Regulus gasped for breath, his body feeling entirely hollowed out. Upon witnessing Destruction Eighth transform into a sinister spirit and vanish, he collapsed onto the ground. Such formidable strength. It was difficult to ascertain whether even Fengzhi could withstand the might of that lion's scythe, let alone Destruction Eighth. However, Fengzhi discerned Regulus's vulnerability. To put it plainly, his youth rendered his inner cosmos overwhelmingly potent, making each utilization of it a severe trial for his body. He approached and cautioned, "Regulus, refrain from wielding the ultimate techniques that only the seventh sense can unleash until you reach adulthood." Regulus glanced at Fengzhi and retorted, "I am aware of that." Unperturbed by the rebuttal, Fengzhi continued, "Especially in your current state of exhaustion. If you force it, your body may very well collapse first. Thank you, but stop nagging me like a woman." Regulus shot back. Fengzhi merely smiled, responding, "What a rebellious child you are. If you wish to avoid being flung away, I suggest you remain silent." Regulus's eyes glinted dangerously, akin to a feline predator. Fengzhi shrugged and resumed their journey. This time, Regulus walked alongside him, seemingly acknowledging him as a teammate. After a few steps, a violent explosion echoed from afar, accompanied by a tremendous quake that felled the surrounding trees. Persisting for a considerable time, the Temple of Leporus was utterly obliterated in the wake of this fierce tremor. The two regained their composure and ventured deeper, soon encountering a sight that would haunt Fengzhi for a lifetime. In the distance, a vast lake cradled a gigantic plant radiating a deep crimson glow. Particularly striking was the enormous bud at its apex, where it seemed a humanoid being resided. Could that creature within the fruit be the physical form of the malevolent deity Eris? Fengzhi gazed in astonishment at the immense flora, uncertain whether it served as a vessel or a macabre container akin to that of Hades. Yet, it was clear that a cadre of sinister warriors must be guarding it. Indeed, with a bellow from Sisyphus, a golden arrow soared toward the fruit. Moments later, 7 or 8 dark fighters emerged, shielding the golden arrow with their bodies, only to transform into malevolent spirits and dissipate into the air. The battle raged on, with Tong Hu's Lushan 100 dragons striking down the surrounding dark warriors effortlessly. Akin to a deity of war, "We must move swiftly, or we shall miss our chance," Regulus exclaimed, leaping forward with eyes brimming with anticipation and a hint of madness. Completely disregarding Fengzhi's earlier warning against recklessly employing ultimate techniques. What a troublesome child, Fengzhi mused silently, before leaping after him. Previously, battles were predominantly one-on-one encounters, and this type of team combat was an experience that Fengzhi had never partaken in. In such collective skirmishes, the critical factors are not merely the formidable and lethal techniques, but rather the expansive area of effect attacks and an ample reservoir of small cosmos energy. Take, for instance, the formidable Tong Hu, whose prowess with the Lushan 100 dragons strike rendered the evil warriors utterly defenseless. Similarly, Regulus's plasma lightspeed fist, also an expansive area attack, proved to be almost as effective as Tong Hu's. It seemed that Hades had indeed made a judicious choice in selecting his warriors. Even in death, "I shall not allow you to harm my beloved." The battered Orion Rigel reappeared, clearly having just suffered defeat. Yet, for reasons unknown, Hades chose not to claim his life. Currently, however, he had no time to spare for others, as Fengzhi leaped forward, positioning himself before Rigel. "Your opponent is now me." Rigel, regarding this unfamiliar sanctuary saint before him, bellowed, "Damn it, I have no time for you." Ghost fire ignition. The cerulean flames coalesced into a formidable column of fire. striking Feng Zhe directly. Although the ghost fire appeared unremarkable, its temperature was exceedingly high. Reputed to possess the ability to incinerate souls, a trait befitting the strongest of the Silver Saints, Orion. However, he underestimated the sanctuary saint before him. Feng Zhe spread his arms wide, and a burst of flames erupted from the circular mirror within his armor, causing the cerulean fire column to collide with the crimson flames. Are you unaware that my ghost fire can even consume flames themselves? Rigel intensified his small cosmos, and the ghost fire surged, igniting everything around it. Yet, Rigel's expression shifted from disdain to solemnity as a bead of sweat trickled down his cheek. The ghost fire he unleashed began to merge with Feng Zhe's red flames. Subsequently, the amalgamated fire surged back towards him. I refuse to accept this. Rigel was consumed by the flames, leaving only Orion's silver armor suspended in the air. At that moment, Hades, now ready once more, unleashed a golden arrow. This time, no evil warrior could thwart its path. The arrow was imbued with an overwhelming small cosmos energy sufficient to devastate the world, with the Sagittarius constellation subtly manifesting upon it. Clearly, Hades had staked everything on this single arrow. As the golden arrow surged forth, it conjured a tempest around it, and the brilliance of Sagittarius illuminated the entire forest. Its solar-like radiance cast shadows over everything. In that instant, Feng Zhe felt the arrow's immense power, holding his breath as he observed the unfolding scene. When the golden arrow struck the colossal plant's bud, a cataclysmic explosion shook the earth, causing an array of plants to cascade downwards. It has been obliterated. Feng Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Hades proved to be the most formidable of the Sagittarius saints. As the malevolent fighters witnessed the flower buds fall, it was as if they were caught in a final frenzy beneath the impending doom, relentlessly assaulting Tong, Hu, and Regulus. Suddenly, among the fallen flower buds emerged a breathtaking maiden, clad in a crimson-purple gown, her pure visage suffused with an aura that belonged solely to the divine. Damn it! Too late. Sisyphus cursed under his breath, knocking another arrow to his bow, unleashing a golden projectile once more. This arrow, imbued with cataclysmic power, halted at the tip of the maiden's nose, trembling as though met with formidable resistance. At the mere flutter of her violet eyes, the golden arrow redirected its tip and swiftly soared back towards Sisyphus. Instantly, blood erupted as the arrow struck Sisyphus in the shoulder. Without a moment's hesitation, he yanked the arrow free, setting his bow once again towards the goddess-like maiden. Any affront to the divine must be paid with blood. Long live Lord Eris. Many of the previously fallen malevolent fighters, upon witnessing Eris's appearance, were ignited with fervent faith. This belief acted as a tonic, amplifying the power of the dark goddess Eris, rendering her as formidable as a divine presence. Sisyphus's gaze was resolute, the arrow tip unwaveringly aimed at Eris, as he channeled his entire cosmos into the golden arrow. At this juncture, Tong Hu, Regulus, and Feng Zhe stood resolutely beside him, each infusing their own cosmic energy into the golden arrow, merging their strengths. The resultant force radiated an overwhelming brilliance. Ignorant mortals, Eris regarded the four valiant saints with disdain, as though they were mere insects. When the golden arrow was released, the heavens darkened, the sun and moon obscured, and a power that transcended the seventh sense caused even the gods to tremble. With a flick of her wrists, Eris summoned a protective barrier of divine energy around herself. The golden arrow, laden with immeasurable might, struck the barrier, its force accelerating with relentless intensity. Eris's countenance grew increasingly grim as cracks began to mar the protective shield. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered, and the golden arrow pierced Eris's chest. We have triumphed. Feng Zhe exclaimed in exhilaration at Eris's downfall, yet Sisyphus bore an unprecedented gravity in his expression. Indeed, as Eris plummeted from the heavens, a golden apple appeared in her grasp. Her hair billowed as she raised the golden apple high above her head, and an uncanny scene unfolded. All the malevolent fighters stood entranced, frozen in place, their battles with Tong, Hu forgotten. Their very lives withered rapidly under the radiance emitted by the golden apple. This orb of vibrant life energy gravitated towards Eris, ultimately merging with the golden arrow embedded in her chest. The power of the golden arrow is counteracting the life force drawn in by the golden apple. At this moment, Sisyphus is utterly drained, having overexerted himself by repeatedly using the golden arrow. The malevolent deity Eris can only recover, and one can only imagine the gruesome fate awaiting the four of them. Fengzhi surveyed the scene. Sisyphus was spent, while Regulus and Tong, who were also exhausted from the excessive use of their small universe. It was time for me to intervene. Without a moment's hesitation, Fengzhi leaped into action. Sacrifice. Blood rune of the god. As Fengzhi soared into the air, a spell inscribed with Athena's blood materialized in his hand. The emergence of this blood rune instantly shifted the tide of battle. The gentle and expansive small universe within the blood rune caused Eris to change countenance. Under the radiance of the goddess, Sisyphus stood up once more. Goddess Athena. The power that can surge forth from those who possess faith in the presence of such a gentle and benevolent being is beyond imagination. Simultaneously, Tong Hu and Regulus also regained their footing, and the small universes of the three of them were once again infused into the golden arrow. The golden arrow shattered the life force of the golden apple once more, burrowing deeper toward the destruction of Eris. As the blood rune of Athena collided with the golden arrow in Fengzhi's wrath, Eris could no longer withstand the assault, descending into cries of despair. He withered away like a deflated balloon. At that moment, Eris, as if shedding a skin, extricated his soul and bellowed, "I will take you all with me to the grave." Manifesting as a spirit, Eris, with no regard for consequence, charged directly at Fengzhi, seeking to possess him. Fengzhi was taken aback, horrified by this chilling notion. Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, Eris's soul had already penetrated him. The life force within the sacred armor of the altar ignited spontaneously. The holy fire within Fengzhi's small universe blazed as well, the two flames intertwining to create a formidable inner and outer force. What? This is the holy fire of Olympus. No. Eris attempted to escape, only to find himself thwarted by a circular mirror. Even with his divine power, he could not penetrate it. Ding. An important choice has appeared. Option 1. Spend 5,000 faith points to seal Eris within the golden apple. Option 2. Spend 20,000 faith points to refine Eris. The outcome is uncertain. Fengzhi was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that faith points could serve such a function. Could refining a god lead to becoming one? However, he quickly dismissed this thought. In the world of the saints, gods are essentially those who have comprehended the ninth sense. Even if they perish, as long as their souls endure, they will find a way to return. Nevertheless, this notion piqued Fengzhi's interest, and he subsequently chose the second option. Warning: this refinement is only a preliminary process and will invoke hostility from the gods of Olympus. It is recommended to undertake the refinement upon reaching the eighth sense. Upon seeing the blood-red warning, Fengzhi promptly selected the first option. He understood the wisdom of heeding advice, a principle that he had long grasped. Subsequently, within the confines of the sealed golden apple, the malevolent deity Eris found herself imprisoned. In the sanctuary, Pope Sage publicly commended Sagittarius Shiophus, along with Tonghu, Regulus, and Fengzhi. It was here that Fengzhi encountered other golden saints: Gemini Asplos, Taurus Haskard, Capricorn Elkside, Cancer Manigot, Pisces Aphelica, Virgo Ashmita, Scorpio Colludia, and Aquarius Digial. Aside from the absent Cheyenne, all 12 golden saints stood before him. In this new era, Fengzhi felt a sense of starstruck admiration, particularly as he sensed the remarkable cosmos emanating from these individuals, each surpassing the seventh sense, their overall prowess significantly greater than that of Seiya's time. It was hard to fathom the ferocity of the battles that had transpired in the sanctuary, leading to such devastating losses among these formidable warriors. Fengzhi was especially honored to receive accolades from Pope Sage, who adorned him with a medal emblematic of honor, instilling within him a profound sense of pride. As the one designated for the sanctuary's altar armor, he garnered their respect, their friendly gazes akin to those directed at a promising junior they admired. At that moment, Pope Sage gazed upon Tonghu and Fengzhi, feeling a surge of emotion, and rose to his feet. The date of the impending holy war drew ever closer. Yet one golden cloth remained without a bearer. Within the sanctuary, aside from the Aries gold cloth sealed in the Mu continent, which required Cheyenne's intervention to unlock, only the Libra gold cloth remained. The golden saints exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the Pope's intentions. This particular cloth was unique, since the last Libra gold saint. It had remained in a state of disrepair, and even the Pope could not awaken its core. Pope Sage, feeling somewhat helpless as the leader of the sanctuary, realized the urgency of empowering the Golden Saints lest a crucial element be lacking in the upcoming Holy War. Therefore, I intend to resume the selection of the Libra Gold Saint, he declared. Upon his words, the Golden Saints murmured among themselves, prompting Elder Baile to call for silence, which brought the gathering to a more subdued state. As for the candidates, I have decided that Tonghu and Alice shall compete fairly. At this proclamation, the previously quiet assembly erupted once more into a cacophony of voices. Almost all the Golden Saints turned their gazes towards Fengzhe, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Fengzhe hastily interjected, "Your Holiness, I am content as the altar-bearer and willingly forfeit this selection." Throughout this era, he had maintained a mindset of an onlooker, harboring a persistent feeling that he might return to his own timeline. However, Pope Sage continued, "I have made my decision. In 3 days, the two of you shall engage in a public contest, to be witnessed by all the saints of the sanctuary. The meaning of Psyche is akin to public execution, leaving no room for dissent. In contrast to Fengzhe's conservatism, Tonghu's fervor for battle is remarkably high. As a true man, muster your courage and fight valiantly, thus honoring the trust bestowed upon you by the Pope. Do not be overly sentimental and allow others to underestimate you. Press on." Tonghu's sincere, large eyes, though filled with a hint of foolishness, seemed to resonate with this fervent emotion. Encouraged by the other Golden Saints, Fengzhe nodded in agreement. After departing from the Pope's palace, Fengzhe did not retreat to rest, but instead strolled through the sacred domain of this era. No matter how long he gazed, he continued to perceive a unique beauty in this place. Even the small flowers blooming in the corners appeared exquisitely beautiful, as if a filter had been applied to the scenery. Yet, for every aspect of beauty, there exists a repugnant shadow lurking beneath, particularly in this medieval-like sanctuary. The darkness of the lower strata is often unbearable. "Kill that fiend." A group of ruffians assaulted an individual clad in tattered clothing. Despite being brought to the ground, his knee-length blue hair remained visible, and his dusky skin was marred by numerous bruises, yet there was no hint of surrender in his demeanor. "Stop!" Fengzhe's loud shout halted their actions. Upon seeing the figure adorned in a silver saintly armor, the ruffians immediately knelt. "Why are you attacking him?" Fengzhe inquired, observing the myriad of scars on the ruffian's body, indicating a history of such unjust treatment. The aura of long-term authority caused the ruffians to tremble. The leader, gathering his courage, responded, "My lord, he is a fiend. Not only is he a twin, but look at his appearance. He is truly a demon." Twins. In medieval lore, it is said that when a mother gives birth to twins, one is often deemed a fiend, leading to the immediate execution of one child, leaving the other to survive. Even if some manage to live, they are subjected to discrimination, with stones hurled and curses shouted at them. As a modern individual, it is difficult to comprehend such barbaric customs, yet this is the stark reality. Before him stood such a fiend, his countenance fierce. Even as he gritted his teeth, revealing a set of vampire-like fangs, he was repulsive to behold. However, Fengzhe displayed no trace of disgust. Instead, he helped the ruffian to his feet and addressed the group. "I am the altar's Saint Ares. The notion of twins being cursed is sheer nonsense. Should I witness you bullying him again, consider whether your bodies are resilient enough to endure the consequences." Upon hearing the title of the altar's saint, the ruffians were struck with fear and fled in haste. "Are you all right?" Fengzhe inquired, assisting the ruffian. A unique small cosmos emanated from his hand, rapidly healing the wounds on the ruffian's body. This was Fengzhe's alternative application of the sacred fire. When infused in the palm, it possessed a healing effect. "I am fine." The ruffian opened his eyes, revealing a pair of aquamarine orbs, vibrant and clear, reminiscent of glass marbles from a bygone era. Before long, her wound was healed. The soldier stood up and earnestly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Alice." "Oh, it's nothing. Such inequities abound within the sanctuary. If you wish to leave, I can still facilitate your return home," Alice replied. Fengzhe suddenly recalled his own desire to escape the sanctuary, and an overwhelming sense of compassion surged within him. "No, I will not leave. My brother is here." Upon hearing this, Fengzhe chuckled, realizing that his brother was also training within the sanctuary. "Who is your brother?" he inquired. "My brother is in the Gemini Palace. His name is Asplos." Upon hearing this name, Fengzhe gazed at him in astonishment and exclaimed, "What did you say?" "I am Defurthros, the reserved gold saint of Gemini." For some reason, Fengzhe was reminded of the curse of Gemini, which persisted in this era. However, what truly astonished Fengzhe was that Defurthros was merely a novice with no skills to speak of, and his standing was solely due to his brother's influence. As it stood, his brother had already become a gold saint of Gemini, nearly ascending to the role of Pope. Fengzhe, possessing knowledge of the entire history of the LC Holy War, recalled that 2.5 years prior to the initiation of the Holy War, Asplos, tempted by ambition, attempted to assassinate the Pope and seize his position, only to meet his demise. After the Holy War commenced, Defurthros donned the golden cloth of Gemini and emerged as a formidable warrior. Had it not been for the resurrection of his brother Asplos by the god of the underworld, and the subsequent self-sacrificial redemption to restore his brother's sanity, the outcome of their conflict would remain uncertain. Without the intervention of Fengzhe, the ordinary progression of Defurthros would have seen him transform from a novice to a top-tier gold saint within a mere 2.5 years, a testament to his exceptional talent. Yet, in comparison to the prodigious Regulus, he still fell short. Indeed, this era was governed by a cadre of brilliant saints. Lord Alice, could you be my mentor? I aspire to become a saint. Defurthros's eyes sparkled with hope. Alice was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond to this unexpected request. Defurthros, feeling dejected, lowered his head and murmured, "It was presumptuous of me. No one in the sanctuary wishes to be my teacher, due to his fearsome reputation and appearance." Even those saints who were indifferent to such stigmas hesitated to take him on as a disciple. With a gentle smile, Fengzhe addressed him. "I would be honored to take you as my student, and I shall do so in front of a gathered crowd." "Really?" Defurthros's eyes gleamed with excitement. Fengzhe nodded and continued, "Endure for 3 days, and then I shall formally accept you as my disciple." Defurthros beamed with joy. Even his fierce appearance softened. 3 days later, in a grand plaza, nearly all the saints had gathered, including an unusually high presence of gold saints, all eager to witness the selection battle among the gold saints of Libra. At the altar, Alice faced off against the dragon saint, Tong Hu. The entire square was thronged with a multitude of people, including many commoners who felt fortunate to witness this rare selection between golden warriors. For them, it was an exceptional opportunity for self-improvement. Amidst the crowd, Defurthros was equally filled with excitement. The figure standing on the platform was none other than his mentor. Pope Saichi, adorned in papal vestments, announced the commencement, and both combatants took their stances simultaneously. In contrast to the martial disposition of the dragon saint, the Altair saint, Fengzhe, possessed a rather meager offensive prowess. The only formidable aspect he retained was the sacred flame within his armor. "Alice, I shall not hold back. Let us engage in a battle worthy of men," Tong Hu exclaimed, embodying the spirit of a spirited youth, especially in such a moment of public scrutiny. Fengzhe nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Very well. Should you be injured, do not blame me." "Haha, that is splendid." After exchanging fierce words, Fengzhe began to maneuver, unleashing his cosmos, which conjured the star map of the Altair constellation behind him. Simultaneously, Tong Hu's dragon constellation emerged alongside his own cosmos. In terms of individual strength, Tong Hu, who had grasped the seventh sense, undoubtedly held the advantage. However, when augmented by the power of their armors, the unique silver armor of the Altair saint surpassed the dragon saint's capabilities. Sevenfold Sonic Punch. As Fengzhe's most formidable technique, the sevenfold Sonic Punch, enhanced by the silver armor, exhibited a terrifying prowess that distinguished him among silver saints. Having witnessed the Pegasus Meteor Fist and the Plasma Lightspeed Fist, Fengzhe gained profound insights and made further advancements. The sevenfold Sonic Punch, under the influence of his cosmos, transformed into a meteor shower of the Altair constellation, weaving an intricate net that left no gaps. This sonic punch could manifest different forms against various adversaries, capable of wide-ranging assaults or concentrated strikes. At this moment, facing Tong Hu, the net created by the sonic punches ensnared him completely. Mount Lu Rising Dragon Strike. As the progenitor of the Mount Lu techniques, it is said that Tong Hu derived this move from the celestial realm of Mount Lu. Empowered by the cosmos of the dragon constellation, a surging green dragon charged forth, colliding directly with the sevenfold sonic punch. The brief standoff left the surrounding saints in exuberant cheers, as though witnessing a thrilling battle. Observing the spectacle, Pope Saichi remarked, "It seems that in this campaign against the evil god, Alyssa's strength has indeed progressed." Elder Bailey, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle at his own astute decision. As a sharpening stone, his modest strength was sufficiently formidable. Perhaps there are astonishing facets yet to be unveiled. The two elders laughed heartily, having not witnessed such a joyous battle in a long time. As Tong Hu's cosmos surged with increasing intensity, Fengzhi began to feel a sense of depletion. Ultimately, in the contest of cosmos, Fengzhi fell short compared to Tong Hu, who had already awakened the seventh sense. Fengzhi let out a mighty roar as he leaped into the air, momentarily creating 3 shadows thanks to the incredible speed of his feet. With another powerful shout, he unleashed the triple sevenfold sonic fist. This was yet another variation of the sonic fist he had developed, utilizing his extraordinary mobility to briefly manifest a fleeting afterimage, thereby unleashing a tripled force. The simultaneous assault from 3 angles undoubtedly intensified the pressure on Tong Hu. Haha. Lushan 100 Dragon Domination. Instantly, countless divine dragons materialized, varying in size and length, yet undeniably representing the pinnacle of Tong Hu's formidable abilities. As a wide-ranging offensive technique, although Tong Hu was not as powerful as he would be 243 years later, he was still formidable enough in this moment. The battle appeared to be evenly matched. A contest of small universes, yet in truth, Fengzhi had fallen into a disadvantageous position, a fact any golden saint could easily discern. TCH. It's quite tedious that Tong Hu is taking such a long time to deal with a high-ranking silver saint. I might as well take a nap. Monty Goat remarked with a habitual smirk. Regulus, however, interjected, questioning Tong Hu's worthiness, expressing confusion as to why the Pope would choose him. Feeling he was utterly mismatched with Libra. When any saint chooses their armor, they invariably select one that resonates with their own constellation, allowing them to harness the wisdom and insights bestowed by the celestial charts. The armor itself can be viewed as a relic of inheritance, only fully realized by those whose constellations are aligned. Tong Hu was undoubtedly the perfect match for the dragon constellation, yet he seemed ill-suited for Libra, a fact that even the golden saints awakened to the seventh sense could perceive. As the stalemate in their small universes continued, Fengzhi roared once more, channeling the sacred fire from his body into the altar armor. Sacrifice, deprivation, to the astonishment of all present. Fengzhi audaciously stripped Tong Hu of his armor, which then floated in midair. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. To directly deprive a saint of their armor was an unprecedented act. Tong Hu, momentarily stunned, had not anticipated such a ruthless technique. Yet, the power of his Lushan 100 Dragon Domination showed no signs of waning. In fact, it seemed to intensify. Behind him, the image of a fierce tiger emerged, heralding his other technique, the all-encompassing nature. Since you've deprived me of it, I shall not wear it. Tong Hu laughed heartily, unfazed by the loss, as his inner universe visibly surged in strength. Such a saint, one who grew fiercer the more he was pressured, was indeed the most troublesome, especially for someone like Tong Hu, whose armor acted as a shackle, but once removed, allowed him to push his small universe to its limits. A true genius. How could Fengzhi have overlooked such a critical aspect? He mentally chastised himself for hastily stripping Tong Hu of his armor, inadvertently inviting his wrath. As anticipated, the Lushan 100 Dragon Domination surged forth, shattering the confines of the triple sevenfold sonic fist and crashing directly into Fengzhi. He was sent hurtling backward. It seemed the end was near. Many saints foresaw Fengzhi's impending failure, and under the profound technique of Tong Hu, there remained no courage to rise again. No, teacher, you cannot lose. A voice echoed in Fengzhi's ears, and upon looking down, he discovered it was the fierce star, De Fei Te Luo Si. At that moment, not only did Fengzhi hear it, but even the Gemini saint, Aspuros, gazed at him in disbelief, as if unable to trust his own ears. Fengzhi smiled at De Fei Te Luo Si and then rose to his feet. Suddenly, he shouted at him, "My disciple, De Fei Te Luo Si. The teacher shall not falter. Sacrifice. Sacred fire healing." The sacred fire once again merged into his own microcosm, harmonizing with the cosmos within him to form a blazing ring. Within this circle, his wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. The injuries on his skin visibly mended before their eyes. Wow! At this moment, even Bailey stood up. Since Odysseus, the sanctuary had witnessed the emergence of a healing saint once more. This was of paramount importance to the sanctuary. The significance of this news even surpassed Fengzhi's earlier declaration of accepting De Fei Te Luo Si as his disciple. Defete Luosi appeared almost intoxicated, his face flushed. Meanwhile, Aspuros, the Gemini, exhibited a warm demeanor, finally witnessing his brother emerge from the shadows of the fierce star. The sacred fire surrounding Feng Zhe transformed once more, gathering around him. Embrace my most powerful technique. Sacrifice. Ghostly azure flame. A surge of sacred fire erupted, encircling Tong Hu from all directions. Pope Saichi, fearing an unforeseen mishap, prepared himself to intervene at a critical moment to save Tong Hu. Lushan 100 Dragon Overlord. It was evident to all that this was the final clash. The flames of the sacred fire collided violently with the green divine dragon. This time, the power of the ghostly azure flame seemed even more formidable. The divine dragon suddenly felt as if it were engulfed in flames, beginning to burn. This process was swift, leaving even Saichi unable to provide aid in time. Just as the ghostly azure flame was about to consume Tong Hu, a beam of golden light surged before him. The golden Libra armor. Even Saichi had not anticipated the sudden appearance of the golden Libra armor. Hadn't its core already been damaged? While he could hardly believe his eyes. Sensing something, Tong Hu's body flickered, as if calling upon the golden Libra armor. With a mighty roar, the constellation of the dragon appeared behind him, only to transform into the constellation of Libra. Could it be possible? Even Feng Zhe looked on in astonishment at Tong Hu's transformation. In the next moment, the golden Libra armor disintegrated, shattering into pieces, and began to adorn Tong Hu's form. The instant Tong Hu donned the golden armor, he experienced an unprecedented surge of strength, his microcosm evolving once again. Lushan Rising Dragon Overlord. With the amplification of the golden armor, Tong Hu unleashed the Lushan Rising Dragon Overlord. The vividly depicted green dragon embodies an invincible force, prompting even Feng Zhe to refrain from a direct confrontation. Instead, he swiftly evaded, while the colossal green dragon shattered a massive stone pillar in the square with a resounding crash. The resulting debris scattered widely, injuring numerous saints and their allies. Observing this scene, Tong Hu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. With the saint cloth now having acknowledged its master, further combat seemed devoid of purpose. Subsequently, Pope Saichi announced Tong Hu's ascension as the Golden Saint of Libra. Under the setting sun, Pope Saichi personally ratified this decision, eliciting cheers from all saints who celebrated the dawn of a new Libra saint. As for the defeated Feng Zhe, it became evident to all that he was a silver saint possessing the prowess of a golden warrior. Meanwhile, the ominous Defurthros, under the watchful eye of Pope Saichi, officially pledged himself to the altar of Alice. For the first time, Defurthros felt a sense of camaraderie, an experience foreign to him until now. In an effort to encourage Feng Zhe, Pope Saichi publicly announced Alice as the prospective elder to assist him alongside Bai Li. This revelation surprised many. Yet it seemed that the altar saint warriors were inherently destined to support the Pope. The following day, Defurthros arrived early to serve breakfast to Feng Zhe, albeit it was merely a piece of dark bread. Feng Zhe, however, was pleased, and thus their training commenced in earnest. Initially, Feng Zhe intended to revisit the teachings of the Eagle Saint's mystical energy. Unexpectedly, Defurthros shattered a stone with ease, and even his own small universe revealed the constellation of Gemini. This revelation left Feng Zhe astounded, while Defurthros knelt, confessing, "Master, I have long concealed my true strength." Feng Zhe pondered this, understanding that the one dubbed the Evil Star had lived in darkness, hiding his power for survival. Rather than expressing displeasure, Feng Zhe invited, "Come, let us spar." However, Defurthros merely threw a few punches, seemingly lacking any techniques, let alone profound skills. Consequently, Feng Zhe taught him the essence of the Sonic Fist, explaining that with sufficient strength of spirit, the Sonic Fist would ultimately transform into the Lightspeed Fist. Naturally, with Feng Zhe's current capabilities, he could only unleash a maximum of 7 times the speed of sound, or his variant, the triple 7 times Sonic Fist. Upon learning this technique, Defurthros practiced diligently and swiftly mastered the Sonic Fist, achieving the triple Sonic Fist within a single day, an accomplishment indicative of Silver Saint level. Indeed, the saints of this era generally surpassed those of his time, especially prodigies like Defurthros. As the sun set, the master and disciple perched upon a fractured stone pillar, basking in the warm glow of twilight, cherishing a rare moment of tranquility. 6 months later, the absence of news from Cheyenne raised concerns within the sanctuary, particularly for Pope Saichi, who was filled with apprehension. Moreover, numerous malevolent deities began to emerge across the globe. 3 months prior, the Gemini Asplos journeyed to Egypt accompanied by the Cancer Manigot and the Capricorn El's Hide, having heard whispers of the malevolent deity Anubis. A fortnight ago, the Sagittarius Sisyphus, along with the youthful Tiger and the Taurus Hasketh, ventured to Chile, where the sinister god Mapuche and his serpentine wisdom were said to have emerged. Presently, the Nordic celestial palace wavers in instability, prompting a plea for aid from the sacred domain, compelling Pope Seiji to dispatch the Aquarius Dieter and the Scorpio Colludia to the celestial palace. Initially, Fengzhi volunteered to embark on this quest, but was deterred by Pope Seiji, who merely stated that the sacred domain was lacking in sufficient high-level combatants and required a steadfast presence. Fengzhi sighed. With 8 golden saints already dispatched and the absence of Cheyenne, along with the ever-reclusive Virgo Asmida, who only intervened for matters of great importance. The remaining golden saints at his disposal were the Pisces Afika and the 5-year-old Leo Regulus. Pope Seiji and Elder Bailey were perpetually engaged in mysterious activities within the Pope's palace, leaving the task of overseeing Dieter and Colludia to the newly appointed Elder Fengzhi, who had held his position for only half a year. Dieter, renowned for his wisdom, often found solace in the pages of a book, pondering in solitude. The interaction between Fengzhi and Dieter had been minimal, making this assignment a rare opportunity for the two to converse privately. Dieter regarded Fengzhi as if he could see through him, adjusting his glasses and remarking, "You possess an essence that feels out of place in our era. Were it not for your unwavering loyalty to the goddess, I might suspect you of being some malevolent deity." This statement momentarily startled Fengzhi. Only Pope Seiji, Bailey, and Manigot were privy to the secret of his anachronistic nature, while Dieter was entirely unaware. With a smile, Fengzhi responded, "Oh, pray tell. In what way do I differ from you?" His intuition suggested that their infrequent interactions left little room for judgments. At that moment, the Scorpio Colludio approached, nudging Dieter. "Alexis, do not bear any burdens. Dieter can be rather neurotic at times." Observing his friend's jest, Dieter chose not to elaborate, finally murmuring, "Perhaps your secret is known only to Asmida, the man closest to divinity in this world." Colludia leaned closer to Fengzhi, whispering that Asmida, devoid of human emotion, having truly attained that vacant state, would, even if he were to become a god, remain a heartless being. "I truly wonder why the sacred domain permits the existence of such heretics. Refrain from gossiping behind others' backs. Such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman." Oh dear, oh dear. The two close friends departed the sacred domain amidst joyful banter, while at that moment, the sacred domain experienced an unprecedented emptiness. Upon returning, Fengzhi was immediately struck by a palpable tension, with the number of patrolling guards having multiplied several times over. Indeed, 3 days later, Pope Seiji received 2 pieces of intelligence, causing him to furrow his brow. When Fengzhi arrived at the Pope's palace, he encountered Elder Bailey pacing anxiously, while Pope Seiji appeared troubled, tilting his head in contemplation. "Your Holiness, Elder Bailey, what has transpired?" Saichi directly handed 2 pieces of intelligence to Fengzhi, who was immediately taken aback. One was news regarding Cheyenne, who, through an unknown channel, intended to send people from the Holy Domain to the continent of Mu. The other was the impending arrival of the fallen angel Lucifer, who would soon descend upon the Holy Domain. Fallen angel Lucifer? In Fengzhi's understanding, this was likely connected to the climactic battle depicted in the film, where the fallen angel wielded the powers of the sea god Poseidon, the evil god Eris, and the sun god able to instigate the apocalypse. Furthermore, before the Holy War in 1743, the fallen angel Lucifer had also emerged, and his strength was undoubtedly far superior to that of the evil god Eris. If it weren't for the looming threat of Lucifer, the Holy Domain would naturally have the resources to send someone to the continent of Mu for reconnaissance. However, now they had no choice but to prepare for battle with full force. Seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, Fengzhi knelt down. "Your Holiness, I wish to journey to the continent of Mu to investigate its whereabouts." The Pope remained silent. Yet Bailey was acutely aware of the dangers that lay within the continent of Mu and interjected, "Since the creation of the Holy Armor, the continent of Mu has been jointly destroyed by the gods. The surviving areas are mostly akin to hell on earth. Those who venture there seldom return alive." Fengzhi was evidently aware of these perils, responding, "I am confident I can return alive, but I am unaware of the lost continent's location. Observing his resolute spirit, Bailey tossed him a letter that clearly documented the location of the continent of Mu. It appeared to reside within the temporal rift of the Jamil Plateau. The only beings who might possess knowledge of the secrets of Mu were the descendants of the continent, known as the Last Restorers, the Jamil clan. The Pope, Cheyenne, seemed to ponder something before stating, "However, before you embark on this journey, you must learn a particular arcane skill from me, the Corpse Chi Netherworld Wave." Upon realizing that Saichi intended to impart the profound technique of the Cancer Golden Saint Cloth to him, Fengzhe was visibly astonished. "Do not look at me like that. This mission was initially meant for Manigod, but he has yet to return. Fortunately, you also possess that ghostly Tsangyan. So it's a perfect opportunity for you to learn it. It may come in handy." Thus, he found himself in the role of a substitute. Yet despite being a backup, Fengzhe had long desired to master this unique technique, an ability that directly affected the soul. To acquire this spatial and soul-based ultimate skill, one needed not only a keen sixth sense, but also to harness a sphere of ghostly fire and integrate it into one's small universe for nurturing. Following this, one would need to repeatedly traverse the entrance of the Yellow Springs to achieve proficiency. 3 days later, at the entrance of the Yellow Springs, Fengzhe thoroughly explored the area. As he observed the people plummeting endlessly into the abyss, a profound sense of desolation washed over him. This was the end of life, a fate that no being could alter. Yet, to live well and allow people to enjoy a century in peace, that was our duty as saints. The significance of having a good teacher lies in the fact that, when you are on the brink of despair, there is someone who can impart wisdom, guiding you back onto the righteous path. This elucidates why, despite being a Cancer, Dismask had no mentor and solely relied on the legacy of his armor. Although he grasped the seventh sense, he was perpetually shrouded in a dark aura. After all, prolonged exposure to this environment can lead to a distortion of character. "Thank you, teacher. I shall not succumb. I will fight for justice, for humanity, and, above all, for the faith that resides within my heart." Fengzhe, whether intentionally or not, spoke of his inner convictions, which were not aligned with the goddess's faith. This subtle distinction nearly plunged him into despair in the trajectory of his life, a topic for another time. At that moment, in the realm of Yomi, Bailey approached. Unlike Pope Saichi, Bailey fundamentally did not desire Fengzhe to venture to the continent of Mu. However, circumstances seemed to dictate otherwise. With a sigh, Bailey remarked, "Actually, during the last Holy War, there was indeed a golden saint from your era who traversed time." Fengzhe had no recollection of such an event. When he arrived in the realm of the saints, the side story of Cheyenne merely stated that he acquired the Ares armor on the continent of Mu, without elaborating on the means of its acquisition. The name was Avenir, a golden saint of Ares from the 20th century. Avenir? I do not recall a saint by that name from my time. What? This was a secret long held by the two elders. They had yearned for Avenir and Fengzhe to be comrades of the same era. Upon their first meeting, they had intended to pose this very question. But Fengzhe's assertion that the Pope of his age was Cheyenne, not Avenir, silenced them both. At this moment, the secret was finally revealed. Fengzhe's interest was piqued, and he murmured, "It appears to be a parallel timeline. This is becoming increasingly intriguing." Upon hearing this, Bailey proceeded to recount the tale. In the earlier Holy War, specifically the one 500 years before the 20th century, which Bailey and Saichi survived, the Ares saint, Gateguard, harbored an absolute loyalty to Pope Ida's notion of justice, even surpassing his allegiance to Athena. This devotion foreshadowed his eventual descent into darkness. Fortunately, with the assistance of Saichi, Bailey, and a new generation of golden saints, they ultimately vanquished Pope Itia, assuming the mantle of the Holy War. It was during this internal strife that the golden armor of Ares, Gateguard, transformed into a specter armor, rendering it unusable. At that juncture, a golden saint of Ares from 500 years in the future, Avenir, suddenly appeared in the sanctuary. His timeline had been altered due to the sanctuary's defeat, where the Pope and Athena were beheaded. In despair, Avenir cradled Athena's severed head, weeping and awaiting the arrival of death. At that moment, the god of time, Kronos, intervened, transporting Avenir to the Holy War 500 years prior. To amend his deepest regret, Avenir chose to sacrifice himself in battle to protect Athena, rather than witness her demise helplessly. After the conclusion of the Holy War, Avenir's comrades placed the Ares cloth on the continent of Mu. However, The sudden appearance of the celestial star, Yaoma, unleashed the power of time, sealing the remnants of the continent and causing the ruins to vanish for 250 years. Fortunately, the emergence of Cheyenne, who was innately attuned to the Aries cloth, along with the timely discovery of the legendary time rift known as the Jamir, allowed for the quest to recover the Aries cloth on Mu. Moreover, Cheyenne possessed a unique ability that enabled him to glimpse the memories of his master upon touching the Holy War, which was a significant reason for Bai Li's consent for his journey to Mu. Upon hearing the secret of the Aries cloth, Fengzhi was momentarily rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, he murmured that the Aries cloth of this era was obtained from the sanctuary of the 20th century, 250 years later, while the Aries cloth of your era had now transformed into the Hades cloth, resting in the hands of the specters. One could argue that this led Fengzhi to contemplate the concept of the time paradox, a classic theory that, in the realm of the Saint Seiya, seemed rather impractical, merely suggesting the existence of parallel worlds that do not interfere with one another. Now, you can fathom the horrifying scene, where the level of danger surpasses even that posed by the malevolent deity, Eris. Bai Li continued to urge Fengzhi to reconsider, believing that maintaining the vitality of the living and ensuring orderly succession far outweighed the acquisition of the Aries gold cloth. Yet, Fengzhi merely smiled and reassured, "Rest assured, Teacher Bai Li, I shall return alive." Witnessing Fengzhi's unwavering resolve, Bai Li could only sigh in reluctant agreement. The following day, Fengzhi's disciple, Deftros, awaited him at the gates of the sanctuary. Fengzhi gently ruffled his blue hair. During these days, thanks to Fengzhi's presence, Deftros had enjoyed a peaceful existence, free from the harassment of lesser foes, though integrating into the ranks of the saints required persistent effort. "Master, I believe in you. You will surely return." Fengzhi chuckled. "Thank you." Before departing, sensing an ominous cloud over this journey, he entrusted Deftros with 3 blood tokens infused with Athena's blood. He cautioned, "These blood tokens, converging the essence of Athena, are exceedingly precious and pivotal for the sacrificial rites, particularly when confronting malevolent deities, as they may safeguard your life." Over the past 6 months, Deftros's talents astonished Fengzhi. He not only mastered the triple sevenfold sonic fist, but also grasped much of the arcane secrets of the sacrificial rites, albeit with diminished efficacy due to the absence of an altar cloth. "Do you intend for me to become an altar saint?" The astute Deftros was well aware of Fengzhi's intentions. In this era, 2 altar cloths had indeed emerged, one adorning Fengzhi, while the other belonged to Bai Li. Being Fengzhi's direct disciple, he was privy to this secret, including the fact that Fengzhi had traversed from 250 years in the future. Fengzhi nodded and remarked, "Throughout history, the twin gold saints of Gemini, despite their formidable talents, have been feared by the gods, leading to curses that afflict each generation. I have an enduring sense that the Gemini of your generation will not find tranquility." Thus, Fengzhi cannot articulate his thoughts. His brother, the warm and cheerful Asplos, may ultimately succumb to the temptations of Yaoma, engaging in the nefarious act of assassinating the Pope. Furthermore, Fengzhi seems to foresee that Asplo's enticement by Yaoma will inevitably occur the moment Xiang returns from the Mu continent. This day is not far off. Fear not. Dear teacher, I assure you that such an event shall not transpire, for I now possess the means to prevent it. Defterlos clenched his fist, seemingly to affirm his resolve. Fengzhi wholeheartedly agreed. In merely half a year, Defterlos had attained the status of a high-ranking Silver Saint warrior, and the realization of the 7th sense surely lies within reach. Before parting, Fengzhi pondered for a moment and advised him to temper his 6th sense to its peak state, allowing his 5 senses to reach their zenith before attempting a breakthrough, which would yield unforeseen benefits. Moved by Fengzhi's unwavering support, Defterlos earnestly declared that he would not betray his teacher's teachings. Fengzhi responded with an affirming hum, waved his hand, and exited the sanctuary. Meanwhile, within the Pope's palace, 2 elderly figures from the sanctuary also watched him depart. "Brother, I can't shake the feeling that this time he leaves, he may not return," one remarked. "Haha, I share that premonition. It is indeed an unsettling sentiment." In contrast to Avenir, Alex's story within his own timeline has only just commenced. Perhaps his return may not be a misfortune, after all. Haha. The 2 elders seemed to find solace in each other's company, erupting into laughter. The Jamir Plateau resembles Tibet, with its thin air and sparse population. Even eagles find it challenging to soar above. Yet, in this unique locale, a group of remnants from the Mu continent thrives, identifying themselves as the Jameer clan. The Ares armor is among the few lineages within the entire Saint warrior heritage that boasts a well-ordered succession, attributed not only to their ability to restore the armor, but, more significantly, to the relentless efforts of generations of Ares Saint warriors. All of this hinges upon a remarkable Saint warrior, Avenir, from the parallel sanctuary of the 20th century. Without his Ares armor, the sanctuary might have lost its legacy during the Holy War 500 years ago. Now, at this pivotal moment in history, Fengzhi finds himself within a temporal rift on the Jameer Plateau. As he touched the rift, he was abruptly pulled inside. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar village enveloped by an invisible barrier. Once entered, escape became impossible. This must be the temporal prison. While contemplating Xiang's whereabouts, he noticed a yaks wildly bucking in the distance, and upon it sat a 5-year-old child. Upon seeing the unfamiliar figure, the child rushed over. Alex. The child clearly recognized Fengzhi and was delighted by his arrival. Who are you? I am Xiang. The words of the child left Fengzhi momentarily speechless. Glancing left and right, noting the distinctive markings of the Jameer clan prominently etched upon his brow. How have you come to look like this? He exclaimed. But let us not dwell on that. We must hurry. If we encounter the manifestation of Yaoma, you too shall be transformed. Without hesitation, Fengzhi mounted the yak, which then galloped furiously toward the opposite side of the village. 10 minutes later, upon seeing a multitude of children scattered throughout the village, he was rendered utterly speechless. Xiang. Who is he? The foremost child regarded the stranger with a hint of caution. Yugo, he is the one who sits upon the altar, the ally we seek. With a swift motion, Xiang dismounted the yak and introduced Fengzhi to the others. After a brief exchange, Fengzhi learned that the leading child was none other than Yugo of the Centaur constellation, who had also been altered by the manifestation of Yaoma. He soon grasped the full extent of the situation. The entire village had been ensnared within a temporal prison. Before Xiang's arrival, they had appeared as adults. But upon Xiang's encounter with the Ares tomb, he was obstructed by the approaching manifestation of Yaoma, which utilized time reversal to transform Xiang and the entire village into children. For the past 6 months, had it not been for the spirit of Avenir frequently emerging to confront the manifestation, Fengzhi might never have seen Xiang again. Where is the manifestation of Yaoma now? Fengzhi inquired. It remains beside the tomb of Avenir. Let us go and confront him. Together, Fengzhi and the 5-year-old Xiang made their way to the tomb of Avenir. Along the journey, Fengzhi posed a question. Have you been waiting for me here all along? Xiang nodded. Yaoma stated that you are not of this world, but rather a fragment of sand within the currents of time. I believed you would come. Thus, it became clear, Fengzhi was not a denizen of the Saint Seiya universe. Even the god of time could not discern his true origins, only able to perceive him at the temporal juncture of Seiya. Essentially, he was indeed a fragment of sand adrift within the tumult of time. The village was modest in size, and the tomb of Avenir lay at its farthest edge. Here, it appeared that time was once again severed, exhibiting a discernible ripple effect. To breach this temporal barrier, conventional methods would prove futile. Therefore, when the sacred flame of the altar re-emerged in Fengzhi's possession, the moment of revelation had arrived. Burn. Sacred flame. A fireball composed of divine flame struck the tomb of Avenir, causing the ripples to quiver violently. A gaping hole materialized at the tomb's entrance under the assault. Quickly, enter and connect with the sacred armor. Xiang nodded vigorously, leaping forth and disappearing within. At that moment, however, the manifestation of Yaoma reappeared. With a mere gesture, he pointed, and the 5-year-old Xiang began to age before their very eyes, displaying signs of growing frail. This is not good. Time is slipping away. The energy of the underworld is rising. Fengzhi directly summoned the energy of accumulated corpses, extracting Shirang's soul, which immediately began to merge with Avenir's essence. Shirang was now receiving the legacy of Avenir. At that moment, the avatar of Yaoma suddenly cast a glance at Fengzhi, his eyes brimming with mockery. I had always thought you to be mere dust in the chaotic currents of time, yet I have just traversed countless dimensions in search of your trace, finding none. You must be a traveler from another world. Suddenly unmasked, Fengzhi remained unfazed, calmly regarding Yaoma. If I am correct, you are the brother of the supreme deity Kronos, the god of time, Kairos. Yaoma was taken aback. It had been ages since he had heard the name Kairos, and to encounter someone claiming such an identity today was unexpected. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Your memories must be fascinating. At this moment, the avatar of Yao Ma surged forward, producing a pocket watch and manipulating it with a wave of his fingers. Time stops. Fengzhi felt an abrupt cessation of time. Yet Yao Ma remained unaffected, floating effortlessly before him. His eyes gleamed with a certain madness as he prepared to probe with his fingers. Suddenly, Fengzhi chuckled. Sacrifice. Divine blood symbol. 2 blood symbols inscribed with the essence of Athena were pressed directly against Yao Ma. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, Yao Ma's body momentarily froze. Then, he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the divine. Damn, this is the seal of the Olympian gods. In an instant, Yao Ma reversed time, returning to the moment before time had halted. However, this time, Fengzhi did not invoke the divine blood symbol, but unleashed a surge of holy fire. This was no ordinary flame, but the sacred fire from Mount Olympus, a legendary force capable of incinerating deities. Yao Ma was taken aback, quickly retreating to the moment before time had paused again. Yet this time, Fengzhi's fist collided with his face. Yao Ma felt an immense surge of cosmic energy that shattered his deathly attire. Why? Why are you unaffected by my temporal power? Yao Ma could not fathom it. Despite having halted time, this traveler from another world remained entirely unperturbed. It was utterly incomprehensible. Fengzhi smiled gently. If you still possessed a divine body, I would indeed be powerless against you. But at this moment, you are merely a man, a being of flesh and blood. Yao Ma suddenly comprehended. The issue lay in his current state as an avatar. Before the altar imbued with divine blood and holy fire, he could not manipulate time. Meanwhile, having absorbed all of Avenir's memories, Shiryu was engulfed by a surge of furious emotions. Now I have truly inherited your will. I shall survive in this era and convey it to the future. With a resounding cry, the golden Aries cloth surged forth from its grave, illuminating the surroundings. The armor shattered into pieces, seamlessly adorning Shiryu's form. As Cheyenne cast a furious glare at Yao Ma, an immense surge of small cosmos began to coalesce. The technique. Stellar dust rotation. Observing Cheyenne harnessing his own cosmos to conjure a galaxy, a multitude of meteors cascaded from it, forming a magnificent rotating cosmic star cluster. This visually stunning and immensely destructive maneuver was said to rival the force capable of obliterating an entire galaxy. Under the influence of such intense emotion, or perhaps empowered by the legacy of the previous Aries warriors imbued within the sacred cloth, Yao Ma's doppelganger was utterly shattered. I shall not allow you to prevail, especially you, traveler from another world. A spirit surged directly into Fengzhi's chest. Sacrifice. Divine seal. What? You can seal deities within you. Release me. Yao Ma, in a state of panic, attempted to escape but was restrained by the altar's sacred cloth. Simultaneously, a voice resonated from the altar's space. Ding. An important choice appears. Option 1. Spend 5,000 faith power to seal the spirit of Yao Ma, the celestial star, within Athena's blood symbol. Option 2. Spend 20,000 faith power to refine the spirit of Yao Ma, with unknown results. Warning. Refining Yao Ma's spirit may incite the wrath of the god of time, Kairos. The option to refine appeared once more, startling Fengzhi. He recalled the existing discord between himself and Kairos. Diminishing his power would be advantageous. As for the wrath, he was utterly unconcerned. I choose option 2. Refine Yao Ma's spirit. No. Evil god from another world, I curse you. Yao Ma's final words echoed before vanishing into the altar. Humph. You are the true evil god. Your entire family is filled with evil. Fengzhi patiently awaited the next prompt, and soon enough, it arrived. Refining in progress. Ding. You have obtained a fragment of divine mysteries. Do you wish to merge it? Merge. You have acquired the mysteries. Time stop, time rewind, time slice, aerial suspension, eternal seal, instantaneous movement, time prison, dimensional jump. An abundance of powers from the god of time suddenly flooded Fengzhi's mind, bringing him immense joy. Yet, the subsequent message brought him considerable distress. Divine mysteries require comprehension of the eighth sense or compensatory faith power. Current faith power, 5,000. Fengzhi calculated. He had initially acquired 50,000 faith power at the altar node, and after deducting 20,000 for the refinement, only 30,000 remained. Upon arriving in 1743, sealing Eris took 5,000 and refining Yaoma consumed another 20,000, leaving him with merely 5,000 faith power. The cost for each divine mystery was exorbitant, with the most economical time stop requiring 1,000 faith power to halt time for 10 minutes. This was utterly outrageous. Just as he intended to delve further into the mysteries, Xian's voice roused him. "Alas, are you all right?" Fengzhi awoke languidly, only to notice the surrounding village visibly eroding at a rapid pace. This is dire. The inconsistency of time following the conclusion of the time prison means the time rift is about to collapse. The temporal rift was originally crafted by Yaoma using a time prison, and now, with Yaoma being refined by Fengzhi, it has abruptly vanished, forcibly aligning with the external flow of time. If they did not evacuate promptly, it was feared that they would all disintegrate into mere dust. Thus, Fengzhi and Shirong charged towards the village, where a group of the Jamir clan still resided. However, upon their arrival, apart from the centaur Yugo, the rest had succumbed to the relentless assault of time, reduced entirely to yellow sand. "We must go," Fengzhi bellowed, disregarding the need for concealment. In an instant, he activated a teleportation, expending 1,000 units of faith. A bubble formed around him, and at the moment it burst, the three of them found themselves outside the temporal rift. "I have finally emerged." Yugo knelt on the ground, burying his head deeply in the soil, seemingly relishing this rare sensation of reality. Shirong also regained his original appearance, adorned in the golden armor of Ares, which shimmered even more brilliantly under the sunlight. "I must take my leave." Fengzhi's sudden proclamation startled Shirong, who then inquired, "Are you returning to your timeline?" Fengzhi nodded, stating, "Having defeated Yaoma, I have gained some insight. I am now able to return." With a hint of regret, Shirong remarked, "What a pity. I wonder if we shall meet again." Fengzhi, upon hearing this, laughed heartily and replied, "Indeed, we shall meet again." During Shirang's time as Pope, Fengzhi had not yet arrived in the world of the saints, and when Shirong reappeared in the sanctuary, it was already during the commencement of the Holy War, when the two sides were in a state of hostility, no longer friends. "I look forward to our next encounter." Under the sun's illumination, Fengzhi and Shirong shook hands, reflecting a rare and poignant scene. Fengzhi seemed to recall something and quietly whispered into Shirang's ear. Shirong looked at him in shock, saying, "Are you implying that Yaoma will re-emerge and incite Gemini Asplos to assassinate the Pope?" Fengzhi gestured discreetly, ensuring no one was around, and added, "You must confidentially inform Pope Seiji and Elder Bai Li about this matter." Shirong nodded, and then watched as Fengzhi traced a circle in the air before vanishing into it. In the 20th century, the illustrious Gala Consortium, represented by the enigmatic Lady Shaji, hosted the globally anticipated Galaxy Arena competition. The saints, hidden within a realm of mystery, were unveiled to humanity for the first time. With the emergence of the saints, all media outlets across the globe clamored to report on the event, momentarily making the Gala Consortium and the mysterious Lady Shaji the focal point of human attention. Meanwhile, in a corner of Japan, Fengzhi found himself seated upon a refuse bin. "Damn, this timeline is proving exceedingly elusive. After finally locating my era, I find that I've drifted 2 years into the future." At that moment, Fengzhi wore a dejected expression, having inexplicably vanished for 2 years. Uncertain of the current state of the sanctuary, a newspaper fluttered by, and upon closer inspection, Fengzhi discovered it was an announcement for the upcoming Galaxy tournament. Confusion enveloped him. Despite having vanished for 2 years in the absence of the nefarious saga, why was the tournament still taking place? The mere thought of the early days with Miss Shaji caused him a headache. It seemed imperative to consult this contemporary goddess, for Shaji was undeniably the linchpin of everything, an essential component of Fengzhi's grand design. The Galaxy tournament, organized by the Gula Consortium, commenced under the watchful gaze of the public. Saint warriors returning from their training around the globe donned their sacred armors corresponding to their respective constellations, fiercely battling for the coveted golden armor of Sagittarius. The first match featured Pegasus Seiya facing Ursa and Majors Maki. Despite being merely 16 years old, Maki possessed the strength to strangle a bear with his bare hands, his towering physique vastly overshadowing the slender Seiya. Yet, sheer muscle proved futile against the prowess of the Saint warriors. In their battles, the power of the cosmos within each warrior was paramount. The more potent one's cosmos, the greater the force they could unleash. As Seiya found himself ensnared by Maki's grip, he grasped the essence of his cosmos amidst the suffocation. Shattering Maki's arm with a sudden surge of strength and unleashing a flurry of kicks that obliterated Maki's bronze armor. With a graceful somersault, he landed effortlessly on the ground, capturing the attention of fellow Saint warriors, including the visibly anxious Unicorn Knight, Evil Wu. Seiya's heroic victory illuminated the arena, the flashes of cameras signaling that tomorrow's headlines would likely feature him. Meanwhile, Fengzhi stifled a yawn, utterly disinterested in the bronze-level skirmishes. The second battle, between Cygnus Hyoga and Hydra Shun, proved even more tedious. Hyoga, appearing aloof, effortlessly secured victory utilizing his unique freezing cosmos, shattering Shun's armor with a single blow. Were bronze armors truly this fragile? Contemplating the nature of bronze armors, Fengzhi mused. While it was well known that bronze armors paled in strength and durability compared to silver and gold armors, they were still classified among the 88 sacred armors. Though these armors possessed self-repair capabilities when stored in their respective boxes, their fragility was disconcerting. It became clear that upon returning to the sanctuary, modifications to the bronze armors would need to be expedited. Thinking of the sanctuary brought another wave of frustration. As the acting pope, Fengzhi found himself overwhelmed with responsibilities, unable to address numerous pressing matters. The third match, however, held some intrigue, pitting Pegasus Seiya against Dragon Shiryu. Perhaps their encounter evoked memories of the Holy War nearly 1,743 years ago, when the Dragon Knight, Tong Hu, and he had formed a close bond. Upon seeing Shiryu, adorned in the dragon armor, anticipation stirred within him. As the battle commenced, Shiryu unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes, leaving Seiya bloodied and unable to rise. This was captivating. Shiryu had already ascended to a higher echelon among the Bronze Saint warriors. Among the individuals present, aside from the inconsistent Seiya, the one exhibiting the most stable condition is undoubtedly Shiryu. Clearly, Shiryu did not squander his time at the Five Old Peaks. At this moment, Fengzhi faintly heard a female voice, seemingly eager to enter the arena. With a light chuckle, he leaped down and, without hesitation, struck the one named Chun-Li, rendering her unconscious. He then gently seated her aside and resumed his focused observation of the match. However, Fengzhi did not anticipate that Chun-Li would awaken shortly thereafter, demanding to see Shiryu. With a sense of helplessness, Fengzhi leaned closer to her ear and whispered a single phrase. Instantly, Chun-Li's pupils dilated, as if gripped by fear of Fengzhi, and she refrained from shouting. "That's more like it. Rest assured, Tong Hu is not in danger. Focus on the match." Chun-Li nodded, yet her expression remained vigilant, harboring doubts about Fengzhi's intentions. Meanwhile, on the stage, Shiryu was delivering a relentless barrage of punches to Seiya. Fengzhi watched with keen interest, eager to witness just how resilient the Pegasus Saint could be. At that moment, Shiryu's gaze inadvertently fell upon the audience, landing on Chun-Li, clad in red. Upon hearing Shiryu's voice, Chun-Li could no longer contain herself and called out, "Shiryu, the teacher is in critical condition, but it should be manageable." In the end, she glanced sideways, and as Shiryu's attention shifted, his eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, the disoriented Seiya managed to rise once again. Shiryu seemed to be spurred by some unseen force, turning to face Seiya with utmost seriousness as he unleashed his most formidable technique, the Lushan Rising Dragon Strike. An ethereal dragon coiled around Shiryu, accompanied by a tempestuous aura, swiftly engulfing the frail Seiya. Seiya was once again sent flying, this time with such force that even Fengzhi closed his eyes. Seiya had lost. This was Fengzhi's assessment, and Shiryu shared the same sentiment. He was about to leap off the platform when, unexpectedly, Seiya stirred once more. Fengzhi's gaze shifted to the esteemed Saori seated at the VIP section. In a critical moment, it was Saori's small universe that rekindled Seiya's spirit. It was no wonder that, despite enduring relentless assaults, Seiya still possessed the strength to discern Shiryu's weaknesses and, fortuitously, struck precisely at that vulnerable point. It turns out he had been empowered by Saori. Fengzhi smiled softly and whispered to Chun-Li, "Take this talisman and give it to Shiryu. Instruct him to place it on his chest." Although Chun-Li was perplexed upon receiving the talisman, she complied without question. Shiryu cast a meaningful glance at Fengzhi before directly placing it over his heart. With renewed vigor, Seiya unleashed over 100 punches, all of which Shiryu adeptly blocked, leaving not a single mark on his dragon shield. In response, Shiryu retaliated with a single punch that shattered Seiya's wrist guard. Seiya, battered and bruised, rose once again as if he were an indomitable cockroach, refusing to be defeated. Many believed that Seiya had no chance of victory, yet only Fengzhi cast a discontented glance at Lady Saori on the podium. At that moment, Seiya's heightened senses erupted once more, employing the principles of the strongest fist and the most formidable shield. He paid the price of bloodshed to compel Shiryu to destroy his own dragon shield. Amidst the fierce combat, as Shiryu contemplated unleashing his cloth to engage Seiya in a bare-knuckle brawl, he suddenly glanced down at the audience. Noticing Fengzhi shake his head, Shiryu instantaneously understood. He chose not to activate his cloth, but instead executed the Lushan Rising Dragon. In contrast, Seiya relied on his familiar Pegasus Meteor Fist, repeating the same few moves. Seemingly dissatisfied with this outcome, Lady Saori amplified the stakes. Fengzhi raised an eyebrow, commenting with a hint of resignation, "How capricious." Indeed, this time Seiya discerned Shiryu's Lushan Rising Dragon, and, when he unleashed his Pegasus Meteor Fist, several blows achieved supersonic speed, landing on Shiryu with impact. In that instant, Seiya finally perceived that Shiryu had exposed his heart through the movement of his dragon claw within a thousandth of a second. Seiya decisively launched a powerful strike, while Shiryu simultaneously executed the Lushan Rising Dragon. Seiya's fist aimed directly at Shiryu's heart. Shiryu was violently propelled away, crashing off the stage. His heart indented precisely where Seiya had struck. Exhausted, Seiya collapsed to the ground, while Shiryu's heartbeat ceased. The sudden silence in the arena was palpable. Unknown to all, a drop of divine blood from the Athena blood talisman quietly flowed into Shiryu's heart. Instantly, Shiryu's small universe ignited, lifting his body into the air. Lady Saori abruptly stood and shouted, "Who is causing this disturbance?" Her gaze fell upon a mysterious figure clad in a cloak beside Chun-Li. The figure met her eyes, and she distinctly sensed that this individual was entirely different from the bronze saints she had encountered. Meanwhile, imbued with divine blood, Shiryu's eyes suddenly widened, and his heart resumed its rhythmic beating. Slowly descending to the ground, the constellation of the dragon appeared behind him. With a mighty roar, Shiryu cast off his dragon cloth. His muscular physique accentuated by the striking dragon tattoo visible on his back, driving the female audience into a frenzy. Lady Saori's attention was entirely captivated by the talisman, resembling a band-aid affixed to his chest. It seemed to resonate with a small universe that shared a common origin with her own. It was this cosmic energy that revitalized Shiryu's once stilled heart. However, the power of this force was not limited to merely that. The drop of blood coalesced on his dragon claw, forming a crimson orb. From that moment forth, Shiryu would possess no weaknesses. Lady Saori's expression grew increasingly grim. What she had intended as a means for Shiryu to owe Seiya a life was now thwarted by an unexpected interference. She felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate that meddlesome individual. Upon regaining consciousness, the dragon did not ascend the arena once more, but instead approached the enigmatic figure beside Chun-Li. He solemnly knelt before him, bowing his head in a manner befitting a subordinate. In that moment, all the cameras present captured this precious image, prompting a flurry of speculation regarding the identity of this mysterious individual. Who could be so elusive? The unicorn saint, Evil, harbored a strong disdain for this figure and leaped forward, delivering a direct kick. The unicorn charged. This move, executed at a staggering rate of 100 strikes per second, struck the opponent with the force of sound itself, a signature technique of Evil, the unicorn saint. The impact of Evil's flying kick was potent enough to shatter meteors. However, the mysterious figure merely extended a finger, immobilizing the descending toe, leaving Evil suspended in midair as if gravity had ceased to exist. The crowd fell into a hushed silence. Even Hyoga and Shun stared in astonishment. What kind of cosmos could achieve such a feat? Lying on the stretcher, Seiya seemed to discern something and spoke. "You are." At that moment, the mysterious figure moved a finger, and Evil felt an overwhelming force pushing him back, causing him to soar backward. With a resounding crash, Evil's entire body embedded itself into the enormous stone pillar of the podium. The mysterious figure cast aside his cloak, revealing the iconic silver cloth of the altar. It was Alcyone, the acting pope who had vanished for 2 years. Seiya exclaimed, a complex expression immediately surfacing on his face. The legendary figure who had ascended to the role of acting pope. Both Hyoga and Shun were filled with curiosity and astonishment regarding this enigmatic Fengzhe. Lady Saori clearly possessed extensive knowledge about the disciples dispatched by Mitsumasa Kido across the globe, with this Fengzhe being a focal point of interest. Not only had he successfully obtained the cloth, but it was also the most enigmatic of the 88, the silver cloth of the altar. For those who typically only acquire bronze cloths, this was nothing short of legendary. Not to mention, the former pope's disciple, the acting pope, the de facto ruler of the sanctuary. Each title alone represented an insurmountable achievement. Yet, this Fengzhe before them had accomplished it all. Furthermore, he appeared to be exceedingly powerful. Very strong, was Lady Saori's assessment of him. Fengzhe stepped forward, glanced at Seiya on the stretcher, extended a finger, and softly uttered, "Heal." Instantly, Seiya's wounds began to mend at a visibly remarkable pace. In no time, Seiya stood from the stretcher, tested his fists, and joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Fengzhe." Fengzhe smiled warmly before turning to Dragon and remarked, "The deadly duels among saints are not permitted. This is something your mentor, Toru, should have taught you." "Indeed. But I was summoned this time." Unlike others, Dragon had come at Toru's command. Fengzhe acknowledged this with a simple "oh," just as Seiya rushed over, exuberantly stating, "Fengzhe, look, I too have a cloth now, the Pegasus cloth." Fengzhe was quite pleased for him and casually remarked, "Whose sacred garment is this?" It was the Pegasus cloth selection competition held by the new pope, and I emerged victorious. The new pope? Fengzhe was taken aback, and then realized that the sanctuary could not be without a pope. Electing one was undoubtedly the duty of the Gold Saints. A man named Avid inherited the papacy shortly after your disappearance. Upon hearing this, Seiya fell into contemplation. Where in the original story was there a saint named Avid? Just as he pondered the matter, a sudden thought struck him. Oh no, it's the Dark Altar's Avid. Fengzhe trembled with rage, not from fear, but from indignation. This Avid, a disciple of the notorious Bai Li and the elder brother of Manigault, was adept at utilizing corpse energy and possessed the strength of a gold saint. His extreme personality and greed led to his expulsion from Bai Li's tutelage, after which he gathered the Dark Saints from the island of Death Queen, forming a nefarious force. The outcome was predictable. He was personally cast into the endless abyss by Manigault, a figure steeped in malevolence. The only one capable of bringing him into his timeline, aside from Yao Ma, was that super deity. Wait, could it be that his time travel to the Holy War 743 years ago was orchestrated by others? Fengzhe distinctly remembered that his return to the previous Holy War was due to the influence of the Cancer Temple. Given Fengzhe's current understanding of the sacred fire, even with both internal and external sacred fire within him, traversing timelines was impossible. Even the altar space was merely a mirrored node, not a genuine timeline. A conspiracy. It was undoubtedly a conspiracy. Fengzhe felt as though a large hand was manipulating everything from the shadows. Lord Ares, Miss requests your presence. The butler of Miss Shaji, Shinida, approached Fengzhe with great respect. Fengzhe glanced towards Miss Shaji at the distant podium, nodded slightly, and then followed him away from the scene. As Fengzhe departed, major media outlets around the world swiftly disseminated the news across the globe. Pope, something terrible has happened. Chief of Staff Burton knelt on the ground, holding the latest newspaper. The masked Pope Avid glanced at it, his eyes filled with disdain, as he crumpled the paper into shreds. Another defeated dog in a sacred garment. What is the fuss about? Avid was indifferent, yet Chief of Staff Burton insisted. That person possesses high-level silver strength and once fought to a standstill with Lord Iolia. So what? You can decide this matter for yourself. Do not bother me. With that, Avid retreated to the back of the papal palace to indulge in a bath and red wine. Chief of Staff Burton, however, wore a twisted expression. Ares, just wait. The Gula Consortium paused the competition due to the sudden appearance of the Dark Altar, and discussions erupted among the crowd, with numerous rumors circulating. Meanwhile, in the opulent mansion of the Gula Consortium, Miss Shaji sat regally at the center, a red carpet leading outside. Surrounding Lady Shaji were her personal guards, known as the 4 Strong and 5 Weak, totaling 9 bronze saints. This formidable entourage was the greatest support bestowed upon her by the world's former richest man, Qinghu Guangjing, and it constituted the very foundation upon which she stood in this realm. Fengzhe, adorned in the sacred vestments of the altar, wore a long flowing cloak that accentuated his distinguished pride. His tall stature and striking appearance suggested that, had he participated in a talent show, he would undoubtedly have triumphed. In an apparent attempt to instill a sense of intimidation, Lady Shaji maintained a serious demeanor, brandishing the staff of the goddess of victory. Clad in white garments that radiated an aura of sanctity, Fengzhi swirled his cloak and strode confidently into the room. He naturally noticed Lady Shaji before him, who sought to command his submission, though she had yet to awaken, remaining an ordinary mortal. Only through enduring repeated life-threatening experiences and merging his own microcosm with that of Athena could she truly awaken. Fengzhi returned from his training. Having met the current head of the Gula Consortium, he refrained from proclaiming himself a saint, merely stating his name, which incited the wrath of the unicorn saint, Xiaowu. He bellowed, "Fengzhi, this is utterly unacceptable. Before the goddess, you display the most basic lack of etiquette?" The serpent saint echoed, "Indeed. Are you still a saint of Athena?" Fengzhi chuckled lightly, recalling how Chenghu Guangjing had dispatched 100 children worldwide for training. Now that he had returned, he was naturally obliged to report back. "What? Have you all forgotten so soon?" Officially, it was stated that Chenghu Guangjing had adopted 100 orphans, sending them to train around the globe, but upon their return, the truth would be revealed. In reality, these children shared the same father, Chenghu Guangjing, making them half-brothers. The aim was to forge a blood bond among the returning saints, creating a unique connection and ensuring they continued to sign arduous contracts for the Gula Consortium, thereby paving the way for Lady Shaji. Fengzhi had never held a fondness for such matters and began to mock them upon his return. Lady Shaji, clearly reluctant to dwell on this issue, adopted a pitiful expression and remarked, "Grandfather acted out of necessity, yet thankfully you have returned, Fengzhi. And now I have someone to rely on." Her demeanor instantly garnered sympathy from the 5 weak, and even Seiya and Shiryu were swayed by the sentiment. However, a chill ran through Fengzhi. Lady Shaji was far more cunning than he had anticipated. He could hardly believe that Chenghu Guangjing would cultivate a pure-hearted flower. As she spoke, she directed someone to bring forth a box. "Grandfather once said, 'You are the most special child. As long as you could return, I would present this box to you.'" Fengzhi smirked inwardly, realizing she was playing the emotional card. He then coldly inquired, "What lies within this box?" "It is a relic from your mother," Lady Shaji replied. Upon hearing this, Hyoga's eyes lit up. He genuinely hoped that Chenghu Guangjing had also left behind a keepsake for his mother. Foda merely smiled faintly. As a time traveler, even with a mother in this world, she remained a stranger to him. The notion of winning him over was utterly fanciful. Without further ado, he opened the box. A paper airplane? Clearly, it was a yellowed letter, merely folded into the shape of an aircraft. He picked it up and read it intently. The letter was penned by a deeply affectionate mother, infused with warmth and sentiment. Even Fur had to concede that the author's level of education was undoubtedly high. Miss Fur maintained an expressionless visage, yet a hint of anticipation flickered across her face. There were no tears, no sorrow. Fengzhi exhibited not a trace of emotion throughout. At the very moment he finished reading, he pointed a finger, incinerating the letter into ashes. "Are you a heartless creature?" Isuka, observing Feng's demeanor, felt a surge of anger. If she truly loved me, she would not have accepted Chenghu Guangjing's money to give birth to me, nor would she have sent me to a place of suffering for the sake of financial gain. Upon uttering these words, a layer of frost enveloped the entire villa. Isuka was evidently enraged. The constellation behind her, the Bazoa, flickered incessantly, and the intense chill caused the temperature to plummet. "You must apologize for your words at once, or I shall not spare you." "Is it you?" Fujira regarded Isuka with a look of utter incredulity, further igniting her fury. It appeared that Shire had no intention of intervening, and the others had taken a few steps back, eager to witness Fengzhi's true power. Only Xingshi and Zhelong genuinely worried for Isuka's well-being. Diamond Star Fist. As the greatest technique of the Baojoa Xingyi, the Diamond Star Fist excelled in freezing capabilities. It fell like snowflakes, as beautiful as stars, yet behind this beauty lay the power to freeze everything. As a magical technique, it stood apart among the otherwise physical attacks of the Shengdo Shi. However, these freezing powers could not encase Fengzhi's Jitanjoa Sungyi, not to mention that the Jitanjoa was a silver cloth, providing protection far superior to that of bronze. Even the sacred fire within him rendered him impervious to any freezing attempts, even those of Sengao, who had mastered absolute zero. Fengzhi coldly regarded the dazed Isuka and pointed his hand. Corpse Chi. A dark green small universe emerged, causing Isuka's eyes to widen in bewilderment. His soul seemed to float uncontrollably upwards, as he glimpsed a world resembling a black hole, filled with an eerie silence and an overwhelming sense of dread. Enough! Saju, wielding the staff of victory, struck it upon the ground, sending forth a beam of divine light. Isuka's extracted soul returned to his body, and as he regained his senses, cold sweat broke out upon his brow, a sensation he had never before experienced. Suddenly interrupted while casting a spell, Fengzhi felt a surge of annoyance as he turned to face Lady Shaji. "You all may leave. I wish to speak with him alone," she commanded. Her words elicited a frantic outcry from Xiao Wu. "Miss, this man is dangerous. Leave at once. If he is able to don the altar's seat, he is inherently a high priest, destined to serve the divine. Such individuals do not betray the gods." With a hint of clarity returning to her mind, Lady Shaji addressed her 9 loyal guardians. The others, seeing her resolute demeanor, could only acquiesce with reluctant nods. Yet, as they departed, Xiao Wu, the unicorn saint, did not refrain from threatening Fengzhi. "You would do well to behave. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily." In response, Fengzhi merely offered a disdainful smile, igniting Xiao Wu's ire. As the 9 bronze saints exited, Lady Shaji cast a glance at Chen Yidowan, signaling him to leave as well. Though he wished to linger, the firmness in her resolve compelled him to withdraw. With the resplendent doors closing, the grand hall fell into an echoing silence. "I have often pondered what visage you would present upon our meeting. Today, I finally behold it," Lady Shaji remarked. Fengzhi smiled upon hearing her words. The seemingly delicate yet internally resilient Lady Shaji broadened his horizons. She then cast aside her pretense, stating, "Since we are both astute individuals, what is the purpose of your visit?" "I come seeking an alliance," Fengzhi replied. Lady Shaji burst into laughter. "You have already fallen from grace within the sanctuary, reduced to merely a silver saint. How could you possibly discuss collaboration with me?" Unperturbed by her mockery, Fengzhi responded, "Lady Shaji may not be fully aware of the sanctuary's rules, nor the true significance of the divine wars. Merely being a reincarnation does not compel all gold saints to pledge their allegiance to you. If the gods were truly omnipotent, capable of ensuring the loyalty of all gold saints, the chaos of Saga would never have transpired." "Are you threatening me?" she inquired. "No, I seek cooperation. The stakes are not yet sufficient to align with the divine. What if I could bring an end to this interminable holy war and restore peace to the land?" Upon hearing this, even though Lady Shaji was aware of her identity as the reincarnation of Athena, she could not help but grow solemn. Fengzhi continued, "In the past, the gods of Olympus convened and entrusted the dominion of the earth to goddess Athena. The underworld king Hades, the sea god Poseidon, and others were dissatisfied, leading to the holy war that recurs every 243 years. Each time, goddess Athena descends to the mortal realm, wielding her reincarnation to engage in battle, with the saints serving as her protectors. Now that you are the reincarnation of goddess Athena, faced with threats from Hades and Poseidon, and with malevolent forces gripping the sanctuary from within, should we lose this holy war, the dominion of the earth may be relinquished." Lady Shaji's expression grew as cold as frost as she declared, "I fear no threats. The goddess's saints shall surely protect me. Yet, the saints guarding you are but bronze novices. To swiftly ascend to the golden rank, suitable stepping stones are required. The sanctuary serves as an excellent foundation, does it not?" As her scheme was laid bare, Lady Shaji's countenance turned even colder. "Do you intend to thwart me?" "No. I seek to preserve sufficient strength to wield the power necessary to bring an end to the holy war. In the context of this conflict, those of lesser strength are nothing more than cannon fodder. This illustrates a fundamental disparity in perception. Shaji, having been a goddess for but a brief moment, despite her wisdom, lacks the extensive experience requisite to substantiate her understanding. You are mistaken. Whether bronze, silver, or gold, their growth is invaluable, each one irreplaceable. The proper functioning of the sanctuary necessitates their presence. Historically, the role of the bronze saints was to ensure the security of the sanctuary through patrols, while the silver saints were tasked with reconnaissance, swiftly reporting vital intelligence from around the globe. Many silver saints possess unique capabilities. Although they may not match the golden saints in strength, given adequate time, they could surpass them in specific areas. This is precisely why Fengzhi sought to negotiate with Shaji. "I am curious about your stance." Shaji did not respond directly, but posed a question of her own. I harbor no desire to see the Earth's inhabitants suffer due to trivial disputes among deities, nor do I wish for the gods to continually look down upon mortals. Sometimes, the presence of a single deity suffices, does it not? Your thoughts are perilous. With her keen intellect, Shaji discerned Feng's intention to conclude this ceaseless holy war and restore peace to the land. As for her final statement, Shaji assumed that the singular deity referred to was none other than the goddess Athena, whose sole worship would ensure the eternal cessation of the holy war. This notion resonated with Shaji, who had long harbored similar thoughts, albeit without the means to actualize them. I am confident in my ability to realize this vision, but I require your assistance. Shaji turned to Fengzhe, a playful smile gracing her lips. Collaborating with an ambitious individual is always a delightful endeavor. Regardless, you need someone like me, do you not? She drummed her fingers against the chair, seemingly contemplating the possibilities. After a moment, she declared, I can pardon the Silver Saints who err, but should they court death, they shall have no one to blame but themselves. Upon hearing this, Fengzhe smiled in response. However, I have one more condition. You may speak. I want you to become the true pope of the sanctuary. Fengzhe was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, as he remarked, I am merely an altar-bound saint, at most a supporter of the pope. No, to fulfill your ambitions. You cannot do so without authority. Shaji appeared to see through Fengzhe, comprehending his innermost thoughts. If that is the case, should the sanctuary find peace, I shall assume the role of pope. The two shared a laugh, two ambitious souls engaging in a fruitful discussion within the confines of the villa. As evening descended, when Lady Shazi emerged in a resplendent white gown, she was accompanied by Fengzhe, elegantly attired in formal wear. The 9 young bronze saints could hardly believe their eyes, their astonishment evident. Once fiercely assertive, Fengzhe has now transformed into a gentleman, ever at the side of Lady Shaji. The sight has incensed the likes of the unicorn knight, Xiaowu, whose face flushed with indignation. It appears that Lady Shaji has sensed their confusion, as she promptly declared, from now on, Fengzhe's actions and words shall represent me. You are to regard him with the same respect as you do me. Although she has yet to attain the sanctuary, her position is unmistakably conveyed. This proclamation left the 9 saints wide-eyed. Seiya and Shiryu were already aware of Fengzhe's prowess, while Hyoga, having fought him, had become considerably more subdued, and Shun's nature was inherently non-confrontational. As for the other 5 weaker members, they had even less authority to speak. Observing the 9 warriors surrounding Lady Shaji, Fengzhe couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These bronze warriors could hardly compare to the might of the sanctuary. At that moment, a crow flew in, clutching a letter in its beak. Upon recognizing it as a message from the sanctuary, Fengzhe swiftly tore it open, only to furiously crumple it into a ball. The audacity was outrageous. The letter, penned by Chief of Staff Burton, announced a bounty issued by the sanctuary, and the fugitive named therein was none other than the altar knight, Alice. Seiya approached, unfurling the crumpled paper, exclaiming, The sanctuary has declared you a traitor among the saints. Fengzhe's expression darkened significantly. The following day, the Galactic Arena tournament resumed. But this time, Fengzhe occupied the seat beside Lady Shaji on the podium. Various media outlets speculated about the identity of the mysterious figure alongside her, and the news spread to every corner of the world. In the arena, a battle unfolded between Shun of Andromeda and Xiaowu of the Unicorn. The disparity in their abilities was stark. Before Shun's nebula chain, Xiaowu stood utterly defenseless, even his sacred armor pierced by the chains. Suddenly, the chain seemed to sense a surge of malevolence, transforming into a line of text. While the others were unable to decipher it, Fengzhe stood abruptly, prompting a curious glance from Lady Shaji. He murmured, What is destined will inevitably come. At that moment, the chains shifted again, pointing towards the direction of the Sagittarius gold cloth box, which began to open slowly, emanating a radiant light akin to the sun. Gradually, a figure emerged from within, the long-absent Phoenix Saint, Ikki. A hush fell over the crowd, broken only by Fengzhe's quiet contemplation. He recalled the words of Garodi from his journey to Death Queen Island, which stated that to gain the Phoenix Cloth's acknowledgement, one must be filled with hatred. And to cultivate sufficient hatred, one must sacrifice their most cherished loved ones. Even Garodi had no other means to assist Ikki. How then had he acquired the Phoenix Cloth? A chilling thought struck him as he remembered the dark altar knight, Yaved, and observed the palpable hatred emanating from Ikki. An ominous premonition lingered in Fengzhu's heart, refusing to dissipate. Indeed, at the moment when Ikki appeared, the gazes of many were drawn entirely to Shun. Before him stood Ikki, Shun's elder brother. Tears streamed down Shun's face, as it appeared that a poignant reunion between brothers was about to unfold. However, Ikki's fist, imbued with boundless hatred, forced Shun to retreat several steps. The Ikki who returned from the island of the dead queen had abruptly transformed from a gentle brother into a ruthless demon. With a single strike, the phoenix winged ascension, he inflicted injury upon Shun's left shoulder. Originally, it was Shun who had drawn the short straw to the island of the dead queen, but the valiant Ikki had leaped forth to take his brother's place. When Shiryu attempted to intervene, he was swiftly felled by the gust of Ikki's punch. Nearby, the unwavering Naruto of the wolf constellation boldly stepped forward, declaring, "Ikki, your opponent is me." Yet, barely had he uttered these words when he stood motionless, only to collapse onto the ground. What an impressive act! Fengzhu silently marveled. Indeed, when it comes to performance, Ikki was unmatched. Subsequently, Ikki unleashed his fists, crushing all those present with overwhelming force. At that moment, Dark Saint warriors emerged around the box containing the Sagittarius gold cloth. Seeing the sudden upheaval, Saori anxiously inquired, "Who are they?" Fengzhu replied, "They are a group of Dark Saint warriors, exiled by Athena for their selfish misdeeds." Saori, alarmed by Fengzhu's explanation, quickly exclaimed, "What do they intend to do?" Just then, Ikki snapped his fingers, prompting the Dark Saint warriors to seize the gold cloth box and retreat swiftly. Without hesitation, Seiya, Hyoga, Shiryu, and Shun all dashed after them. The scene at the Galaxy tournament descended into chaos, prompting the anxious Lady Saori to rise abruptly. Casting a glance at the unruffled Fengzhu, she voiced her discontent. "Fengzhu, will you not move from this spot?" To which Fengzhu, with a gentlemanly smile, replied, "My duty is to ensure your safety. As for the 5 young warriors, do you not wish for them to grow sufficiently?" Lady Saori murmured, "5 young warriors? What does that mean?" Fengzhu smiled mysteriously, offering no clarification. Unable to comprehend, Lady Saori stood and returned to the villa to await developments in silence. Before long, Seiya and the others returned. "What? You only brought back the hands and feet?" Shiryu bellowed, causing Seiya to dig at his ears, clearly irritated by the man. At this juncture, Fengzhu interjected, "Although 5 parts remain in Ikki's possession, Seiya and the others exerted their utmost efforts. Moreover, half of the Bronze Saints are still injured. So I commend you and kindly urge Lady Saori to reward them." Shiryu exploded with rage, declaring, "What? You want to reward them? Are you out of your mind?" Fengzhu ignored him, turning his gaze to Saori. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, she reiterated her commendation for them, along with a monetary reward. Due to the damage sustained by the Dragon and Pegasus armors, Shiryu, bearing 2 armor boxes, set off alone for 5 old peaks to inquire about repairs. In a moment heavy with contemplation, Shun departed from the villa alone. Fengzhu, discerning the melancholy of this troubled youth, surmised that he was in a state of despair. He instructed Bing he to follow Shun and then, feigning an urgent matter, also left the villa. Somewhere outside the city, at an active volcano, Yi and his companions were issuing commands, distributing 5 golden components among themselves, retaining only 1 for himself. At that moment, flames roiled within the volcano, and a figure slowly approached. Who could it be? Yi immediately sensed the newcomer and focused his gaze, recognizing the long-absent Fengzhu. "So it is you," Yi exclaimed, "Long time no see." The appearance of Fengzhu caused Yi's fists to clench tightly, and the hatred swelling within him reached its zenith. "After all these years, the nightmare in my heart. Fengzhu, you must perish." Phoenix wings soar. As the most profound secret of the Phoenix constellation, a phoenix, poised to take flight, emerged behind Yi, intertwining with the flames of hatred burning in his small universe. The resilience of Yi's sacred armor, capable of countless resurrections, relied on this very flame of hatred, which served as the true source of his power. Empowered by this inferno of resentment, Yi unleashed a fierce fiery whirlwind potent enough to obliterate everything in its path, capable of shattering stars and annihilating foes entirely. Under ordinary circumstances, Fengzhu might have hesitated, yet the phoenix born of hatred, contrasting starkly with the sacred fire within him, rendered him unconcerned. With nothing but his hands, Fengzhu met this attack head-on, halting the massive phoenix in its tracks without yielding an inch. What? Ihui's pupils constricted in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this man before him had blocked his phoenix wings soar with just one hand. I had hoped for more. Yet it seems you have merely attained the level of a high-ranking bronze warrior. If we were to truly engage, it would be a 50-50 chance against the likes of Zilong. Fengzhi shook his head, disappointment evident upon his visage. Damn it! Phoenix Illusion Fist. Ihui suddenly erupted, delivering a strike with the Phoenix Illusion Fist directly to Fengzhi's head. Gasping for breath, Ihui's eyes remained fixated on Fengzhi. Yet, Fengzhi merely smiled, turning to Ihui and quietly uttering a phrase. Accumulated corpse, Chi Netherworld Wave. In an instant, a ghostly flame extracted Ihui's very soul. Dizziness overwhelmed him as he screamed in terror. When Ihui finally opened his eyes again, he found himself on the banks of the Yellow Springs. All around were the souls of the deceased, each drawn inexorably toward the abyss, with no path of retreat, regardless of their intentions. It was as if a desperate grasp for life extended from the earth, seizing Ihui by the ankle. Startled, he attempted to break free, only to discover he possessed the strength of an ordinary man, utterly incapable of escape. As more hands emerged from the soil, Ihui cried out in alarm. Fengzhi, observing this scene, remained tranquil, simply watching as everything unfolded. Indeed, a smile crept onto Ihui's lips. Is this what hell looks like? Behind Ihui, a resplendent phoenix suddenly emerged, its wings unfurling majestically. The power of his small universe surged dramatically, and in an instant, the flames reduced those ghostly hands to mere ashes. Yet, this was but a fleeting respite. The torment he had endured paled in comparison. Phoenix Wing Ascension. Ihui believed he was trapped in a dream, convinced that if he grew sufficiently powerful to vanquish his foe, he could awaken from this nightmare. However, he was mired in delusion, for his flames were effortlessly thwarted by Fengzhi. Enraged, Ihui leaped forth, employing both hands and feet to engage in close combat with Fengzhi. Alas, he was no match for his opponent. In a short while, Ihui found himself on the ground, his arm dislocated by Fengzhi. The pain was excruciating, and yet he lacked the strength to retaliate. Despair enveloped him, and a single tear rolled down his chiseled face. Is he actually crying? A glimmer of amusement flickered across Fengzhi's face. Who would have thought that this paragon of masculinity, Ihui, would succumb to tears? I haven tea. If you wish to kill me, do so. A mere frown does not negate my manhood. His words were defiant, yet Fengzhi remained unfazed, methodically resetting Ihui's arm before sitting calmly at the edge of a precipice, observing the souls plummeting into the abyss. Ihui, evidently bewildered, attempted to move his arm, only to halt mid-action. Where's this place? It dawned on him that he was not in a dream. This is the Yellow Springs of Biryo, the passage to the endless abyss, the gateway to the underworld for the deceased. The Yellow Springs of Biryo? Am I now a spirit? Ihui gazed incredulously at his hands, swiftly realizing that he was no different from the wandering souls around him. One could say he was merely a living soul while they were departed. The living soul could return to its corporeal form, whereas the departed had no path but to the endless abyss. Where is Esmeralda? Upon hearing Fengzhi's inquiry, Ihui froze, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Did you kill her? Fengzhi appeared to have an inkling of the truth, but Ihui's fury erupted, vehemently denying. Nonsense. I did not kill her. It was you who took her life. Fengzhi regarded Ihui with a puzzled expression. Before he departed, Esmeralda had been quite alive. Indeed, Ihui was soon engulfed in anguish, kneeling on the ground with his hands clasped over his head. It was I who killed her. I am filled with such hatred. Visions danced before his eyes, transforming Esmeralda into Fengzhi. The previous confrontation on Death Queen Island with Fengzhi and Garudi had plunged the young Ihui into a nightmare, where he repeatedly sought to best Fengzhi in his dreams. This became Ihui's inner demon. Later, he ventured to the dead volcano, hoping to inherit the Phoenix Cloth. Yet, the formidable Phoenix Cloth chose not to accept him. Regardless of his efforts, he could not unlock the sacred box. At that moment, the Dark Saint warriors on Death Queen Island, stirred by the departure of Garudi, began to stir restlessly, eventually discovering Ikki. Ikki, in his attempts to evade them, engaged in fierce battles with the Dark Saint warriors, emerging each time battered and bruised. Meanwhile, Esmeralda, like a delicate white flower in the depths of hell, tended to Ikki with unwavering care. One fateful day, a dark altar saint warrior named Avid appeared, assisting Ikki in obtaining the sacred armor, but at the grave cost of Esmeralda's life. Is it true that your Phoenix Mirage Fist is a teaching of Avid? This revelation seemed to connect the dots. And as Ikki nodded in pain, a look of realization dawned on Feng's face. Everything appeared to circle back to its origin. Though it remained uncertain whether Avid was aware of the original historical narrative. Was your attempt to seize the Sagittarius armor also carried out under Avid's orders? Ikki nodded once more, and suddenly, Feng's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is bad. We've fallen into a trap." In an instant, Feng sprang to his feet, and the two returned to the real world. Meanwhile, at Athena's villa, with Shiryu at Five Old Peaks, Seiya in the hospital, and Hyoga and Shun off battling Dark Saint warriors, only the 5 weaker ones remained by Saori's side. At that moment, the 5 weaker ones lay defeated on the ground, while Saori calmly gazed at the towering figure before her, his eyes cold as ice. This man, identifying himself as the mighty Hercules Douglas, was an assassin sent by Commander Gigas with the intent to kill Lady Saori. To ensure contingency, another fiery saint warrior was also in the mix. On the other side, Feng Zhe, impatient to return, was intercepted by 3 silver saint warriors along the way. Warrior of the Wu Xian, Alugidi, Silver Fly Dio, and Giant Hound Shiryu. What do you intend by stopping me? These 3, all silver saint warriors, were fundamentally different from the bronze ones. Alas, we are under the Pope's orders to take the head of this traitorous saint warrior. Surrender quietly, and it will save us the trouble. Feng Zhe, having assisted Pope Saga in the sanctuary and later acting as a proxy for him, had little direct interaction with these silver saint warriors. However, seeing their malevolent expressions, it was no wonder Saori wished to eliminate them all. They were simply too loathsome. I have no time to waste with you. Be gone. Upon hearing this, the 3 laughed and leaped forward, unleashing their signature techniques. Hurricane Smash Fist, Death Flight, Mountain Crusher. Feng Zhe snorted coldly, unleashing a flurry of punches. Sevenfold Sonic Fist, far exceeding silver-level strength. Feng Zhe sent all 3 of them flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Subsequently, he produced the Athena Shield, symbolizing Athena, and directed its sunlight onto their faces. Instantly, they were engulfed in intense pain as a dark mist emerged from above their heads. Indeed, it proved effective. Feng Zhe's eyes suddenly brightened, and his heart swelled with joy. The 3 individuals, purified by Athena's shield, stood there as if the malevolent aura had been erased from their souls, appearing rather dazed. They exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss. With a sense of urgency, Feng Zhe succinctly conveyed the gravity of the situation. The sanctuary had been tainted by dark forces. As saint warriors, were they willing to return to their true selves and accept the guidance of the goddess Athena? Alexis, we recognize you as a saint warrior of the altar. Yet this is a command from the sanctuary. Although the giant dog constellation, Sirius, uttered these words, a hint of trepidation was evident. I shall reiterate, as saint warriors of the goddess, are you willing to accept the reincarnation of the goddess, Miss Saori, as your leader? Upon hearing Feng Zhe's words, the trio's faces turned pale simultaneously. As silver saints within the sanctuary, they were acutely aware of the implications regarding the goddess Athena's reincarnation. Are you implying that the young lady of the Gura family is, quickly, Alexis, the sanctuary has dispatched Hercules and the fiery saint warriors to assassinate Saori. They possess strength rivaling that of silver saints. Feng Zhe's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly made his way to the villa, with the 3 silver saints following closely behind. These 2 mercenary saints initially held little power, having evaded Feng Zhe's grasp. Originally, he had commanded Garudi to train a group of recruits, but due to unforeseen circumstances, Feng Zhe had gone missing for 2 years, allowing Chief of Staff Gigas to inadvertently enhance their abilities. By the time Feng Zhe arrived, the villa had become an inferno. Not only were the fates of the 5 weaklings uncertain, but even the backup left by Mitsume Sakido for Saori, Tianji Xiang, Dijida Di, and Hai Ji Chao, 3 ironclad saints, had been reduced to scrap metal, leaving the scene in utter disarray. Moreover, Miss Saori had vanished without a trace. Upon seeing Feng Zhe's arrival, the Unicorn Knight, Xia Wu, exclaimed, "Quick! Save Miss Saori!" Feng Zhe rushed to him, urgently inquiring, "Where has she gone?" Xia Wu pointed in a direction before suddenly losing consciousness. At that moment, the distant sound of helicopter rotors echoed, and Feng Zhe watched as the helicopter took flight. His expression darkened ominously. "Let go of me. Where are you taking me?" The mercenaries, indifferent to who Miss Saori was, crudely dragged her from the helicopter. As she descended and surveyed her surroundings, she realized she was in an abandoned military camp. Awaiting her was a rotund man adorned with jewels, brandishing a scepter, flanked by a row of mercenary saints who regarded him with utmost respect. Esteemed Miss Saori, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chief of Staff Gigas of the Sanctuary, and it is a pleasure to meet you. The Chief of Staff bowed graciously, extending a hand to invite Saori into the military camp. Is this how Chief of Staff Gigas of the Sanctuary extends an invitation to me? Saori retorted sarcastically, yet she approached him, knowing she had limited options at that moment. Gigas, unperturbed, walked alongside and remarked, "The altar attendant beside Miss Shotzi is indeed quite formidable." To divert his attention, one could only resort to such measures. I hope you can understand. What exactly do you intend with such elaborate schemes? Shotzi inquired, attempting to glean some insight from the myriad wrinkles on Gigas's face. Yet it was regrettable that his visage had hardened into something akin to a Shar-Pei. Gigas remained reticent, leading Shotzi into the grand hall of the military camp. The elegant European-style round table adorned with candlesticks, paired with red wine and steak, exuded sophistication. Gigas gestured for Shotzi to dine while conversing, then indulged himself in the meal. Though Shotzi felt hunger pangs, her long-standing attention to decorum compelled her to savor her steak with unhurried grace. Once the meal concluded, Gigas smiled faintly and revealed his ulterior motives. It has come to my attention that the late tycoon, Terahira Mitsamesa, has left behind a considerable fortune. With only a granddaughter to inherit it, I propose a collaboration. If you sign this document, I shall not only release you but also ensure that those bronze saints cease their pursuits. The audacity of this rotund man, attempting to usurp Terahira Mitsamesa's legacy, infuriated Shotzi to the point of trembling, and she tore the document in defiance. Gigas, however, remained unfazed, fully prepared to engage in this game with the young lady. Suddenly, a projector descended, displaying the target, the main venue of the galactic arena. With a mere press of a button, a bomb was launched towards the venue, followed by a thunderous explosion that engulfed the entire arena in flames. Miss Shotzi, what do you think? The main venue has been effortlessly obliterated, Gigas proclaimed, revealing his signature grin. You are truly a devil. Shotzi now harbored a deep-seated loathing for the chief of staff before her. Gigas laughed heartily and replied, Ever since I ascended to the role of chief of staff in the sanctuary, I have embodied the devil. I am aware you wish to eliminate me, yet you find yourself powerless. Is all of this at the behest of the Pope? Naturally, the Holy Father seeks to dominate the world. What is power without wealth? The mention of the Pope's command turned Shotzi's complexion a ghastly shade of green. Gigas produced another document, stating, I am well aware of your benevolence, Miss Shotzi. As long as you refrain from signing, I shall obliterate another asset of the Gura Consortium. Do you not fear the collateral damage to innocent lives? The fates of those individuals concern me not, Gigas retorted, inciting a murderous resolve within Shotzi, for those marked by the divine are destined for a grim fate. Gigas's countenance grew impatient as he pressed, Will you sign or not? Alas, the sanctuary has become increasingly inept, a chief of staff forcing a vulnerable woman. A cold voice chimed in, startling Gigas, who shouted, Who goes there? Your grandfather. In an instant, a figure materialized before Gigas and struck him with such force that he was sent flying. Chief of Staff, Hercules Douglas rushed forward, but upon recognizing the newcomer, he froze in place. Fengzhi turned to Douglas and greeted him, Long time no see. Your Excellency, the acting Pope. Douglas, do not forget your identity. You are now the personal soldier of the Chief of Staff. The fiery saint is unwaveringly loyal to Gigas, showing no regard for Fengzhi. Fengzhi gazes at the fiery saint with a slight smile, eager to witness the progress you have made over the past 2 years. The flame's spiral jet fist. With the ability to manipulate flames, the fiery saint unleashes a fiery whirlwind directed at Fengzhi. With a single flick of his hand, Fengzhi deflects the flames back. Instantly, the fiery saint is engulfed in fire, and when the flames subside, he is left charred and collapses to the ground. Fengzhi sighs. From the moment he initiated his attack, his fate was sealed. Turning to Douglas, he inquires, Will you also attack me? Thud, Douglas drops to his knees, exclaiming, Your Excellency. I concede. Douglas, you have done well. Rise, Fengzhi responds. With Douglas admitting his defeat, Fengzhi chooses not to pursue the matter further and instead turns his gaze to Gigas. Upon witnessing Douglas's surrender, Chief of Staff Kigas scuttles forward, desperately proclaiming, "Your Excellency, I have long awaited this day. Everything I have done has been for you." With tears and snot flowing, he disregards all dignity, resembling a long-lost servant reunited with his master. Feng Zhe, disgusted, kicks him aside, scoffing, "Is this how you show your concern for me?" Kigas, still weeping, kneels and implores, "Lord Alex, after you review this document, it would not be too late to kill me." Huh. Shotzi, who had not previously examined the document, picks it up upon hearing Kigas's words, and as she opens it, an odd expression crosses her face. Feng Zhe, puzzled, takes a look and feels a wave of dizziness wash over him. What? The person collaborating with the Gula Consortium is me? Although labeled as a collaboration, the terms resemble outright theft. For a moment, Feng Zhe is bewildered by Kigas's extraordinary reasoning. Shotzi's expression darkens as she demands, "Feng Zhe, explain this to me." Feng Zhe kicks Kigas and growls, "You explain why my name appears on this." Kigas, still sobbing, responds, "Ever since Lord Alex vanished and the new pope ascended, the sanctuary has descended into chaos. I have endured all these years, hoping for your return, and at last, this day has come. Everything I have done has been for you." Kigas' betrayal worsens Feng Zhe's scowl. "Wait, this document is problematic." Feng Zhe's lips curl into a sneer as he glares at Kigas, saying, "You almost deceived me." Time rewind. Suddenly, a surge of holy fire erupts from Feng Zhe's hand, and as the flames ignite, time rewinds to the moment Miss Shotzi entered the military camp. Just as Kigas presented the first document, time halts at this instant. At that moment, Shotzi does not even glance at it and tears the document to shreds. Feng Zhe suddenly appeared in this time frame and swiftly seized the documents. Upon opening the file, he discovered, to his astonishment, that the collaborator with Sha Ji was indeed the notorious Jigas. After glancing at the name, Feng Zhe intended to leave, only to notice a subtle smile curving at the corners of Sha Ji's lips. Remarkably, she seemed unaffected by the passage of time. Without uttering a word, Feng Zhe promptly adjusted the timeline. As Jigas wept uncontrollably, a colossal foot came crashing down upon his face. Blood splattered, and Jigas was sent flying, unconscious from the blow. "Miss Sha Ji, allow me to explain," Feng Zhe began, but Sha Ji interrupted him, stating, "I shall not question the loyalty of my own for the sake of an irrelevant individual." In both expression and demeanor, Sha Ji epitomized the perfect lady. Her performance as an authority figure was utterly lethal to her subordinates. Typically, such displays would ensure unwavering loyalty, compelling them to sign blood contracts. Yet, Feng Zhe merely smiled faintly, pondering, "Very well, but what shall be done with Jigas?" Without much contemplation, Sha Ji replied, "In the sacred domain. What punishment fits the crimes of deceit and murder?" Deceit, of course, refers to deceiving the divine, while murder pertains to the slaughter of innocents. Each offense warrants capital punishment, especially in the stringent sacred domain. Feng Zhe, with an impassive expression, stated, "The Brazen Bull." The Brazen Bull is a hollow bronze statue wherein the condemned is enclosed and subjected to flames until thoroughly cooked. This form of execution is exceedingly cruel, as the tormented individual emits sounds resembling mooing, akin to that of a cow, which some perverse souls derive amusement from. However, Feng Zhe felt discomfort at the thought of a wealthy heiress employing such barbaric methods of execution. Noticing Feng Zhe's stoic demeanor, Sha Ji acknowledged his utility and remarked, "That method is indeed overly cruel. Yet, he has committed unforgivable sins. May his death cleanse this evil." At this moment, the 5 small weaklings, having heard the news, arrived. Sha Ji then took her leave in a sedan, departing from the abandoned military camp, while the Unicorn Knight mercilessly crushed Jigas' skull, ignoring Feng Zhe as if it were an ordinary occurrence. Hercules Douglas, filled with sorrow, addressed Feng Zhe, "Lord Alex, this Miss Sha Ji is truly decisive in her actions." Feng Zhe remained silent, but felt his estimation of Sha Ji rise significantly. Astutely intelligent, capable of feigning vulnerability, and possessing a resolute heart, she dealt with her enemies without hesitation. It was no wonder she achieved overwhelming victories in this holy war, deftly manipulating all the holy knights. Engaging with such a divine being requires utmost caution. A moment's carelessness could lead to irretrievable ruin. The garden villa, another of Miss Sha Ji's estates, was adorned with an abundance of flowers, presenting a remarkably beautiful visage. Whenever she found herself in low spirits, she would retreat here, following the destruction of Kido Mitsumesa's villa. This place had become a stronghold for Shaji. Currently, she sat in the main seat, with Fengzhe, the one who had recently rescued her, by her side. The four individuals kneeling below are Archdeacon of the warrior Virgo, Dio of the silver fly, Sirius of the giant dog, and the mercenary Hercules, Dogras. Today, you have returned to the righteous path, and by the name of the goddess, I absolve you of your sins. Lady Saori, wielding the staff of victory, radiated a gentle cosmic energy, allowing the four to feel the divine light, which brought them to tears as they vowed their unwavering loyalty to the goddess. Lady Saori was pleased, and upon their return, Ikki, Shun, and Seiya reclaimed the 4 pieces of the Sagittarius armor. At this moment, aside from 1 piece held by Ikki, all remaining components of the Sagittarius gold cloth had been retrieved. Meanwhile, on another front, good news continued as Shiryu returned from the Jamir Plateau with the restored armor. It was also at this juncture that Ikki's challenge letter arrived as anticipated. Witnessing Ikki's audacity, a frown creased Lady Saori's face. Fengzhe stepped forward and commanded, Seiya, Shiryu, Ikki, Shun, accompany me to the rendezvous. The rest shall remain here to protect Lady Saori. Understood. With that, Fengzhe led the 4 to their meeting. Leaving Saori to express her concern, I hope nothing goes awry. On the other side, within the sanctuary, Pope Avenir shattered a wine glass, causing his deputy, Burton, to freeze in fear. Burton, you shall be the new commander, tasked with the full retrieval of the Sagittarius gold cloth. What truly occupied Avenir's mind was never Saori, but that coveted gold cloth. Yes, I will exert my utmost efforts. You may dispatch any saint from the sanctuary, but ensure that armor is returned to me. Yes, trembling. Burton exited the Pope's palace, but soon stood tall. From this day forth, I shall be one beneath none. His laughter echoed far and wide. In a helicopter, Shiryu remarked, the Pegasus armor has been remarkably restored. Seiya, examining the repaired Pegasus armor, couldn't help but fidget with it. Fengzhe, observing the lively Seiya, turned to the silent Shiryu and inquired, did Mu give you any trouble? Shiryu hesitated, his face paling slightly. If it weren't for you, Lord Asterios, I might have perished there. Seiya rushed over, eager to learn the reason. It turned out that restoring the armor required the blood of a saint. And the stronger the armor, the more powerful the saint's blood needed to be. For instance, a bronze saint would require 10 liters of blood to restore their bronze armor, while restoring a silver armor would necessitate 100 liters. Conversely, a gold saint might only need a few drops to restore bronze armor, and could even elevate the armor's grade, which explains why Saori later compelled the gold saints to donate blood for the 5 young warriors' armor restoration. Shiryu, with 2 bronze armors in hand, would have needed to sacrifice all his blood to restore them, had it not been for Fengzhe giving him a vial of his own blood beforehand, which ultimately enabled the successful restoration. Currently, Fengzhe's cosmic energy is at a silver high level, making the restoration of the 2 bronze armors a manageable task. Upon witnessing the vial of blood, Mu immediately recognized it as Fengzhe's, thus he did not impose any difficulties upon Shiryu and proceeded to repair the 2 bronze armors without hesitation. So that was the case. Seiya gazed at Fengzhe with gratitude and solemnly bowed in respect. All right, you lot, always bowing for every little thing, is it not tiresome? Seiya could only manage an awkward smile as he spoke, just as the helicopter reached its destination. This was the Valley of Death, the infamous Valley of Life and Death nestled in the Northern Alps. Shun, observing the barren land, felt an innate trepidation. Seiya opened the cabin door and leapt out, followed closely by Shiryu and Hyuga. Fengzhe gave Shun a reassuring pat, signaling him before they too jumped down. In the Valley of Death, the 4 young warriors engaged in battle against their dark counterparts, leaving traces of conflict scattered throughout the valley. From his elevated vantage point, Fengzhe watched the unfolding drama. This battle belonged to Seiya and Shiryu, and held no relevance to him. In a short while, Seiya triumphed over the Dark Pegasus, albeit suffering a blow from the Black Death Fist. Poison coursed through Seiya, rendering him as disoriented as a drunken soul, and he inadvertently tumbled into the valley's depths. Meanwhile, Hyuga confronted the Dark Phoenix. The outcome was never in doubt, as Hyuga swiftly vanquished his opponent, showing mercy by sparing him. Unexpectedly, the Dark Phoenix, utilizing the last remnants of his small universe, telekinetically sent a frozen bird's head to Ikki. Soon after, Ikki confronted Hyuga. effortlessly catching Hyoga's icy punch and rebounding the force, embedding Hyoga into the mountainside. From a distance, Fengzhi shook his head, observing the two, one arrogant and the other underestimating the foe, possessing overwhelming strength yet severely lacking in battle awareness. It was doubtful they could withstand even a single encounter with seasoned Silver Saints, let alone the experienced Bronze Warriors. Ikki, with a taunting glance towards the mountaintop, unleashed a shadowy magic fist, aiming to obliterate Hyoga. However, Hyoga's resolve was unwavering, bolstered by a profound faith, and he not only resisted the onslaught, but was ignited by an intense fury. In a surge of rage, he unleashed his radiant flame whirlwind punch. Yet Ikki, dismissive of the technique as merely a familiar move seen before, easily countered it. With a swift punch, he shattered Hyoga's ribcage. And as Hyoga attempted to freeze Ikki in his dying moments, Ikki deftly evaded the strike. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Hyoga sprawled on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Watching Ikki retreat, Fengzhi leapt down and examined Hyoga, relieved to find that Ikki had held back, avoiding a fatal blow to the heart. Otherwise, healing him would have been an impossibility. Sacrifice. Heal. After a gentle surge of small universe energy, Hyoga slightly opened his eyes, only to see Fengzhi and instinctively withdraw, realizing his body was exceedingly frail. Fengzhi did not linger, tossing him aside and turning to depart. Hyoga, observing Fengzhi's retreating figure, fell into deep contemplation. On the other side, Seiya was struggling to climb from the valley. His body transformed into that of an African due to the effects of the Black Death Fist. Just then, Shun happened to pass by and quickly used his chains to rescue him. As fate would have it, they encountered the Dark Andromeda, who, lacking any sense of chivalry, unleashed the dark chain, inflicting both poison and pain. Shun, tormented, was left with no choice but to sever the chains himself. Enraged, Shun retaliated with the Nebula Chain, swiftly vanquishing the Dark Andromeda. At this moment, the Dark Dragon and Shiryu also arrived at the scene. Shiryu urged Shun to descend and rescue Seiya while he faced the adversary alone. The two engaged in a fierce battle, and before long, Shiryu triumphed over the Dark Dragon. Meanwhile, Shun had successfully brought Seiya back up. Upon seeing Seiya, who was poisoned and in dire condition, Shiryu employed the Lushan acupuncture technique to expel the toxic blood from Seiya's body. After completing this, the two hurried to find Ikki. As they departed, Fengzhi leapt down, gazing at the bloodied and poisoned Seiya, exhaling a sigh. Sacrifice. Heal. After a gentle surge of small cosmos, Seiya slightly opened his eyes. Fengzhi, quickly find Ikki. With that, Fengzhi vanished in a leap. At that moment, Ikki informed them that he had already defeated Hyoga, much to Shiryu's astonishment. Just then, Shun's chains ensnared Shiryu, forcing him to kneel in a submissive manner. Ikki, irritated by the scene, kicked Shun away. On the mountain's peak, Fengzhi observed this spectacle, slapping his own face in disbelief. Shun's mentality resembled that of a child. At a critical moment, he could even betray his allies, which was utterly unforgivable in the eyes of the Saints. Just as Ikki was about to deal with Shun, the Pegasus Meteor Fist approached as Seiya rushed forward, followed weakly by Hyoga. With Hyoga's arrival, the four warriors surrounded Ikki. At last, everyone had gathered. Shiryu, possessing the highest combat power and unscathed, prepared to engage. However, Ikki merely laughed at their attempt to gang up on him. As Ikki sought to break through, Shun, in a moment of irrationality, rushed over to embrace him, attempting to sway him with genuine emotion. Disgusted, Ikki kicked him away. Fengzhi once again shook his head, pondering Shun's peculiar thought process. Hyoga, eager for revenge, boldly declared that he feared not Ikki's Mirage Demon Emperor Fist. To everyone's astonishment, Ikki indeed unleashed the Mirage Demon Emperor Fist. In an instant, Hyoga conjured an ice mirror, reflecting the Mirage Demon Emperor Fist back at Ikki. Observing this, Fengzhi nodded in approval. Hyoga was not entirely foolish. Struck by his own fist, Ikki stood frozen, while Hyoga, filled with rage, aimed to crush Ikki's throat. In that critical moment, the dazed Shun intervened with his chains, blocking Hyoga's strike. He is my brother. Ice River longed to strike him, yet the opportune moment had already been squandered by Shun. Suddenly, the previously motionless Ikki unleashed a punch that penetrated Ice River's chest once more, only to be halted by an unforeseen object. Upon inspection, He discovered it to be an exquisite cross, a cherished relic of Ice River's mother. Though Ice River bled profusely, he was fortunately unharmed. At that moment, Ikki, emboldened, unleashed a force surpassing that of bronze. Phoenix winged flight. Instantly, a tempest of fiery gales erupted within the confines of the Valley of Life and Death, leaving the four young warriors with no recourse but to defend themselves, utterly incapable of countering the onslaught. Just a step away from entering the realm of silver, Ikki truly lived up to his reputation. On the mountaintop, Fengzhi gazed at Ikki with a hint of admiration. Among the five young warriors, Ikki possessed the greatest potential for growth, and combined with his solitary nature, he could very well become a golden warrior if he had a good mentor. Lushan Rising Dragon Strike. Just as the four young warriors found themselves overwhelmed, the first to react, Dragon, executed a powerful move. A green divine dragon, fanged and fierce, charged directly at Ikki's phoenix-winged flight. Water and fire, two opposing forces of small universes, clashed with equal might. Yet, Dragon's strength still fell short of Ikki's. Just as he was struggling, Ice River's freezing aura and Shun's chains ensnared the green dragon. This disruption shattered the balance, allowing Ikki to be engulfed by this newfound force. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Seizing this rare opportunity, Seiya unleashed the Pegasus Meteor Fist, shattering Ikki's sacred armor. You have lost. Gasping for breath, Seiya refrained from delivering a fatal blow and instead addressed Ikki. Brother, awaken. Shun's tearful voice echoed, for among the four young warriors, he yearned for Ikki to regain consciousness the most. Ikki rose, a gust of wind sweeping through as the power of his small universe ignited once more. Within this vibrant energy, a phoenix spread its wings, undergoing a rebirth, once again forming a phoenix cloth. The four young warriors stood dumbfounded, having never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. My sacred armor can die and be reborn, never to be extinguished. Seiya gazed at Ikki in disbelief, only for Ikki to retaliate with another Pegasus Meteor Fist. However, the reborn Ikki had once again accelerated his punch speed, sending Seiya flying with just a few strikes. As he prepared to finish Seiya, Dragon's Lushan Rising Dragon Strike came crashing down once more. Ikki and Dragon engaged in fierce combat, with Ice River and Shun providing support, resulting in a back-and-forth exchange. Phoenix Winged Flight. Ikki unleashed the Phoenix Winged Flight again, the violent flames and gales blinding the four young warriors. Suddenly, a surreal scene unfolded. The gold cloth of Sagittarius descended from the heavens, akin to a stabilizing pillar, landing directly before Seiya. The power of the gold cloth rendered Ikki's phoenix-winged flight ineffective. Unyielding, Ikki struck the gold cloth, but the rebounding force sent him crashing to the ground. At this moment, the exhausted Ichigo found himself surrounded by the four formidable warriors. He attempted to rise, only to be struck down once more by a punch from Hyoga. Just as Hyoga was about to finish him off, a voice rang out. Enough. Fengzhi leapt down decisively. Are you attempting to thwart me, Ioros? Hyoga gazed at Fengzhi, his eyes brimming with resentment. Ignoring him, Fengzhi approached Ichigo and inquired. In the name of the acting pope, do you wish to return to the embrace of the goddess? Despite the overwhelming hatred still simmering within him, Ichigo felt a flicker of trepidation in the presence of Fengzhi. This fear was distinct from the torment inflicted by Garodi, who had besieged him both physically and mentally. Rather, it stemmed from a deep-seated dread of Fengzhi. I am willing. Ichigo's words took the four warriors by surprise. Even Hyoga, who had sought his demise, clenched his fists in resentment. Subsequently, Ichigo recounted his harrowing experiences on Death Queen Island and how he had acquired the Phoenix Cloth. This revelation evoked sympathy from the four warriors, particularly from Shun, who gazed at him with a hint of tenderness. At that moment, a group of dark saints re-emerged, their target set on the golden Sagittarius cloth standing before them. They wreaked havoc throughout the valley, creating chaos. Just as they attempted to flee, a spectral flame materialized before them. Corpse, Chi Netherworld Wave. Fengzhi bellowed, and countless ghostly flames erupted throughout the valley, extracting the souls of all the dark saints and casting them into the abyss. In the blink of an eye, every dark saint perished. The five warriors stood in astonishment, particularly Ichigo, who regarded Fengzhi with fear. Is this the power of silver? Hyoga murmured, unsure of how to respond, especially in light of this corpse chi, which was truly a technique of wide-scale destruction. Then, Fengzhi gestured, and the Sagittarius cloth returned to its box. Is this person Jigao? Ichigo scanned the area, identifying the leader among the Dark Saints. Wasn't he killed by me? How is he still here? Ichigo felt a sense of confusion, but Fengzhi paid no mind, instead instructing Seiya to retrieve the golden cloth box and return home. At the villa in the garden, Miss Saori welcomed Ichigo's return. Ichigo, with his characteristic disposition, expressed his intent to protect the goddess from the shadows, which Saori readily accepted. To Fengzhi, Ichigo was inherently a reserved individual, ill-suited for social interactions. Rather than constantly clashing with others in unfamiliar territory, it was wiser for him to remain concealed. Meanwhile, the Gura Consortium's cruise ship was hijacked at sea, with the captors claiming that to save the hostages, the Sagittarius cloth was necessary. Upon seeing this news, Fengzhi discerned the interference of the Phantom Saints. He then declared, "Seiya, Shiryu, Shun, and Ichigo, accompany me to the cruise ship. Hyuga, given your injuries, remain here with the others to protect Miss Saori." In this encounter with the formidable Ikki, the most severely injured was Hyuga, leading to his well-deserved rest, a notion he accepted without dissent, nodding in agreement. Several days later, while Saori was admiring the blossoms in the garden, she suddenly felt a chilling breeze. As she pondered the source of this cold, an encircling ring of ice materialized around her, followed by an ice dagger aimed directly at her head. In a critical moment, Hyuga appeared before Miss Saori, intercepting the deadly blade just in time. However, when he recognized the assailant, he was momentarily taken aback. The arriving Hercules, Douglas, gasped upon seeing the intruder. A Crystal Saint? Indeed, the figure was none other than Hyuga's master, the Crystal Saint sent by the new commander, Burton, to assassinate Saori. Infuriated by the sudden attack, Saori's temper flared. After all, no one would remain calm under such circumstances. The confrontation between the Crystal Saint and the master-disciple duo was on the verge of erupting in the garden villa. The Crystal Saint, relentless and swift as an assassin, launched a direct assault on Saori. Fortunately, Douglas managed to intervene just in time, preventing any harm to her, though his arm became entirely encased in ice. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hyuga knew decisive action was required and shouted, "Miss Saori, we must leave this place." Douglas nodded in affirmation and escorted Saori away, leaving Hyuga to face the Crystal Saint alone. The Crystal Saint fought as if possessed by the very spirit of a warrior. Yet Hyuga was no pushover. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of frozen blows, maintaining an equilibrium for a brief duration. Though Hyuga appeared cold and unyielding, he soon unveiled his ultimate technique, the Diamond Star Fist. The Crystal Saint, mechanically employing his freezing punches, displayed the tenacity of a relentless fighter. It is well known that the Crystal Saint possesses the strength of a Silver Saint. However, his armor, a private gift from the Pope, lacks the prestige of the 88 sacred armors. Despite a slight enhancement due to Fengzhi's influence, a significant gap in power remained. In contrast, Hyuga's armor, forged from millennia-old ice, although classified as bronze, boasts an illustrious history. Fengzhi had previously verified that this white bird armor is likely that of the Goddess of Dawn, which later became associated with the sanctuary after the complete submission of the Ice Temple. Notably, the absence of the white bird armor in prior holy wars suggests the Goddess of Dawn holds a rather ambiguous stance. Observing the Ice Temple, one realizes that to master more potent freezing techniques, defeating one's master appears to be an odd, yet prevailing law, hinting that the Goddess of Dawn is no proponent of peace. With newfound seriousness, Hyuga unleashed a power that transcended his previous limits. Had Fengzhi been present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as an influence from Miss Saori. In a climactic finale, Hyuga executed his signature move, the Golden Flame Whirlwind Fist, an evolution of the Diamond Star Fist, yielding far greater power. At last, the Crystal Saint was vanquished, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Hyuga lifted his master, and the Crystal Saint seemed to regain consciousness. It was revealed that the assassination attempt on Miss Saori was orchestrated under the orders of Pope Avid. Originally, he was reluctant to come and pleaded with the Pope, but Avid appeared rather irritated. Subsequently, with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the illusory Demon Emperor Fist, instantly severing the neural pathways of the Crystal Saint, transforming him into a mindless automaton, solely obedient to commands. When the Crystal Saint regained consciousness, it coincided with the moment of his impending demise. Hyuga wept bitterly, yet he remained powerless to prevent the death of the Crystal Saint. At that moment, 3 Silver Saints, Aldebaran of the Taurus, Dio of the Silver Fly, and Sirius of the Great Dog, arrived before Hyuga. The only one capable of saving the Crystal Saint was Alice. Yet he might not arrive in time. Aldebaran expressed a hint of regret, a sentiment that struck a chord with Hyuga. With a heart full of hope, Hyuga encased the Crystal Saint in ice and placed him in a frigid environment, fervently praying for Feng's swift return. Meanwhile, Fengzhe and his companions arrived at the cruise ship via helicopter. Seiya, Shiryu, Shun, and Ikki descended to rescue those in peril, while Fengzhe remained aboard the helicopter. Observing the unfolding drama, the three ghost saints, the sea serpent, dolphin, and jellyfish, each exhibited unique abilities, especially in water, engaging in a fierce battle with Seiya and his allies that seemed evenly matched. It appeared that the ghost saints had also grown stronger over the past 2 years. Fengzhe watched the skirmish with an air of appreciation, as if admiring his own creation. Soon, the conflict concluded with the three ghost saints retreating. The passengers aboard the cruise ship expressed their gratitude to Seiya and the others, while Fengzhe set his gaze towards a secluded area, leading his companions to their destination. Ghost Island was the domain of the ghost saints, and its leader, Esther, was the sister of Sharna, previously exiled due to a transgression. She had been confined to this island. Later, when Fengzhe became the acting pope, he granted her amnesty, and she participated in the training of the private soldier saints. However, after Fengzhe's disappearance, the new pope disregarded them and expelled them once more. The four ghost saints, left with no choice, struggled to survive on Ghost Island, resorting to plundering nearby vessels for sustenance. Your mission this time is not to slay them, but to capture the leader of the ghost saints, Esther, alive. Do you understand? Fengzhe's words sent Seiya into a frenzy, exclaiming that while defeating them was manageable, capturing them alive presented a significant challenge. These saints were among the few capable of battling in water, which might be crucial in the future conflicts with the Sea Realm. Though Seiya did not fully comprehend the implications of Fengzhe's statement, he agreed with him nonetheless. Thus, the four immediately set foot on Ghost Island. While Fengzhe glanced at the time, after approximately 2 hours, he leisurely made his way to the island. The sea serpent, dolphin, and jellyfish, the three ghost saints, lay incapacitated on the ground, their breath shallow. Fengzhe discerned that they had held back in their confrontation. Upon reaching the tower, he found Esther sprawled on the ground, her mask shattered, weeping inconsolably. Fengzhe, this woman is quite bothersome, he remarked, observing her tears. Seiya exclaimed triumphantly, his face brimming with the thrill of victory, while the others exhibited signs of impatience, clearly finding her presence troublesome. The acting pope, Esther, disregarded all else and hastily knelt before Fengzhe. She held the ghost saint warriors in high esteem. Esther, do you wish to return to the embrace of the goddess Athena and restore her glory? I do. Fengzhe replied with a nod. Then after a moment's contemplation, he declared, in the name of the acting pope, I hereby absolve you of all your sins. Overcome with emotion, Esther bowed repeatedly in gratitude. An hour later, Esther and her companions regained their strength, and Fengzhe addressed them. The mission I entrust to you is of utmost importance, as it pertains to the safety of the goddess Athena. Lord Alice, I shall vow to complete this task at all costs. Let thoughts of life and death be set aside for now. Your lives are precious, and preserving your strength is paramount. Do you understand? Thank you, Lord Alice. Subsequently, Fengzhe observed as the four ghost saint warriors departed from Ghost Island, heading towards their destination, the Mediterranean shipping dynasty, the Sorrow family. Fengzhe, do you truly believe they can monitor the Sea Emperor Poseidon, the Dragon of Purple, who had long been by the side of Tong, who naturally possessed greater insights than others? No, I have not tasked them with watching the Sea Emperor. Rather, I have instructed them to remain close to Julian and await developments quietly. A strategic placement, perhaps? The Dragon of Purple gazed at Fengzhe, his eyes reflecting a deeper understanding. It may yield unforeseen results. Seiya interjected with mild reproach. Instead of shrouding our intentions in mystery, why not confront the Sea Realm directly? Fengzhe laughed heartily, offering no explanation. Just as they boarded the helicopter, news arrived from Miss Saori. What? The Crystal Saint warrior attempted to assassinate Miss Saori and has perished? This revelation struck Fengzhe like a thunderbolt, disrupting his plans. Upon returning to the garden villa, Fengzhe encountered the frozen Crystal Saint warrior. Is there any hope for my teacher? Hyuga leaned against the doorframe, the cold wind sweeping through the basement, chilling to the bone. His body bore signs of frostbite, and the shards of frozen energy had ruptured his blood vessels. Most troubling was the severing of his brain nerves. Even if my healing abilities could mend his external wounds, they would not restore his neural connections. After examining the situation, Fengzhi sighed, expressing his inability to help. Hyoga fell into silence, fully aware of his teacher's grave condition, and murmured, "In that case, I shall return my teacher to Siberia for burial." Fengzhi pondered for a moment, suddenly contemplating a possibility, and replied, "Please wait. I must first meet with Miss Saori." In the garden, Miss Saori was tending to her cherished pony, which she never entrusted to anyone else. Upon Fengzhi's arrival, she remarked, "Alice, the sanctuary is being excessively unreasonable. Should we prepare for a trip to Greece?" Fengzhi shook his head. "Seiya and the others have not yet matured. Going now would be tantamount to courting death." "Then what of my safety? Rest assured, there shall be no next time." "Let us hope so." Miss Saori continued to feed her horse, not lifting her gaze. "Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" "I wish to implore Miss Saori to absolve the transgressions of the Crystal Saint." Initially, Saori contemplated a refusal. Yet upon reflecting on Hyoga, she acquiesced, stating, "Since he has perished, let him be forgiven." I further sought to request that Miss Saori bestow upon me the divine healing ability to thoroughly mend the wounds afflicting the Crystal Saint. Although Saori's mood had been relatively pleasant, she abruptly clenched the fodder meant for the horses and cast an irate glare at Fengzhi. To heal the Crystal Saint's injuries, Fengzhi must harness the power of Athena's cosmos. Only then could his healing transform into divine restoration. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Although Saori, considering Hyoga and Fengzhi, pardoned the Crystal Saint for nearly taking her life, the notion of resurrecting him is sheer folly. Undoubtedly, the Crystal Saint possesses value for the impending holy war. He cannot perish. You have gone too far. Miss Saori glared at Fengzhi, her expression replete with reluctance. "Please, trust my judgment. No one can dictate the will of the divine. You are not in that position yet. You too must grow." Just as Saori was about to erupt in anger, she noticed Seiya and the others approaching the garden, and suddenly tears welled in her eyes. Seiya and his companions hastily approached her, regarding Fengzhi with suspicion. The composed Shiryu inquired, "What has transpired?" Fengzhi remained silent, retorting, "If Miss Saori does not trust me, then I cannot continue to protect you." With that, he turned to leave, prompting Saori to burst into tears. Seiya promptly confronted Fengzhi, exclaiming, "You have gone too far. Apologize to Miss Saori at once." At that moment, both Hyoga and Shun joined them, while only Shiryu stood bewildered, unsure of how to respond. "Humph. Step aside." Disturbed, Fengzhi ignited his cosmos, propelling Seiya several meters away. He departed without looking back, leaving Seiya shouting in dismay. The turmoil within the garden villa soon reached all the saints. Their reactions varied, yet none acted rashly. Days later, while resting by the seaside, Seiya encountered his mentor, Marine. Without hesitation, Marine commanded Seiya to take his own life, inciting a furious outburst from him. Beside Marine stood the Silver Saint, Misty of the Lizard. The two quickly clashed in combat. Meanwhile, Fengzhi, enjoying a soak by the sea, was suddenly approached by a young spirit from the Jamir clan. "Lord Alex, trouble brews. Two Silver Saints have arrived in the sanctuary, and one is currently battling Seiya." "Have the Silver Saints arrived so swiftly?" Fengzhi sighed. Having just quarreled with Saori, he turned to the young spirit and inquired, "You are a disciple of Mu, correct? Has he conveyed any messages?" Mu's message stated, "The goddess has yet to awaken, and the warriors beside her require growth. Lord Alex, everything you do is supported." Reflecting on the wisdom of Mu and the youthful tiger of Five Old Peaks, Fengzhi realized that both had begun to support Miss Saori. "Lord Alexis, you must hurry. If you delay any longer, Seiya will perish." Upon hearing this, Fengzhi chuckled heartily and replied, "Indeed, I must act swiftly. But the one I seek to rescue is not Seiya, but that arrogant lizard knight. As the most loyal warrior by the goddess's side, Seiya is perpetually graced by her divine power, which explains his ability to challenge foes far beyond his level. Although the lizard knight is formidable, he pales in comparison to the tenacity of an indomitable cockroach." Indeed, when Fengzhi arrived, he witnessed Seiya executing the Pegasus Meteor Fist, descending upon the lizard knight with great force. Time halt. In that fleeting moment, Fengzhi's cosmos erupted, saving the lizard knight just before impact with the ground. As time resumed, a dull thud echoed, leaving Seiya disoriented from the fall. The lizard knight gasped for breath and, upon regaining his composure, turned to Feng Zhe with astonishment. Lord Alexis, you have saved me. He knelt partially before Feng Zhe, causing Seiya to relax his tightly clenched fists. Was it the new pope who sent you? It was Commander Burton's orders. Upon hearing Burton's name, Feng Zhe's expression shifted to one of exasperation. This man was perhaps even less competent than Kiga's, an utter fool. Come with me, and quickly. However, Feng Zhe noted that Burton's envoy was not solely himself. Moses of the Whale and Adrian of the Hound were also involved. The Lizard Knight, Mesty, revealed the truth, prompting Feng Zhe to casually inquire about their whereabouts. They have gone to assassinate that young lady. Feng Zhe's countenance darkened, and he cursed under his breath, "What fools!" He then hastened back to the garden villa. Meanwhile, in the garden villa, Moses of the Whale and Adrian of the Hound faced off against Aruged, the martial arts saint, Dio, the silver fly, and Sirius, the great hound. A fierce battle ensued. While Miss Saori sat nearby, sipping tea with a look of enjoyment. Surrounding her were Shiryu, Hyoga, and Shun. Even the captain of the guard, Hercules Douglas, was present. By the time Feng Zhe arrived, the battle appeared to be nearing its conclusion. Clearly, Moses and Adrian were on the brink of defeat, with no path ahead but death. Stop! With a fierce shout, Feng Zhe teleported directly into the fray among the Silver Saints. Alexis, the Hound Knight, possessing the ability of telepathy, sensed Feng Zhe's inner turmoil and was filled with rage at the discord among the Silver Saints. Though the Whale Knight remained loyal to the sanctuary, he, too, was on the verge of defeat, yet he defiantly proclaimed, "Alexis, have you betrayed the sanctuary as well?" Feng Zhe shook his head and replied, "I have never betrayed the sanctuary. I remain true to my beliefs. Are you too now loyal to that pope, or to your own convictions?" His piercing gaze seemed to delve into the depths of Moses's heart, prompting the Whale Knight to glance at Adrian, the Hound Knight, for guidance. Adrian candidly declared, "I have not betrayed the goddess Athena. I remain her steadfast warrior." At that moment, the Lizard Knight, Mesty, arrived, choosing his allies, and the three Silver Saints stood united. Feng Zhe cast an irate glance at Miss Saori, who remained seated, seemingly a spectator to the unfolding drama. Had she exhibited even a fraction of the divine cosmos from the outset, these two Silver Saints would undoubtedly have refrained from attempting her assassination. Yet, Saori remained motionless. As if observing a play, a deep sense of frustration enveloped Feng Zhe, leaving him profoundly isolated and disheartened. He sighed, contemplating whether he had overstepped his bounds. Perhaps he had erred from the very beginning. "Miss Saori, you have truly disappointed me," he uttered, his tone imbued with a chilly detachment that hinted at an unfamiliar sentiment. Saori sensed a shift within Feng Zhe, as if something intangible was on the verge of slipping away. She smiled, her radiance undiminished. "I have heard you were trained by the rebellious Pope Saga. The Gemini Golden Saints are known for their duality of light and darkness. Does that not make you, as his disciple, similarly divided?" Feng Zhe, rather than responding with anger, chuckled softly, though a hint of bitterness lingered in his laughter. Suddenly, he coughed up blood, as if the impurities within him were being purged in that very moment. He turned to the three of them and said, "Mesty, you three must return to the sanctuary at once. Do not involve yourselves in this conflict. It is beyond the realm of your Silver Saints." Mesty seemed to grasp Feng Zhe's intent, while Adrian also perceived the turmoil within him. The trio nodded in understanding and swiftly vanished from the garden villa. Feng Zhe cast one last glance at Saori before disappearing without a backward glance. This sudden departure left everyone with the unsettling impression that Feng Zhe would not return. How could someone as astute as Saori be unaware of this? Rising to face her warriors, she solemnly proclaimed, "From this day forth, you shall no longer have a caretaker. Your safety and growth depend solely on your own efforts." The others nodded dumbly, but only Shiryu regarded Saori with a peculiar expression. In the sanctuary, within the Lion's Gate, Iolia stood vigilant when suddenly a cloaked figure appeared before him. "Are you Alex?" Upon encountering the unexpected Feng Zhe, Iolia was evidently unprepared. "Iolia, I require your assistance." Feng Zhe's plea left Iolia momentarily stunned, quickly followed by hearty laughter. 2 years ago, it was said you vanished in the Cancer Temple. I lamented your absence. Now that you have reappeared in the sanctuary, allow me to aid you. Iolia swiftly drew a blade across his arm, letting blood flow freely. Feng Zhe retrieved the long-forgotten shield of Athena, which gleamed brilliantly under the sun, as if gilded by its rays. Utilizing the sunlight's reflection, he cast it upon the blood of the Lion's Golden Saint, resulting in a tremendous radiance that spread throughout the entire Lion's Gate. A beam of light, reaching towards the heavens, illuminated above the Leo temple, forming a sacred flame. The holy vestments adorning Feng's altar were also engulfed in this divine fire, merging effortlessly and elevating Feng's microcosm to unprecedented heights. At that moment, Feng's eyes sparkled brilliantly, enhancing his visual perception to its utmost pinnacle. His microcosm evolved to the zenith of the sixth sense. Had he not deliberately suppressed it, he would have undoubtedly transcended. As he clenched his fist, he discovered that his microcosm was potent enough to enable him to unleash a punch at 9 times the speed of sound. Having accomplished this, he felt a lingering desire for more and resolved to venture towards the Virgo temple. Just then, Iolia cautioned him, "Be wary, Shaka is not one to converse lightly." "Thank you. I owe you a favor," Feng responded. Iolia chuckled heartily in reply. Within the Virgo temple, aside from the towering statue of Buddha, there was not a soul in sight. Feng chuckled inwardly, realizing that Shaka evidently wished to avoid him. "Shaka, I have a request. I implore you to come forth." He called thrice, yet the temple remained devoid of any presence. "If you do not appear, do not doubt my ability to dismantle your sanctuary," he threatened. "You are now wanted by the sanctuary, no longer the proxy pope. Why would you come to me?" At last, Shaka's voice echoed, yet his figure remained absent. Clearly, he had no intention of meeting Feng. Feng smirked and proclaimed, "I find it perplexing that you, the one closest to the divine, do not intervene to stop Avid's malevolence. The gears of fate have long been shattered. Only by returning to their original trajectory can the holy war be concluded." Shaka had comprehended a supreme truth and sensed an anomaly, thus desiring to revert the narrative to its original course. Since it has already collapsed, returning to the starting point is an impossibility, and Avid's true nature is far more terrifying than you can imagine. He has participated in the last holy war. What? Upon hearing this pivotal statement, a figure resembling the Buddha manifested upon a lotus flower, Shaka still with his eyes closed, radiating a serene aura incomparable to any ordinary gold saint. He, like you, is a being whose fate remains unknown. Shaka perceived a future shrouded in ambiguity. Feng smiled and continued, "I was ensnared by the god of time, Kairos, which accounts for my 2-year absence." Kairos. Shaka's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a myriad of emotions, beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his brow. "I have been manipulated." Given Shaka's prowess, how could he not discern his own predicament? He then declared, "In that case, I shall lend you my assistance." With a swift gesture, Shaka drew forth blood, and in an instant, the Virgo temple erupted in radiant light. Athena's shield, bathed in sunlight, descended once more upon the sanctuary. This time, it enhanced Feng's auditory perception significantly, elevating his hearing to its peak. In that moment, Feng was empowered to unleash punches at 12 times the speed of sound. The Pope's palace, Leo and Virgo, have they betrayed? A cold expression crossed Avid's face, followed by a chilling laugh as he vanished into thin air. The Libra palace stood desolate, devoid of life. Even the attendants seemed indifferent to its neglect, as if it had been abandoned. A few days prior, Feng had acquired the blood of the child tiger from the noble ghost. Grateful for the child tiger's grace, he poured the vial's contents onto the ground. Instantly, a brilliant radiance engulfed the Libra palace, illuminating the entire hall and bursting forth with vibrant vitality. Amidst this light, a flame of the Libra constellation materialized before Feng. After merging with the flame, Feng's senses reached their zenith. He became acutely aware of a decaying scent in the air. The power of his microcosm underwent yet another evolution. Testing his fists, he found himself capable of delivering a terrifying punch at 15 times the speed of sound, far exceeding the prowess of a silver saint. Although still inferior to the golden saints, he was remarkably close. Upon arriving at the next chamber, the Scorpio Palace, he was met at the entrance by Moreau, the golden saint of Scorpio, who had been waiting for him. "The Pope has issued a decree. You are to be eliminated without mercy." The man known as the Sunshine of Greece always bore a smile as warm as the sun itself. Feng gazed at Moreau and calmly stated, "I require your assistance." Moreau, still exuding elegance and affability, replied, "I must adhere to the Pope's command. However, let me witness your true strength to ascertain whether you are worthy of my aid." With that, Moreau assumed a battle stance, his microcosm coalescing into the shape of a scorpion, his fated constellation. Feng's microcosm ignited as well, revealing the constellation of the Altair. As Feng's power surged, the image of the Altair became increasingly vivid. Lightspeed punch. Moreau unleashed a lightspeed punch, a fundamental technique of the Golden Saints, enhanced by the Scorpio gold cloth. Any foe struck by this blow would surely fall. Yet, as the punch collided with Feng, his entire form became ethereal. Moreau focused intently, realizing that Feng had already teleported away. 15 times the speed of sound punch. Countless fists surrounded Moreau, each one seemingly endowed with sentience, targeting his weak points. This was a unique ability bestowed upon Feng after honing his senses to their peak. Moreau closed his eyes. The onslaught of fists met an impenetrable barrier, deflected from his form. The sonic punches proved ineffective against the Golden Saint, despite their surpassing speed. Seemingly disappointed, Moreau extended a finger, which gleamed crimson. Telekinetic wave. This technique, unique to Scorpio, was an extension of the light speed punch, directly assaulting the enemy's central nervous system. As Feng was struck by the wave, he felt his body succumb to paralysis, his microcosm unable to ignite, as if stung by a scorpion. Crimson Venom Needle. Moreau then executed the ultimate secret of Scorpio, the Crimson Venom Needle. From the fingertips of Moreau, several beams of crimson light emanated with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Feng had long been paralyzed by the psychic wave, rendering him immobile as he could only watch helplessly as the red light penetrated his body. Moreau closed his eyes, seemingly awaiting his anguished cries. Yet, the atmosphere remained eerily tranquil. When Moreau opened his eyes, he was astonished to find Feng still present. Was that merely an illusion? In a swift motion, Moreau unleashed a punch at the speed of light towards the wall behind him. With a resounding crack, a figure emerged upon the wall. It was Feng, who had vanished within the Scorpion Palace. How formidable! In that critical moment, Feng had forsaken concealment, employing the power of Yaoma to slice through time and escape. He then utilized the principle of image cloaking found within the sacred fire to hide himself against the wall. However, he had not anticipated being deciphered by Moreau. Was this the true power of the Golden Saint of the Seventh Sense? Feng was forced to reveal his true form, gasping for breath as if he had overexerted his cosmos. Moreau regarded the altar before him, gently tracing his finger across his arm, causing blood to flow freely. Feng stared in astonishment at Moreau, who, with an air of bravado, flicked his cloak and then silently departed. Gazing at the pool of blood left by Moreau, Feng vowed to live up to his expectations. Subsequently, the Scorpion Palace illuminated with a brilliance rivaling that of the sun, soaring towards the heavens. At that moment, the altar behind Feng became increasingly distinct, revealing a faint pattern of sacred fire upon it. The sense of taste within his five senses peaked at that instant. 18 times the speed of sound punch. With a single punch, Feng shattered a fragment of stone, nodding in satisfaction. However, upon entering the next palace, the Archer Palace, he encountered a dilemma. The desolate Archer Palace was devoid of life. Iolos had been dead for countless years. The current Seiya had not yet matured enough to inherit the golden armor of Sagittarius, making the request for blood somewhat arduous. Just as he pondered what to do, the sound of hooves reverberated through the Archer Palace. A creature with the body of a horse and the upper body of a man appeared before Feng, resembling a mythological monster. "You are Yugo." Feng immediately recognized the newcomer, recalling the centaur he had encountered when Cheyenne acquired the Ares armor. Yet, at this moment, Yugo appeared monstrous, drawing his bow and launching an attack on Feng. Feng dodged several times, yet the arrows seemed to possess a mind of their own, relentlessly pursuing him. "Yugo, wake up." Yugo's eyes were bloodshot, clearly devoid of any autonomous awareness. 18 times the speed of sound punch. Countless fists surged toward Yugo, who, upon being struck, collapsed into a pool of blood like a horse. What? So weak? Feng could hardly believe Yugo could be this feeble, stepping forward to assist him. "Alice." Just before death, Yugo finally regained consciousness and recognized Feng. "How did you end up here?" It was Avid. "Be cautious." Suddenly, Yugo's gaze turned treacherous as he plunged a golden dagger into Feng's chest. Feng could hardly believe Yugo's abrupt outburst of violence. "I'm sorry." Yugo perished, and the dagger embedded in Feng's chest was stained with blood. Blood pooled on the ground, uncertain whether it belonged to Yugo or Feng. "I never expected to meet my end here." Feng collapsed, scrutinizing the dagger with a bitter smile. He never anticipated that his fate would mirror that of Athena, receiving a golden dagger. Indeed, the very dagger that had been used by Saga during the divine assassination now pierced his heart. He could not have foreseen that he would ultimately fall victim to Avid's machinations, dying within the confines of the Sagittarius Temple. Simultaneously, within the Pope's palace, Pope Avid erupted into laughter as his chief advisor, Burton, eagerly poured him a glass of red wine. Avid then commanded, "Bring forth the dancers. I wish to indulge in merriment." Burton scurried away to summon the entertainers. In the 12 golden palaces, many golden saints since the waning of Feng's small universe. A meteor streaked across the sky, prompting a collective sigh from the golden saints in each palace. Meanwhile, in the land of the little sun, Miss Shaori suddenly rose and gazed into the distance, seemingly sensing that something significant was unfolding in the sanctuary, causing her heart to tighten inexplicably. "Miss Shaori, what troubles you?" Seiya inquired, puzzled, as his own small universe could not perceive any anomaly. "It seems Feng's small universe is fading," she replied. And the last place it vanished appears to be within the sanctuary." Although Miss Shaori was displeased with some of Feng's actions, she had come to understand clearly over time that everything he did was for her sake. When someone genuinely devoted to you stands before you, you may feel irritation. Yet if they were to suddenly vanish, fear and unease would inevitably consume your heart. Miss Shaori found herself praying for Feng's safety, however, as a reincarnated being. Such prayers seemed futile. Just as Feng's life approached its conclusion, the sacred fire within him sensed something, igniting a flame upon his chest. The altar's star map materialized before him, transforming into an elderly man clad in white sacred robes. In a daze, Feng recognized the elder and murmured, "Teacher Bailey?" This man was indeed Bailey from the year 1743, the very same who had imparted so much knowledge to him previously. Bailey approached and gently touched Feng's forehead with his finger, then produced a golden apple. Feng recognized this apple as the crucial artifact used by Sisyphus to seal the malevolent heiress. "Thank you, Teacher Bailey. I shall not let you down." Tears welled in Feng's eyes as the altar's star map dissipated, leaving only the golden apple, radiating an intense small universe before him. As Feng touched the golden apple, his small universe erupted with a brilliant light. Sacrifice. Transfer of death. This was the ultimate secret that Bailey had comprehended in the final moments of his life, embodying the most powerful essence of the altar. He is a conduit of the sacred flame, drawing upon the essence of the microcosm, transferring his own demise onto foes endowed with the eighth sense or higher. Conversely, should the order be reversed, with the microcosm as the medium and the sacred flame as the guide, it becomes an unparalleled method for mutual annihilation. Even deities would be rendered to naught beneath such an onslaught. This ultimate technique is referred to as the death's conclusion by Bai Li. Now, Feng aims to transfer death onto the golden apple, which harbors the soul of the malevolent deity Eris, an entity possessing the eighth sense. As the sacred flame passes, the wounds inflicted by the golden dagger upon Feng gradually heal, yet a fissure emerges upon the golden apple. A blinding radiance erupted within the Sagittarius Temple, and when the brilliance subsided, no trace of the dagger remained upon Feng's chest, while a golden dagger was embedded within the adjacent golden apple. With a resounding crack, the golden apple shattered, scattering its remnants upon the ground. "Feng, the gods of Olympus shall not spare you." Eris's final words echoed, consumed by boundless hatred until they vanished. As Feng rose, poised to depart, a luminous presence manifested within the Sagittarius Temple. The Sagittarius gold cloth descended from the heavens, perfectly landing within the sacred space. Suddenly, the Sagittarius gold cloth unleashed an arrow, striking the distant wall and shattering it into fragments. "Press onward, young one." It was the voice of Iolos, as if he had foreseen this very moment. Beneath this passage, a box appeared. Upon opening it, Feng discovered a vial of blood nestled within. Had he ascended to divinity? How could he anticipate my need for his blood? A surge of exhilaration coursed through Feng, and suddenly he realized that this message was not meant for Seiya, but rather for himself. Had he altered the mirror node during Saga's chaos, thus impacting his own timeline? Confusion enveloped him, but there was no time for contemplation. Seizing the midday hour, he poured the blood upon the ground and retrieved the shield of Athena. In an instant, the Sagittarius Temple erupted in radiant light, a brilliance potent enough to influence the sanctuary itself. Subsequently, a mass of Sagittarius sacred flame appeared before Feng, who consumed it whole. Instantly, The power of the microcosm surged forth. At that moment, Feng's tactile senses reached their zenith, while his sixth sense evolved anew. He found himself in a state of unprecedented clarity, with all five senses at their peak. When he delivered a punch, it accelerated to a speed 100 times that of sound, a remarkable enhancement indeed. The hundredfold sonic punch. Excitement welled in Feng's eyes at this instant. He had taken another stride towards the seventh sense. Meanwhile, Pope Avid, who had been admiring the Maiko, suddenly wore a grave expression, his wine glass shattering upon the floor, causing the bewildered Maiko to tremble in fear, abandoning her dance. Send word to the Capricorn Shura. The moment to demonstrate his loyalty has arrived. Upon hearing this, Burton scurried off in a panic to relay the message. The Capricorn Shura was well prepared, incessantly rubbing his arms as if polishing a sword. However, Feng did not venture into the Capricorn Palace. Instead, he took a secluded path known only to the inner servants, arriving directly at the entrance of the Aquarius Palace. Kamui coldly regarded Feng. Why have you come here before me? Feng smiled. That unfeeling Shura has left me no choice but to seek your assistance first. Are you not afraid I might freeze you into an ice statue? I am certain you will aid me, just as you would assist my teacher, Saga. It was Kamui's icy confinement that had preserved Cheyenne remains within the Star Tower. This was a secret to many, but as Saga's disciple, Feng was well aware. I will help you, but you must do me a favor in return. After a moment's contemplation, Feng replied, The Crystal Saint. I regret to say no. The Crystal Saint has ceased to be my disciple since he became a private soldier. However, I have high hopes for Hyuga. He is indeed a rare talent from your freezing gate, with the potential to grasp the eighth sense. Feng was not exaggerating Hyuga's abilities, rather, his extraordinary talent, combined with his modest demeanor and unwavering determination, made him a natural successor to the Aquarius Palace. I promise to do everything in my power to assist him in enhancing his cosmos. No, I require you to save his life at a critical moment. Whether he succeeds or fails will depend on his fate. Upon hearing this, Feng understood Kamui's earnest intentions. All his endeavors were for Hyuga, and death, too, could be a form of growth. This deepened Feng's reflections on the freezing gate. Inside the Aquarius Palace, a brilliant light erupted, a beam soaring towards the heavens. Truly magnificent from afar. With Kamui's blood, the sacred fire of the Aquarius Palace manifested before Feng. This blue flame, shrouded in ice, was unlike any other. Upon touching it, Feng felt a chill. The essence of fire is rooted in the Yin. Indeed, it was as formidable as its reputation suggested. The sacred fire from the altar's sacred armor appeared before him, and as the two flames merged, Feng felt a profound surge in his power. What is the sixth sense? Some refer to it as extrasensory perception, while others call it spiritual awareness. After merging with the fire of the Aquarius Palace, Feng experienced the strength bestowed by the sixth sense. Suddenly, he foresaw a fierce battle with Pope Avid, a conflict he knew would be arduous. To knowingly defy the inevitable, that is the faith of the saints. 300 times the speed of sound, Feng remained at the pinnacle of the sixth sense, taking yet another step closer to the seventh sense. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly well. He sensed that the next palace would herald his ascension to the seventh sense. Upon arriving at the Pisces Palace, Feng was greeted by the golden saint of Pisces, Archdeacon, who smiled warmly at him. They embraced passionately. For a friend so rare within the sanctuary, Feng held him in high regard. As the warrior of beauty within the sanctuary, Archdeacon was genuinely pleased by Feng's arrival. However, sensing the urgency in Feng's demeanor, Archdeacon quickly remarked, I have prepared everything for you. Indeed. Upon entering the enchanting Pisces Palace, adorned with roses in every direction, one would find a tranquil fish pond at its center, where the blood of Archdeacon lay at the very bottom. Feng, moved by the sight, uttered a heartfelt thank you. Time, relentless as it is, urged him to summon the shield of Athena forthwith. A radiant light illuminated the Pisces Palace, rendering even the surrounding roses remarkably vibrant, as if they had been nourished by divine grace. Archdeacon, standing nearby, could not help but exclaim in genuine admiration, how beautiful! He was not merely appreciating the breathtaking scenery, but was enveloped by an indescribable sensation that lingered in the air around him. As the sacred flame of the Pisces Palace emerged, it shimmered with 9 hues under the sunlight, exuding an exquisite beauty. This was the unique sacred fire of the Pisces Palace. Feng, drawing upon his own sacred fire, witnessed the two flames merging in a harmonious union. The celestial map of the altar reappeared before Fengzhe, yet this time, it was markedly different from the previous one. Suddenly, the sacred fire atop the altar burst forth with brilliance, casting its light upon Fengzhe, igniting his entire being in a blaze. This transformation nearly startled Archdeacon, but upon seeing the look of ecstasy on Fengzhe's face, he realized it was indeed a special method of ascension unique to the altar. What is the seventh sense? Scientifically, it refers to a perception of time, an acute awareness and grasp of temporal flow. In Buddhism, it is known as the manas, signifying consciousness itself. In the process of cognition, the reception of sensory information from the external world and the integration of that data for judgment relies on the first six senses. Human behavior and the direction of thought are also the result of a combined influence of these senses. However, the seventh sense diverges from this norm. Once awakened, it allows one to contemplate actions and combat strategies from an alternate dimension. Later interpretations liken it to a divine mode of thinking, transcending the comprehension of ordinary individuals, thus unleashing boundless power capable of defying time itself. This is the reason the seventh sense is referred to as the sense of time, and why profound mysteries necessitate its awakening to unleash their fullest potential. It is the source of extraordinary power, the very energy that birthed the universe, hidden within the soul of each individual. At this moment, the saint and the cosmos became one, drawing infinitely closer to eternity. As Fengzhe recognized the power surging forth from his soul, the energy of his microcosm erupted with unimaginable force. His heart, spirit, soul, life, and capacity all manifested simultaneously, giving birth to a true universe within him, the pinnacle of the initial stage of the seventh sense. Fengzhe's microcosm evolved instantaneously to the apex of its initial stage, merely a step away from the intermediate stage. Even Archdeacon gazed in astonishment at Fengzhe, whose unleashed energy seemed to spiral infinitely upward. Fengzhe calmly regarded Archdeacon and declared, "I must meditate here for a time." Archdeacon promptly replied, "Very well. Within the Piscis Palace, no one shall disturb you." With that, Fengzhe settled into a cross-legged position, akin to an ancient sage, meditating quietly within the Piscis Palace. 10 days later, when Fengzhe opened his eyes once more, he found himself surrounded by an array of black roses. These were the black roses nurtured by a Brody with his own blood, each blossom harboring lethal potential. Since their last conversation, a Brody had forsaken the white roses, devoting himself entirely to the cultivation of black roses, thereby enhancing their power once again. Astonishingly, these cherished black roses appeared all around Fengzhe, demonstrating that a Brody had indeed fulfilled his promise of solitude within the confines of the Piscis Palace. Upon noticing Fengzhe had awakened, a faint smile graced a Brody's somewhat haggard visage. "I am truly weary, so I shall not see you off," he remarked, swaying slightly as he prepared to depart. "Thank you, a Brody." Fengzhe expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Yet, a Brody merely waved his hand dismissively before vanishing into the depths of the Piscis Palace. In the Papal Palace, the irate Avid, having shattered countless wine goblets, cursed a Brody. However, this esteemed pope refrained from taking matters into his own hands, seemingly harboring some reservations. In the Capricorn Palace, Shiryu, with eyes sharp as a blade, addressed Fengzhe, his demeanor devoid of emotion. "You seek death by coming here instead of seizing power in the Papal Palace. Are you truly so eager to meet your end? Since you have awaited me, how could I possibly decline the invitation?" Fengzhe replied, gazing at Shiryu, the golden saint of Capricorn. This warrior, revered as the most loyal, was the bearer of the sacred sword bestowed by Athena and would never tarnish that title. His faith, or rather, his allegiance, had always been to the pope within the sanctuary. Regardless of whether this pope was malevolent or virtuous, he would staunchly execute what was deemed righteous. This was not a contradiction, but rather a principle upheld by the golden saints of Capricorn for centuries. Indeed, it was this very adherence that had drawn the ire of Lady Saori, who never forgave him even in death. Shiryu raised his arm, resembling a sacred sword, and brought it down with force. Instantly, the earth was cleaved as if it were mere tofu. Fengzhe managed to evade the attack with a swift teleportation. Yet the sensation of impending doom lingered, akin to a sword suspended above his head. Holy Sword, Excalibur, the sacred sword capable of severing all things, when wielded, seemed to herald the onset of a countdown to death for its adversaries. Corpse Chi Netherworld Wave. In that moment, Feng Zhe, not to be underestimated, having just ascended to the seventh sense, eagerly unleashed the ultimate technique of cancer. However, Shura's lips curled in disdain as he swung his arm once more, the sacred sword descending again. What? Can it truly bisect the corpse chi? Feng Zhe looked incredulously at Shura, as if meeting him for the first time. This sacred sword was indeed extraordinary. As a saint who had awakened the seventh sense, the light-speed fist was fundamentally essential. Yet due to the unique techniques of each saint's armor, every saint's light-speed fist differed markedly. Although Feng Zhe's saint armor may not match the brilliance of the Capricorn golden armor, it possesses unique attributes as one of the 4 extraordinary silver armors. The flames of the sacred fire entwined within his light-speed fist exhibit a burning effect. Thus, as Feng Zhe concentrated, his small universe ignited, manifesting the altar's celestial chart. And he bellowed, "Sacred fire light-speed fist." Countless flames interlaced within the light-speed fist, weaving an intricate net that surged forward. Regardless of the nature of the light-speed fist, it would falter before my sacred sword. The Capricorn Shura swung his sacred sword, and at the moment the sword light descended, it collided with the sacred fire light-speed fist, unleashing an intense radiance. Subsequently, the net formed by the light-speed fist was severed by the stroke of the sacred sword. Just as a smile graced Shura's lips, he felt a searing sensation in his lower abdomen. Upon glancing down, he realized he had been struck by a fist. Pain surged through him, causing Shura to clutch his abdomen and exclaim, "How did you accomplish this?" The same technique cannot be used against a Saint Seiya twice. Feng Zhe spoke with ease, yet the reality was far more complex. The law of ineffective repetition against the saints stemmed from their extraordinary perception, awareness, and reflexes, which surpassed those of ordinary beings. The more formidable the saint, the sharper their vision. Upon awakening the seventh sense, they could perceive every flaw from a divine perspective. Conversely, the vulnerabilities of the attacking side diminished as the saints grew stronger, becoming nearly non-existent. When both parties awakened the seventh sense, their flaws and perceptions reached their zenith, explaining why battles among golden saints often devolved into protracted conflicts. However, when there is a significant disparity in power, this law becomes moot. I underestimated you. The Capricorn Shura instantly recognized that the altar's Feng Zhe was no ordinary silver saint, but rather possessed the prowess of a golden saint. Shura's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, and he raised his arm once more, descending with renewed vigor. Sacred sword. This iteration of the sacred sword was entirely distinct from its predecessor. Not only could his arms deliver the strike, but even his legs joined in the assault. The dense brilliance of the sword saint enveloped Feng Zhe completely. No matter which direction he attempted to escape, he would be cleaved in twain by the relentless sword light. Offering ghostly azure flames. The celestial chart of the altar materialized once more, and the mysterious altar ignited, summoning flames capable of incinerating all that surrounded Feng Zhe. This was the ultimate mystery of the altar, the ghostly azure flames. In this moment, no matter how many sword lights were conjured, they would be consumed entirely by the fire. Caught in a prolonged struggle, the question remained, would the sacred sword, ablaze, breach the sacred fire to deliver a fatal blow to Feng Zhe, or would it recoil, inflicting harm upon the Capricorn Shura and shattering the sacred sword? Ultimately, the resolution lay in the power of their small universes. Neither displayed any inclination to retreat, both fervently igniting their small universes, their radiance enveloping the Capricorn temple. At this pivotal moment of confrontation, Dismas appeared around the Capricorn temple, his gaze tinged with a blood-red hue, resembling that of a madman. "I shall eradicate you and obliterate everything." Suddenly, a dense fog enveloped the vicinity of the Goat Palace, obscuring the fierce clash between Feng Zhe and the Azura. This was akin to a tangible accumulation of corpse energy. Feng Zhe immediately recognized that this fog was, in fact, composed of countless fragments of souls. However, consumed by the battle, he lacked the strength to combat this accumulation of corpse energy. In a moment of near madness, a voice erupted, "Corpse energy, abyssal wave." Instantly, a multitude of corpse energy converged upon the sacred vestments of the altar, igniting as if set ablaze. A tremendous explosion ensued, shattering the entire altar's sacred garments into debris. Following this, the holy sword pierced through the flames, cleaving Feng Zhe's body into countless pieces, leaving him utterly lifeless. "Am I dead again?" To think I awakened my seventh sense only to perish beneath two golden saints. What a cruel twist of fate. Suddenly, an hourglass-like symbol appeared before Fengzhe. Is this the god of time, Kronos? As Fengzhe's dismembered body began to experience the flow of time reversing, it resembled the act of reassembling a jigsaw puzzle, swiftly restoring itself to its original form, including the altar. Just as Fengzhe was lost in confusion, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him, leading him into a slumber. Parallel universe, 20th century brother, Holy Pope. In a haze, a soft, sweet voice of a young girl mingled with that of a clearly masculine voice. Fengzhe jolted awake. Sitting upright, he gasped, "Satsi, is that you?" Indeed, the delicate and sweet girl before him was none other than the long-missed Lady Satsi. "Brother, what are you saying?" "I am Sei." The sweet girl was on the verge of tears, especially as she held Fengzhe's hand, which felt fragile and clammy. "Sei?" Clearly, this girl's appearance mirrored that of Lady Satsi, and even the small cosmos she unintentionally revealed was identical to that of Athena. It was evident that this girl was the reincarnation of the goddess Athena. The Holy Pope had engaged in a fierce battle with the celestial warrior Minos. Sustaining a head injury, he seemed to have lost his memory. At that moment, Fengzhe noticed the golden saint beside him and gasped once more, "You are Avenir." Indeed, the golden saint before him was none other than Ares Avenir. "Holy Pope, are you feeling better?" Avenir inquired, glancing at Sei. "It appears the Holy Pope's condition is somewhat better than anticipated. However, your cosmos seems significantly weakened." Upon hearing this, Sei began to weep, appearing quite frail. Fengzhe's mind became a whirlwind, and he asked, "What time is it now?" "It is the 20th century, brother. Your condition has worsened," Sei replied, plunging Fengzhe into despair. The 20th century, connecting this with Avenir before him, Fengzhe now understood where he was. He found himself within Avenir's timeline, and most crucially, he realized that this time, the Holy War had resulted in defeat, with both the Holy Pope and Goddess Athena beheaded. Due to this failure, Avenir traversed back to the Holy War that transpired 5 centuries ago, leaving the Ares cloth in that temporal realm. However, he now finds himself as the Pope of the Sanctuary, facing none other than the Goddess Athena herself. Thus, his fate mirrors that of the beheaded Pope Fengzhe. As beads of sweat begin to trickle down, his body trembling involuntarily, caught between fear and anger. His brother has fallen ill again, alternating between fever and chills, now trembling uncontrollably. The goddess, Shiryu, gently caresses Fengzhe's face, her eyes welling with tears. The following day, in the papal palace, Fengzhe donned the papal robes once more, adorned with a golden crown, yet lacking a mask, resembling Pope Seiji, albeit significantly younger. In this papal attire, his brother looked exceptionally handsome. The goddess Shiryu appeared akin to an enamored young girl, evoking a desire to protect her. Strikingly, her appearance mirrored that of Shaozi, momentarily leading one to believe she was her. Throughout this day, Fengzhe gradually grasped the historical context of the sanctuary in this era. The divergence point in the timeline of parallel universes was, in fact, rooted in the chaos of Saga. 13 years prior, Saga's assassination attempt on Shine had failed, leading to his public execution. Before his demise, Saga cursed all the saints within the sanctuary, vowing that even in death, he would lead the specters to obliterate the sanctuary. Subsequently, as Shine's health deteriorated, he hastily entrusted the position to the Sagittarius, Aiolos, before meeting his end. At this juncture, the goddess's reincarnation descended upon the sanctuary, and Aiolos bore the heavy responsibility of safeguarding her, naming her Shiryu. Just then, the Libra saint, Tenghu, returned to the sanctuary gravely injured, delivering the still infant Alex to Aiolos, declaring that the child's fate was intertwined with the outcome of the Holy War before succumbing to death. When Aiolos ventured to the 5 old peaks to investigate, he discovered that all 108 specters had escaped their seals, heralding the onset of a new holy war. Over the past 13 years, the Virgo, Taurus, Cancer, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces saints had all perished alongside the specters. Yet in this world, the Aries saint was not Mu, but rather a golden saint named Avenir. The golden saints had suffered great losses. Had it not been for Aiolos' vigilant guardianship of the sanctuary, it might have been breached by the specters long ago. Mere months prior, Aiolos had uncovered a hint of Pandora's presence and, taking the initiative, confronted her, ultimately perishing alongside her in a castle. As a result, 9 golden saints had fallen, leaving only Avenir of Aries, Iolia of Leo, and Milo of Scorpio. In comparison to the sanctuary's devastation, the forces of Hades also faced significant losses. Aside from Hades himself, Alex, who had steadfastly protected the goddess, stepped up to assume the role of Pope, leading all saints into continued battle against the specters. A few days ago, Alex engaged in a fierce struggle with Minos of the Heavenly Bull. Had Minos not retreated at a critical moment, Alex might have sustained a severe head injury, rendering him bedridden for days. In other words, the forces of Hades suffered merely the loss of one Pandora, while the sanctuary has already seen the demise of 9 golden saints. Fengzhi stared in disbelief at the goddess Seiya, unable to fathom what he had just heard. Approximately 30 of the 108 demon stars had perished, and among the 3 main commanders, the formidable star Rhadamanthys had also fallen. As soon as Seiya finished speaking, Fengzhi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, swaying as if he were on the verge of collapsing. The sanctuary had only a handful of warriors left, whereas Hades' army included the mighty Hades himself, along with 2 second-tier deities, the formidable Minos of the celestial bull and Iacchos of the celestial wolf, alongside a host of their underlings. What is the point of continuing this holy war? It was no wonder that the Pope and the goddess ultimately fell to the blade of Hades. They had become mere figureheads. Fengzhi glanced at the fragile Seiya, pondering that though Athena is often regarded as the goddess of wisdom and war, the Seiya before him seemed like an innocent child, her cosmos pitifully weak. A sense of despair enveloped his existence. Wait, could it be that he could escape? Suddenly, he recalled his ability to traverse dimensions and prepared to summon his faith. The faith required to leap dimensions is 50,000. Current faith is 0. In the previous timeline, Fengzhi had expended an excessive amount of faith, but as long as he could gather the requisite 50,000, he would be able to escape this timeline. A spark of hope ignited within him. But then he was struck by a terrifying realization. It appeared that time was not on his side. Boom, boom, boom. The ominous tolling of the bell rang out once more, a sound that signaled danger to the sanctuary. The last threat had come from Minos of the celestial bull, and the protective barrier of Athena had been severely compromised by Hades' forces, likely unable to withstand many more assaults. Brother, I must go and pray. Upon hearing the sound, Seiya immediately rose to her feet. The key to the sanctuary's barrier lay in Seiya's prayers. Without her, it would have fallen long ago. She proceeded to the temple of the goddess, kneeling gracefully as a saint, her hands clasped in silent supplication. As Seiya prayed, a gentle aura of cosmos erupted from the goddess's statue, enveloping the entire sanctuary like a protective bubble. No matter how many demon warriors threatened from the outside, they would not be able to rampage within the sanctuary's barrier. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the Gemini temple within the zodiac. Athena's exclamation. A colossal wave of cosmic energy, imbued with the power to obliterate worlds, detonated above the Gemini temple. This overwhelming force shattered the sanctuary's protective barrier above the temple. Seiya felt a devastating impact and coughed up blood, clearly suffering from a backlash of that tremendous energy, which had created a breach in the barrier. Brother, hurry. The barrier has been breached. The look of desperation in Seiya's eyes pierced Fengzhi's heart. Do not worry, I am here. He donned the sacred armor from the altar and, with a flash, vanished from the Pope's palace. In the celestial realm of the twin palaces, the malevolent Saga, along with Dismask and Aberdai, donned the infernal armor once more at the summons of Hades. They unleashed the Athena exclamation, igniting the skies above the twin palaces and breaching a significant gap. Immediately, a throng of Hades' minions surged forth. Following closely were the formidable Minos of the heavenly bull and Iacchos of the heavenly eagle, titans of the underworld. Saga, you are quite impressive. Minos commended, before directing his gaze outward, where a black chariot hovered ominously in the skies beyond the sanctuary's barrier. This chariot belonged to none other than the Lord of the underworld. Hades, Saga, Dismask, Aberdai, you dare to betray Athena. The remaining 3 golden saints of the sanctuary, Avenir of Aries, Iolia of Leo, and Milo of Scorpio, recognized the critical moment at hand. They immediately took their positions and proclaimed in unison, Athena exclamation. This triad of martial prowess was aimed squarely at the nefarious trio of Saga, Dismask, and Aberdai. The immense power erupted like the sun itself within the twin palaces, obliterating Saga and his companions as if they had merely fulfilled their fated task. In his final moments, Saga cackled madly. I await your arrival in the endless abyss. Haha. Yet, the might of the Athena exclamation was not limited to this. The three golden saints aimed to ensnare and annihilate the entirety of Hades' forces. Suddenly, a dark-clad youth leapt from the chariot, effortlessly extinguishing the colossal AE as if crushing an insignificant ant. It was Hades. Avenir stared in disbelief at the boy before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Alex. At that moment, Fengzhu appeared beside Avenir, and upon spotting him, the boy smiled. It has been a long time, my brother. Alex. The expressions of nearly all the saints were filled with astonishment. Sacrifice. Ghostly Sanyan. With a powerful shout from Fengzhu, a radiant blaze of holy fire erupted from the altar's star map behind him. The brilliant flames enveloped the surroundings of the twin palaces, exploding in tandem with Fengzhu's seventh sense. Hades, the dark-clad youth, made no effort to halt this cataclysmic ghostly Sanyan. Rather, he appeared to relish the apocalyptic spectacle, a smirk gracing his lips, as if pleased by the unfolding chaos. Concurrently, a multitude of underworld warriors were obliterated and returned to the realm of the dead. Yet, the two titans of the underworld remained unscathed amidst the explosion, their expressions one of disdain. With a subtle smile, Hades suddenly teleported before Fengzhu, lightly tapping his forehead with a finger. Caught off guard by Hades' abrupt assault, Fengzhu was sent flying. Your Holiness. Avenir swiftly rushed to support Fengzhu, checking for injuries, and, upon finding none, he exhaled in relief while warily eyeing the dark-clad youth, Hades. A wave of unfamiliar memories suddenly surged into his mind. 13 years ago, following the death of Pope Shiryu and the upheaval within the sanctuary, Tonghu unraveled the art of faking his own death and stealthily infiltrated Pandora's castle, intending to assassinate the reincarnation of Hades. However, within the castle, he discovered a pair of twins had been chosen simultaneously. After a grueling battle, Tonghu managed to seize one of the infants. He initially intended to end the child's life, yet the baby's laughter melted his heart, and he ultimately spared the infant, entrusting him to Pope Aeolus within the sanctuary before his own demise. This infant grew to become the current pope, Alex, who has been inseparable from Shiryu since childhood. For the past 13 years, the forces of the underworld have relentlessly attacked the sanctuary, one of the primary motives being the desire to capture this child. Stunned, Fengzhu suddenly broke into a smile, gazing at the boy in black as if he were gazing at a reflection of himself. In essence, you have awakened only half of the energy of the underworld king Hades. The other half resides within me. All the saints looked at Pope Alex with astonished expressions, unable to comprehend his words. Only the boy in black smiled and said, Indeed, my brother. Only through our fusion can the underworld king Hades reign supreme once more in the mortal realm. With this confession from the boy in black, nearly all the saints regarded Fengzhu with a mixture of disbelief and fear. Even Avenir gazed at the unfolding events with trepidation. This meant that Pope Alex was, in fact, another reincarnation of Hades. Avenir, the Aries saint, was reluctant to accept this reality, yet the truth compelled him to acknowledge the situation. No, my brother is not Hades. He is the altar saint, a champion of the goddess Athena. At that moment, Miss Shiryu, wielding the staff of victory, appeared directly in the ruins of the Gemini temple, resolutely standing before Fengzhu. Shiryu's presence seemed to strike at the softest corners of Fengzhu's heart. Suddenly, Avenir cried out, He is our Pope Alex, not Hades. In unison, all the saints echoed his sentiment, their voices resonating throughout the sanctuary. As Fengzhu observed this, his eyes blurred momentarily before his gaze solidified with unwavering resolve as he addressed the boy in black, Hades, declaring loudly, I am the altar saint. Hades' conspiracy is destined to fail. Once again, a powerful cheer erupted within the sanctuary. Yet, in that moment, Avenir's heart raced as he recalled Tonghu's words. This child is pivotal to the outcome of the holy war. It was astonishing to realize that everything Tonghu had foretold was indeed correct. Annoyed by the cacophony, the boy in black's eyes suddenly flared with a menacing intensity. Since you refuse, then perish. He abruptly appeared before Fengzhu, his hand forming a blade-like gesture as he made a swift motion, causing the very space around them to tremble. However, this assault did not achieve its goal, for his hand was met by the steadfast barrier of a shield, the legendary shield of Athena. Two utterly opposing forces erupted in a fierce radiance. Whether it was the obsidian hue of the hand blade or the alabaster gleam of Athena's shield, all intertwined with a power beyond the imagination of mere mortals. Brother, Shai, wielding the Staff of Victory, immediately fortified the sacred barrier once more. Empowered by the might of the goddess Athena, Fengzhe unleashed an unimaginable strength. With a resounding explosion, the cloaked youth recoiled, while the legion of underworld warriors surged forward behind him. The Golden Saints, Leo Iolia and Scorpio Milo, faced off against the two titanic figures of the underworld. Ares Aphaniel stood resolutely before Fengzhe, embodying the spirit of a steadfast warrior, guarding his pope. After all, confronting half of Hades required the personal intervention of the two of us. Strange voices echoed from beyond the sacred barrier, causing Shai to reveal a look of terror as if a divine essence loomed outside. God of death, God of sleep. Indeed, the formidable wills beyond the barrier belonged to Thanatos, the god of death, and Hypnos, the god of sleep, both direct servants of the lord of the underworld, Hades. If a mere cloaked youth posed such a challenge, the addition of the gods of death and sleep would surely lead to our defeat in this holy war. At that moment, the sacred barrier seemed to tremble under an immense pressure, as if it were on the verge of collapsing. No, we must buy Shai some time. Fengzhe suddenly produced a multitude of blood runes inscribed with sacred text from within his robes. At that instant, a small cosmos erupted behind him, emanating unparalleled power. The Altares star map reappeared. Sacrifice, divine blood runes, countless runes inscribed with Athena's blood soared forth, infused with her will, heading towards the gap in the barrier above the Gemini temple. Oh no! The cloaked youth quickly recognized Athena's will emanating from above. He waved his hands in an attempt to thwart the runes from reaching the breach. Foolishness! Shai's staff of victory shot upward, imbued with Athena's will. If it struck true, even Hades would bear the brunt of the impact. The cloaked youth had no choice but to turn and defend, as the two formidable wills clashed against one another. In that moment, countless runes had already reached the breach, where the potent will of Athena collided with the wills of the gods of death and sleep. As the gap threatened to close, time was running short. Reluctantly, the cloaked youth uttered coldly, "Alis, we shall see." He then turned and departed, with the underworld warriors hastily following suit through the gap in the barrier. The two titans exchanged a glance filled with disdain at the injured golden saints before departing the sacred realm. A wave of jubilant cheers surged forth like a tsunami, filling the sacred domain with the rare taste of victory. For several days, the forces of the underworld remained silent, allowing Fengzhe's anxious demeanor to ease somewhat. Among the three golden saints, while Aphaniel fared slightly better, the other two bore injuries that compelled Fengzhe to take action and utilize his healing abilities to assist them. As Fengzhe was engulfed in worry, a guard approached him with urgent news, stating that two saints had engaged in a private duel, thereby contravening the sacred regulations, and sought the Pope's judgment. Fengzhe, intrigued, noted that such matters were typically managed by the Ares saint, a funier, and rarely required his intervention. However, upon seeing the two saints being brought in, bound tightly, he couldn't help but chuckle. One was the Pegasus saint, Cassius, and the other was the Cygnus saint, Elzark. In this world, without the presence of Shaji, the plans of Kogo Mitsamesa had not been set in motion. The Pegasus saint belonged to Cassius, while the Cygnus saint had been entrusted to his disciple, Elzark, by the former Aquarius saint, Camus. As Athena's guardian, the Pegasus saint exhibited little self-awareness, instead causing disturbances due to his imposing stature. The reason for their duel was quite straightforward. Elzark could no longer tolerate the arrogant demeanor of Cassius, and a few exchanged words led to their skirmish. "Your Holiness, we acknowledge our misdeeds," Cassius declared, his robust physique clad in the Pegasus armor, which appeared somewhat incongruous, explaining why Shaji had cast it aside, allowing it to languish in obscurity. Elzark, though silent, displayed utmost respect. Clad in the Pope's vestments, Fengzhe emanated authority, especially with a cosmic energy that rivaled even the Golden Saints, rendering the two bronze saints motionless with trepidation. At this crucial juncture for the sanctuary, Cassius, I hereby appoint you as the Taurus Golden Saint. Elzark, you are appointed as the Aquarius Golden Saint. Shortly, you shall proceed to your respective temples to don your armors and embrace your cosmic energies. What? The two were momentarily speechless, having anticipated punishment. Yet the Pope had unexpectedly elevated them to the rank of Golden Saints. Was this not a stroke of serendipity? You two have truly disappointed me, Fengzhe remarked, prompting both to kneel and exclaim in unison, "We shall undoubtedly live up to your Holiness's expectations." Once they departed, The goddess Shaji appeared before Fengzhe, her expression one of perplexity, seemingly unaware of why he had suddenly appointed two bronze saints as golden saints. Not only was Shaji bewildered, but news had also reached Avenir of Aries, Ioria of Leo, and Milo of Scorpio, all of whom gathered in the Pope's palace, awaiting his elucidation. Given the ongoing holy war, I have decided to reinstate the selection of golden saints to bolster our combat capabilities, Fengzhe stated. As soon as he finished speaking, Avenir stepped forward to voice his dissent. Your Holiness, you may not fully grasp the implications. Saints who have not awakened their seventh sense may unwittingly become puppets upon inheriting the armors. Though Fengzhe had never donned a golden armor, Avenir's words resonated with him. In a parallel universe, an Aquarius saint had indeed fallen victim to the armor's control, becoming a mere puppet. Rest assured, they shall not engage in battle until their seventh sense is awakened. After a moment of contemplation, Fengzhe issued the decree for the selection of golden saints, extending the opportunity not only within the sanctuary but to all saints of Athena. The selection is set to take place in 10 days. Brother, keep a piece of the golden cloth for yourself. The goddess Seiya genuinely cares for Fengzhe, who has awakened his seventh sense, making him a natural golden saint. Fengzhe felt a fleeting temptation, but quickly dismissed the notion. It was not that the golden cloth lacked merit, but rather that he was intrinsically aligned with the Virgo cloth. To recklessly accept another golden cloth could jeopardize his own cosmos. Therefore, he declared, it is better left for those in need. After some contemplation, Fengzhe resolved to enhance himself by visiting the mirror node. However, this required a crucial element from goddess Seiya, her blood. As long as you ask, I shall support you wholeheartedly. With a delicate motion, Seiya used a golden dagger to draw blood from her slender arm. Fengzhe felt a pang of sympathy and guilt, abruptly embracing Seiya to soothe her wounded spirit. He took a handful of Athena's blood and smeared it upon his golden cloth. Upon contact with the divine essence, the Virgo cloth radiated warmth, and Fengzhe's cosmos erupted forth, transforming the garment into a resplendent golden hue, expanding in coverage. The Virgo cloth had indeed evolved. After completing this ritual, Fengzhe gazed upon the towering statue of Athena, intending to return the cloth to Seiya, but she halted him, saying, I understand your intentions, brother. Yet this statue is vital for the stability of the sanctuary. It must not be disturbed. With a resigned sigh, Fengzhe utilized the remaining blood to craft Athena's talismans. However, the efficacy of Seiya's divine blood talismans was inferior to those he had previously acquired. It appeared that Seiya's cosmos had not fully awakened, resulting in her blood being less potent than that of the previous Athena. With this realization, Fengzhe ceased his inner turmoil, offered a few words of encouragement, and announced his retreat into seclusion. In the altar space, upon returning to this realm, Fengzhe was engulfed by a sense of inevitability. The last time he had been here, he was on the original timeline. Now, he found himself in the timeline of Avenir. The sacred flames upon the altar continued to burn, and this time, the mirror node prominently featured the Crimson Boy. Ding! Due to plot deviation, the storyline of the Crimson Boy has altered. Total faith points, 100,000. Time limit, 10 days. Please prepare to enter. Without hesitation, Fengzhe stepped inside, his mind reflecting on the narrative outline of the Crimson Boy. Abel, the brother of the goddess Athena, awakens in modernity, seeking to restore dominion over the earth to the gods. Abel not only resurrects the fallen golden saints from the 12 palaces, but also employs the Corona warriors to govern the world, ultimately being slain by Seiya clad in the Sagittarius golden cloth. However, due to the narrative distortion, the malevolent saga remains alive, having awakened his eighth sense and harboring ambitions to become a war god. To resolve this crisis and vanquish the dark saga, one must not adhere to the rhythm set by Seiya and his companions. By thoroughly altering the plot, an abundance of faith points would naturally be accrued. If the golden saints were to take center stage, excluding Seiya and his companions, the narrative would be irrevocably altered. To achieve this, the ancient warrior Dong who must partake in this divine conflict. Having realized his intentions, Fengzhe felt a surge of excitement within. He was eager to witness the prowess of Dong who had also awakened the eighth sense. Furthermore, regarding Abel, if he were to impose a seal upon himself, it might just provide Fengzhe with an additional card to play. Ding! Within the mirror node, the use of divine temporal powers does not require the constraint of belief. A smile graced Fengzhe's lips, indicating that his capabilities had expanded significantly. In a beachside villa in Japan, following the battles of the 12 temples and the goddess of discord, the strength of Saori's 5 young allies had markedly improved. Saori decided to bring them here for a brief respite. Rarely shedding her goddess facade, she transformed into a youthful maiden. Just as she intended to frolic in the water, an ominous aura descended upon the scene. Saori's expression turned serious, and her allies braced themselves for confrontation, only to be met with astonishment upon recognizing the visitor. Assistant High Priest? Seiya exclaimed in disbelief. Dressed in the ceremonial armor of the altar, Fengzhu approached, kneeling before Saori and addressing her respectfully. Miss Saori, the Assistant High Priest has traveled a great distance. What brings me here? Since their last encounter with the goddess of discord, Saori had remained vigilant towards this enigmatic figure of the sanctuary, increasingly perplexed by his intentions. One thing was certain. The Assistant High Priest's faith in the goddess was unwavering, which was why Saori felt a semblance of security in his presence. The sanctuary had received a divine oracle, indicating that Miss Saori was to face a trial. Thus, he had come to escort the goddess back to the sanctuary promptly for her protection, apart from the Pope, who managed the daily affairs of the saints. Another critical role within the sanctuary was that of the High Priest, whose daily duties involved serving the goddess and observing celestial phenomena to receive divine messages. Prior to the goddess's reincarnation, the High Priest's words and actions were considered a direct representation of the goddess, granting him a position of great esteem. However, once the goddess's reincarnated form descended, the High Priest transitioned into the role of Assistant High Priest, a vital position that supported the goddess. After the conclusion of the sacred war, the actions and words of her reincarnated form would be compiled into scriptures for future generations. As the Assistant High Priest within the Mirror Node, Fengzhu commanded an inherent authority. However, the oracle he spoke of was a mere fabrication, as Saori, being youthful, remained oblivious to the subtleties at play. Saori found herself hesitating. She had no desire to return to the sanctuary, which was the very reason she had returned to Japan after the 12 temples. Upon hearing that they were to return to the sanctuary, Seiya impatiently exclaimed, Miss Saori, you have us to protect you. There is no need for the sanctuary's intervention. Yes, Miss Saori has us now, echoed Hyoga, Shiryu, and Shun in agreement. You? Fengzhu regarded Seiya, who was blissfully unaware of the peril he faced. In an instant, Seiya unleashed a burst of his cosmos, akin to a tempest, compelling him to brace himself against the force, yet he was still pushed back several steps. Get lost. Seiya, who had long harbored disdain for Fengzhu, was blinded by his own overconfidence. Pegasus Meteor Fist. With a sudden swing of his fist, akin to a shooting star, he struck Fengzhu's body. Yet, to Fengzhu, his blow felt merely like a gentle tickle. Lightspeed Fist. Fengzhu's right hand shimmered, unleashing a barrage of punches that rained upon Xingyi like a dense web of fire. It was as if Xingyi had endured countless assaults, resulting in significant injury as he was forcefully propelled away, crashing heavily to the ground. Xingyi, cried Zilong, Binghe, and Shun in unison, their eyes burning with fury as they regarded Fengzhu as an adversary. Just as they were about to intervene, Miss Saori shouted, Enough! While the others failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, Saori discerned the true strength of the assistant priest before her, which was likely on par with that of the Golden Saint Sagittarius saga. I can do it, Xingyi declared, wobbling as he attempted to rise. Countless battles had rendered him akin to an indomitable cockroach. Despite sustaining severe injuries, he still managed to stand. Just as he prepared to strike again, Fengzhu uttered a soft command, deprivation. Xingyi's Pegasus cloth disassembled once more, only to reassemble in the air, taking the form of the Pegasus cloth anew. What? The chilling memory of helplessness returned, reminiscent of his last encounter with Fengzhu. Despite having fought numerous battles, he had never faced an opponent so formidable and tenacious. Xingyi, enough! Miss Saori cried out again, her heart unwilling to see him suffer any further. Fengzhu then turned to Xingyi, Zilong, Binghe, and Shun, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. As bronze saints, your commitment to protecting Athena's heart is palpable. Henceforth, the task of safeguarding Athena shall be entrusted to us in the sanctuary. With that, he bowed slightly and extended a hand. Saori mirrored his gesture, their hands clasping together before Fengzhu let out a gentle chuckle. When Xingyi turned to look at them again, Saori had vanished. Fengzhu had utilized long-distance teleportation, whisking Saori back to the sanctuary. Xingyi felt as though he had lost something profoundly significant, reaching out as if to grasp it, yet finding nothing within his grasp. The others felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. It seemed their mission as bronze saints had come to an end. The four of them knelt despondently on the ground when suddenly, a flame ignited, and Shun shouted, "Brother!" The familiar figure of Phoenix Ikki, who had been absent for so long, appeared. "If you wish to reclaim Miss Saori, you must go to the sanctuary." Upon hearing Ikki's words, the four bronze saints felt invigorated, shouting in unison, "Yes, we will go to the sanctuary." Together, they resolved to venture forth, vowing to reclaim Miss Saori. In the sanctuary, ever since Xingyi and his companions had breached the 12 temples, forcing Pope Saga to take his own life, the once vibrant sanctuary had lost its former glory. The remaining golden saints continued to guard the facade of the 12 temples, yet a palpable sense of decay lingered. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the long silent bells reverberated once more, drawing the attention of nearly all the saints towards the papal palace. Who could be ringing the summons of the golden saints? The disappearance of the higher echelons of the sanctuary is an undeniable truth. At this juncture, who possesses the authority to sound the bells? Many saints were perplexed, and the golden saints within the 12 temples wore expressions of utter confusion. Yet the sound remained distinct, compelling these golden saints to proceed to the papal palace. Aries Mu, Taurus Aldebaran, Leo Iolia, Virgo Shaka, and Scorpio Milo, 5 golden saints gathered at the papal palace. Upon opening the grand doors, astonishment washed over their faces. Miss Saori, Lord Alex, the high priest, Feng clad in ceremonial robes, and Miss Saori, draped in a flowing gown, occupied the central seats of the papal palace. The other golden saints exchanged bewildered glances before stepping inside, still reeling from their shock. Feng rose and proclaimed, "From this day forth, the goddess Athena shall reside within the sanctuary, and the glory of the saints shall be with you." The golden saints, still grappling with their disbelief, were met with an even greater wave of astonishment. As Athena's earthly representative, in the absence of the Pope, the high priest automatically assumed the role of acting Pope, a position that no other golden saints could rival in terms of both authority and reality. Without hesitation, the 5 golden saints knelt, demonstrating their submission to his dominion. Clapping his hands, Feng summoned a servant who presented a beautifully crafted box, holding it aloft. Saori, perplexed by Feng's intentions, opened the box, and her pupils dilated in horror. Within lay the very golden dagger that Shaka had once intended to use in an assassination attempt on Athena. The other golden saints, their expressions laden with suspicion, regarded him warily. Should he attempt to harm Miss Saori, they would surely not stand idly by. Half kneeling, Feng respectfully implored, "Please, Miss Saori, reopen the sanctuary's barrier." The barrier is only activated by goddess Athena during times of war to confront the lord of the underworld, Hades. Yet, Feng sought to invoke it now. Aries Mu shouted vehemently, "No, the holy war has not yet commenced. The barrier cannot be opened." Since the events of the 12 temples, Mu had assumed the role of the Golden Saints' leader, wielding actual authority over the sanctuary. And he was well aware of the implications surrounding the barrier. "Mu, do not doubt my judgment. The sanctuary stands at a critical juncture. An evil god may descend upon us at any moment," Feng asserted, his tone leaving no room for dissent, causing Mu to frown. Then, Feng whispered softly, and Mu's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as if lost for words. The power of that entity is indeed not much inferior to Hades himself. Even Mu harbored little doubt regarding that being's strength. Gazing at Saori before him, he felt an inner turmoil, a profound discomfort. The 5 golden saints ultimately acquiesced to this decision. Saori, bewildered, looked to Feng, uncertain of how to proceed. Feng quietly whispered a few words to her, and Shaji sighed as she picked up the golden dagger and made her way towards the temple of the goddess. Before long, Athena's blood, along with her fervent prayers, illuminated the statue of the goddess. Instantly, a vast and gentle aura enveloped the sanctuary. As the battleground of countless holy wars, beneath the protective barrier of the sanctuary, no evil could hide, and all the saints would feel the goddess's blessing, gaining power beyond their own. However, this barrier could only encompass the sanctuary. Feng sighed in relief, but suddenly remembered something important, urgently calling out to his attendants, "Quickly, check the tomb of the deceased golden saint. Is there anything unusual?" The other golden saints were puzzled, but only Mu seemed to have an inkling of what Feng was thinking. Before long, an attendant rushed back in a panic, reporting, High Priest, the tombs of Cancer's Dismas, Pisces Abrodi, Capricorn's Shura, and Aquarius Camus are empty, as if they were dug up from within. The faces of the golden saints turned pale, an ominous premonition shadowing everyone. Had they arrived too late? With the barrier of the sanctuary activated, no divine power could wreak havoc within its confines. Even Abel could not hope to resurrect the fallen golden saints here. Feeling the urgency, Fengzhi issued a few more commands before vanishing from the Pope's palace. At 5 Old Peaks, the steadfast Dong Hu remained vigilantly guarding the seal, enduring wind and rain in his solitary watch. A flash of light appeared, and Fengzhi encountered the aged and purple-skinned Dong Hu. "You must be the High Priest," Dong Hu remarked. Looking at Fengzhi clad in the sacred attire of the altar, reminiscent of his former mentor, Bai Li, though the luster of the past had long faded. "Senior Dong Hu, I have come to request your assistance," Fengzhi said earnestly. "Speak," Dong Hu replied. "Evil has descended upon the sanctuary. I implore you to return and take command." Dong Hu shook his head. "I will not leave this place before the holy war." "Do you not care for Athena's safety?" Fengzhi pressed. Dong Hu remained unmoved, as if nothing could be more significant than this seal. "Senior Dong Hu, would you not fight again if Abel were to resurrect and bring about the world's total destruction?" Upon hearing Abel's name, Dong Hu visibly shuddered but shook his head, insisting, "The safety of the goddess relies on you saints. It is your duty, not mine." "What if the god of war Ares were to join him?" Fengzhi suggested. Dong Hu paused. The god of war rarely tread upon the mortal realm, and his formidable power was among the most formidable in Olympus. Dong Hu believed himself to be the pinnacle of physical prowess and had long desired an opportunity to confront Ares. Seeing Dong Hu's hesitation, Fengzhi spoke directly. "Whether you are here or not, the seal at 5 Old Peaks can be breached. All you do is monitor the demon star, which cannot prevent the inevitable." Fengzhi struck at the heart of the matter. Dong Hu's mission was to monitor the demon star, ensuring that the moment the seal was broken, this news would reach the sanctuary. This task was inherently tedious, yet with Fengzhi's announcement of a confrontation with the god of war, it ignited a fervor within Dong Hu. "Very well, once this matter is settled, I shall return here." Dong Hu acquiesced, and a smile graced Fengzhi's lips, indicating the success of his plan. Upon their return to the sanctuary, they were met with the alarming sight of the entire barrier on the brink of collapse, as if it could shatter at any moment. An arrogant man stood before the tangible barrier of the sanctuary, his displeasure evident. With a mere flick of his finger, the barrier disintegrated. The bell of the sanctuary tolled once more, but this time it rang in the face of impending peril, the ominous prelude to battle. Numerous bronze and silver saints gathered before the 12 temples. Gathering corpses, realm of the underworld. Cancer's Dismas appeared before the assemblage of saints, and with his thunderous shout, the immense energy of gathering corpses threatened to extract the very souls from countless saints. Yet, to their astonishment, the energy lingered above their heads, only to discover their souls remained intact. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the barrier of the sanctuary had once again enveloped them. "You are unworthy of the golden cloth." Sacrifice. Deprivation. Fengzhi materialized before Dismas, his voice resounding. The golden cloth of Dismas began to disintegrate, only to reconstitute itself in the air, taking on the form of a sacred garment. However, with a mere gesture, Fengzhi summoned the Cancer golden cloth back to its rightful place within the Cancer temple. "Scoundrel!" Dismas exclaimed, but before he could utter another word, flames erupted around him. The searing pain compelled him to summon his small universe in a futile attempt to resist the inferno. Little did he know, his small universe ignited like dry tinder, causing the flames to surge, and Dismas was ultimately reduced to ashes. The arrogant man cast a glance at him, and the flames were extinguished. "The flames of Olympus are but a trifling plaything of mine. His Highness Apollo, the sun god, wishes to see you." Fengzhi bowed his head respectfully, devoid of the arrogance displayed moments before in the fiery demise of Dismas. "Ah, the priestess of Athena? You are quite impressive." The sun god Apollo appeared to have a certain admiration for Fengzhi. "Brother." Miss Saori, the goddess Athena, gracefully descended. Following her were 5 golden saints: Ioria of Leo, Milo of Scorpio, Mu of Aries, Aldebaran of Taurus, and Shaka of Virgo. Saori did not heed Fengzhi's counsel but chose to descend herself, prepared to wager everything. Observing her approach, Fengzhi positioned himself beside her, assuming a priestly demeanor. It was too late for words now. Apollo, with a beaming smile, regarded Saori as though she were a masterpiece of art. You are eternally beautiful. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, resembling a pair of lovers, completely oblivious to the golden saints beside them. The warriors of the Corona followed like servants, completely disregarding the golden saints. In the mythological era, the goddess Athena and the sun god Abel were not only siblings, but also lovers. Abel held a profound affection for his sister, and her victories over the sea god and the lord of the underworld, allowing her to reign over the mortal realm, were inseparable from his support. Today, the sun god Abel re-emerged, and his intentions were soon revealed to Sauri. He aimed to obliterate the world and restore a dominion ruled by the gods, creating a peaceful paradise. Upon hearing of his destructive plans, Sauri abruptly pushed Abel away, her gaze resolute as she declared, "Brother, you are mistaken. I will not permit you to act recklessly." Abel smiled and proposed, "Shall we make a wager? If my Corona warriors can defeat all the golden saints, you must acquiesce." Agreed? Sauri glanced at Fengzhe, who nodded slightly. She then responded loudly, "Very well, I accept your wager. However, neither of us may intervene to aid them." Abel laughed heartily, viewing the matter as a mere game, yet it held the fate of humanity in the balance. The first challenger was not a Corona warrior, but a cloaked figure. As the individual cast off the cloak, a resplendent golden armor appeared before the crowd. "Pisces Aphrodite," Fengzhe exclaimed as he turned to the other Corona warriors beside him, urging, "Stop hiding. Come forth." The other two exchanged glances before each discarding their cloaks. Capricorn Shira, Aquarius Kimu. The three were indeed the deceased golden saints, standing in silence, poised for battle. Aries Mu shouted, "Have you forgotten your oaths as golden saints?" As loyal warriors of goddess Athena, every golden saint swore allegiance upon donning their golden armor, whether alive or deceased. Aquarius Kimu replied, "No, we have not forgotten. Returning to a world ruled by the gods is not wrong." Capricorn Shura added, "Once we return to the divine dominion, the holy war shall naturally cease. No more conflict, no sorrow, and no death." With differing ideologies and beliefs, further discourse seemed unnecessary. "Very well, allow me to take the first match." The first contest pitted Pisces Aphrodite against Aries Mu. Aphrodite proclaimed, "Let me show you the power bestowed upon me by Lord Abel." Flaming Piranha rose. Empowered by flames, Aphrodite unleashed his ultimate technique, the Flaming Piranha Rose. The Black Rose, imbued with formidable destructive force and enhanced by fire, possessed explosive capabilities. In response, Aries Mu shouted, "Crystal Wall." Amidst the multitude of black roses clinging to the crystalline wall, an explosion unexpectedly erupted, shattering the wall into fragments. Aries Mu, taken aback by the significant enhancement of Aphrodite, quickly utilized his telekinetic powers to evade to the side. At that moment, a white rose soared directly towards him, the blazing blood rose. With a thunderous shout, Mu unleashed the entirety of his small universe, revealing the grand constellation of Aries. Starlight extinction. At that instant, the very fabric of space-time seemed to warp, and the brilliance of the stars dimmed. This formidable force instantaneously tore apart all the roses. Yet, against the onslaught, Aphrodite was hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. True to his prowess as an exceptional golden saint, Aries Mu effortlessly triumphed over the amplified strength of Pisces Aphrodite. Just as the crowd rejoiced, a subtle smile crept upon Aphrodite's lips, as if he had foreseen victory. Upon noticing this, Fengzhe's expression shifted dramatically, unbeknownst to him. A white rose had been stealthily embedded in Mu's chest. Miss Shaozi swayed, while the sun god Abel smiled knowingly, indicating that neither could assist. With a thud, Aries Mu collapsed, rendered unconscious. In that moment, Miss Shaozi proposed, "Shall we consider this round a tie?" Her concession was a strategic move to save Aries Mu. Indeed. Abel chuckled, "Your character is rather soft-hearted. Very well." Following this, Fengzhe swiftly employed the shield of Athena, channeling divine power to extract the white rose from Mu's chest. Fortunately, Mu survived, yet his fighting capability was irrevocably diminished, leaving him unable to continue the battle. Abel observed Fengzhe's actions with amusement. Turning to Shaozi, he remarked, "Should I emerge victorious, might I claim this offering you bear?" Fengzhe, startled, nearly lost his grip on the shield of Athena, pondering the peculiar thought process of the sun god Abel. In the second battle, Capricorn Shura faced Scorpio Milo. Holy Sword. Shura wielded his sacred blade, unleashing a myriad of sword lights that cleaved the ground as if it were mere tofu. Scorpio Milo, unyielding, retaliated with a binding telekinetic wave, rendering Shura immobile. Before launching his ultimate technique, the Crimson Poison Needle. This technique comprised 15 needles, each targeting a vital point, and when the final needle struck, delivered by Andarasi, death was assured. Each needle inflicted excruciating pain, draining blood profusely, while the senses dulled, and both mobility and mental acuity succumbed to the overwhelming might of the technique. Extinguishing the flame of the small universe. It could be stated that, before this ultimate move, no resolution existed. Milo's assault struck Shura with 14 needles. Yet the resilient Shura displayed no sign of agony. He bellowed, "This trivial pain is utterly inconsequential to me." Blazing holy sword, Capricorn Milo, similarly endowed with power by Abel, wielded his sacred sword with unparalleled strength, amplifying its might several-fold. Milo roared, "Then perish, Andarasi." In the 15th round, Andrus unleashed his attack, simultaneously striking Moreau, causing both to collapse to the ground in a mutual demise. Abel chuckled, declaring it yet another tie. At that moment, Seiya and the others appeared in the sanctuary, suddenly shouting, "Miss Saori, we shall fight in the 3rd round." Aquarius Camus stood above, gazing at Hyoga, remaining silent for an extended period. "Teacher Camus." Miss Saori remained unresponsive, prompting Fengzhi to step forward, stating, "You should withdraw. This battle does not require your involvement." "Miss Saori." Seiya wept profusely, feeling as though he had been forsaken, which also brought sorrow to the other young warriors. At that juncture, Taurus Aldebaran stepped forward with a hearty laugh, saying, "Young ones, Athena's protection necessitates your growth. Let us safeguard her this time." Fengzhi approached him, concern lacing his voice. "Aldebaran, you will be walking into certain death." Leo Iolia then stepped forward, asserting, "I shall take this fight." Aldebaran laughed heartily, declaring, "Let me go. Sacrificing for Athena is worth every bit of it." Seeing his resolute spirit, Fengzhi closed his eyes and relented. "Very well." Thus, the 3rd round commenced, Aquarius Camus against Taurus Aldebaran. This was not an equitable contest. As expected, Camus' Aurora execution immediately immobilized the mighty bull. Camus then fashioned an ice coffin, transforming Aldebaran into an ice sculpture. Just as Camus prepared to conclude the match, the ice coffin suddenly cracked, and Aldebaran's cosmos surged to its zenith. Great Horn. It turned out that Aldebaran had been utilizing Iaedo for defense, accumulating power. Once his cosmos reached its peak, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Great Horn. This technique gathered the power of his cosmos to unleash a light-speed shockwave, and given the energy he had amassed, its potency multiplied several times over. Aldebaran then released his full cosmos, executing his greatest move. Camus, a formidable warrior of the ice techniques, promptly called forth his ultimate technique, Fiery Aurora Execution. The absolute fusion of ice and fire, two opposing forces, erupted, yielding a power that was undeniably formidable. Yet, the tremendous impact shattered the Aurora execution, and Camus was obliterated by this sudden force. Aldebaran, despite the exertion, maintained his stance, resembling a victorious monarch, though his cosmos had vanished. He had utilized an ability beyond his own level at the cost of his life, earning the respect of all as a true warrior. The two had once again engaged in a battle of mutual destruction. Only the sun god Abel calmly observed, remarking, "It appears we have yet another tie." The series of 3 consecutive draws rendered the Golden Saints silent, while Seiya and his companions wept openly, mourning the fallen Golden Saints while grappling with their own inadequacies. They simply cannot compete. Their prowess is woefully inadequate. "Your Highness, allow me to take the next match." The fierce warrior of the Lynx constellation, Jiao, emerged like a blazing beast, a seasoned champion who had endured countless epics, standing before all the Golden Saints. The Leo Saint, Iolia, with a flourish of his cloak, proclaimed, "Then your opponent shall be I." In the 4th match, Lynx Jiao faced off against Leo Iolia. Both were practitioners of rapid assault, and as the battle commenced, they unleashed their respective ultimate techniques. Radiant Hellclaw. Jiao's searing cosmos erupted into a ferocious inferno, showcasing an extraordinary might and combat prowess. The sheer terror emanating from his cosmos left all the saints gasping for breath. Lightning Fast Fist. The famed Fong of the Lightning Lion. This technique allowed Iolia to unleash millions of lightning-fast punches in an instant, compressing them into spherical forms that radiated electric energy. This was Iolia's most formidable ability. rendering any malevolence before him utterly powerless. As their strikes collided, a cloud of dust enveloped the arena. Iolia emerged, enveloped in smoke, trembling and on the brink of collapse, while Jiao remained unscathed, laughing heartily. Is this the power of a lion? Hardly impressive. Fengzhi, having comprehended the seventh sense, discerned that Jiao's resilience did not stem from his own cosmos, but rather from the divine fire within his techniques. This divine fire possessed a unique force capable of penetrating any energy conglomerate, which explained why Iolia had been struck. Damn it! Plasma Lightning Fast Fist. Iolia unleashed his signature technique once more, summoning millions of lightning-fast punches that formed a vast net of attack, reminiscent of a thunderous plasma storm. His formidable strength was undeniable. Even with his cosmos at the intermediate level of the seventh sense, he could engage in battles beyond his rank. This was perhaps what made the Leo Golden Saint truly fearsome. Jiao, undeterred, called forth his greatest technique again, Radiant Hell Claw, with the aid of the divine fire. Fengzhi observed as he tore through the net of lightning punches Iolia had crafted, creating a substantial breach. Iolia was engulfed in flames, the pain eliciting a cry from him, and smoke began to billow from his form. With a light chuckle, Jiao remarked, "No matter the technique you employ, it is futile before me." However, in that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. Glancing down, he saw a significant dent in his armor. What? With a resounding crack, Jiao was sent sprawling to the ground, his armor damaged. Like an indomitable cockroach, Iolia rose once more, declaring the timeless truth: a technique witnessed by a saint is ineffective upon its second use. Damn it! Radiant Hell Claw. Lightning Fast Fist. The two collided yet again. Though Iolia was engulfed in flames once more, Jiao, with his armor in tatters, was ultimately struck down, lifeless upon the ground. Before his demise, he questioned with confusion, why? Iolia stood tall and declared, "Your reliance is that flame, while my strength lies within my own cosmos." The Link Saint, Jiao, perished on the spot, yet Iolia, despite his wounds, remained steadfast at the scene. Miss Saori turned to the sun god Abel and said, "Brother, I have won a battle." Abel, however, appeared indifferent, smiling at Saori as if this entire affair was merely a jest. In the fifth round, let me, the Virgo Saint, Belenike, conclude this battle. The Virgo Saint, Belenike, stepped forward with an air of assured victory, gazing at the remaining Virgo Saint, Shaka. Shaka wished to engage, but Fengzhi intervened, stepping forth directly. "Allow me to take the next match," he proclaimed, donning the altar armor, making a striking entrance. Belenike scoffed, having found Fengzhi distasteful for some time, especially after Fengzhi easily defeated Dismask. With a cold smile, Fengzhi assumed his stance, ready for combat. Multiple sacred fire lightspeed fists. Inspired by witnessing the coronation warriors in battle, Fengzhi harnessed the sacred fire to create this ultimate technique. In an instant, he transformed into countless silhouettes clad in altar armor, delivering lightspeed punches imbued with the flames of the sacred fire. Numerous blazing fists struck Belenike, who raised his arms in defense. The armor heated to an unbearable degree before it began to crack. Despite his injuries, Ioria smiled, stating, "The lightspeed fists of the altar guardian are no less formidable than my own." Ares Mu added, "He possesses the strength of gold," perhaps feeling embarrassed from the outset. Belenike sneered and suddenly appeared before Fengzhi. Dance wildly. Golden hair. Death's golden tresses. In an instant, Fengzhi found himself ensnared by the golden locks, which pierced through his altar armor like steel needles. Then, an eruption of heat, akin to that of the sun, emanated from the hair, leaving Fengzhi feeling as if he were being scorched alive. Even with the protection of the sacred fire, he struggled to withstand the intense heat at such close proximity. The overwhelming sensation of searing heat made Fengzhi cry out, and soon he was enveloped in smoke, collapsing to the ground. "Humph, is that all?" The bizarre and lethal technique left Ioria wide-eyed in disbelief. Miss Saori, pale as a ghost, was particularly haunted by the sight of those golden locks. Abel, with a smile plastered across his face, remarked, "It seems I have won this match." Yet, as soon as he spoke, Abel raised an eyebrow, witnessing Fengzhi shakily rise to his feet. Even Belenike could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "To survive my death's golden tresses, you are indeed unprecedented." Legend has it that Belenike lived for 9 million years, his true power exceedingly formidable. But your luck ends here. Your armor is riddled with holes. Let's see how you endure my next attack. As he spoke, countless golden strands entwined themselves once more, and Fengzhi had yet to fully recover, appearing as though he were the last remnant of a defeated warrior. Even the other saints closed their eyes, bracing themselves for the inevitable conclusion of Fengzhi's defeat. In this critical moment, a beam of golden light emanated from the Cancer Temple, standing resolutely before the golden hair, preventing any advance. What? The latecomer, Bellarnike of the Perseus constellation, was taken aback to discover that the barrier was none other than the golden armor of Cancer. The others shared his astonishment, while Fengzhi gazed at the Cancer armor before him, murmuring, "Do you also feel the unwillingness to concede?" With a mighty shout, Fengzhi removed the damaged altar armor and, under the watchful gaze of all, donned the golden armor of Cancer. A surge of cosmic energy, far surpassing that of the altar armor, erupted at the moment he adorned himself, radiating a brilliance akin to that of the sun. The star map of Cancer was illuminated at this instant, and the armor's defiance propelled Fengzhi to unleash the full potential of the golden armor of Cancer. Bellarnike scoffed, declaring, "Even with the golden armor, you cannot escape your fate of death." The golden strands lunged forward once more, while a flame ignited at Fengzhi's fingertip. This flame was distinctly not the sacred fire, but rather a pale azure essence of accumulated corpses. The essence of the ghostly azure flame. This formidable technique was not the secret of Cancer's dismas, but rather the ultimate secret of the previous Cancer golden saint, Manigat. Its paramount ability was to incinerate souls, rendering even the immortal vulnerable to its consuming blaze. Observing this, a doulos of the Dragonbone constellation shouted, "Retreat. It's dangerous." Unfortunately, he spoke too late. Upon contact with the ghostly azure flame, the golden strands were engulfed in the pale azure fire. "Ah!" Bellarnike screamed in anguish. Reduced to ashes, leaving not even a remnant. As the leader of the Corona warriors, a doulos clenched his fists and roared, launching a punch forward. However, his strike was effortlessly intercepted by Shaka of the Virgo constellation. Though Shaka's eyes were closed, his strength remained unwavering, as he stated, "Your opponent is me." At that moment, Miss Saori smiled, saying, "Brother, it seems I will be victorious." Having faced 2 consecutive defeats, Abel's mood soured, yet upon seeing a doulos, his displeasure transformed into a smile. It appeared that his brother had great confidence in a doulos of the Dragonbone constellation. Miss Saori was evidently in high spirits, particularly with Shaka of Virgo about to engage. He was the one closest to divinity. Unlike the other Corona warriors, a doulos had been bestowed with divine fire, wielding flames capable of burning the divine. Upon hearing Abel's words, Miss Saori's expression shifted, worry for Shaka washing over her. Indeed, the 6th battle soon commenced. Shaka, clad in the golden armor of Virgo, unleashed his cosmic energy. And in an instant, numerous stickers appeared around a doulos of the Dragonbone constellation. Heavenly Dance of the Treasure Wheel, as a battle formation that embodies both offense and defense. Beneath the celestial dance of the Heavenly Dance Treasure Wheel, one is rendered incapable of attacking or fleeing, forced to witness the deprivation of their 5 senses, ultimately becoming a mere husk. The Dragonbone constellation, with a smirk upon his lips, expressed disdain towards Shaka's assault, declaring that such skills were only effective against mere mortals and held no significance against the solar god Abel's Corona warriors. In an instant, the Dragonbone constellation, Adoras, leapt into the air, his entire being ignited like the sun. The searing flames swiftly consumed the surrounding illustrations. He then bellowed, "Ignite the Corona." A colossal energy, akin to a star, erupted, creating a fiery shockwave that exerted immense pressure upon the adversary, generating effects comparable to a supernova explosion within the enemy's body. This was Adoras's ultimate secret technique, his flames born from divine fire obtained from the Corona, far from ordinary. Yet, he had underestimated Virgo Shaka, the one closest to divinity. With a sudden widening of his eyes, Shaka unleashed the accumulated cosmos of countless years in a spectacular eruption. The immense radiance of his cosmos dimmed even the brilliance of the gods. Heavenly demon suppression, he declared, pointing upwards with one hand and downwards with the other, proclaiming his unrivaled supremacy in heaven and earth. The magnitude of his power ignited his entire cosmos, releasing it in its entirety. Even an existence comparable to divine fire would be left to lament in that moment. Indeed, the 2 cataclysmic forces collided, the overwhelming might forcing Fengzhi to squint. while the momentum sent the 5 young warriors observing from the side staggering back several steps. If the spectators felt such power, one could only imagine the magnitude experienced by Adoras at the epicenter. Ike, who had previously battled Shaka, wore an expression of sheer astonishment, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. It became clear that this was the true power of Shaka. Engaging with such an opponent was akin to courting death. After the powerful radiance subsided, Adoras murmured, truly deserving of being the one closest to the divine. With that, Adoras fell, lifeless and beyond salvation. We have won. We have won, Seiya cried out, igniting a fervor among all the saints in the sanctuary. Even Miss Saori's face lit up with joy as she turned to Abel, exclaiming, "Brother, the sanctuary has triumphed." However, Abel's countenance darkened immediately, and the sky above the sanctuary grew ominous, shrouded once more in gloom over all the saints. Miss Saori's expression tensed. Stepping back several paces, she solemnly inquired, "Could it be that brother intends to renege?" Just then, a sudden unfamiliar voice echoed. Prince Abel would never renege. Let the next battle be fought in his stead. Above the heads of all present saints, confusion arose almost simultaneously. As they sought the source of the voice, a mysterious saint, cloaked in shadows, emerged. "Who are you?" Seiya exclaimed, sensing a familiarity in the voice, and immediately called out to him. The individual cast aside his cloak, revealing the resplendent Gemini gold cloth, along with his signature long hair and malevolent visage. It was Saga, the gold saint of Gemini. The eyes of nearly all the saints were wide with disbelief. The sun god, Abel, found the situation amusing, his expression softening slightly as he inquired, "What is your true intention in fighting for me?" Saga, with a wicked smile, replied, "It is said that your highness, the sun god Abel, possesses the essence of the world, or perhaps divinity itself, rendering you almost omniscient and omnipotent. It is precisely for this reason that you can defy the laws of the underworld and resurrect the fallen gold saints. I humbly beseech you, your highness, to bestow upon me the divinity of the war god, so that I may serve you better." Saga's audacious ambition to ascend to godhood left nearly all the saints in shock. Even Shaka, the one closest to divinity, believed him to be speaking madness. The fundamental distinction between mortals and gods, aside from the awakening of the ninth sense, lies predominantly in divinity itself. Take the malevolent deity Eris, for instance. Despite her limited power, her divine status renders her a god even in lower realms, while Shaka, despite being hailed as the closest to divinity, remains merely human in the absence of divinity. This chasm is akin to an insurmountable divide. Setting aside the sun god Abel, even Saori herself could never grant him divinity. Yet, the sun god Abel chuckled softly and remarked, "Your madness bears a striking resemblance to that of Ares. Reviving him in this age may indeed prove to be an intriguing endeavor." With a casual gesture, he cast forth a radiant essence, shimmering with 7 colors, which was nearly blinding to mortals. Saga's eyes gleamed with insanity as he cradled it in his hands, as if beholding an exquisite work of art. Fengzhi shouted, "Saga, if you truly accept this divinity, you will no longer be a saint of Athena." Indeed, there was still time to turn back. Aresmu also called out to Saga, as if making a final plea. Saga laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Rather than be a pawn of the gods, I shall seize my destiny." He then placed the divine essence upon his chest, and in an instant, the 7 colors erupted within him, transforming his cosmos entirely. In that fleeting moment, Saga appeared changed. Though still possessed by madness, there was an ineffable distinction amidst the chaos. Boom! The Gemini gold cloth disassembled from Saga, reforming into its sacred attire, which then soared autonomously into the Gemini temple. At that moment, the Gemini cloth abandoned Saga. Observing this, Abel smiled and said, "I shall grant you yet another gift." With a mere gesture, 3 sets of Corona warrior armors materialized before Saga, which then disintegrated, coalescing into a new armor. "Now, I present to you this war god armor." It was a rugged yet splendid armor, far surpassing the usual gold cloths in magnificence. Whoever donned it would undoubtedly be awed by the formidable power it possessed. At that moment, Saga donned the god warrior armor and felt an unparalleled surge of power. This sacred garment not only elevated Saga's small universe to unprecedented heights, but also had the capacity to obliterate any adversary. He then cast a provocative gaze at the golden saints and taunted, "Who among you dares to face death?" Ares Mu, Leo Ioria, and Virgo Shaka exchanged glances. Even the formidable Feng Zhe felt the gravity of the situation. Saga, allow me to join you in this battle. An aged voice resonated as a figure slowly approached. The pupils of the dragon of purple contracted in shock as he exclaimed, Master. The newcomer was none other than Tong Hu, who had long presided over the five old peaks, and he was the golden saint of Libra. Saga regarded Tong Hu with disdain and retorted, You, an obsolete relic of Xian's era, can hardly muster a punch anymore. Tong Hu pointed his staff at Saga, his eyes brimming with resolve, and proclaimed, Let me cleanse the way for my old friend Xian. With a fierce expression, Saga bellowed, Galactic explosion. Mount Lushan's 100 Dragon Strike. The collision of countless falling stars against soaring divine dragons unleashed a cataclysmic force that sent Tong Hu flying. He fell to the ground like a bent arc, struggling to rise. Master, Senior Tong Hu. Purple Dragon and Ioria rushed forward, but Tong Hu restrained them. With great effort, he managed to stand and once again unleashed a potent small universe. This energy seemed to emanate from the depths of his being, and Feng Zhe observed the rare spectacle of combat with keen interest. Nearly all the saints turned their attention to Tong Hu. They witnessed Tong Hu's small universe escalating geometrically, akin to a bronze saint's energy suddenly transcending to that of a silver saint, and then to a golden saint, advancing through the ranks of early, mid, and high tier. His body began to crack, radiant white lights spilling forth. The sun god Abel chuckled softly, glancing at Miss Saori beside him, and remarked, The god's technique of false death. I never expected you would grant such a gift to a mere mortal. Saori was well aware that the one who bestowed this technique upon him was not herself, but the reincarnation of the previous Athena. However, it mattered little to discuss such nuances now. The gifts granted by the previous generation bore no difference to what she had conferred. Saori responded, Senior Tong, whose strength is far beyond your imagination. Indeed, as soon as she spoke, the diminutive elder began to grow taller, and in no time, an 18-year-old youth stood before the crowd. A beam of light descended upon him, revealing the golden armor of Libra. After Tong Hu's commanding shout, the armor adorned him seamlessly. He then elucidated the god's technique of false death, leaving Seiya and the other five astonished. Saga sensed a profound threat emanating from Tong Hu and whispered in disbelief, You have actually mastered the eighth sense. Both individuals are formidable masters who have comprehended the eighth sense. One is the Libra warrior who has endured the holy war and traversed countless epics, while the other is the malevolent Saijia, imbued with divinity and possessing the eighth sense. Thus, the grand battle commences. Galactic star explosion. Mount Lu's 100 Dragon domination. Two supreme forces erupt once more within the sanctuary. On one side stands the divinely empowered Saijia, and on the other, Tong Hu, liberated from the god's death pretense technique, restored to his pinnacle at the age of 18. The clash of these tremendous powers results in a violent explosion, casting all surrounding saints aside. The two combatants are evenly matched. All saints simultaneously sense that, at this moment, the confrontation has reached an impasse. Saijia's expression turns grave, his gaze towards Tong Hu, revealing not only madness but also a hint of reluctance. Then, both leap into the fray, engaging in rapid exchanges of blows. Feng Zhe realizes that a resolution is not imminent and quietly retreats. With a swift teleportation, he arrives at the goddess's palace, his eyes fixed upon the statue of the goddess. Filled with determination, a vial of blood shatters upon the ground, and with a powerful motion, he flings the crimson liquid onto the statue of goddess Athena. Instantly, a radiant transformation occurs, shrinking the statue to a palm-sized form. This is indeed the sacred armor of goddess Athena. Feng Zhe grasps it thoughtfully, also acquiring a golden dagger, before vanishing from the scene. Meanwhile, the battle between Seiya and Tong Hu rages on, captivating all the saints present. Only Feng Zhe approaches Miss Saint, who is near. The sun god Avenir casts a glance at him, recognizing his priestly demeanor, and chooses to ignore him further. Feng Zhe and Saijia exchange a knowing look, seemingly understanding one another. And Saijia's eyes radiate resolve as she receives two divine artifacts from Feng Zhe. With an expression devoid of emotion, Feng Zhe remains in attendance around Saijia, quietly observing the unfolding events. At this moment, Saijia unleashes a powerful punch. The illusory Demon Emperor Fist, known as the Forbidden Fist, possesses the ability to manipulate the opponent's neural pathways, entrancing its victim as if under hypnosis. It was this very technique that transformed the Leo warrior Yaf into a demon, ultimately leading to the demise of Shiryu before he returned to his senses. The sudden assault of this magical fist leaves Tongho momentarily stunned. Saiya, witnessing this, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Do not think that as a physical-type golden saint you can withstand my illusory demon emperor fist. Even someone like Mu, a master of telekinesis, would kneel before its might." Saiya's laughter instills a sense of foreboding among the surrounding golden saints, particularly the mentioned Aries Mu, who admits, indeed, with Saiya's current small cosmos, I cannot decipher it. Having awakened the eighth sense, Saiya's prowess, especially with the use of the illusory demon emperor fist, far surpasses that of ordinary mystical arts. As Saga erupted into laughter, an extraordinary power, distinct from that of the saints, surged forth from Tonghu, accompanied by the manifestation of a fierce tiger emblem behind him. Could this be the essence of the celestial realm? The golden saints were well aware that before Tonghu ascended as a saint, he held another identity as a reclusive cultivator. Only Mu, the disciple of Pope Shine from Aries, cast a profound glance and remarked, "The true strength of Elder Tonghu extends far beyond this, all-encompassing nature." With Tonghu's resounding shout, the essence of nature danced around him like the legendary spirits of the wild, two divine dragons, one black and one white, coiling above his head. Suddenly, a dark mist emanated from his crown, unmistakably the very magic fist that Saga had just unleashed. Following this, a tiger composed of the spirit of nature leapt down, engulfing Saga entirely. Saga was hurled away by this force, crashing heavily to the ground. This abrupt turn of events elicited cheers from the Golden Saints, and even a smile graced Sauri's face. In contrast, Abel remained unfazed, prompting Sauri to inquire, "Brother, do you seem quite confident?" The sun god, Abel, replied with a smile, "Have you forgotten the divinity I just bestowed upon him? He is still perceiving things from a mortal perspective, inevitably leading to his defeat. The moment he truly comprehends divinity will also be the moment of his victory." Indeed, scarcely had Abel's words faded when Saga, lying on the ground, began to levitate, a chilling power awakening within him. "Tonghu, I must thank you for enlightening me on what it means to be divine and what it means to be mortal." Saga laughed heartily, and then the divine power erupted within him. In an instant, Saga teleported before Tonghu, striking him in the abdomen with a formidable punch. Crack! The sound of the Libra gold cloth shattering echoed as an overwhelming force propelled Tonghu away. In a flash, Saga soared into the air, delivering a second punch from behind, followed by a third and a fourth, each blow resembling a relentless assault, with power that far surpassed that of any golden saint. At last, Saga smirked wickedly and declared, "Vanish completely, Tonghu." Interdimensional space. Under the distortion of time and space, Tonghu's entire being seemed warped, as if enduring immense torment. And after a tumultuous passage through dimensions, he vanished entirely from the sanctuary, leaving no trace of his small universe behind. The sanctuary fell into an eerie silence, as even Miss Sauri appeared frozen in shock. "Sister, have I won?" Abel maintained his serene smile, as if it were a trivial matter. Yet, Miss Sauri's gaze remained resolute as she replied, "No, I believe in my saint. He will surely return." It seemed as though she sensed the will of the goddess Athena, for just as Saga reveled in his triumph, the distortion of time and space reemerged, and a tiger made of natural essence grasped Tonghu, reappearing in the sanctuary once more. Back on the scene, Tonghu regarded Saga with utmost seriousness. Suddenly, he executed an unexpected action. As the entire body trembled, the golden armor of the Libra saint was abruptly stripped away. A distinctly visible tiger tattoo materialized on Tonghu's back. Suddenly, his formidable aura surged, akin to a colossal, blazing tiger manifesting before the spectators. Fengzhi, observing the battle, understood that the moment the tiger master shed his sacred armor, the outcome hinged on a fleeting instant. He glanced at Miss Xiaoji, who turned to meet his gaze, and they exchanged a nod of understanding. Saga unleashed his true power, bellowing fiercely, "Galaxy, star explosion. Mount Lushan 100 dragon dominance." At that moment, two overwhelming forces erupted with full vigor. Miss Xiaoji was pushed back by the sheer intensity, drawing the attention of the sun god, Abel, who noticed her delicate demeanor. He swiftly embraced her, causing her to shyly lower her head. The two divine beings resembled a couple in love, particularly Abel, who appeared utterly enamored. Feng coldly observed their affectionate display, his palms seemingly damp with perspiration. Suddenly, a golden dagger appeared in Miss Xiaoji's hand and was thrust directly into Abel's chest. Abel, with a cold smirk, seemed to have anticipated this move and effortlessly deflected the golden dagger away. Clang! The dagger clattered to the ground. In an instant, the couple, previously entwined in tenderness, became adversaries consumed by hatred. The swiftness of this transformation astonished even Feng Zhe, who applauded Miss Xiaoji's resolve. The Athena of this era, when it came to fierceness, surpassed all her predecessors. Feng Zhe could hardly comprehend how a lady, who just moments ago was shy, could now seek to annihilate her beloved, all while maintaining an unyielding composure. The sun god, Abel, regarded his beloved with a chilling gaze. "Brother, I cannot allow you to destroy the world." Miss Xiaoji's declaration darkened Abel's expression. "If that is the case, then you shall perish." A surge of immense power suddenly emanated from Abel's palm, intertwining to form a small sphere. This was the divine essence of two forces entwined, a power capable of easily slaying a god, not through deprivation, but through the annihilation of divine essence itself. Caught off guard by Abel's sudden assault, even Feng Zhe was unable to intervene, compelled to watch as the overwhelming force twisted towards Miss Xiaoji's abdomen. Just as it seemed she would meet her end, a blinding light erupted, and another powerful force countered the distortion. In an instant, a small golden figure appeared before Miss Xiaoji. This figure thwarted the impending annihilation. Even Abel was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. In another fleeting moment, Miss Xiaoji donned a magnificent, radiant armor, the legendary Athena's armor. Moreover, clad in this sacred attire, she wielded the Staff of Victory in her left hand. Miss Shotzi swung the staff of the Goddess of Victory with great force, piercing Abel's chest and creating a gaping hole. Abel stared in astonishment at Shotzi, as if unable to fathom that she could kill him. This sudden turn of events was sensed even by Tong Hu and Saga, who exchanged bewildered glances at Shotzi. "In that case, let us perish together." In an instant, Abel transformed into a phantom, expanding to engulf the entire sanctuary like an inflated balloon. A tremendous sense of oppression enveloped the area, causing all the saints to feel the weight of impending doom. Abel was about to self-destruct. Almost all the saints perceived this, particularly Athena, Miss Shotzi, who felt an unprecedented pressure. Should Abel detonate within the sanctuary, it would likely be obliterated, leaving no survivors. "Miss Shotzi, allow me to take a gamble." Feng Zhe stepped forward, donned in the remnants of the altar armor that had been pierced. Shotzi gazed at Feng Zhe's armor and, with a decisive gesture, cast her blood upon it. Instantly, a radiant light erupted, and the armor transformed, revealing a wing sprouting from Feng Zhe's back. Evolving into the ultimate form of the altar armor, the sacred armor of the altar, Feng Zhe spread his wings and soared into the sky, his gaze fixed on Abel's phantom. He then shouted, "Burn, my little universe." The altar star map materialized behind Feng Zhe, and his cosmos expanded infinitely. Light surged forth from the 12 houses, converging upon Feng Zhe. Seiya watched in awe as these 12 sources of cosmos, each representing the power of the Gold Saints, united. Shun gasped, realizing that all the Gold Saints were channeling their strength to aid the altar. At that moment, Feng Zhe comprehended a final secret technique, one of greater magnitude than Athena's astonishment. He unleashed the full power of his cosmos, a force that surpassed even that of the gods. The ultimate howl of the zodiac. This was the supreme technique created by the previous Leo, Regulus. "Heavens, I never expected to see this again within the sanctuary," exclaimed Leo Iolia, staring in disbelief at the overwhelming power. Aries Mu also cried out, aware that using this technique would shatter Alex's body as well. However, Virgo Saga noted that he was resolved to face death. Both Evil Saga and Tong Hu gazed at Feng Zhe in the sky, with Tong Hu already in tears, filled with admiration for this altar saint. Meanwhile, Evil Saga sneered, declaring, "Foolish human," and then vanished with a teleportation, clad in her sacred armor. Miss Shotzi's gaze was resolute as she wielded the shield of Athena, instantly generating a colossal barrier. This was her strongest defensive state, and it fulfilled the final agreement she had made with Feng Zhe. In that moment, Feng Zhe entered a unique state, instantly comprehending the profound essence of the 12 golden saints. He then converged these 12 essences into a singular point and unleashed them. A tremendous explosion erupted in the sky above the sanctuary, generating a mushroom cloud that obliterated a third of its structures. Miss Shiryu, clad in her sacred armor, successfully shielded all the saints within the sanctuary from this overwhelming force. As the crowd regained their senses from the explosion, the imposing figure of Abel had vanished, along with Feng Zhe, indicating that the altar's guardian, Ares, had perished alongside Abel. In agony, Seiya knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. Nearly everyone mourned his demise, shedding tears of sorrow. Dressed in her divine attire, Shiryu searched for Feng Zhe, yet he remained elusive, prompting a deep sigh of despair. In the altar space, Feng Zhe materialized once more, his sacred armor restored to its original form. Clearly, the altar's sacred raiment had reverted due to the explosive force of the 12 Temples' ultimate roar. Statistics of the Crimson Youth guided Shiryu back to the sanctuary, altering the plot trajectory significantly. Rated S, gaining a total of 40 mirror nodes, facilitated the early return of Dire to the sanctuary, unraveling the god's feigned death technique. Altering the pre-sanctuary circumstances. Rated A, gaining a total of 30 mirror nodes. The malevolent saga attained divinity prematurely, greatly altering subsequent events. Rated B, gaining a total of 20 mirror nodes, defeated the late-stage Belenike. Rated D, gaining a total of 5 mirror nodes, exceeded expectations. Employing the 12 Temples' ultimate roar to perish alongside the sun god Abel. Rated S, gaining a total of 40 mirror nodes, based on plot alterations. The overall score for this instance is S, with a total time increase of 20, culminating in a total of 155 mirror nodes. The total mirror nodes for this instance amount to 100,000 faith power, due to the host's exceptional performance. A treasure chest reward has been granted. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100,000 points of faith. A treasure chest? Feng Zhe gazed at it with palpable excitement. Ding! The treasure chest opens. Congratulations on acquiring the 12 Temples' ultimate roar, Holy Fire version. In an instant, Feng Zhe absorbed the entirety of this ultimate essence, his expression one of astonishment, as if he had gained a newfound understanding of the altar space. It is well known that the 12 Temples' ultimate roar is the most formidable technique, forged from the collective power of the 12 golden saints, surpassing the limits of human capability. Consequently, its utilization results in the user's physical form disintegrating, rendering it akin to a mutually destructive technique. However, the version of the 12 Temples' ultimate roar obtained from the Mirror Node treasure chest is not merely a convergence of the spiritual quintessence of the 12 individuals, but rather a manifestation formed from the unique sacred fire of the 12 Temples. The altar's sacred armor, being exceptional, can accommodate an abundance of sacred fire, and the 12 Temples' sacred fire has been bestowed upon Feng Zhe, allowing him to comprehend the seventh sense and ascend to the ranks of a golden saint. Due to the inherent limitations of the holy fire in the small universe, this technique, the 12 Palaces' Ultimate Howl, Holy Fire Edition, differs somewhat from its original version or can be regarded as a simplified variant. Nevertheless, even so, employing this technique is significantly more potent than the arcane arts typically wielded by ordinary golden saints. The next mirror node features a fierce battle between deities, with a total faith value of 50,000. Will the host choose to enter? Only 50,000. This mirror node's total faith value is evidently inferior to that of the Crimson Youth, and even less than that of the Goddess of Disputes. However, a multitude of deities is present, including the Asgardian leader, the formidable Dorlaba, and the hidden god warrior, Loki, who is also a powerful entity. Just then, a notification chime sounded again. Ding! Special notice. This mirror is a role-playing scenario. The host will inhabit the body of Priest Freyr to assist Athena, thereby garnering faith points. The host must complete 3 tasks. First, liberate Hyoga from the control of the demon fist. Second, compel the Asgardian leader Dorlaba to abdicate and elevate the priestess Hilda to the ruler of the Norse lands. Third, unveil the true identity of the god warrior Loki and defeat him. Feng Zhe paused, taken aback that this was a role-playing mirror node, which did not require significant alterations to the plot. However, dealing with Loki could prove troublesome and challenging. Reflecting on the backdrop of this narrative, it was set before Queen Hilda's ascension, when the Norse lands were under the dominion of Dorlaba, who harbored ambitions of conquering the earth, ultimately being pierced by a single arrow from Seiya. Priest Freyr hailed from a lineage of priests, with his 2 sisters being Hilda and the young Norse maiden, Freya. both staunch devotees of the chief god Odin. Ultimately, Freyr sacrificed his life to rescue the ensnared Sauri, inadvertently dismantling Dorlaba's schemes. In the sanctuary, he is regarded as a hero, yet in Norse lands, he is unequivocally a traitor. As Fongja opened his eyes once more, he found himself within a celestial palace. Adorned in the garb of a Nordic noble, his golden hair cascading elegantly, embodying the visage of a striking Nordic aristocrat. Quite splendid. Fongja was pleased with his appearance, admiring himself in the mirror when an elegantly poised young woman entered. With a smile, he remarked, "Freya, why are you here in the celestial palace instead of serving Odin in Valhalla?" As a priestess devoted to Odin, Freya typically spent her days within the hallowed halls of Valhalla. However, as the priest stationed at the temple, Freyr held certain privileges alongside his divine duties. Brother, a few days ago, a messenger from the sanctuary went missing on Norse soil. Sister Hilda suspects it is the doing of the leader Dorlaba. Given that Athena herself has come from the sanctuary, it may stir up trouble. Aside from himself, another priest with authority in Valhalla was Hilda, whose strength was not inferior to his own. I have already dispatched individuals to investigate the missing messenger. Come, let us meet Athena from the sanctuary together. Fongja and Freya advanced, acutely aware of the hostile gazes of the surrounding divine warriors, as though they were regarded with disdain, reminiscent of a person they loathed. This clearly indicated that the entire celestial palace was under the control of Daluba. Upon pushing open the golden doors, they chanced upon Miss Shaji, who was being playfully teased by Daluba while searching for Ice River in vain. Since Ice River could not be found, they decided not to intrude further. Although Shaji felt some dissatisfaction towards Daluba, she did not express it, instead courteously preparing to leave. Just then, she noticed Fongja entering through the door. "Let us take my carriage, Miss Shaji," he stated, with his tall, handsome appearance paired with a gaze imbued with tenderness. Shaji suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, akin to encountering an old friend. This sensation was peculiar. It was their first meeting, yet she inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Freyr, the priest serving the supreme deity Odin. It is a pleasure to meet you, Athena of the sanctuary." The familiarity in his eyes gave Shaji an illusion that she had seen him before. Meanwhile, the perceptive Shun discreetly remarked to Seiya, "This person's aura resembles that of Alice." Seiya, with a rather arrogant demeanor, responded, "Perhaps it is because they are both priests, they might feel similar." Prompted by Shun's observation, Shaji suddenly realized that this individual bore a striking resemblance to the altar's Alice. Were it not for their differing appearances, she might have thought them to be one and the same. At that moment, Daluba, the leader of Asgard, chuckled softly and remarked, "Freya, you have also come. How is your sister Hilda?" Freya performed a respectful bow, lowering her head to reply, "Master, my sister is well. She continues to pray for the Nordic lands each day." Daluba's gaze held a hint of disdain as he retorted, "If prayer were effective, the Nordic people would not suffer daily from the harshness of their climate. Those of us who have never seen sunlight find it difficult to comprehend your perspective." He cast a glance at Shaji, who calmly responded, "The prosperity and peace of the land are equally reliant on the efforts of the Nordic people. This is something Odin desires as well." "Humph," Daluba scoffed, his eyes filled with further disdain, muttering, "Yet another akin to Hilda." He regarded Shaji and Hilda as of the same ilk, finding it rather uninteresting to contend with such individuals. Noting his lack of interest, Shaji promptly led Seiya and the others away from the celestial palace. Along the way, several malevolent divine warriors attempted to spar with Seiya and his companions, but they were thwarted by Fongja. Only one divine warrior, clad in yellow armor and obscured by a helmet, obstructed the path of the dragon of the purple. The dragon eyed him curiously, perceiving the intense animosity emanating from him, and wore a wary expression. Fongja, upon observing this, chose not to elaborate further, guiding Shaji away from the celestial palace. As though a great battle loomed on the horizon, at a grand villa somewhere in Asgard, Freya warmly welcomed the group from the sanctuary, preparing a sumptuous dinner. During the meal, Freya assured them that upon their return, Ice River would undoubtedly return safely to the sanctuary, urging them to rest easy. Outside the villa, Fongja dispatched a warrior with a single punch and seized a fragment of the Ares cloth from him. This shard unequivocally attested to the ambush on Hyuga, a scheme orchestrated by Daluba to incite a great conflict. He then instructed Freya that no one should be allowed to re-enter the celestial palace. Before proceeding to the palace himself, Within the palace, an orange-clad divine warrior leaned against a wall, his features obscured, yet his piercing blue eyes radiated formidable power. Should I address you as Mythkalut or Hyuga? Feng's smile seemed to sting the heart of this orange divine warrior, who retaliated with an icy punch, only to be effortlessly blocked. In a swift counter, he struck Hyuga, sending him crashing against the wall, shattering the divine armor he wore. Feng shook his head. Indeed, Hyuga, brainwashed by the demon fist, was far from possessing golden strength, barely reaching silver prowess, only capable of a sneak attack on Shiryu. Approaching Hyuga, he noted the distortion on his face, as if in defiance. A swift punch sent Hyuga to the ground once more, this time rendering him unconscious. However, the challenge of breaking the spell of the demon fist loomed, a task Feng had never undertaken. Yet, any form of the demon fist merely entailed brainwashing, unable to alter the essence of one's soul. Thus, he unleashed the corpse chi netherworld wave, directly extracting Hyuga's soul. When Hyuga regained consciousness, he found himself on the Yellow Springs, bewildered by the specters wandering around him. Who are you? He queried, realizing that the figure before him, Freya, was no mere priestess of the Celestial Palace, but rather a saint. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that Athena is in peril, and she requires your aid. At the mention of Athena, determination ignited in Hyuga's gaze as he turned to Feng Zhe and declared, I am Athena's saint. Miss Saori shall be under my protection. Feng Zhe exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared Hyuga's soul had not been altered. Had he truly become unyielding to the spell, Feng Zhe would have had no choice but to cast him into the abyss. Upon returning to the Celestial Palace, Hyuga gazed at his hands. The events that transpired on the Yellow Springs felt like a dream, yet the memories were strikingly vivid. As he watched Feng Zhe prepare to depart, he suddenly expressed, Thank you. You remind me of a dear friend. Feng Zhe smiled gently, gestured slightly, and vanished into the forest. Meanwhile, in the villa, Miss Saori received an invitation from the leader Daluba, stating that news of Hyuga had reached the Celestial Palace, requesting her presence there alone. They even kindly arranged for his carriage to await her at the villa's entrance. Freya stepped forward to intervene, exclaiming loudly, Brother said that under no circumstances should you re-enter the Celestial Palace. The one responsible for inviting Saori and acting as her charioteer was the divine warrior Ringe, a towering figure renowned for his immense strength, wielding a massive boomerang known as Thor's hammer as if it were a mere toy. Upon hearing Freya's words, Shaji hesitated momentarily. However, Lang's countenance darkened as he continued, Miss Shaji, this is the command of the Lord. Please do not heed the distractions of others. As he spoke, he notably produced a fragment of the sacred armor, the Ares cloth of Hyuga. Upon seeing this armor, Seiya immediately recognized it, and even Shaji understood that to uncover the truth, she must once again meet with Doroba. Turning to Freya, she expressed, Thank you for your kindness, but I must find Hyuga. With that, she boarded the carriage. Just as Hyuga's figure suddenly appeared, Miss Shaji, do not enter that carriage. Hyuga's abrupt arrival brightened Seiya's eyes, while Shun hastily approached and supported him, relieved to see that he was unharmed. Go. Suddenly, the carriage lurched forward, with Lang taking Shaji, still inside, toward the Celestial Palace. Miss Shaji, Seiya exclaimed in alarm, too late to react as he watched the carriage recede. Quick, pursue, shouted Shiryu, prompting the four young warriors to rush after the carriage. Meanwhile, a divine warrior drew his sword and, as if slicing through tofu, created a massive rift. Your opponent is me, the Sword of Flame. You are you. Nebula Chain. You must go rescue Miss Shaji. I will handle this. Shun focused on you are you, while the others hastened toward the carriage. On another front, Feng Zhe entered the Celestial Palace, standing before the Lord Doroba. Freya, do you not even greet me? Feng Zhe observed Doroba with an expressionless visage, declaring flatly, Doroba, you have instigated a conflict between Asgard and the Sanctuary, which is contrary to the will of King Odin. As the priest of Odin, I hereby sentence you to exile. Will you accept? Ha ha ha. Doroba erupted in maniacal laughter, having never heard such a ludicrous proclamation. After a pause, he retorted, Do you not realize that I am the earthly representative of King Odin? Even within Valhalla, I am inherently the high priest. What authority do you possess to judge me? Just then, a group of individuals clad in priestly robes entered the Celestial Palace, led by the long-absent priest Heluda. Heluda? Doroba's pupils constricted, clearly taken aback by Heluda's arrival. Even more astonishing was the presence of a host of elderly women behind her, each having served as priests, representing the true foundation of the celestial palace. Long before Freya's arrival, Fengzhi had discreetly sent a letter to Heluda, urging her to hasten to the celestial palace, lest circumstances worsen. Upon receiving the letter, Heluda promptly made her way to the most sacred place of Valhalla and summoned many former priests to collectively confront Doroba. Heluda began. Odin desires peace upon the earth. Even while enduring the bitter cold, he does not wish to incite war. Doroba, you have defied the will of King Odin and are thus unfit to serve as his representative. A former priest expressed his stance, instantly garnering the approval of many. The expression on Dualuba's face darkened, and at that moment, a voice echoed through the room. Master, the followers of the Valhalla Temple are all present here. They have continually hindered your ambitions. With their presence, it is likely that your dominion over the land will be compromised. Fengzhi immediately retorted, God warrior Loki. It is your insidious influence that has led Master Dualuba astray. You are utterly despicable. Fengzhi's shout drew the attention of Heluda and the other priests, and Loki felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. Fengzhi's outburst rendered Loki a target for everyone's ire. Prepare to perish, Loki. Lightspeed fist. Without a moment's hesitation, Fengzhi unleashed his attack, and countless fists rained down upon Loki, creating a cacophony reminiscent of frying soybeans. By the time the onlookers regained their composure, Loki lay on the ground, utterly defeated and lifeless. The ease with which Loki was vanquished left even Heluda incredulous. Her gaze towards Fengzhi subtly altered, yet, under the gravity of the situation, such sentiments became inconsequential. Only Fengzhi silently mused that this was not the true Loki. The lifeless form on the ground was merely a shadow of the real Loki. Turning his attention to Dualuba, he noted the unyielding ambition still glimmering in the latter's eyes. As Dualuba arose slowly, his towering figure cast a shadow over Heluda, enveloping her entirely. Loki had indeed spoken a truth. To fulfill his ambitions, he must eradicate them all. The surrounding space seemed to warp, a colossal purple shadow cloaking the entire room. The experienced priests cried out in alarm, quickly, stop him. But their warning came too late. Dualuba's assault had already commenced. Odin's barrier, the distorted space and the unknown power, capable of sealing souls, unleashed a powerful suction that drew all the priests into its grasp. Only Fengzhi leaped forward, seizing Heluda and safely returning to the immortal palace. Upon surveying the scene around Heluda, they found the lifeless bodies of the priests, their souls ensnared in an unknown realm. Lightspeed fist. Fengzhi's strike collided with Dualuba's fist, resulting in a stalemate. Their strengths were remarkably comparable. Dualuba possessed the power of gold. None of the god warriors in the immortal palace matched this golden might. Only Dualuba, with formidable strength and the ability to seal souls, could explain such grand ambitions. Heluda, kneeling in silent prayer, radiated a gentle aura that expanded around her. To Dualuba, Heluda's cosmic energy was a force that could rival his own, and with Freyr, who also possessed considerable power, he found himself in a precarious situation. In that case, do not blame me. As the formidable entity known as Multiple Ba tore asunder his divine robes, he revealed a resplendent purple armor, distinctly unlike the divine garments worn by the god warriors. This armor, a legacy of the gods of Asgard, hinted at powers that rivaled the legendary golden cloth. Fengzhi, with a mere glance, discerned that this purple armor likely possessed strength comparable to that of the golden saints. Repent. Odin's barrier. The purple shadow once again enveloped the surroundings, and this time Fengzhi sensed an overwhelming force of attraction emanating not from a mere mortal's cosmos, but from the divine itself. Just as he felt himself succumbing, compelled to summon his sacred flames, Heluda's cosmos stood resolutely against this malevolent power. Odin, we cannot resist fate, yet we shall ultimately be vanquished. Goodness shall forever be worthy of praise. As Heluda chanted, her cosmic energy intensified, forming a luminous circle, followed by a second, then a third. With each radiant ring, the oppressive purple shadow receded, and the distorted fabric of time and space began to stabilize. She wielded a cosmic force that surpassed even the golden saints. Fengzhi, having encountered divine beings before, recognized that while Heluda had not ascended to divinity, her incantations and extraordinary state indeed bore the essence of power that transcended gold. What sorcery was this? It was a phenomenon he had never before witnessed, leaving even the illustrious leader multiple Ba in astonishment. The circles multiplied, progressively subduing the purple shadow, as if banishing a looming haze, completely dispersing multiple Ba's cosmos. He appeared suddenly bereft of his cosmic essence, collapsing to the ground, sweat cascading from his brow. In that moment of his defeat, a gust of wind interrupted Haluta's chant, heralding an extraordinarily potent cosmic presence within the celestial palace. Fengzhi stood alert before Haluta, his gaze fixed intently on the emerging malevolent force. "Who are you?" Haluta questioned, equally vigilant. Meanwhile, multiple Ba regarded the newcomer with a glimmer of hope, as if he had discovered a lifeline. As the figure emerged from the shadows, Haluta gasped in recognition. "Loki, Miss Haluta, why should mortals bask in the sunlight and indulge in delicacies, while we, the Nordics, suffer in this frigid torment, many unable to secure even a morsel of food?" Loki's words were laced with incitement, his cold exterior concealing an unmatchable fury. This anguish seemed to coalesce within him, resonating with the plight of his kin. Simultaneously, images flooded Haluta's mind. Individuals succumbing to the icy grip of death, others perishing from starvation and the sorrow wrought by war, all manifestations of the world's injustices. Not just Haluta, but even Fengzhi found these harrowing scenes surfacing in his consciousness, the profound sorrow infecting him deeply. From a young age, we have grown up in this cold, which has bestowed upon us an infinite passion. Beneath every frigid exterior, we conceal a fervent heart, regardless of time and place. This tranquil yet ardent spirit should never be coveted by ambition. We safeguard this land, and despite its many injustices, my love for it remains profound. Loki, even as a god, you should not forget the multitude who cherish this land, along with those who advocate for peace and are willing to protect it. As Haluta concluded, her gaze fixed upon Loki, her steadfast eyes contorting Loki's expression. Well said. The gates of the celestial palace swung open, and Miss Shaji, along with the 5 young champions, re-entered. My lord, the battle-scarred giant Renge, with his last breath, managed to meet Daluba and smiled faintly before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Clearly, Renge's demise brought a touch of melancholy to Daluba. Haha. Loki's laughter erupted, as though he were amused by the most absurd spectacle in existence. With his mirth, the entire celestial palace seemed to awaken, the ground becoming soft beneath. The structure transformed into a vivid purple, as if it were melting away, the grand doors sealing shut. To ensnare you all is indeed delightful. Loki's laughter, coupled with such bizarre occurrences, left Shaji momentarily taken aback. Daluba suddenly exclaimed, "This is the stomach of the Kraken from the North Sea." The legendary creature, said to devour dragons, had its stomach refined by Loki, now comparable to an artifact. Suddenly, from every corner of the palace, several thick tentacles surged forth, each resembling those of a colossal octopus. Miss Shaji, Seiya shouted as a massive tentacle ensnared her entire form, lifting her into the air. Seiya, Shiryu, Hyoga, and even Ikki found themselves unable to escape the grip of these appendages. Meanwhile, Haluta was also ensnared and lifted skyward, while Fengzhi's light-speed punches felt as though they struck a sponge, having no effect on the tentacles whatsoever. Daluba began to laugh maniacally, declaring that the tentacles of the North Sea beast possessed the greatest power in this world. No one could evade their grasp, not even the saints. As Daluba laughed, a tentacle swiftly coiled around him. "Loki!" he cried out in shock. Yet, Loki merely cast a disdainful glance his way, remarking that he truly was worthless. With that, the enormous tentacle tightened its grip around Daluba, crushing the purple armor he wore into fragments. Soon, a gaping maw filled with teeth appeared on the ground. An abyss seemingly bottomless. "No, you cannot do this to me." The tentacle flung Daluba into the chasm, and with his cries of despair, he met his end in this world. Worthlessness belongs where it is deserved. Loki uttered a curse, then turned his gaze towards Fengzhi, who was elusively teleporting, evading the countless tendrils that sought to ensnare him. At that moment, the former priests, whose souls had been extracted, plummeted into the vast chasm below. Suddenly, Shotzi cried out in alarm as a tendril aimed to throw her into the abyss. However, a golden cloth of holy armor materialized around Seiya. In an instant, he donned the Sagittarius gold cloth and shot an arrow that shattered the tendril attempting to seize Shotzi. The moment Seiya tightly embraced Shotzi was nothing short of heroic. Meanwhile, an inexplicable ball of sacred fire appeared in Fengzhi's hand, which the tendril seemed to dread profoundly. Before long, he was able to rescue Hilda. Shotzi, with her keen eyes, noticed the sacred fire in Feng's grasp, and a wave of curiosity washed over her. Fortunately, Feng shed his pretense, bellowing with conviction. The altar's holy armor descended from the heavens, radiating boundless brilliance. With a crisp sound, the armor adorned Feng, not as the previous Alice, but as a pure-blooded Norseman, Freyr, the priest of Odin. This armor left Shotzi in a state of shock, her face a mask of disbelief. Seiya exclaimed, "Is that Alice's armor?" Feng's gaze was resolute, especially upon the figure lurking behind the tendrils, the god Loki. He shouted, "Sacrifice! Sacred fire!" A flame akin to the sun, imbued with an unparalleled temperature, vaporized the tendrils upon contact. This sacred fire struck Loki directly, instilling him with overwhelming terror, compounded by the realization that the flames upon him refused to extinguish. In a panic, he screamed, "The flames of Olympus!" No, Loki was consumed by the flames, perishing as the celestial palace crumbled around them. The colossal edifice collapsed, boulders cascading down. "Run!" Feng shouted, and Seiya and the others nodded in agreement. Each grasped one another and fled the scene. "Where's Alice?" Upon landing, Shotzi turned to Freyr, seeking knowledge of the origin of this armor. Even Hilda gazed at Freyr's armor with a puzzled expression. Feng smiled, stating that Alice was training in the distance, destined to appear when Athena faced danger once more. Upon hearing that Alice was still alive, a smile brightened Shotzi's face. Seiya and the others expressed their disbelief, repeatedly confirming, and upon receiving Freyr's affirmative response, they burst into laughter. Feng, maintaining an air of mystery, pointed the Sagittarius armor toward an unknown direction, revealing that this was the path to Alice's training ground. Since the incident with the sun god Abel, this news was of paramount importance to the sanctuary. "Thank you, Freyr," he expressed gratefully. Even Saori regarded Freyr as a disciple of Alex, and Feng made no effort to clarify this misconception, allowing it to persist. Subsequently, during Miss Saori's observation, Hilda ascended to become the ruler of the North, swiftly surrounded by a retinue that included Jegu Freda. Later, Queen Hilda met with Feng privately. "You are not Freyr, but a saint of the sanctuary, are you not?" Indeed, such matters could be concealed from Saori, but not from Hilda, who was her sister. "Yes. Thank you for keeping my secret." Feng did not continue to feign ignorance, nor did he confess. Unnecessary troubles can sometimes be avoided. Hilda did not inquire about Freyr's soul, but rather asked, "From the very beginning, you have intended to assist Athena. I can see that. You did not expose me, but rather cooperated, did you not?" Feng retorted, and indeed, Hilda gazed toward the distant starry sky, sighing. In this world, the strength of the celestial palace is woefully inadequate. Deep within Hilda's heart, how could she not long for sunlight? What Loki spoke of was precisely what she yearned for. The ring of Nibelungen merely amplified this desire. Fundamentally, she was no different from Doru-Ba, except that she was more adept at disguise. Feng was taken aback by this sudden realization, yet soon comprehended. Hilda had indeed made efforts. And due to her formidable cosmos, she had summoned the legendary god warriors of the Big Dipper, beings even more powerful than Doru-Ba's god warriors. Nevertheless, she still could not surpass the saints of the sanctuary, even the bronze saints. Thus, it was preferable to salvage remnants of strength rather than allow the northern forces to be utterly extinguished. This was also why Hilda, after being struck by Seiya's sword, experienced a sudden awakening. Everyone believed it was the ring of Nibelungen that had been severed, unaware that it was merely an illusion. Hilda did not realize that these few words would allow Feng to see through her. Had she known, she would surely have acted differently. Feng sighed and said, "In the lands of the north, legends speak of 7 special god warriors who, named after the Big Dipper, collectively guard this territory." Hilda gasped and suddenly asked, "Do you know where those 7 god warriors are?" Feng shook his head and replied calmly, "The Valhalla scriptures contain their locations. I hope you can wisely utilize their powers. The people of the north cannot endure another divine war." With that, before Hilda could respond, Feng vanished from sight. In the midst of the fierce conflict among deities, assisted the Ice River in breaking free from the control of the Demon Fist and enabled its early participation in the divine battle. Rated S class, earning a total of 20 faith power, uncovered the conspiracy of the overseer of Asgard, Maluba, and elevated the priestess Hilda to the ruler of the Norse lands. Rated S class, earning a total of 40 faith power, exposed the true nature of the divine warrior Loki, and incinerated him with sacred fire, rated S class. Earning a total of 40 faith power, this role-playing endeavor received a comprehensive rating of S class, increasing the total time by 20 and accumulating a total of 120 mirror nodes. This time, the total mirror node rewarded is 50,000 faith power. Due to the host's extraordinary performance, an additional treasure chest has been awarded. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50,000 faith points. Cumulative faith power, 150,000. Another treasure chest? Open it. Ding. The treasure chest opens. Congratulations on obtaining the profound art dimensional barrier in an instant. The entire memory of this technique materialized in Feng's mind, revealing an expression of anticipation in his eyes. This dimensional barrier could be regarded as a variant of Odin's barrier, capable of banishing an opponent's soul to an alternate dimension. Moreover, lacking a physical form. Escaping from this dimensional space would be an insurmountable challenge, even for a god, unless one could evade it. Otherwise, banishment would be an inescapable fate. Having received two profound arts consecutively, one being the sacred fire version of the 12 Palaces' desolate howl, and the other the dimensional barrier, it could be said that both techniques far surpassed ordinary golden arts, filling Feng with eager anticipation for the next mirror node. Ding. The next mirror node requires an investment of 100,000 faith power. Without hesitation, Feng cast his faith power into the altar, causing the flames to soar into the heavens, accompanied by an indescribable, wondrous sensation. Ding. The next mirror node pertains to the warriors of the final holy war. Please enter a month later. Feng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this mirror node was the last of the theatrical version, wherein the fallen angel Lucifer resurrected the Sea Emperor, the goddess of discord, and Abel, utilizing their microcosms to bring about the destruction of the earth. However, in this narrative, Lucifer cleverly did not truly resurrect the three gods, but merely appropriated their microcosms and amalgamated them into himself, enabling him to perform divine feats. Consequently, he was ultimately shot to pieces by Seiya and exited the stage. Yet, Feng did not believe he would adhere to the storyline, as the plot had substantially transformed. First, Miss Saori entered the sanctuary, and secondly, the malevolent saga attained divinity. In comparison, the storyline would likely diverge significantly. Shaking his head, Feng stepped out of the altar's spatial realm and returned to the main world. 20th century parallel universe, Avenir world, Aurora execution. Gigantic horn. Two immense forces clashed violently, and the arena reverberated with cheers. As soon as Feng returned, he heard the distant applause and, upon closer inspection, realized he was not in the Pope's palace, but standing outside the arena. As I followed the crowd, I discovered that the newly ascendant Aquarius, Elzac, was pitted against the nascent Taurus, Cassius. Months had already slipped by, observing the two deftly wielding the golden mysteries. Feng realized that their innate talents were not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, the duel between the other two combatants was equally riveting. Royal Ice Rose. Immutable King Kong spell. The clash of these two formidable forces left Feng momentarily speechless, murmuring to himself that these two were evidently a pair of bronze saints from the vicinity. Although they did not recognize him, Feng couldn't help but smile inwardly, for one of them was the malevolent warrior, Unicorn. It seemed even the weakest of the five had made an appearance. At that moment, the malevolent warrior spoke up, revealing that these two were saints personally bestowed by the goddess Sayaka. One was the Pisces, Hyoga, and the other, the Virgo, Shun. Hyoga was remarkable, being Elzac's junior brother, hailing from the same school of ice, and had cultivated a unique ice rose, which was indeed impressive. Shun, though seemingly delicate, exhibited an entirely different prowess when unleashing the immutable King Kong, proving to be exceptionally formidable as well. Their combat awareness was evidently strong, matching that of Elzac and Cassius. As I was contemplating, another pair of fighters clashed in the arena. The malevolent warrior shouted, "Quick, look! It's the Libra, Wang Hu, facing off against the Capricorn, Dragon." These two were brothers in arms from the Lushan school, which made things even more intriguing. My eyes widened as I witnessed the fierce battle between Wang Hu and Dragon. One unleashed the Lushan Rising Dragon, while the other wielded the Holy Sword. Their confrontation was equally intense, a spectacle that utterly captivated Feng. Indeed, those of great strength could carve out their place in the sanctuary, even without the 100 Suns program of Mitsume Sakido. As the saying goes in my homeland, gold shines wherever it is found. Upon reflection, Fengzhi calculated the golden saints in this world: Aquarius Elzak, Taurus Cassius, Pisces Hyoga, Virgo Shun, Libra Wang Hu, and Capricorn Dragon, alongside the original Aries of Funier, Leo Iolia, and Scorpio Milo, totaling 9 golden saints. Fengzhi sensed that the remaining 3 armors, Sagittarius, Cancer, and Gemini, remained unclaimed. Just as he lamented the disarray among the saints, a voice suddenly rang out: "I am the disciple of the eagle, Magic Ling, and I challenge the Sagittarius Palace. I demand the golden armor of Sagittarius." This audacious declaration drew the attention of all battling warriors, their gazes converging upon the audacious challenger, who was none other than Seiya. At that moment, another voice boomed: "I hail from Queen Death Island. My name is Ikki, and I challenge the Gemini Palace. I seek the golden armor of Gemini." Fengzhi was taken aback. The 5 young warriors had indeed gathered in the sanctuary, with both Seiya and Ikki making their simultaneous appearances. To challenge the 12 zodiac palaces, one must earn the acknowledgement of a golden saint. It appeared that both of them might not meet the requisite standards. Indeed, that golden armor is not so easily acquired. Such arrogance. Observing the prowess of the two, it seemed they had yet to attain the ranks of the golden saints. The other saints, engaging in a chorus of mockery, took turns jeering at the duo. In a fit of exasperation, Seiya shouted defiantly, "If anyone disputes this, let them come forth for a battle." This proclamation ignited excitement among the saints, all eager to teach the diminutive challenger a lesson. I recognized Iolia's strength. He was indeed worthy of challenging the Gemini Temple. Shun, ever the emotional one, felt a rare surge of compassion, yet Iolia regarded him coldly, as if observing someone he detested. "I do not require your assistance. I can earn the recognition of the other golden saints on my own," Iolia retorted dismissively, turning instead to Hyoga. "I challenge you. I seek your acknowledgement." The audacity of Iolia to challenge the Pisces Hyoga in public left the other saints in a state of bewilderment. Hyoga regarded Iolia with a frigid demeanor and stated, "If you can withstand my royal ice rose, I shall acknowledge your strength." With a roar, Iolia exclaimed, "Bring it on, royal ice rose." The icy petals of the rose surged forward, exhibiting a breathtaking beauty, particularly the shards of ice that constituted a formidable area attack. True to his reputation as a survivor of Queen Death's Island, Iolia bellowed, "Heavenly furnace shattering strike." Despite not donning his sacred armor, the intense flames of the earth surged forth as he struck, creating a dazzling display of sparks that met the royal ice rose in a fierce contest. Following their exchange, Iolia's eyebrows had crystallized, yet Hyoga's wrist appeared momentarily unsteady. "I acknowledge your strength. Were I not clad in this golden armor, I might have fallen to your strike," Hyoga generously conceded. Iolia simply replied with a grateful thank you, before leaping away towards the Gemini Temple. Upon witnessing Iolia's departure, Seiya felt a surge of urgency and shouted, "Who among you will accept my challenge?" He turned to Magi Ling of the Eagle constellation, inquiring, "You are a woman, are you not? Your apprentice must be trained by you, right?" Laughter erupted as many recognized that Magi Ling's strength within the sanctuary was not particularly formidable, as her training grounds were indeed located there. The other golden saints shook their heads, clearly uninterested in Seiya's naive challenge. Even the gentle Virgo Shun admonished him, "Seiya, your strength is merely that of a bronze saint. You should train further before attempting this." Evil Wu chimed in, "Seiya, perhaps it would be best not to stir trouble. This marks your 100th attempt to challenge the Sagittarius Temple. You cannot even best a silver saint, let alone the exalted golden ones." It turned out that Seiya had persistently sought to challenge the Sagittarius Temple, yet had failed to receive any acknowledgement from a golden saint, rendering him a laughingstock among the warriors of the sanctuary. As the others ignored him, returning to their own pursuits, Seiya fidgeted, desperate for a golden saint's attention. "I recognize him," spoke Fengzhi, and upon hearing this, the unicorn's evil Wu swiftly tugged at his robe, admonishing, "Do not speak foolishly. This matter is beyond your capacity as a mere preparatory student." Fengzhi smiled at evil Wu and stepped forward. In the presence of the illustrious Pope, Alzak of Aquarius and Cassios of Taurus approached, their pupils narrowing as they knelt before him. "Your Holiness, it has been a long time." The surrounding saints widened their eyes in astonishment, and the ever-vocal Seiya gasped in disbelief. "He is the brother of Hades, the Pope of the sanctuary." and the companion of the goddess, a man capable of defeating the lord of the underworld, Pope Alex. All the saints regarded Feng Zhi with a gaze filled with reverence. The 6 golden saints in the arena lowered themselves in a gesture of respect, acknowledging both the Pope and the strength he embodied. "Please rise," Feng Zhi said. Though he was not fond of such formalities, yet he felt compelled to adopt a solemn demeanor. He turned his attention to Seiya, glancing towards the Sagittarius temple, and spoke encouragingly. "Go forth. I believe in your potential." Seiya, overwhelmed by the sudden affirmation, felt tears welling in his eyes as he nodded earnestly. "Your Holiness, I shall not disappoint you." With that, he hastened towards the Sagittarius temple, marking the 101st attempt to earn the golden recognition. Now with the privilege to challenge the temple directly, the unicorn saint, Shiryu, observed Seiya's departure with a mixture of jealousy and envy, murmuring to himself, "What a pity for the Pope's trust. He may soon be let down." Such thoughts lingered in the minds of the other saints, who harbored doubts about Seiya's success. Inevitably feeling a tinge of disappointment, Feng Zhi remained unfazed, pondering that miracles could indeed be wrought at times. He turned to Alzak for clarity on the challenges of the 12 temples. To attain the golden armor, one must face the trials within each respective temple, each presenting unique challenges. For instance, Shun faced the Virgo temple, deciphering a Buddhist scripture while in slumber, thereby inheriting the legacy of Fudo Mayu. In contrast, Hyoga found fortune at the Pisces temple, cultivating not only the black, white, and red roses but also an ice rose, earning the armor's recognition due to his freezing aura. In the Capricorn temple, Shiryu narrowly escaped a fatal strike, his blood splattering upon the temple, prompting Athena to bestow upon him the divine sword, thus granting him the armor's acknowledgement. Wang, who earned the Libra temple's acceptance through his mastery of various weapons, achieving recognition through sheer skill. Alzak and Cassios, each excelling in their respective domains of freezing aura and brute strength, naturally garnered acknowledgement as well. While their paths varied, one certainty remained. The trials seemed to have been eased, perhaps a benevolent gesture from the goddess. A smile crept across Feng Zhi's face at the thought of Saori. Suddenly, the Sagittarius temple erupted in brilliant light, unmistakably a sign that Seiya was engaged in a fierce struggle with the armor as an arrow pierced the temple's walls. Meanwhile, Ikki, who had ventured early to the Gemini temple, remained in a tranquil state, seemingly untouched by the commotion. The Twin Palace, a magnificent reconstruction, had previously been reduced to ruins due to the malevolent actions of Saga. Feng Zhi, reflecting on the formidable restoration capabilities of the sanctuary, was suddenly illuminated by a brilliant light, as if it had pierced through the dimensional barrier and descended upon the Twin Palace. The entire sanctuary braced itself for an impending threat, with all the golden saints soaring towards the Twin Palace. In a flash, Feng Zhi found himself before its grand entrance. "Sister," the goddess Sayaka appeared, gasping in astonishment before rushing into Feng Zhi's embrace. "Sayaka, are you well?" Feng Zhi felt a surge of excitement and welcomed her warmth without hesitation. Fortunately, with the assembly of the golden saints at the Twin Palace, Ares Avenir cleared his throat and addressed, "Your Holiness, the Twin Palace." Feng Zhi acknowledged with a nod, casting a glance at the Twin Palace, a smile gracing his lips. "No need for concern. That light originates from another dimension, not the arrival of Hades." Upon hearing this, the golden saints collectively exhaled in relief. Before long, Ikki, clad in the golden armor of Gemini, emerged. Upon seeing Sayaka, he immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Lady Goddess." This is... Ikki, unfamiliar with Feng Zhi, was met with a gentle smile. "I am Alex, Your Holiness." Ikki gasped in astonishment, lowering his head, his heart fluttering with trepidation. Feng Zhi scrutinized Ikki, sensing an inexplicable oddity. Yet unable to discern its nature, he suppressed the thought. At that moment, the Sagittarius Palace radiated with a blinding brilliance, resembling the very epicenter of the sanctuary, the light rivaling that of the sun. Has he succeeded? All the golden saints turned their eyes towards the Sagittarius Palace, incredulous. Feng Zhi's lips curled into a knowing smile, as if he had anticipated this moment. The brilliance erupted from the Sagittarius Palace, and Seiya, adorned in the golden armor of Sagittarius, soared into the sky, a luminous star amidst the gazes of many, exuding unparalleled charisma. Seiya, in a flamboyant manner, glided across the arena, then with a swift turn, landed before the Twin Palace. "Lady Goddess Sayaka, Your Holiness." Even while half kneeling, Seiya could not conceal the joy radiating from within, his flamboyant demeanor evident. Fengzhou approached the two newly anointed golden saints and remarked, "Gaining the armor's recognition is merely the beginning. You must continue your training. Only by comprehending the seventh sense can you harness the true power bestowed by the armor, otherwise, you shall remain enslaved by it. This is a lesson you must remember." "Yes, Your Holiness." Seiya and Ikki responded in unison, their voices imbued with resolve. Sayaka offered her encouragement before dispersing the assembly of golden saints. Turning to Fengzhou with a smile, she suggested, "Brother, you should venture to the Cancer Palace. You may uncover unexpected benefits." "Oh." Fengzhou regarded Sayaka, realizing she had intentionally postponed the cancer armor's revelation. Contemplating briefly, he nodded and, in an instant, arrived at the entrance of the Cancer Palace. As Fengzhou stepped inside, the entire appearance of the Cancer Palace transformed dramatically. Hands emerged from the ground, reaching out as if to pull him into the endless abyss. A ghostly figure floated past Fengzhou's ear, causing a shiver to run down his spine. "Humph." Fengzhou scoffed softly, conjuring a flame that instantly made countless wailing spirits dissipate into thin air. However, as the scene shifted, Fengzhou found himself astonished to discover that he had arrived at the slope of the Yellow Springs. He had visited this place numerous times before, each occasion leaving him profoundly shaken. After all, it was a place where one confronted death directly, a necessary passage for all souls en route to their final destination. As Fengzhou wandered about the slope of the Yellow Springs, he soon realized that no matter which way he turned, he could not escape. Moreover, he had arrived here in his physical form, not as a spirit. It appeared that in order to exit, he must obtain the golden cloth of the Cancer Palace. This seemed to be a trial set forth by the Cancer Palace. Without the sacred garment, his chances of escape would be bleak. Aware of this, Fengzhou remained unhurried and began to explore. Outside the Cancer Palace, the goddess Sayaka anxiously awaited, akin to a lover yearning for their beloved. Seiya and Ikki flanked her, standing guard, yet their expressions were markedly different. Seiya was filled with anticipation, while Ikki frequently glanced elsewhere, seemingly on edge. Meanwhile, Fengzhou arrived at the final destination of the slope of the Yellow Springs, where a vast pit led to the endless abyss below. Souls reaching this point would plummet into the depths, never to return. "Come in, come in." A melodious voice echoed from the abyss, softly coaxing Fengzhou to enter the pit, exuding a potent allure. "Who?" Fengzhou retreated a few steps, his face a mask of vigilance as he scrutinized the pit, remaining unfazed. "To withstand the song of the celestial cry, you must be the brother of the underworld king." A figure clad in a black armor resembling a great bird soared from the pit, casting a disdainful glance at Fengzhou. "The celestial cry? You serve Rhadamanthys directly?" In this era, the celestial star Rhadamanthys had long since fallen, and his subordinates had mostly scattered, lacking cohesive strength. "Indeed, you possess some knowledge of the underworld army. Allow me to inform you, I am on the verge of becoming one of the three great leaders, commanding the remnants of Lord Rhadamanthys' followers," the celestial cry proclaimed, pride evident in his demeanor, akin to a strutting rooster. Fengzhou chuckled and inquired, "How did you come to be here? This place is inherently part of the underworld. And besides, do I not have this?" He gestured, and from the endless abyss, a radiant orb emerged. Upon closer inspection, the brilliance revealed itself to be the golden cloth of Cancer. "What? The golden cloth of Cancer is in your possession?" The celestial cry grinned. "Shall we strike a deal? A specter of the underworld trading with a saint, the stakes are indeed high." However, Fengzhou was eager to discern the intentions of the other party. Thus he inquired, "Pray tell, I shall bestow upon you this Cancer gold cloth, and in return, you shall procure for me a small vial of Athena's blood. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Fengzhou's countenance darkened instantaneously. "What is your true aim?" "That is of no concern to you. Merely provide me with a small vial of Athena's blood. You are utterly deluded." The audacity of this infernal warrior to covet Athena's blood incensed Fengzhou. "Since you are unwilling, I shall have no choice but to take it myself." The weeping star, Barandane, turned his gaze towards Fengzhou and continued, "However, before that, you must be cast into the underworld." Sweet chocolate. Countless harpy birds erupted from the abyss, a dark swarm that instilled an overwhelming sense of suffocation. These harpy birds, swift as the wind, soon enveloped Fengzhou entirely, forming a shroud of darkness. The black mist sought to siphon the essence of life, draining any who stood before the harpies. rendering them mere husks devoid of vitality. You shall descend into the endless abyss amidst my tender embrace. The weeping star Barandane did not intend to merely drain Fengzhi. Rather, he aimed to plunge him into an eternal chasm. Thus, while the harpies siphoned life energy, they propelled him towards the precipice. Just as Fengzhi was on the verge of plummeting into the void, a flame-like radiance suddenly emerged from the swirling darkness. His cosmos erupted in a spectacular explosion, causing countless harpies to plummet to the ground like a bomb detonating. Burn, sacred fire! A torrent of flames was hurled forth, and before Barandane could react, he was engulfed by the inferno. No, like a charred avian, Barandane was utterly consumed by the flames. A lightning-fast punch swiftly ended the reign of this underworld beast. Boy, though I may be defeated, we of the underworld shall surely prevail. I shall await the spectacle from below. Ha. Even in his dying moments, Barandane remained audacious. In the next instant, the cancer gold cloth materialized before Fengzhi. With a resounding shout, he donned the golden armor, feeling an immense surge of cosmic power, a boon from the cloth. This is bad. The goddess is in peril. Suddenly, Fengzhi recalled Barandane's final words. This infernal warrior had not come alone. Anxiously retreating from the yellow springs, he was met with a shocking sight. A golden dagger was plunged into the chest of the goddess, staining her attire crimson. The perpetrator was none other than Ikki, the newly anointed Gemini Gold Saint. The goddess. In a moment of panic, Fengzhi teleported, delivering a powerful kick that sent Ikki sprawling, cradling the goddess Athena in his arms. In a fit of rage, Seiya unleashed a furious barrage upon Ikki, cursing, "Ikki, how dare you attempt to assassinate the goddess Athena?" The arriving gold saints bore witness to an indelible scene that would haunt them for a lifetime. The goddess Seiya lay gravely injured, and the perpetrator of this calamity was none other than Ichihui. Enraged, the golden saints surrounded Ichihui in unison. Virgo Shun, overwhelmed by sorrow, cried out, "Brother, why?" Ichihui, with a punch, sent Seiya flying, then erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "I am not Ichihui. I am the mighty Benyu bird of celestial fury." Fengzhi gazed at the maniacal Ichihui, particularly at the glaring Gemini gold cloth adorning him. "You are utterly unworthy of wearing that sacred armor," he bellowed. "Sacrifice! Deprivation!" With a pointed finger, a powerful surge of cosmos erupted forth. Instantly, the Gemini gold cloth detached from Ichihui, forming a new golden armor that fell to the ground. Ichihui, suddenly bereft of his sacred attire, had yet to recover from this shock when the furious Ares Avenir delivered a crushing blow that sent him sprawling. Star extinction. Ares Avenir, fueled by rage, struck Ichihui, causing blood to flow profusely. Just as death loomed near, a mysterious flame of immortality enveloped Ichihui, reviving him in an uncanny fashion. He donned the armor that symbolized his true identity, the celestial fury of Benyu. "I am Benyu bird of celestial fire, incapable of true death." He laughed maniacally, the sound grating on the ears. "Is that so?" Fengzhi extended a single hand towards Ichihui in the sky, his cosmos swelling in an eerie surge. At that moment, the 12 houses flickered with radiant light. Avenir, the Ares, stared in disbelief at this sudden turn of events, uncertain of Fengzhi's intentions. Ultimate howl of the 12 houses. Fengzhi called out softly, causing the lights from the 12 houses to coalesce around him. A crimson beam erupted from his arm, embodying cataclysmic power, its radiance reducing nearby stones to dust. The overwhelming pressure forced all the golden saints to kneel in shock, gazing in awe. Beneath the beam, Ichihui was reduced to mere fragments, utterly turned to ash. With lingering malice, Fengzhi sneered, "Now that you are mere dust, how will you revive?" All present were left in stunned silence, even the sky appearing to bear a gaping wound. This was far more terrifying than AE. Was this truly the extent of the Pope's power? Seiya, Shiryu, Hyoga, and even Shun were rendered speechless by Fengzhi's furious strike. Not only them, but even Ares Avenir, Scorpio Milo, and Leo Iolia displayed expressions of disbelief. "Brother," Seiya's feeble voice reached Fengzhi, filling him with concern. He quickly assured her, "With your brother here, you shall not come to harm." Yet, no matter what Fengzhi did, he could not avert the bloodied wound, especially that golden dagger, which possessed the capability of divine slaying. Time stop. With a decisive clap, Fengzhi halted time itself. At this moment, Sayaka remained in torment, while Seiya stood agape, his eyes unblinking. Time rewound. It was as if an old videotape was being rewound, with Fengzhi swiftly retreating. In this moment, Ikki was not obliterated. Sayaka's golden dagger had just pierced her chest. The rewind continued, and Fengzhi found himself at the entrance of the Yellow Springs, where the Star Altair had just perished. This time, Fengzhi did not don the golden cloth of cancer. Instead, he returned directly to the Cancer Palace. At that juncture, Sayaka anxiously gazed at the palace doors as Ikki slowly drew out a golden dagger. Just as he was about to thrust it towards Sayaka, a lightning-fast punch struck Ikki. Instantly, the golden dagger clattered to the ground. Sayaka could hardly believe her eyes as she glanced at Ikki, only to witness Fengzhi unleash the 12 Palaces' ultimate roar, shattering him to pieces. Both Seiya and the other Golden Saints looked on in astonishment at the ferocious Fengzhi. Even Sayaka was rendered speechless by the shock. "Brother, you just wielded the power of the god of time." As the goddess Athena, Sayaka looked at Fengzhi in disbelief. He embraced her gently, murmuring, "I shall not let you come to harm." Sayaka, frightened by Fengzhi's earlier demeanor, trembled in his arms. It was the first time Fengzhi displayed such anxiety. Only when he saw that Sayaka was unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief. In that moment, Fengzhi felt that arriving in this parallel universe was not entirely a misfortune. At least the goddess Sayaka was someone he wished to protect, far superior to the Lady Saori. Just as Fengzhi sincerely wished to remain in this era, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, with thunder and lightning suggesting that something immensely terrifying was about to unfold. Fengzhi gazed at the heavens, acutely sensing an overwhelming pressure, as if the sky itself were collapsing. Amidst the clouds, Fengzhi once again beheld an hourglass, and his pupils constricted in an instant. His arrival in this parallel universe was due to the god of time, Kronos, yet to this day, Fengzhi remained perplexed about the intentions of this deity. With Kronos reappearing in the skies above the sanctuary, Fengzhi was left in utter uncertainty about the purpose of his presence. Goddess Sayaka also sensed an overpowering microcosm emanating from the hourglass. Its rank surpassed even that of Athena. In a flash, Sayaka donned the sacred attire of Athena, grasping the staff of victory, her demeanor resolute. Crack! A thunderclap echoed, and the entire sanctuary seemed to freeze. At that moment, time stood still for all the saints. Yet, amidst this stasis, Fengzhi, capable of movement, suddenly shouted, "God of time Kronos, what do you intend to accomplish?" However, no response came. The hourglass appeared directly before him. Fengzhi attempted to resist, but his eyelids grew heavier, a wave of drowsiness engulfing him. Bang! Sayaka, wielding the staff of the goddess of victory, struck the hourglass. Sayaka. Fengzhi gazed at Sha-Yi in astonishment, never anticipating that she could move freely while time stood still. "I refuse to let my brother leave me. Not even the god of time can separate us." It became evident that Sha-Yi was fully aware of everything, including the fact that the Fengzhi before her was not the Alex of this timeline. At that moment, the hourglass of time began to turn once more, and Fengzhi was abruptly drawn into its depths. "Brother!" Without hesitation, Sha-Yi soared into the hourglass, grasping Fengzhi's wrist, and together they plunged into the river of time. In the modern sanctuary, a colossal comet crashed into one corner of the realm. As the dust settled, it revealed the long-absent Fengzhi. His countenance darkened as he stared at the sky, raising his middle finger in a curse. "Kronos, the god of time, this is not over." Just moments ago, the goddess Sha-Yi had fallen into the river of time alongside Fengzhi. But a powerful force had abruptly cast her aside, sending her into the year 1743, while Fengzhi returned to his original timeline, that of the original story of Seiya. Fengzhi felt a surge of anxiety for Sha-Yi, especially considering her delicate nature. How could she possibly navigate the treacherous landscape of 1743, a timeline fraught with peril? Be it in D or LC. Even Fengzhi himself would prefer to avoid such a place if given the choice. His heart was consumed with concern for her well-being. Meanwhile, outside the Ares palace, a lively scene unfolded. Miss Saori, the granddaughter of Shingetsu Hiromasa from Japan, lay on the ground, a golden arrow piercing her chest, teetering on the brink of death. Surrounding her, aside from the 5 weaklings, stood Mu, the golden saint of Ares. The perimeter was secured by the likes of Aludgi of the Pegasus, Dio of the Silver Fly, Sirius of the Great Dog, and Hercules of the Divine, all on guard, poised against the saints within the sanctuary. At that moment, Mu of Ares felt a wave of unease wash over him, particularly upon witnessing the comet descending from the heavens. An inexplicable sensation gripped him. Had circumstances permitted, he would have ventured forth to investigate. Just then, a figure approached the entrance of the Ares palace. And as Mu recognized the visitor, he exclaimed in surprise, "Acting Pope Alex." The 5 weaklings nearby mirrored his shock, while the unicorn Saint Seiya gasped, "Fengzhi?" Since being expelled by Miss Saori, Fengzhi had vanished from their midst. With a somber expression, he cast a glance at Mu and inquired, "Is the current pope still avid?" Mu nodded affirmatively, "Yes, but Miss Saori is in grave danger. Seiya and the others must breach the 12 houses within 12 hours to save her, or else." Fengzhi did not smile, but pressed further. "You took an hour to repair their armors and teach them the essence of the 7th sense?" Perhaps due to his prolonged elevation, Mu felt an unexpected sense of pressure emanating from Fengzhi, and he instinctively replied, "Yes. They are currently engaged in a fierce battle in the 2nd house against Aldebaran of Taurus." As Fengzhi's heart sank, it became evident that the battle of the 12 palaces was unavoidable. He gazed upon the seemingly suffering Miss Shaji, lying on the ground in a state of despair, her eyes remaining closed even at his arrival. This young lady, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the pure and sweet Sha-Yi, elicited in Fengzhi a sense of indifference, even distaste. If the goddess Sha-Yi was akin to a pristine, unblemished canvas, then Miss Shaji represented a complex mathematical problem fraught with treachery and manipulation, embodying a darkness of utmost severity. "Miss Shaji, if you so wish, I could extract the golden arrow from your chest and heal your wound," Fengzhi conveyed telepathically, prompting a frown from her. She soon reciprocated with her own thoughts, "Fengzhi, my actions are intended to ignite the fighting spirit of the Silver Saints and expedite their growth. Do not sabotage my efforts." Engaging in conversation with an astute individual like Shaji, especially one of her cunning disposition, necessitated a direct approach to yield effective results. The individual within the papal palace was indeed formidable. She glanced towards the distant papal palace before Shaji's thoughts reached him again, dismissing his concerns as mere sharpening of her wits. Suddenly, she proposed, "I absolve all Silver Saints of their transgressions and hereby reinstate you as the acting pope." How does that sound? Previously, her attitude towards the Silver Saints had left Fengzhi exceedingly displeased, prompting his departure from her side. Now, her unexpected overture towards him must harbor significant ulterior motives. What, then, does Miss Shaji truly desire? He inquired. "Assist me in securing victory in this holy war." Fengzhi chuckled, recalling how he had once expressed his willingness to permanently end the holy war for her sake, only to be driven away by distrust. Now, it was Miss Shaji who proactively sought victory in this conflict. Nevertheless, Fengzhi refrained from immediately acquiescing and instead pressed further. "Something must have transpired with the underworld army, has it not?" "How do you know?" Miss Shaji responded, her surprise evident. She recognized that Fengzhi was no ordinary individual. His cosmos seemed to have manifested abruptly. This led her to contemplate the constellation of the altar, a subject she had previously researched. The findings revealed that the altar was an ancient relic from the primordial continent, a remnant of the First Holy War. Steeped in history, yet shrouded in mystery, Fengzhi's strength was palpable, rivaling that of a gold saint, which explained her fervent attempts to win him over. Fengzhi turned his attention to the Taurus Palace, sensing that Seiya had triumphed over Aurbi, or perhaps Aurbi had willingly released him. "Tell me, what has transpired in the underworld?" he urged. After a brief pause, Shaji replied, "The specifics remain unclear. However, it appears a faction of rebellion has emerged in the underworld, and the Lord of the Underworld seems to have awakened prematurely." "What?" Fengzhi was taken aback, recognizing that in this era, the physical form of the Lord of the Underworld was none other than the Saint of Andromeda, Shun, who was currently engaged in battle within the Gemini Palace against an elusive specter. Moreover, the sea god had awakened, bringing forth the might of the ocean realm ahead of schedule. A greater shock reverberated, catching Fengzhi completely off guard. Was it news from the celestial palace of Zaluta? Saori murmured in agreement, and then remarked that Poseidon had fully awakened. Could it be that Poseidon had indeed awakened completely? In the original narrative, Poseidon had only reached 50% of his potential after all 7 generals were defeated and spurred on by Seiya. Even then, he had inflicted considerable suffering upon Seiya. This had remained within a manageable scope, which was why Miss Saori could comfortably bathe in the Grand Pillar. However, with Poseidon fully awakened, even Athena could not guarantee victory. Coupled with the enigmatic Hades, the human realm was thrown into chaos. Conversely, the sanctuary was dwindling in strength, relying solely on the 5 young warriors, which would likely prove insufficient. After much contemplation, Miss Saori realized she could not secure a victory and reluctantly turned to Fengzhi for assistance. This era must come to an end. Fengzhi unconsciously gazed into the distance and declared, "I do not wish to be the acting pope. I aspire to be the true pope." "Very well, I accept," Miss Saori readily agreed. Furthermore, there was the matter of pardoning the gold saints who nearly caused your demise during the saga incident. This time, it was Saori who fell silent. It was evident that Miss Saori harbored a deep-seated desire for revenge, which explained her determination to eliminate the duo from the seafood sector, Shura of Capricorn and Kemu of Aquarius. "All right, I accept everything. A deal." The successful negotiation between Fengzhi and Saori heralded the dawn of a new era. In the Cancer Temple, the Golden Saint of Cancer, Dismas, battled against the dragon Shiryu, employing the underworld wave of corpse chi to directly extract Shiryu's soul into the realm of the dead. In the depths of the underworld, Dismas seized the nearly defeated Shiryu, preparing to cast him into the endless abyss. At that critical moment, Shiryu unleashed an unparalleled surge of small cosmos, delivering a powerful punch to Dismas's chest, revitalizing his spirit. Shiryu launched into a barrage of words, causing Dismas's golden cloth to abandon him, much to his astonishment. As Shiryu prepared to strike decisively, he elevated his small cosmos to its zenith, vaguely grasping the 7th sense, and concentrated this energy into his ultimate technique. Just as Shiryu executed the rising dragon of Mount Lushan, Dismas, in disbelief, shouted no, when suddenly a figure landed before him, catching Shiryu's ultimate move with a single hand. Alas, Fengzhi. Both stared in astonishment at the unexpected arrival, the former acting pope, Fengzhi, whom they had not seen in a long time. Compared to Dismas, Shiryu's shock was compounded. He could scarcely believe that his most powerful technique had been caught effortlessly by Fengzhi, who appeared to be holding back. "You have grasped the 7th sense. This battle is yours. Proceed to the next temple." Upon regaining his senses, Zilong found himself back in the Cancer Temple, unaware of what Fengzhi had done. Watching Zilong depart, Dismask's face darkened as he gazed at the cancer gold cloth beside him, murmuring, "Is this the power of the gods?" At that moment, even Dismask, despite his dullness, comprehended that he had been toyed with by a deity, the true master of the sanctuary, the goddess Athena. Fengzhi patted him on the shoulder and inquired, "What are your plans?" Dismask pondered for a moment before sighing. "Where else could I go? I have long regarded this place as home. Rest assured, I represent the sanctuary and welcome your joining under the goddess Saori," Fengzhi assured him. Dismask gazed at Fengzhi in shock, and then, with a gesture from Fengzhi, the cancer gold cloth disassembled once more, only to be reclad upon Dismask, once again adorned with this golden armor. Dismask felt an indescribable sense of melancholy and turned to Fengzhi, stating, "I shall await the goddess's arrival at the Cancer Temple." With that, he stepped into the shadows. And Fengzhi understood that resolving this emotional turmoil would not be easy. It would likely require the cunning goddess to intervene. In the next temple, the Leo Temple, Iolia had fallen victim to Pope Avid's cursed fists, battling against Seiya in a frenzied manner. The conclusion arrived swiftly as Sharna's disciple, Cassios, sacrificed his life to liberate Iolia from the grip of the curse. By the time Fengzhi arrived at the Leo Temple, Seiya had already departed. Sharna held Cassios's lifeless body, weeping uncontrollably, while Iolia sat despondently on the steps, a picture of sorrow. "Are you the acting pope?" Sharna gazed earnestly at the newcomer, while Iolia looked at Fengzhi in astonishment. "May I see?" Fengzhi kindly asked Sharna. She nodded and released Cassios. "Sacrifice. Heal." A gentle holy flame ignited at Cassios's chest, transforming into a warm light that illuminated his surroundings. Miraculously, the seemingly lifeless Cassios opened his eyes and murmured, "Am I dead?" "Cassios." Sharna, disregarding her appearance, collapsed onto Cassios's chest in tears, clearly demonstrating her heartfelt affection for her student. Cassios scratched his head, wearing an awkward expression. "Teacher, the acting pope is here." Though somewhat clumsy with words, Cassios resembled a warm-hearted young man eager to protect his teacher and friends. "Thank you, acting pope." Sharna expressed her gratitude to Fengzhi, and even Iolia rose to genuinely convey his thanks. Fengzhi observed the silver cloth of serpents that Sharna donned. This distinctly feminine armor was hard to believe to be the legendary 13th gold cloth. "May I see your cloth?" Upon hearing Fengzhe's request, Sharna hesitated not, shouting as she removed the serpent's cloth. Instantly, the majestic purple serpent armor appeared before Fengzhe. This is not a degradation. It is fundamentally two distinct sacred armors. Although Fengzhe has never encountered the enigmatic golden armor, he is unequivocally aware that the serpents before him is undoubtedly a silver armor, showing no signs of deterioration. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, as it seemed that the golden armor had been utterly lost to the inexorable passage of time. Yet, the manner of the serpent's emergence remained a mystery. A thunderous sound erupted from the Virgo temple as Fengzhe bid farewell to Iolia and hastened toward the next palace. Clearly, Shaka of Virgo had no intention of allowing their departure. Rather, he sought to eliminate the momentary presence of the celestial maiden. At a critical juncture, his esteemed brother, Ikki, appeared in the Virgo palace, enveloped in the flames of the phoenix. The battle ahead filled Ikki with a sense of despair, reminiscent of the hopelessness he felt when contending against Fengzhe. Shaka, embodying a facade of serenity with a heart of darkness, unleashed a blinding radiance that left Ikki bereft of his senses, rendering him akin to a mere automaton, unable to rise. In the very moment teetering on the brink of death, Ikki managed to elevate his small universe to the seventh sense, unleashing his ultimate technique, the Phoenix Winged Ascension. Alas, this technique proved futile, as Ikki was ultimately vanquished. Shaka had intended to conclude his existence, but as a luminous aura dissipated, he beheld the long-absent Fengzhe. With Ikki having attained the seventh sense, the battle lost its purpose. As one closest to divinity, Shaka understood it was merely a trial. However, recalling Avid's words, he shook his head, declaring that while he could spare anyone, Ikki was an exception. Oh, why? Because Ikki is the reincarnation of the demon star, destined to be a traitor to the sanctuary. Few were aware that Ikki was indeed the phoenix fire, but Fengzhe was among the select few. Gazing at the fallen Ikki, Fengzhe realized that the one he most desired to eliminate was himself. Were it not for this individual, he might have continued to live a tranquil existence with Seiya in a parallel realm. Why should he wade through such murky waters, engaging in a battle of wits with that cunning woman? Yet, having allied with her, saving Ikki had become imperative. Thus, he spoke. "It has been a long time since we last clashed. Let us stretch our limbs." In an instant, Fengzhe's small universe ignited, prompting Shaka to adopt a serious demeanor. Sacrifice, ghostly Tsangyan, sky dominance, phantoms and apparitions. From an alternate dimension, monstrous entities emerged, accompanied by countless specters of holy fire, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that resonated throughout the Virgo palace. The two unleashed a titanic clash, resulting in an equal stalemate, compelling Shaka to adopt a more solemn attitude. He had not anticipated that the altar before him had grown so formidable. With such talent, were your mentor Saga to witness this, he would undoubtedly be filled with pride. Shaka, having observed Fengzhe's gradual evolution, had even lent him assistance. Fengzhe offered him a smile. If they were to continue fighting, it might descend into a protracted conflict, which would bode ill for the sanctuary. Shaka sighed, fully aware of the implications, and with a hint of resignation remarked, "Very well. Since you are so determined to keep him, let it be so. However, do not lament your choice." Shaka has discerned that Fengzhe has gained the trust of the goddess before him, and it is likely that he will once again ascend to the position of Pope. Continuing to contest with him would yield no advantage. Moreover, the phoenix Ikki, lying on the ground, is a guardian of the goddess, a saint who has earned her confidence. How could he possibly seek to embroil himself in futility? Thank you, but I must also caution you that the goddess beneath us is not to be trifled with. I shall not make baseless conjectures about the goddess, for that would be a profound disrespect. Fengzhe smiled, and Shaka joined him in laughter. At this moment, Shun and Ikki awakened, their faces reflecting astonishment upon seeing Fengzhe. Ikki, having comprehended the seventh sense, stated that they could depart for the next house. Slightly bewildered by Fengzhe's words, Ikki quietly expressed his gratitude and left without a backward glance, leaving Shun somewhat disheveled in the wind. In the Libra temple below, an ice coffin stood ominously, and the scene unfolded with Shun removing the sacred armor, cradling Hyoga to take a brief slumber. It was rather jarring, interrupting the next phase of their endeavor. Fengzhe performed a healing act, reviving Hyoga instantly. As Hyoga awakened in a daze, he was naturally astonished to see Fengzhe. But recalling his mentor, Aquarius Camus, a burning desire to surpass him ignited within, prompting him to flee without a word. Shun similarly expressed his thanks. Yet Fengzhi sensed an undercurrent of melancholy. Could it be that this lad truly harbors affection for Hyoga? A shiver ran down Fengzhi's spine, dispelling the notion. In the next house, Scorpio Milo appeared to be intentionally accommodating Hyoga. Even the wounds he bore seemed to have been deliberately inflicted. Fengzhi was aware that even without employing Andromeda, Milo's crimson poison needles could easily incapacitate Hyoga. You certainly know how to navigate social dynamics, Milo remarked with a smile upon encountering Fengzhi in the Scorpio Temple. Opposing the goddess does not align with the principles of the Golden Saints. Surely, you are deliberately letting up for Camus' sake. Milo and Camus shared a deep camaraderie, their bond tinged with ambiguity. Upon hearing the jest, Milo remained unfazed and inquired, "When will you confront the Pope's temple?" "There's no rush. The final trial has yet to commence." Milo chuckled, cautioning, "Do not underestimate that individual. His strength is on par with Shaka." Fengzhi was acutely aware of Avid's capabilities and jested, "But I am here, and if necessary, I have your back." Seemingly having recognized Fengzhi's prowess, Milo adjusted his cloak and continued, "Let us hope your presence in the sanctuary will guide us through this tribulation. Let us strive together." Fengzhi chuckled lightly, while on the other side, the 5 young warriors bore witness to a glorious moment in the Sagittarius Temple, where Ioros left them words that further solidified their convictions. However, the Capricorn Temple did not share such fortune. After leaving behind the dragon of the purple, the remaining warriors fled. The Capricorn Shura proved exceedingly formidable. The more he battled, the more desolate the dragon of the purple felt. In utter desperation, he resorted to a self-destructive technique. At the moment when the Lushan King Longba was unleashed, the entire sacred realm was astounded by this reckless act. After all, in the preceding 12 palaces, they had shown leniency. Once one comprehended the 7th sense, no golden warrior was insurmountable. However, this Capricorn Shura seemed to have completely disregarded the goddess Saori below the mountain, intent on delivering a lethal blow, forcing the dragon to resort to the mutual destruction of Lushan King Longba. Naturally, even as he soared towards the heavens, at the final moment, the dragon would be rescued by Saori, who would bestow upon him the holy sword as a reward for vanquishing the Capricorn. Just as they ascended into the critical moment, a figure teleported before them. Upon closer inspection, Shura realized it was the long-vanished acting Pope, Alex. Fengzhi flashed a smile, then delivered a kick to Shura's chest. A force so potent it shattered the small universe surrounding the dragon, rendering him powerless, and they both plummeted to the ground. The dragon, upon landing, was rendered unconscious, while Shura, injured, particularly from that kick to his chest, was nearly knocked breathless. "You seek revenge on me." Shura pointed accusingly at Fengzhi, fully aware of the intent behind his actions. "Capricorn Shura, will you submit to the goddess Saori and once again become her most faithful saint?" Shura let out a bitter laugh, candidly stating, "At this juncture, do you think I can still be the goddess's most loyal warrior? Miss Saori has already pardoned your sins." Shura chuckled again, "No? The Capricorn saint has been the most faithful warrior of the goddess since time immemorial, and within that loyalty, there exists not a speck of impurity. My sins can only be cleansed by my life." This is Shura, an idealist whose loyalty bears no blemish. Once, in a moment of confusion, he had aided Saga in nearly slaying the goddess, a stain he could never wash away. Today, it was not a light remark from Fengzhi that could absolve him. "Shura, as a golden saint, you are undoubtedly competent. The errors of the past, I hope you will atone for in the battles to come. For the holy war still requires you, and even more so, a worthy Capricorn saint." A small universe manifested before them, representing Saori's essence from below the mountain. It turned out that Saori had long since arrived at the Capricorn Palace and had witnessed the entire battle. Athena, Shura, a rugged man, suddenly disregarded his image and wept on the ground. The goddess's universe enveloped him like a warm hand resting upon his shoulder, instantly subduing him. "I, Shura, vow that in this life, both body and soul, I shall remain absolutely loyal to Athena. Should I betray this vow, may I suffer eternal torment in the depths of hell." As Shura made this solemn oath, Fengzhi smiled, realizing he had successfully reclaimed this warrior. Meanwhile, the battle between the Aquarius master and disciple was nearing its conclusion. Upon arrival, Fengzhi witnessed Hyoga, having comprehended Absolute Zero, and Aquarius Camus simultaneously unleashing their ultimate technique, the Aurora Execution. The immense floating goddess of dawn seemed to wish to ascertain who truly held dominion over the realm of frost. What? Camus is not using his full strength. Unlike the small universe that has been pushed to its limits by the ice river, Camus evidently did not exert his full strength. Was Camus truly contemplating suicide? In an instant, Fengzhi realized why Camus, clad in the golden armor, succumbed to the cold. This was all part of Camus' scheme, albeit one that demanded the ultimate sacrifice of his life. He must not be allowed to perish. As the two powerful forces of frost collided, an intense chill enveloped the entire water bottle palace, transforming it into a realm of ice. The freezing energies of both combatants escalated, particularly Ice River, who had completely lost himself in the moment, unwittingly elevating his small universe to its utmost potential. Observing Ice River's unconscious state, Camus felt a warmth in his heart, silently acknowledging that the time was ripe. Suddenly, Camus' small universe shifted. The frost transformed into a golden red hue, and he calmly prepared to embrace death. Farewell, Ice River. Camus closed his eyes, seemingly savoring the serenity of this final moment, patiently awaiting his fate. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, the chilling force did not descend upon him. When Camus opened his eyes, he was astonished to find Fengzhi standing resolutely in the center, having melted the absolute zero frost with the sacred flames during his last moments. Meanwhile, Ice River, unable to withstand the freezing intensity, collapsed to the ground, his body appearing as if encased in ice, strikingly beautiful. In stark contrast to the unconscious Ice River, Camus, adorned in the golden armor of Aquarius, remained unusually composed. Particularly as he gazed at Fengzhi, there was a hint of menace beneath his calm demeanor. Why? Aquarius has always been renowned for its wisdom and knowledge. You are aware that during the chaos of Saga, you encased Pope Shine in ice, thereby inadvertently aiding Saga. Now, even if you grovel before the goddess, you can never truly integrate into her ranks. Thus, you have chosen to take a gamble. Should the goddess forgive you, she will revive you upon her arrival. If not, your death will foster Ice River's growth, ensuring that the Frost Gate retains the goddess's trust. Each of Fengzhi's words seemed to strike at Camus' very soul, revealing a flicker of turmoil beneath his tranquil facade. Knowing this, why do you thwart my endeavors? Camus, shaken, uttered an angry retort. Fengzhi shook his head, asserting that even I cannot conceal such trivial thoughts. To the goddess, they appear as mere folly. If you were to truly perish, it would likely mark the beginning of the goddess's vigilance towards your Frost Gate. You speak nonsense. Camus' fierce glare did not deter Fengzhi. He continued, stating that among the goddess's 88 saints, there are 12 most formidable golden saints, upon whom every goddess has relied throughout the ages. The golden armor of Aquarius has been bestowed upon your Frost Gate, enduring your heretical ways solely to fight alongside you in the holy war. Now that you are a saint of Aquarius, you should comprehend your mission. Yet, you have placed your own interests above the honor of your order. If you were the goddess, would you continue to tolerate this? Camus fell silent, his mind racing to process the logic of Fengzhi's words. If I were a goddess, I fear I would not only refuse to save you, but even the Frozen Gate would no longer trust you. After the Holy War, the Frozen Gate shall vanish from the sacred domain. Camus abruptly lifted his gaze towards Fengzhi, his eyes betraying a sense of trepidation. In truth, Fengzhi was not mistaken, despite Camus' assistance. The next Aquarius saint would rather let that chaotic, time-honored individual take the role than allow a disciple of the Frozen Gate to become the Aquarius saint again. Iceberg, fully aware of his lack of complete trust, subsequently extinguished the Frozen Gate himself, a gesture to express his true intentions. Fengzhi could hardly believe that the Frozen Gate, which worshipped the goddess of dawn, particularly Camus' lineage, was likely similar to the Jamir clan, a collective. Camus understood that the ability to earn trust would determine the fate of the Frozen Gate. Thus, he unexpectedly approached and knelt before Fengzhi, confessing, I was wrong. I shall repent before the goddess for my past mistakes, and for today's folly. A smile graced Fengzhi's face as he gazed into the distance. The goddess's small universe re-emerged, and a warm thought resonated. Camus, I accept your confession. A smile blossomed within Fengzhi. Indeed, the young lady Saori had always been by his side. Upon hearing the goddess's voice, Camus was instantly moved to tears, appearing as a figure of genuine remorse. Meanwhile, The battle between Shun and Aberty was nearing its conclusion. Shun, having shattered his holy armor, fully unleashed his inner cosmos, transitioning from the sixth sense to the mid-level of the seventh sense. This sudden elevation left Aberty astounded. He could not fathom how this seemingly ordinary bronze saint could ascend to the mid-level of the seventh sense, seemingly with reserve still intact. Thankfully, he had heeded Feng's earlier advice, leading to his own elevation to the mid-level of the seventh sense. Aberty's expression darkened as he produced a deep blue rose from his hand, preparing to unleash a lethal strike. Stop! Feng's voice transformed Aberty's previous anger into exhilaration. Alice, I knew you would return. Aberty turned towards Feng, who smiled, recognizing that it was with his assistance that he had ultimately broken through to the seventh sense. Upon reuniting with an old friend, a warm embrace ensued. Feng viewed it as a friendly gesture, yet Aberty blushed, displaying an air of bashfulness. As for Shun, untouched by harm, he seemed to awaken to a certain consciousness amidst his days. Deep within his subconscious, he felt compelled to defeat Aberty, which in turn further elevated his cosmos. Aberty exclaimed in astonishment as he realized his cosmos has reached a high level. It was important to note that within the entire sacred domain, aside from the young tiger of the five old peaks, only the Virgo Saint Seiya had attained the high level of the seventh sense. Now, this unknown little bronze saint from the constellation of the fairy had remarkably elevated his cosmos to the high level of the seventh sense. This was no mere transformation from a mediocre student to the top of the class. It was as if a struggling student had suddenly turned into an Einstein, leaving Aberty speechless in shock. Truly, this body was worthy of admiration. In a fleeting moment, Feng's finger gently touched the forehead of Shun, uttering the words accumulated corpse chi. When Feng returned from the Yellow Springs, Shun had regained his senses. Aberty cast a resentful glance at him, exclaiming in indignation, "You nearly struck me down. I sincerely apologize. It is entirely my fault," Shun replied meekly, bowing repeatedly in contrition. Fortunately, Aberty, witnessing Feng's uplifted spirits, chose not to dwell on the incident. The two reconciled with a handshake, just as a powerful tremor erupted from the papal palace. Feng gazed into the distance, realizing that the battle between Seiya and the false pope had commenced. Turning to Aberty, he inquired why that Avid had ascended to the position of pope. "Is your tolerance truly so great?" This was Feng's foremost perplexity. During his 2-year absence, what transpired that allowed such a mysterious figure to assume the papacy? It was utterly unfathomable. Aberty sighed and recounted the events that had unfolded. Following Feng's disappearance as the acting pope, the sanctuary welcomed Avid, who claimed to be a disciple of the former elder Bailey. He had inadvertently arrived in this timeline due to the chaos of time and space. Avid possessed formidable power and had comprehended the seventh sense, articulating the profound techniques of the 12 golden saints with ease. Furthermore, he wielded the greatest secret of cancer, the accumulated corpse chi, and even defeated Dismask, leaving the golden saints speechless. Most critically, Avid utilized the blood of Athena to successfully activate the sanctuary's barrier, earning the acknowledgement of all the golden saints, including Mu of Aries, who voiced no objection. However, upon becoming pope, he immediately shed his facade, revealing a brutal and hedonistic nature. Although the golden saints harbored grievances, they tolerated him as long as he caused no significant harm, until he attempted to assassinate the goddess Saori, which finally revealed his malevolence. "I see," Feng remarked after hearing Avid's tale, his mind already formulating a plan. "You both wait for Miss Saori. I shall proceed to the papal palace first." Aberty nodded, cautioning, "Be wary of Avid. I sense that this matter is far from simple." Feng smiled faintly, assuring, "Do not worry, I have my ways." With that, he teleported to the papal palace. Upon returning to the heart of the sanctuary, Feng had no time for reflection and entered directly. At that moment, Seiya lay grievously injured. Had it not been for his protagonist's aura, he would have surely perished. Avid appeared to possess an innate proclivity for torment, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Each time Seiya rose, he was met with merciless blows. Yet, Seiya seemed to embody an indomitable spirit, rising again and again, regardless of how many times he was knocked down. Avid, unfazed, mocked. It is utterly delightful to pummel the protagonist of this era into the mud. Yet, Seiya remained steadfast, raising his fists. Despite the divine enhancement that allowed him to unleash the Pegasus meteor fist with the prowess of a gold saint, he still faced utter defeat. Enough. Fengzhi, unable to bear the sight any longer, finally stepped forward. When Seiya spotted Fengzhi, it was as if he had glimpsed hope, murmuring, "Miss Saori, save me," before collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. Avid looked on, an indescribable satisfaction crossing his face as he turned to Fengzhi, offering a slight smile. "You are not the altar of this era." Fengzhi scoffed, surprised that Avid, who had been vanquished by Manigalt, had appeared in his time. He pondered whether this was his fortune or Avid's misfortune. "Oh, you know of me? In truth, you are my senior. I too am a disciple of Bai Li." Upon hearing Bai Li's name, Avid burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Then, junior brother Ailes, I cannot let you off the hook." Avid's eyes hardened, and with a flick of his sleeve, the entire papal palace transformed into a murky green. Shrouded in an atmosphere akin to a haunted realm, Fengzhi surveyed the surroundings, astonished. "You have transformed these souls into gunpowder. How long have you prepared for this?" This was no papal palace. It was clearly a castle forged from souls, teeming with countless spirits. "Do you know why I have come to this era?" Fengzhi smiled faintly. "Let me guess. Is it that fellow Hades, or perhaps Yaoma?" Avid's expression shifted. "You know of Yaoma. It matters not. Yaoma has promised me that should I ensure your complete downfall, I shall become the true deity of this era, creating a parallel timeline of my own." Realizing that Yaoma was indeed behind this, Fengzhi sighed. It seemed this battle would inevitably culminate in a fight to the death. He beckoned at Avid, declaring, "Let me witness your true power." Avid made a peculiar gesture, and instantly, his cosmos erupted, the dark green energy enveloping his visage. With a fierce roar, he proclaimed, "Die! Corpse Chi Ghost Flame! Sacrifice! Ghost Flame!" Simultaneously, Fengzhi summoned countless sacred fires around him, each possessing an innate ability to counter souls. The two unleashed their attacks, the tremendous force causing the entire papal palace to tremble, radiating light that soared into the heavens, as if to obliterate the world itself. Corpse Chi Soul Burial Break. Avid did not afford a moment of respite, igniting the entirety of the papal palace's gunpowder. In an instant, a violent explosion shattered all structures within the palace, the shockwave sweeping across the land. Even the goddess temple behind was left in ruins, reduced to mere remnants. As the dust settled, Avid gazed incredulously at the scene before him, where a golden armor stood resolutely, shielding Fengzhi from harm. It was an exceedingly perilous moment. Had it not been for the timely emergence of the cancer gold cloth, even Fengzhi would have faced severe injury. "Thank you, Dismask." As soon as Fengzhi spoke, the cancer gold cloth disassembled and adorned him. Another Manigot, perish. In a fit of rage, Avid used the Corpse Chi Ghost Flame, and this time, Fengzhi unleashed the entirety of his small cosmos, shouting with fervor, "Corpse Chi Netherworld Wave." In the next instant, both Fengzhi and Avid found themselves in the Yellow Springs. Avid, as if liberated from chains, succumbed to a certain madness. Yet, to Fengzhi, he appeared merely as a grasshopper after autumn, unable to leap for long. Indeed, witnessing Avid's utter lack of remorse, Fengzhi felt no pity, delivering a punch that shattered his armor, followed by a second that crushed his heart. In his dying moments, Avid seemed to attain a form of release. Gazing towards the endless abyss, "I shall not perish at your hands." He then leapt, plunging into the infinite chasm. Heaving a sigh, Fengzhi returned to the ruins of the papal palace and retrieved the shield of Athena. Upon his arrival, Shaozi at the entrance of the Ares temple vanished, and Athena was resurrected. Miss Shaozi, resembling a true goddess, raised the staff of victory and approached the Ares temple. The awaiting Ares gold saint, Mu, knelt before her. And then Shaozi led the 5 small warriors, along with Mu, ascending from temple to temple. They proceeded to the Capricorn temple, where Shiryu and Shura awaited in silence, followed by Camus and Hyoga of the Aquarius temple, and finally Abradi and Shun of the Pisces temple. Upon reaching the papal palace, the awakened Seiya and Fengzhi smiled at the goddess Athena. Miss Shaozi publicly proclaimed, "I hereby appoint Alex as the current pope, the earthly representative of Athena." Yes, all the gold saints, including the 5 small warriors, acknowledged Fengzhi's strength, harboring no dissent regarding his ascension to the papacy. Everything seemed to unfold naturally. Yet an undercurrent of conspiracy lingered beneath the serene surface, as if a tempest brewed beneath the placid lake. Extreme weather engulfed the globe. The northern frozen lands began to thaw, heralding an impending cataclysmic flood. Within the sanctuary, Feng newly seated as pope, gazed anxiously at the rain cascading from the sky. At that moment, the sanctuary received a message from the Nordic fairy palace of Freya, urgently requesting immediate action. Otherwise, the extreme northern lands would melt, plunging the world into peril as a catastrophic flood would ensue. Upon receiving this news, Feng promptly convened a high-level meeting, inviting not only the goddess and the gold saints, but also the 5 small warriors to attend. When Feng beheld Seiya, he noted the latter's rapid improvement in strength following the battles in the 12 temples, distinguishing him among his peers, albeit with a hint of arrogance. In the now-repaired papal palace, a red carpet extended to the entrance, where 2 chairs sat on either side, one occupied by Pope Feng and the other by the goddess Miss Shaozi. The scene is divided into 2 rows. On the left, we have Aries Mu, Cancer Dismask, Scorpio Milo, and Aquarius Camus. On the right, Taurus Aurabia, Virgo Shaka, Leo Iolia, Capricorn Shura, and Pisces Abrodia. In total, there are 9 golden saints, along with the 5 formidable warriors who have grasped the 7th sense, and Pope Feng, bringing the high-end combat force of the sanctuary to a remarkable 15. Miss Saori gazes upon this assembly of exceptional talent, a smile gracing her lips, seemingly acknowledging Feng's capabilities for the first time. Clearing his throat, Feng addresses the assembly, stating that the sanctuary must respond to the call for assistance from the Nordic Divine Palace to ensure peace and stability on Earth. Seiya interjects, asserting that the divine warriors of the Nordic Palace are no match for them, and sending them would suffice. Upon hearing Seiya, the other warriors express eagerness. Even the ethereal Pegasus Shun voices his agreement. Clearly, Miss Saori wishes to further refine the skills of the 5 warriors, stating that she has some connections with the Nordic Palace and intends to investigate, with Seiya and his companions serving as her guards. As for the Golden Saints, they must remain in the sanctuary due to the impending holy war. However, Feng shakes his head, expressing his belief that the situation is far from straightforward, suspecting interference from the Sea Emperor, and therefore wishes to augment their numbers. At the mention of the Sea Emperor, Miss Saori's expression darkens, seemingly in agreement with Feng's assessment. Yet, the defense of the sanctuary cannot afford to be devoid of its golden warriors. Understanding her concerns, Feng proposes that in addition to Miss Saori and the 5 warriors, Aquarius Camus, Scorpio Milo, and Capricorn Shura shall accompany them to the north. The 3 golden saints step forward, accepting the mission with resolve. Before they depart, Feng emphasizes to Camus the importance of remaining vigilant against the Sea Emperor. The following day, after Miss Saori's departure, Feng receives a confidential message from the leader of the Ghost Saints, Aster, indicating that the Sea Emperor has sent agents to Fairy Island, potentially posing a threat to the divine King Alubian, and requests the sanctuary to investigate. Summon the Silver Saints Shayna, Mestadai, and Kimian. With many Silver Saints present in the sanctuary, it is only fitting to dispatch them as the 2nd tier to investigate. Soon, the 3 Silver Saints arrive at the Pope's palace. Feng relays the situation regarding Fairy Island and prepares to assign them their task. Just then, the fiery Virgo Arugalu bursts in, demanding to know why he has not been sent, questioning whether it is due to past grievances. How dare you disrespect the Pope? Mestadai interjects, grateful for Feng's earlier kindness and pleased to see him reinstated as Pope. Arugalu shows no fear of Mestadai, and tensions rise as their small cosmos begins to flare, on the brink of an explosive confrontation. Stop! Feng commands sternly, halting this pointless skirmish. As Feng descended from the papal throne, an immense aura enveloped him, exuding a palpable sense of oppression that caused beads of sweat to form on Yaluagulu's brow. With a single, forceful punch, Feng struck Yaluagulu in the chest, sending him crashing against the wall. Your Holiness! At this moment, even the lizard-like Meisti was taken aback by the scene, utterly astonished that Feng would strike so suddenly. This blow is a reprisal for the one that nearly cost me my life. From this day forth, our grievances are hereby resolved. Although Yaluagulu sustained no grave injuries, the weight of Feng's words left him profoundly shaken. Observing Yaluagulu's astonishment, Feng stated, I now entrust you with a special mission, one that bears significant consequence for the outcome of the Holy War. Your Holiness, please issue your orders. Feng conveyed a series of thoughts to Yaluagulu through telepathy, prompting an astonished response from him. Garen. Feng nodded, If you can locate him, it will be a monumental achievement, and I shall personally pay a visit thereafter. Yes, Your Holiness. Subsequently, the four Silver Saints embarked on their respective missions, while Fengzhi ventured deeper into the papal palace. How delightful! No wonder the previous two popes enjoyed bathing. Fengzhi remarked as he shed his papal robes and reclined in the hot spring, wine glass in one hand and grapes in the other, relishing the moment. You truly know how to indulge. A magnetic voice resonated, causing the surroundings to warp instantaneously. Fengzhi grew vigilant as a powerful aura ignited nearby, rivaling that of the Golden Saints in strength, a level beyond comparison. "It sense," he exclaimed in astonishment. As he discerned the visitor's identity, his tension eased slightly. "Master, you nearly scared me to death." The visitor was none other than Saga of Gemini, en route to the underworld, clad in his distinctive Gemini armor. Fengzhi jested, "Master, care to join me in a soak? It's quite pleasant." Saga glanced at him, and with a resounding crash, the entire pool shattered into fragments. Fengzhi jumped in surprise and hastily donned his sacred cloth, relieved to have avoided exposure. With a hint of melancholy, he remarked, "Master, you remain as formidable as ever. I require your assistance. Accompany me to the underworld." Upon hearing Saga's request, Fengzhi shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle. No, I have yet to fully live my life. I do not wish to meet an untimely demise." Fengzhi had not comprehended the eighth sense. Entering the underworld in his mortal body would be tantamount to courting death. Saga smiled. "Surely you can channel the energy of the deceased. This shell shall suffice for you." Sky Crying Star Bandine. Once again, he encountered the Sky Crying Star Bandine. Their previous meeting had occurred within the timeline of the Goddess of Fabric, while this time it unfolded in Miss G's timeline. Simply immerse your soul within. Saga seemed to regard the matter as trivial, yet Fengzhi inquired, "What exactly do you require of me?" "Join me in the circle of Judea to assassinate the physical form of Hades." After Saga finished speaking, Fengzhi almost stumbled. True to his reputation, Saga's strength was formidable enough to challenge the king of the underworld, though one might wonder if he overestimated his own capabilities. The alliance between the Sea Emperor and the king of the underworld posed a significant threat that must be thwarted beforehand. Otherwise, Saga's revelation, which held the potential to overturn everything, compelled Fengzhi to contemplate the feasibility of the situation. Presently, the majority of the demon stars remained sealed within the five old peaks, marking a moment of vulnerability for the underworld army. If their aim was merely to inflict injury, it could indeed be worth a try. Fengzhi seriously considered the possibility, yet Saga seemed entirely unperturbed. "Since we are venturing into the underworld, there is someone who can assist us." Fengzhi naturally thought of Orpheus of the Lyra constellation, whose prowess was on par with that of the Golden Saints. His assistance could indeed tip the scales in their favor. In an instant, the accumulated energy swirled in Fengzhi's hands, and the next moment, it entered the body of the Star of Weeping, Barandane. The two then vanished from the papal palace, and when Fengzhi opened his eyes again, he found himself in the underworld. The underworld lacked air, breath, and even sunlight. Yet, remarkably, Fengzhi felt no discomfort. Instead, he sensed that this was a place where he could truly thrive. Even his punches felt exponentially stronger. In contrast to Fengzhi's freshness, Saga maintained a more stoic demeanor, his unique underworld attire accentuating his presence. "I have matters to attend to. Let us reconvene at the Circle of Four." With that, without waiting for Fengzhi to respond, Saga vanished, leaving Fengzhi in a state of bewilderment. "This teacher is utterly irresponsible. I was brought here by you." Fengzhi angrily kicked a stone, which shattered upon impact. After a short while, he heard a lecherous voice. "Ah, the Star of Weeping Sharon." The speaker was none other than the ferryman Sharon. Fengzhi, not one to stand on ceremony, promptly boarded his boat. "My lord, have you come from the realm of the living?" Sharon asked, swinging the boat while seeking to curry favor. Fengzhi simply replied with a non-committal cautious not to reveal too much. "Then you must have treasures. If you could spare me some as fare, it would be most agreeable." Sharon's eyes narrowed, revealing his avaricious nature. Fengzhi mentally cursed himself for overlooking this detail. Sharon was indeed greedy. Regardless of friend or foe, he would ferry anyone who paid, but lacking funds could result in being cast into the river of the underworld. Unfortunately, Fengzhi had no riches on him, not even a hair to offer as payment. Thus, he cleared his throat and said, "I don't have money on me this time. I will owe you and pay you back next time." As soon as Fengzhi uttered those words, Karen's expression shifted dramatically. No credit will be extended for fare. With a resounding thud, the oar collided with Feng's fist. The small boat nearly buckled under the force of their skirmish. Feng Zhe, wary of escalating the conflict, shouted, "Sharon, I, the Star of Weeping, keep my word. I shall pay you for your fare. Can I not be trusted? Enough with the pleasantries. Not even Lord Radamanthys can owe me money." The oar struck Feng Zhe's fist once more, prompting him to roar, then perish. The seemingly mundane light speed punch landed squarely on Karen's chest, shattering his dark attire. The little vessel, unable to withstand such force, tore apart, sending Feng Zhe plummeting into the river of the underworld, where he sank into the depths. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in the court of judgment in the underworld. Before him stood a figure clad in judicial robes, one hand gripping a book and the other a whip, smiling benignly at Feng Zhe. "Balandang, do you acknowledge your crimes?" An austere judge presided over the court, occasionally flipping through the pages of the book, seemingly preparing to condemn Feng Zhe. "I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's the celestial star, Runi. Do you wish to judge me?" Balandang, with the form of a man and the wings of an eagle, exhibited a brazen demeanor, unfazed by the authority before him. "Impudent! How dare you cause a ruckus in this court?" Runi's expression grew serious as he lashed the whip towards Balandang. With a swift sidestep, Balandang evaded, retaliating with another light-speed punch. The punch collided with Runi's whip, resulting in a stalemate. "Who are you? You cannot be Balandang." Runi's face hardened, his grip on the whip tightening, seemingly ready to deliver a lethal blow. "I am your master." Balandang launched another light-speed punch, prompting Runi to swing his whip with fervor. Fire whip. The flaming whip, akin to a noose before death, instilled dread in the hearts of its adversaries. This technique, the pinnacle of Runi's power, was imbued with hellfire, and upon its invocation, it would instill an overwhelming sense of terror, compelling opponents to abandon resistance and await their demise. Yet Balandang's light-speed punch appeared distinctly formidable, rendering the fiery noose ineffective. A faint spark ignited around Runi, who initially remained oblivious. However, when he realized he could not escape the flames, it was too late. "You are not a warrior of the underworld. Who are you truly?" A flicker of fear crossed Runi's face, as he experienced a suffocating sense of impending death he had never known before. Yet Balandang offered no explanation. Moments later, with a scream, Runi was reduced to ashes. "Playing with fire against me is tantamount to seeking death." Feng Zhe reveled in his role as a warrior of the underworld, casting a disdainful glance at the courtroom before vanishing. In the second circle, the hell of torrential rain, it is said that those who were greedy in life are condemned to endure the wrath of three-headed beasts. Guarding this infernal realm is the celestial beast, Pharaoh. Upon arriving, Feng Zhe was immediately bitten by a massive three-headed dog that lunged at him. However, with a single punch, he obliterated the creature's colossal head, sending it crashing to the ground. "Balandang, why have you abandoned your post with Lord Radamanthys to come here and slaughter my pets?" Feng Zhe turned to find Pharaoh glaring at him with fury. Feng Zhe broke into a smile, expressing his desire to hear the most enchanting melodies of the underworld, curious to discern how they differed from his own vocal prowess. Thus, he sought to challenge Pharaoh to a contest. Clearly delighted by the prospect of hearing the finest music from the realm of the dead, the Pharaoh agreed, stating, "Very well, let us engage in this musical duel." With that, the Pharaoh commenced his performance, while Feng Zhe responded with a voice imbued with irresistible charm. Before long, the Pharaoh's melody faltered, revealing his defeat. Feng Zhe, wearing a slightly regretful expression, ceased his singing, appearing rather nonchalant. This demeanor provoked the Pharaoh's ire, who promptly declared, "I know of one who can surpass your voice. Follow me." With that, he led Feng Zhe into a magnificent garden, a realm that felt entirely otherworldly. From within this verdant paradise wafted the enchanting sounds of a harp, its melodious tones exuding a tranquil beauty that evoked a sense of rapture, far beyond the capabilities of any mere specter. As Feng Zhe gazed from a distance, he finally beheld the legendary silver saint, Orpheus of Lyra. As is well known, to physically enter the underworld, one must either attain the eighth sense or obtain the permission of the king of the underworld. Fortuitously, Orpheus had received such permission and had donned his sacred armor to perform for the king. Clad in pure silver armor, with flowing azure locks and an elegant demeanor, he appeared as a natural-born musician. "I am Orpheus, the Lyra star, here to engage in a contest," he announced. However, the beast star Pharaoh regarded Orpheus with disdain. viewing him as a mere puppet to be toyed with. Orpheus, uninterested in this absurd challenge, retorted, "My music is meant solely for those who can appreciate it," implying that the contest held no significance. The pharaoh, incensed by this remark that felt directed at him, scolded, "You have no say in this matter." With a flourish, he plucked the strings of his enchanted instrument, unleashing a melody that twisted the very environment around them. This haunting tune was aimed squarely at Orpheus. With eyes closed, Orpheus delicately strummed the strings, producing a mesmerizing composition that resonated deeply within the heart. The power of his music combined gentle beauty with a potent destructive force, subtly eroding his opponent's mental fortitude until resistance was rendered futile. Both were masters of their craft, their melodies intertwining yet distinct, influencing one another like a duet. Caught in this intricate exchange, Fengzhi felt compelled to ignite his small cosmos, unleashing a beautiful song from his lips. The siren call of the lyra star wove itself into the fabric of their musical battle, captivating the surrounding blossoms, which seemed to dance in the air, petals falling like confetti in a splendid display. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the beast star pharaoh could no longer withstand the onslaught. His strings snapped, and he coughed up blood, his sacred armor shattering around him. At that moment, a flicker of flame surged forth, ignited by the power of the song, striking the pharaoh and setting him ablaze. The pharaoh let out a painful wail, for this was certainly not the essence of the underworld. No, the beastly pharaoh, with a cry of despair, was reduced to ashes. At that moment, Barandane and Olufii simultaneously ceased their melodies, with Olufii gazing at him in astonishment, as if seeking confirmation of something. "Who are you? Why do you possess the sacred fire of Olympus?" Barandane chuckled softly before replying, "Your desperate attempt to revive your beloved, Euletes, who met an untimely demise, is nothing short of betrayal. No, I have not betrayed the sanctuary. I merely, Olufii, upon hearing the name of his beloved, Euletes, was instantly gripped by panic, his countenance paling drastically. Are you still a saint of Athena?" This question nearly caused Olufii to falter, as distant emotions surged within him once more. Fengzhi sighed, realizing that without resolving this matter, Olufii could not find his way back. Barandane teleported in an instant to the far end of the garden, where stood a remarkable figure. The upper half was a breathtaking maiden, while the lower half was that of a statue. Barandane raised his hand, intent on obliterating her entirely, causing the maiden to flinch momentarily before tears streamed down her cheeks. For her, this outcome was undeniably a form of liberation. This maiden was none other than Olufii's beloved, Euletes. "Stop! Do not harm her." Olufii positioned himself before his beloved, arms outstretched in a gesture of protection. Fengzhi sighed, ultimately refraining from an attack, instead allowing his fingers to weave a gaseous essence that enveloped Euletes. "This is the aura of death." With a mere flick of his finger, Barandane extracted Euletes' soul from the statue. As her soul emerged, the statue crumbled into dust. Euletes' spirit appeared exceedingly fragile, as though a mere breeze could scatter it. "The king of the underworld has no intention of allowing your escape." Upon witnessing Euletes' state, Olufii instantly comprehended the truth. The form of Euletes before him was utterly incapable of leaving the underworld. Olufii was undoubtedly tormented, while Euletes seemed to find solace. As if liberated, the two lovers, reluctant to part, exchanged heartfelt farewells, evoking a deep sense of melancholy in Fengzhi. An hour later, Euletes vanished completely, leaving Olufii on the ground, weeping inconsolably. After what felt like an eternity, Olufii emerged from his anguish and addressed Fengzhi. "Thank you. What must I do?" "I wish to enter the circle of four and assassinate the king of the underworld. It seems that only Olufii can have such access to the king." "Very well." Olufii agreed without hesitation, and the two continued onward. Days later, at the grand entrance of the immense palace of the Circle of Four, Fengzhi did not encounter Saga. However, the underworld warriors guarding the entrance did not obstruct Olufii's passage. The two then ventured inside. The vast, cavernous palace was shrouded in darkness, rendering its features all but invisible. In the darkness, an imposing small universe descended upon this place, accompanied by the three formidable entities of the underworld. Fengzhi felt a sudden tightening in his heart, for he recalled that Rhadamanthys was utterly tone-deaf, possessing no understanding of music, and even harboring a disdain for it. It was precisely this flaw that led to failures in the narrative. Just as he pondered how to handle the situation, Rhadamanthys spoke. Balandane, what brings you here? Balandane sighed. Lord Rhadamanthys, I have received intelligence indicating that the sanctuary has secretly infiltrated the underworld. Tianjin Star, Tianying Star, and Tianbi Star have already perished. What? Rhadamanthys exclaimed in shock, while Minos beside him nodded, having just received news that Tianying Star Roni had been assassinated. Rhadamanthys immediately erupted in fury. I shall see which fool seeks death. As Rhadamanthys departed, Fengzhi finally felt a sense of relief, while the underworld king remained indifferent, quietly awaiting the performance of Orpheus. Indeed, Orpheus adjusted his emotions and commenced his playing. The previously tense atmosphere gradually eased as Fengzhi found himself unwittingly relaxing, as if basking in the warmth of the sun, irresistibly drifting into sweet dreams. This melody was no ordinary tune. It seemed to be a gift from the divine. Before long, the king of the underworld and the other two titans succumbed to slumber amidst the enchantment of the music. This was the ultimate secret of the Lyra constellation, the serenade of the death journey. This composition had the power to lull all beings in the universe into slumber, halting the very flow of time, even for gods. Those ensnared were left entirely unaware of what transpired, a force surpassing even that of gold. At this critical juncture, Orpheus's fingers shifted, signaling the moment had arrived. With the deftness of his playing, the ultimate technique of the Lyra constellation was unleashed, the final melody. Countless musical notes instantly transformed into an array of strings that ensnared the body of the underworld king, tearing him apart in a mere heartbeat. Just as Orpheus believed he had successfully executed a surprise attack, a sword pierced through his chest. In disbelief, Orpheus looked down at the blade embedded in his heart and recognized the assailant, the very underworld king he had just torn apart, Hades. Lightspeed fist. Balandane's punch collided with Hades's face, but in turn, his entire body became uncontrollably dismembered, as though his sacred armor shattered into fragments, crashing heavily to the ground. Hades's visage appeared as dark as the bottom of a pot. Impudent fool. Minos, the first to react, bellowed. Stardust puppet strings. Invisible threads swiftly ensnared Balandane's entire form, rendering even his fingers immobile. Balandane, speak. Why did you attempt to assassinate the Lord of the Underworld? The strings tightened further, leaving Balandane feeling as if his very soul was bound, with nothing left to utter but his lips. Casting a glance at Orpheus, he saw that he had already been reduced to mere remnants by the warrior Iacchos of the Hercules constellation, leaving behind only a piece of the Lyra constellation's sacred armor, resting on the ground. At that moment, a sudden and resounding explosion reverberated through the air. Rhadamanthys was violently hurled into the palace, crashing to the ground, severely injured. Both Minos and Iacchos were taken aback, only to hear a powerful shout soon after. Galactic star explosion. Like a cataclysm of stars shattering, an immense torrent of energy cascaded down in an instant. Minos and Iacchos shouted in unison, attempting to resist, but found themselves forcefully propelled away, landing heavily on the ground. At this juncture, Balandane finally broke free from his restraints. Although his deathly attire was in tatters, he managed to catch his breath. Fengzhi inwardly mused. Truly deserving of being the embodiment of the eighth sense, Saga could withstand even the formidable three titans of the underworld. Hades, the lord of the underworld, then chuckled softly. You must be the Gemini gold saint of this era. At that moment, Hades revealed his true visage. With an exceptionally handsome face, Fengzhi gasped in astonishment. You are. Hades turned his gaze toward Balandane, offering a gentle smile. My dear brother, you have made it quite easy for me to find you. Indeed, the Hades before them was not of this timeline, but rather the Hades from the Avenir timeline, and also the brother of Alex, Aaron. Saga exchanged a meaningful glance with Fengzhi before addressing Hades. No matter what, you shall perish today. Galactic star explosion. Instantly, a vast constellation descended, and a colossal mass of energy re-emerged. This time, Hades caught the immense energy with a single hand. He smiled faintly, a smile that was difficult to articulate, as he prepared to push the enormous energy back. Just then, a blood sigil unexpectedly appeared in Balandane's hand, erupting with all of his small cosmos. Blood sigil of the gods. The sigil, inscribed with Athena's blood, struck Hades directly. Regrettably, before it could come close, it was torn apart by Hades's overwhelming small cosmos. Balandane's ambush once again failed, while the confrontation between Saga and Hades persisted. At this moment, Minos and Iacchos rose to their feet simultaneously, ready to counter any potential attacks, prompting Balandane to also stand. It was time to unleash their full power. Fengzhe, with a flick of his finger, observed the abundant corpse aura swirling around him. Die. Corpse aura burial. Fengzhe ignited all the corpse aura, resulting in a tremendous explosion that obliterated the palace in an instant. The explosion, resembling a mushroom cloud, overturned the palace, and all the underworld warriors witnessed this astonishing spectacle. As the dust settled, it became evident that Hades' left arm had been reduced to mere remnants, while Saga remained unscathed. Truly, Saga was formidable. Fengzhe felt a surge of joy, but then noticed that Saga's complexion had turned extremely pale, as if he had just endured a grave injury. This revelation shocked Fengzhe, prompting him to grasp Saga and flee. Hades would certainly not spare Saga and Fengzhe. With a swift motion of his right hand, a radiant beam, akin to a sacred sword, descended upon them. As the blade approached, Fengzhe, disregarding the need to conceal his true power, exclaimed, "Time, halt." The surroundings froze as if caught in the grip of time itself. Seizing the moment, Fengzhe grasped Saga's hand and attempted to flee, but Hades, with a mere flick of his eye, continued to wield his sword. Fengzhe barely managed to evade the onslaught. Astonishment etched upon his face as he regarded Hades. Such a trifling manipulation of time. Before me, Hades, is inconsequential. With that, the sword slashed downward once more. Fengzhe, utilizing rapid teleportation, sustained numerous injuries as the corporeal form of Baryandin teetered on the brink of collapse beneath the force of the strike. At this juncture, Saga's eyes flickered, and he too regained his agency amidst the temporal stasis. With a powerful swing of his fist, he bellowed, "Dimensional space." However, his target was not Hades, but rather himself and Fengzhe. Amidst Hades' gritted teeth, the two vanished into another dimension. When Fengzhe opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the sanctuary, collapsing onto the ground, overwhelmed by the peril he had just faced. His very soul had nearly been lost. Saga, though wounded, appeared relatively unscathed. "Master, what are your plans henceforth?" Without hesitation, Saga continued, "There are still many uncharted territories within the underworld. I aspire to one day unravel the mysteries of the Eighth Circle, Cocytus, where countless saint warriors lie entombed." Saga was a passionate saint warrior, determined to liberate all the souls of the fallen saints and bring an end to the divine conflict. Yet before that, he remarked, "Master, concerning Poseidon." He cast a glance at Fengzhe and stated, "That is a matter for you, the Pope, to consider." With that, he vanished from the papal palace, leaving Fengzhe to sigh in contemplation. Fengzhe spent several days in the underworld, returning to find himself engulfed in numerous responsibilities. In the Nordic realms, the forces of the sanctuary clashed with those of the celestial palace, while Miss Saori resumed her prayers, indicating that victory was imminent. On the front of the island of the fairies, 3 silver saints returned with the gravely wounded celestial king, Orobian, while the saints of the fairy island faced utter annihilation. Due to his own injuries, Fengzhe refrained from summoning them. As for Galen, rumors surfaced of his sighting near the Straits of Snaiwang, yet the constellation of Andromeda, Orogu, reported his presence on a rocky island in the North Atlantic. After thoughtful consideration, Fengzhe resolved to personally seek out this marine warrior. With that, he vanished from the papal palace, leaving Ares Mu, who had intended to report to him, to sigh and depart, recognizing the Pope's overwhelming busyness. On a rocky island in the North Atlantic, Orogu was left barely clinging to life, his armor in tatters. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, he could not help but feel regret for having approached this island, pondering why he had not simply transmitted the information and awaited the outcome in silence. The one who inflicted injury upon him was none other than Galen, the sea dragon warrior, a figure long absent from the sanctuary. Just a few days prior, Alugalu from the constellation of Perseus had discovered Galen's precise location and relayed this information to the sanctuary. Subsequently, he ventured alone to a rocky island in the North Atlantic, intent on defeating Galen personally to earn accolades for his prowess. However, upon engagement, the immense disparity in their strengths became immediately apparent. Alugalu's greatest reliance, the shield of Medusa, was rendered a mere jest before the might of Galen, shattering in mere moments. Had Alugalu not possessed some measure of strength, he might have been felled in an instant. Seemingly weary of this futile confrontation, Galen formed a triangular shape with his hands and bellowed, "Golden Triangle Dimension." This was Galen's ultimate technique. Legends spoke of a chilling area under his dominion in the North Atlantic, known as the Bermuda Triangle, where anything entering this triangular expanse would vanish from existence. Galen opened a portal to the Golden Triangle, exiling his opponent to another realm, destined to disappear forever. The triangular space exerted a formidable gravitational pull, causing Alugalu to tremble. And despite his efforts to elevate his cosmos, escape from his fate of banishment proved impossible. Just as Alugalu teetered on the brink of exile, a fist moving at the speed of light abruptly disrupted the Golden Triangle dimension, even restoring the surrounding space from its distortion. "Who?" Galen exclaimed, directing his gaze toward the emerging cosmos, from which stepped forth a young man clad in silver armor. Galen's eyes widened in recognition. "The altar seat. You must be the new pope of the sanctuary, Alex." Galen demonstrated a clear familiarity with the sanctuary, even being aware that its newly appointed pope was none other than the successor of the altar seat saint. Fengzhi turned his attention to Alugalu, who lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, but Galen is exceedingly dangerous. His strength far exceeds what the intelligence suggested." "You must be cautious," Alugalu warned. At the time Galen had been in the sanctuary, the information available had only reflected his status as a trainee, when his brother Saga had just ascended to become the Gemini Saint, and Galen was merely at a silver level of power. This was precisely why Alugalu had approached the island so brazenly, intending to capture him. "Fear not, you should depart. I shall handle this," Galen assured. Alugalu nodded, casting one last wary glance at Galen before hastily retreating. Galen did not obstruct Alugalu's departure. Instead, he fixed a serious gaze upon Fengzhi. "Where's my brother Saga now?" "My teacher Saga resides in the underworld. Would you care to seek him out for a conversation?" Fengzhi responded with a smile. Galen's expression darkened with resentment. "I would relish the chance to slay him at this very moment to avenge past grievances." Years ago, Saga had discerned the malevolence within Galen and had personally cast him into the rocky prison of the Snaiwan Strait, leaving him to fend for himself. Just as despair threatened to consume Galen, he fortuitously released the spirit of the sealed sea god Poseidon from his prison, subsequently becoming one of the 7 generals and seizing command of the oceanic realm. This historical moment is well understood by Fengzhi, who is acutely aware of Galen's animosity. Yet he inquires, what has prompted the Sea Emperor's complete awakening? This is a question Fengzhi must clarify, as it directly influences the outcome of the Holy War. Galen, however, gazes at Fengzhi and retorts, "Do you truly believe I would betray the Sea Emperor?" Fengzhi chuckles softly, fully cognizant that Galen will ultimately return to the embrace of the goddess Athena, though certainly not at this juncture. He responds, "It is not difficult to deduce. The Sea Emperor's awakening signifies a total dominion over the oceanic realm, and your ambitions, in tandem with his resurgence, have spiraled into uncontrollable territories. Moreover, on this small island, do you find yourself in exile or guarding this maritime expanse?" Fengzhi's words provoke a flicker of discomfort on Galen's face, indicating he has struck a nerve. Galen then declares, "Indeed, you are worthy of being Saga's disciple. However, since you have discerned my intentions, it would be most advantageous for me to utilize your talents." Suddenly, with a swift motion, Galen delivers a powerful punch to Fengzhi's head. This strike directly assaults Fengzhi's neural pathways, rendering him susceptible to Galen's commands, akin to a marionette under the puppeteer's control. Fengzhi, eyes closed in serene composure, elicits a hearty laugh from Galen, who revels in the notion that he can dominate the very realm governed by the Pope of the Sanctuary. "My ambitions can indeed conquer the earth." At this moment, Fengzhi opens his eyes, disdain evident in his tone as he declares, "In comparison to my master Saga, your illusory demon emperor fist is utterly inconsequential." "What?" Galen can scarcely believe his own eyes, the astonishment on his face morphing into a flicker of fear. For it appears that this disciple of Saga possesses strength surpassing that of his own master. Yet, undeterred, Galen bellows defiantly, "Then perish." Galaxy star explosion. With his arms crossed, Galen unleashes a colossal energy mass from his microcosm, hurtling towards Fengzhi like a meteorite. Accumulated corpse energy soul destruction. Instantly, the accumulated corpse energy envelopes Fengzhi, culminating in an explosion that surpasses even the galaxy star explosion in might. The force of this tremendous blast sends Galen flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Staring in disbelief at Fengzhi, he struggles to comprehend how his galaxy star explosion was so effortlessly countered, leaving him utterly outmatched. Fengzhi furrows his brow, realizing that Galen's power is merely at the initial stage of the seventh sense, perhaps comparable to Dismask and a Brody. It appears Galen's strength has not significantly evolved within the oceanic realm. However, a moment of clarity strikes him. The true strength of a Saint Seiya is forged through relentless battles. In contrast, the serene and conflict-free marine domain has afforded Galen little opportunity for growth. Particularly for Fengzhi, who has undergone countless trials in combat, he has emerged transformed. No wonder the five little titans became so formidable. The rationale lies here. Galen, seemingly unfazed, rises abruptly, roaring, golden triangle dimension. Once again, it is a banishment to a realm beyond, yet when compared to Saga's alternate dimension, it pales in significance. Fengzhi appeared somewhat vexed, subsequently executing a peculiar gesture with his hands. Then allow my esteemed second master to experience my alternate dimension, he proclaimed. Dimensional barrier. This technique, the dimensional barrier, diverged entirely from the alternate dimensions wielded by Saga and Galen. Its essence lay in the extraction of the soul, subsequently exiling it to a different dimension. It was precisely for this reason that adversaries found themselves unable to escape the confines of this dimension. Even deities were ensnared. Galen, having encountered this phenomenon before, cried out in alarm as his very soul was drawn into the alternate dimension, leaving his corporeal form crumpled upon the ground, rendered a living dead. Within this alternate dimension, Galen drifted aimlessly, the senses of time and space utterly obliterated. He could not ascertain how long he had been adrift. Initially, he sought an escape. Yet no matter how many times he invoked the golden triangle dimension, his efforts bore no fruit. It was then he realized that he had been reduced to mere essence. Indeed, he was truly the disciple of his brother. A sense of relief washed over Galen as thoughts of his elder brother, Saga, flooded his mind, his warm-hearted brother, the one who cherished him. Had they not become saint warriors, perhaps their fraternal bond would have flourished unimpeded. Galen, I perceive the turmoil within your heart. You remain a saint warrior of Athena, a voice whispered into his ear, igniting a spark of fervor within Galen. Yet, he retorted with indignation, Alexis, you shall not sway me to betray the Sea Emperor. The voice then faded into silence. Time slipped away, and boredom took its toll on Galen. An excruciating torment as his soul lay immobile, his mind acutely aware. Alexis, speak to me, he implored, but silence persisted. After an indeterminate span, the voice returned, Galen, I ask you once more, will you return to being a saint warrior? Alexis, I can no longer turn back. The terror of the Sea Emperor is beyond your imagination. Oh, is that so? The voice vanished again, driving Galen to the brink of madness. He shouted, Alexis, the Sea Emperor is not Julian, but rather an alternate timeline Sea Emperor, a being who has triumphed over Athena and Hades. What? This revelation struck with enough force to astonish, revealing unfathomable truths. It was known that, in any narrative, no Sea Emperor had ever emerged victorious. Are there still only 7 generals? Fengzhi inquired, posing a critical question. Yet, the nearly deranged Galen replied, there are only 7 generals, yet they don the true scale armor. True scale armor. An idea struck, reminiscent of a fan theory regarding the armor. It was said that in ancient Atlantis, the alchemists who served the Sea Emperor Poseidon crafted the true form of this armor. A weapon capable of rivaling the original Golden Saints and the first Spectres. Alas, this ultimate form vanished from the continent with the sinking of Atlantis. Now, the Sea Emperor has not only fully awakened, but has also bestowed the 7 generals with the true scale armor. His intentions have become all too apparent. Is this the ultimate holy war? Unlike Hades of the underworld, the Sea Emperor has been relentlessly subdued by Athena, his very soul confined within Athena's vessel, rendering the powers of the sea realm utterly incomparable to those of the sanctuary. However, a thought struck Fengzhi. Did the true scale armor of the sea dragon not manifest just moments ago? Galen then remarked that the requirements for donning the true scale armor are exceedingly stringent, and the current strength of the 7 generals is insufficient to wear it. Thus, I have come here to cultivate, and the pillar of the North Atlantic below will aid my training. Galen aspires to enhance his cosmos, and naturally, the sea realm is the most conducive environment for such growth. Upon grasping this, Fengzhi replied, you may continue your training in the sea realm, but when the holy war arrives, I hope you will have clarity on the path you choose. In an instant, Galen found himself back in his physical form. breathing in the fresh air and basking in the sunlight. Even the grass exuded a delightful fragrance. To his surprise, tears streamed down Galen's face, and he knelt upon the ground, weeping. Once he had composed himself, he looked around, realizing there was no trace of Fengzhe, and murmured, "When we meet again, I will surely defeat you." In the sanctuary, within the papal palace, Fengzhe had been grappling with the decision to release Galen. Sensing that he was not as simple as he appeared, perhaps this act of mercy would lead to unimaginable repercussions in the future, and he might regret his choice today. Nevertheless, he chose to let him go, confident that his own growth would surpass Galen's. The shadows cast upon Galen's heart would likely persist, even if he were to comprehend the eighth sense. "Your Holiness, Sir Arubio of the Celestial Throne has arrived." After several days of recuperation, Arubio's injuries had healed, and upon Fengzhe's return, he eagerly summoned him. Standing nearly 9 meters tall with flowing golden locks, Arubio's appearance was undoubtedly striking. At this moment, he knelt before Fengzhe and spoke. "Arubio of the Celestial Island sincerely repents before your Holiness and is willing to accept punishment." Following the chaos instigated by Saga, many of the sanctuary's powerful saints fled to avoid the ensuing turmoil, with the most renowned being a group of saints from the Celestial Island. Arubio, the leader of these saints, was considered a top-tier silver saint, even hinting at golden saint potential. This was why he had defied the orders of the sanctuary, completely disregarding them. "Why did the Sea Emperor seek to eradicate you?" As soon as Fengzhe posed the question, Arubio produced a unique mineral that emitted a warm, white glow. This mineral, characteristic of the Celestial Island, was the source of its abundance, providing a sanctuary for the saints. Mentioning the sanctuary, Arubio glanced at Fengzhe and, upon seeing no signs of discontent, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just a month ago, a man who claimed to be Prince of the Sea, Kralu, asserted his intention to seize the ore and expel us from our homeland. Naturally, we resisted, which led to a fierce confrontation. Fairy Island is our sanctuary. How could we relinquish it? However, the man's strength was overwhelmingly superior, and we found ourselves unable to prevail against him. We remained locked in battle until the timely intervention of the Pope, without which we might have faced annihilation. Upon hearing Arubio's account, Fengzhe murmured, "Prince of the Sea, Kralu. Once again, it is one of the 7 generals of the sea. It seems the sea monarch's fangs are eager to strike." Subsequently, Fengzhe absolved Arubio of his transgressions and began training new saints alongside the ancient Gertie of the Celestial Forge. In a swift instant, Fengzhe vanished from the papal palace, only to reappear at Fairy Island. In that moment, the island was deserted, save for a half-naked Indian yogi meditating atop the ore, absorbing the essence of nature. Unlike the Virgo saint, Shaka, this prince of the sea bore a much darker demeanor, resembling a wandering ascetic, suspended in midair. His breath and presence barely perceptible. The prince remained with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to Fengzhe's presence, continuing his levitation. Triple lightspeed fist. 3 figures encircled the prince and unleashed a barrage of punches at light speed, overwhelming him in a flurry of strikes. This technique, the triple lightspeed fist, had been inspired by the golden triangle of Galen, amplifying its power threefold and proving to be astonishing. Caught off guard, the energy barrier surrounding the prince was shattered, and he was knocked to the ground. "You have shattered my 7 chakras." The energy wall around the prince was reputedly indestructible, surrounded by an enigmatic force of nature that was said to be impenetrable even by golden saints. Initially, I believed Kralu to be comparable to Shaka, yet upon this encounter, it was evident that he fell far short, even of Galen. "Is this the caliber of the sea realm?" Fengzhe shook his head, finding little interest in such a level of combat. Enraged by the disregard, Prince Kralu bellowed, "Prepare to meet your demise." Golden Spear. This legendary artifact was said to pierce all evil, its fierce air currents capable of inflicting harm even at a distance. Suddenly, Fengzhe produced a brilliantly shining shield, clearly no ordinary object. The golden spear, however, could not penetrate this shield. Instead, it hovered in midair, its formidable force diminished before the shield's might. The shield of Athena? The prince gazed in astonishment at the shield blocking his golden spear, his expression darkening significantly. "Ah, they say you are the son of Poseidon, granted the divine golden spear, yet I wonder which is mightier, your spear or my shield." The taunting words only fueled the prince's fury. "Mortal, you have enraged me." The Great Light. This is also a profound technique utilizing natural energy, known as the Mo-Ku laser, a powerful beam directed straight at Athena's shield. Should one be struck by this technique, the intense light would render the opponent devoid of vision and consciousness, gradually leading to their demise through both mental and physical torment. However, Athena's shield steadfastly protected Fengzhe, inflicting no harm whatsoever. He was akin to a diminished version of Saga. After enduring 3 successive strikes from him, Fengzhe gained a clear understanding of his strength. Observing the opportunity, he unleashed a light-speed punch that sent him crashing down. Then, floating gracefully, he crossed his arms and formed an unusual gesture. Subsequently, his small universe erupted entirely, exuding a formidable sense of oppression that rendered the Sea Prince immobile. As the terror of impending death swiftly engulfed his mind, before him stood a man surrounded by raging flames, flames that were no ordinary fire. The Sea Prince felt as though the very air around him was ablaze. Witnessing the man raise the flames high, he unhesitatingly cast them down. In that moment, the Sea Prince felt he was on the brink of death, instinctively shutting his eyes as if awaiting his end. Yet, a figure appeared before him, catching the ball of fire with one hand and, with a mere wave, dissipating it into the ether. The Sea Prince realized he was still alive and, upon opening his eyes, beheld a refined young man standing before him. This youth was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of nobility, akin to a true deity. "Your Excellency, the Sea Emperor." The Sea Prince knelt, displaying a demeanor of utmost reverence. Meanwhile, Fengzhe calmly spoke, "It is Poseidon, the Sea Emperor." The figure before him was indeed Poseidon, now bending over the son of the ship king, Julian. Julian gazed at Fengzhe and softly remarked, "You must be the Pope of the Sanctuary, Ares." One was a true divine being, and the other, the Pope of the Sanctuary, the earthly representative of Athena. The leaders of both factions found themselves meeting under such circumstances. "Your Excellency, the Sea Emperor, the Sanctuary does not wish to incite war. Why then must you persist in this meaningless conflict?" Fengzhe, even now, harbored a deep disdain for war, especially this senseless struggle. Would it not be better to enjoy life together and sit down for a discussion? Julian smiled, stating, "Throughout history, the holy wars have been a contest between Athena and Hades, and since my sea realm possesses the weakest power, having fully awakened, I must contend with Athena to ascertain who truly commands this world. Do you rely on your 7 sea generals for that?" It was not that Fengzhe looked down upon the 7 generals of the sea realm. It was simply that they were indeed lacking. The strongest among them, Galen, barely reached the initial stage of the 7th sense, and this so-called Sea Prince possibly had yet to awaken his 7th sense. Instead of honing his small universe, he practiced natural energy, even adopting a name reminiscent of chakra, as if he were a ninja. "It seems you underestimate my sea realm." Julian pointed, and instantly, a special scale armor appeared before him, which then disassembled and adorned him. As Julian raised his trident, the eruption of his small universe forced Fengzhe to take a step back. Continuing onward, Julian's trident lunged forth with fierce intent. Yet Fengzhe's Athena shield once again stood resolute against the onslaught. Unlike the Sea Prince's divine artifact, the Golden Lance, the trident's assault, though failing to pierce the Athena shield, reverberated through Fengzhe's arms, rendering them numb. After 3 rounds of combat, blood flowed from his palms, and his arms were paralyzed, unable to move. Truly, he was deserving of the title of a god. In a moment of desperation, Fengzhe unleashed his ultimate technique, the 12 Houses Absolute Howl. As the sacred flames of the zodiac materialized before him, a brilliance akin to sunlight erupted forth. Much like a solo rendition of the AE technique, this display on the Isle of Fairy conjured colossal waves reaching heights of 100 meters. The Sea Prince gazed in astonishment, unable to fathom how a mere mortal could wield such power. This was the realm of the divine. Julian's countenance also shifted to one of shock as he quickly summoned his cosmic energy to shield the Sea Prince from the impending devastation. Once the tumult subsided, Fengzhe's figure had vanished. He had long since departed. The Sea Prince, nearly engulfed by despair, felt a dread that began to shroud his spirit, intensifying as it threatened to consume his very soul. He commanded the 7 generals to assemble at the Citadel Palace, for he had matters of great importance to discuss. However, with Sulant currently in northern Europe, he ordered a recall, asserting that now was not the time to engage in full-scale war against the Sanctuary. Subsequently, Julian disappeared from the Isle of Fairy, leaving behind the Sea Prince's resentful visage. In northern Europe, After days of fierce conflict, aside from the twin-headed dragon warrior Jekfried, all other divine warriors had perished before Hilda. As the leader of the divine warriors, Jekfried truly embodied unparalleled strength, holding his ground even against the relentless assault of 3 golden saints. Meanwhile, the 5 young warriors, intent on restoring Hilda to her former self, launched a concerted attack. "You shall not harm Lady Hilda," Jekfried bellowed, activating his most potent technique, the Raging Dragon Blizzard. The Golden Saints, Camus of Aquarius, Milo of Scorpio, and Shura of Capricorn, swiftly countered Jekfried's technique, effectively sealing it. Moreover, Shura's sacred sword struck him fiercely, causing blood to flow profusely from his wounded arm, indicating a grave injury. Hilda, the fierce queen of Northern Europe, wielded the ring of Nibelungen with divine prowess, directing her assaults with pinpoint accuracy. The 5 young warriors found themselves unable to bring her back to normalcy, let alone engage her in close combat. Meanwhile, the goddess Athena, Miss Sauri, stood in fervent prayer. Nearing exhaustion, should Hilda remain unrevived, she feared she would be the first to succumb. Jekfried, witnessing this dire predicament, was frantic, yet besieged by 3 golden saints. He could not extricate himself, forced to watch as the 5 bronze saints battled Queen Hilda. At that moment, the clash among the 5 young warriors reached a fever pitch. As the armors of Seiya, Shiryu, Hyoga, Shun, and Ikki transformed into a glorious golden hue. Originally, following the Battle of the 12 Zodiac, the armors of the 5 young warriors were damaged. In a display of valor, several golden saints offered their blood, which revitalized the armors. These bronze armors, now imbued with the essence of the golden saints' blood, transformed into a form approaching that of the golden armors when the 5 young warriors elevated their cosmos to the 7th sense, hence taking on a golden hue. As they simultaneously reached the level of the golden saints, the fierce battle reached its most critical juncture. "Sister, cease your assault." Freya, a key figure in the celestial palace, implored her sister, Saruta. "Freya, I shall undoubtedly vanquish them." Saruta, still stubbornly resolute, prompted the 5 young warriors to unleash their ultimate techniques without restraint. Pegasus Meteor Fist, Lushan Rising Dragon, Nebula Chain, Diamond Star Fist, Phoenix Winged Ascent. Together, the 5 young warriors unleashed their most formidable techniques, converging their powers into a single force that struck Saruta, causing her to fall to the ground. Upon witnessing Saruta's injury, Jekfried let out a thunderous cry, "Queen Saruta!" Without a moment's hesitation, he braved an attack from the holy sword of the Ares Shura, leaping forward with only Saruta in his heart. For her, he was willing to sacrifice his life. Aurora Execution, Andorus, Holy Sword. The 3 golden saints unleashed their ultimate techniques, shattering Jekfried's divine armor with overwhelming force, sending him crashing to the ground. Just at that pivotal moment, a flute's melody resonated, its sound intoxicating, affecting both the 5 young warriors and the 3 golden saints alike. Who? The mightiest among them, Ares Shura, swung his holy sword, shattering an ice peak in the process. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful sea warrior, clad in scale armor, appeared before them. This sea warrior was exceedingly stunning, with ruby lips and pearly teeth, resembling a legendary siren. "I am the sea warrior of the envelope, Sea Emperor Poseidon." The sea sorceress Saranti, unfazed by the interruption of her melody by the holy sword, Saranti gazed down upon the multitude with the pride of an exalted warrior. A sea warrior. The 5 young warriors were bewildered, but the 3 golden saints understood all too well, their expressions shifting dramatically. "It is you. Queen Saruta was ensnared by your enchantments." Jekfried was the first to react, his countenance altering swiftly. Saranti smiled disdainfully, her tone dripping with condescension. "You are all so inept. To think these few bronze warriors could defeat the proud divine warriors of Norse mythology is truly a waste of my efforts. You scoundrel." Jekfried, severely wounded, leaped forward, intending to teach her a lesson with his fists. However, Shurant's lightspeed punches, capable of unleashing millions of blows in an instant, far surpassed golden-level strength. Instantly, her formidable punches struck Jekfried, slamming him to the ground, rendering him unable to rise again. Unyielding. Shurant's disdain pierced the heart of this foremost Nordic warrior. In that moment, he resolved to sacrifice himself, leaping once more, determined to perish alongside Sue Lant. Even at the cost of grievous injury, the symphony of death echoed. The enchanting melody of the sea witch's flute resounded anew, tormenting the will of the beleaguered, inducing a suffocating sense of mortality in Jack Fried. In an act of desperation, he ruptured his eardrum, striving to silence that fatal sound. Humph, my flute song does not rely on air. Even piercing the eardrum cannot prevent me from hearing its notes. Su Lance's derisive laughter only deepened Jack Fried's anguish. Just then, a divine fire descended from the heavens, striking directly atop Su Lance's head. Startled, he involuntarily ceased his flute's melody. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Jack Fried, at the cost of his own hand, plunged it into Su Lance's ribs, then soared skyward, aiming for the Big Dipper. This maneuver was reminiscent of the Lushan dragon's dominance, a mutual destruction tactic. Though Su Lance struggled, he found himself utterly ensnared, helplessly witnessing their impending demise together. At that moment, a trident emerged from the distant sea, piercing through to strike the two ascending figures. They both plummeted to the ground, and upon seeing the approaching figures, Su Lance recognized that it was the Sea Emperor who had come to his aid. In stark contrast, Jack Fried lay grievously wounded, unable to move a muscle. Su Lance knelt, seemingly preparing to welcome someone. A grand young man, radiating a cosmic energy only gods could possess, appeared in the Nordic realm. On the other side, another youth clad in papal vestments emerged as well. It was Pope Alexius. The 3 golden saints and the 5 young warriors simultaneously exclaimed, taken aback by Feng's arrival. Feng, however, turned his gaze towards the young man and spoke. Has the Sea Emperor pursued me all the way from Fairy Island to determine our victor? The 8 saints gasped in astonishment, realizing that Feng had indeed battled the Sea Emperor. Su Lance, too, was surprised, particularly upon observing the Sea Emperor's countenance, as he clearly regarded that papal figure as an equal. This compelled him to scrutinize Feng closely, only to discover the profound depths of his cosmic energy, far surpassing that of the Golden Saints. The Sea Emperor declared, the outcome is no longer significant. Let us temporarily cease hostilities, shall we? Agreed. Feng at that moment had no desire to engage in war with the oceanic realm, though this was a time of vulnerability for the sea domain. The strength of the sacred realm was equally insufficient. Su Lance, we shall depart. The Sea Emperor left decisively, although Su Lance felt a twinge of reluctance. He found himself powerless to resist, and thus followed him into the depths of the ocean. As Su Lance departed, the remaining force severed the Nibelungen ring, and Queen Hilda regained her senses. The instant Queen Hilda restored herself, she cleansed evil with her own blood, sacrificially re-encasing the Nordic lands in ice. Athena once again triumphed over the celestial palace, expanding her influence across the Nordic expanse. Meanwhile, apart from the severely injured Jack Fried, all divine warriors had perished, significantly diminishing the celestial palace's power. Feng gazed at Jack Fried and whispered a few words, causing the latter's pupils to constrict before he resolutely nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Feng, accompanied by the divine Miss Saori and 8 saint warriors, returned to the sanctuary. Intrigued, Saori inquired, what did you just say to Jack Fried? Oh, I merely cautioned him to be wary of Loki, for he is a deity who seizes opportunities, Feng replied. Saori, seemingly unfazed by the mention of Loki, pressed on. What about the Sea Emperor? Why not engage in divine warfare with them now? I never undertake ventures without certainty, Feng replied with a soft smile. Yet Saori appeared unsatisfied with his response. Is it truly necessary to summon the gods of the sea, my lord? The strength of the sanctuary exceeded my expectations, and only those few subordinate gods could assist me. However, the Olympian gods would never permit you to do so. There are matters beyond our concern. The sea witch Salante and Galen exchanged glances, feeling an unsettling twinge of fear. In the altar space, despite having visited numerous times, Feng still found it shrouded in mystery, with an air of the extraordinary permeating every corner. A month prior, upon returning to the sanctuary, Feng had arranged for the 5 little titans to rest and for the Golden Saints to guard Miss Saori before retreating to the Star Tower for seclusion once more. Saori cast him a meaningful glance but refrained from speaking, as if this were an ordinary affair. The moment the flame of faith ignited the altar, the soaring flames instantly illuminated the entire altar space. This mirror node represents the final holy war, with a total faith value of 200,000. Due to significant alterations in the plot, this will transition to a task mode. Host, please take heed. Task 1. Seal the Sea Emperor, the malevolent god Eris, and the soul of the sun god Abel. Task 2. Defeat the evil Saga and strip him of his divinity. Task 3. Vanquish the fallen angel Lucifer and seize his divinity. Upon seeing these 3 tasks, Fengzhi was taken aback, suddenly realizing the true nature of this altar. It was likely designed to confront deities. This revelation filled him with trepidation, for he understood well that, although Athena was the master of the earth, none of the gods on Mount Olympus were to be trifled with. Even Athena herself would never allow the existence of a challenger to the gods. In truth, Fengzhi had long harbored doubts about this altar, but at that time, his meager strength had precluded him from grasping its full significance. After several encounters with the mirror nodes, he had attained the 7th sense, and the sacred fire burned ever brighter. Each battle saw the holy flames as his unwavering ally, a notion he had to suppress. Now, the emergence of the mirror node for the final holy war finally unveiled the altar's true purpose. Perhaps the time had come to resolve matters once and for all. Realizing the ultimate intent of the altar aligned perfectly with Fengzhi's thoughts, he felt a surge of excitement amidst his astonishment, and without hesitation, he stepped into the holy fire, traversing into the realm of the mirror node. After the battle of the 12 temples, the sanctuary endured confrontations with the malevolent god Eris and the sun god Abel, ultimately triumphing over the cult leader Doroba and the wicked god Loki in the Nordic celestial palace. In the aftermath of these victories, a fleeting peace enveloped the sanctuary. One dawn, Miss Saori was awakened by her attendant and rushed to the goddess hall, only to collapse in shock upon discovering that the head of the Athena statue had been severed. Even more dire news followed. All the golden saints guarding the 12 temples had perished. Starry-eyed Seiya, along with Hyoga and Shun, hurried to Athena, their astonishment deepening as they beheld the scene before them. Who could be responsible for such a calamity? As Seiya's words faded, an exceptionally malevolent small cosmos emerged from the distance and began to approach. Upon recognizing the figure, Saori gasped, the fallen angel Lucifer. While Seiya and the others were unfamiliar with this entity, Saori elucidated. In legend, the Son of Christ is the true offspring of the divine, a seraph in the celestial realm, the morning star. His ambition to surpass the gods led to his defeat by just deities across countless mythological realms. In this world, Athena crushed his aspirations, casting his soul into the demon realm, where he would remain forever imprisoned. The reappearance of Lucifer upon the earthly plane weighed heavily on Saori's heart. My desire was thwarted by Athena long ago, Lucifer proclaimed. This time, as I descend upon the earth, I shall envelop this world in my radiance. His laughter resonated ominously, prompting Miss Saori to solemnly inquire, how did you escape from the demon realm? For gods, death is an impossibility, regardless of the duration of their confinement. There is always a day of liberation. However, the demon realm is a different matter, a true nightmare and ultimate destination for gods. Thanks to you, Lucifer replied with a smirk, for sending the Sea Emperor, Eris, and Abel to the demon realm. With their power, I could return to the main plane. As he laughed, shadows of the Sea Emperor, Eris, and Abel appeared behind him, all cackling madly, as if poised to unleash their wild desires. Scoundrel! Seiya could no longer tolerate their arrogance and clenched his fists, launching an immediate attack. Yet, four celestial demon angels emerged from behind Lucifer, swiftly knocking Seiya to the ground. Hyoga and Shun rushed in to assist, only to find themselves felled in mere moments as well. Such weakness. They are even more fragile than the so-called Golden Saints. The seraph Beelzebub looked disdainfully at the fallen trio, akin to regarding mere insects. Saori's spirits plummeted. All the Golden Saints were dead. And now Seiya and his companions lay incapacitated. What could she possibly do? Just as Beelzebub prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Seiya, Miss Saori cried out, Lucifer, command them to cease at once. If Seiya dies, I will lose everything. Lucifer smiled and replied, Is this your plea to me? Saori was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the implications of his words. I was once tormented by the Olympian gods and you, Athena, cast into a shadowy abyss. A realm you deemed the demon world, enduring years of despair, humiliation, and torment. I shall make Athena taste my suffering, as I offer your blood to Lucifer, draining your holy essence until the very life of Athena is extinguished, a penance for my anguish. Saji was taken aback by these words. Could Lucifer truly demand such actions from her? You dare to dream. Even lying on the ground, Seiya would protect Miss Saji. Lucifer appeared to have lost patience with Athena before addressing Beelzebub, commanding her to take Saji away. As he turned to depart, Beelzebub reached out to seize Miss Saji. At that critical moment, a fist of light sped forth, colliding with Beelzebub and forcing her to stagger back. Who could it be? Even Lucifer halted, glancing at the sudden emergence of a small universe. From the blazing cosmos, a figure stepped forth, and upon recognizing him, Saji rejoiced, alas. The high priest. Seiya was equally elated, as were Hyoga and Shun, filled with excitement. Humph, a mere human, like an ant. Lucifer scoffed at the newcomer, while the archangel Erigel teleported beside him. With a swipe of his claws, he unleashed a power capable of severing any substance. His ultimate technique, the holy demon mantis fist. This technique, undetectable even to gods, often resulted in foes meeting their demise unaware, having fallen victim to his lethal ambush. Many golden saints had perished to such sneak attacks, marking it as a definitive strike against the saints. Clang. Athena's shield manifested before Fengzhe, successfully countering Erigel's ambush. What? You actually blocked it? Even the archangel Beelzebub, renowned as the god of war, was astonished by Fengzhe, who seemed utterly unfazed. Suddenly, Lucifer struck, and Fengzhe felt a light brush past him. As Athena's shield was sent flying to the ground, the light pierced through Fengzhe, shattering his sacred armor and sending him hurtling away. Alas! Saji cried out in shock. But Lucifer teleported to seize her, vanishing from sight. Not far from the sanctuary, a magnificent stone palace emerged from the mountains. Adorned with the emblem of the demon king Satan, its mere sight instilling profound terror. This palace was the dark palace of demons. Within its confines, Lucifer looked down upon the recently captured Miss Athena Saji. Fengzhe restrained Seiya and the others, urging caution in the face of such dire circumstances. A thoughtful strategy was essential. In the treatment room, Seiya and his companions received the most advanced care, while Shiryu returned from 5 Old Peaks and found Fengzhe silent and contemplative. High Priest, what should we do now? The quandary faced by Zilong is intrinsically linked to that of Seiya and his companions. Meanwhile, Fengzhe's thoughts remained fixated on the small cosmos of Lucifer. The fleeting moment of battle left Fengzhe ensnared, unable to evade its grasp. It was precisely this peculiar small cosmos that had led to the demise of so many golden saints. Surely, it must be the influence of the 3 malevolent deities behind him, explaining Lucifer's formidable nature. Fengzhe recalled the sinister intentions of Lucifer to demand a sacrificial offering from Saori, with the thorny paths pointing directly towards the domains of those 3 small cosmoses. Their ultimate aim being resurrection. To vanquish Lucifer, one must venture into the demon sealing palace and seal the source of Lucifer's small cosmos. Upon delivering his thoughts, Fengzhe turned to Seiya and the others, issuing the command to rescue Saori. In the demon sealing palace, Saori, brandishing the staff of the goddess of victory, was suddenly struck down by an evil small cosmos as she ascended the steps, appearing frail and in need of protection. Yet, Miss Saori did not falter. Instead, she pressed onward into the depths of the palace. At that moment, thorny brambles erupted from the ground, obstructing her path. With unwavering resolve, Saori advanced, each step causing the thorns to pierce her skin, soon leaving her covered in countless wounds. Observing Athena endure excruciating pain brought a sense of vindication to the fallen angel, a lingering satisfaction of revenge enveloping his spirit. Soon, Saori's blood stained the entire thicket of thorns, and a peculiar spectacle unfolded. The thorns seemed to absorb Athena's blood, growing increasingly robust, as if animated by life itself. An evil small cosmos materialized within the demon sealing palace, targeting the battered Athena Saori. Who dares to cause a disturbance? 2 beams of divine light clashed in the air as Lucifer intervened to protect Saori. Gazing at the suddenly manifested evil small cosmos, Lucifer felt an unfamiliarity wash over him. This moment was crucial for the sacrificial rite. Lucifer would not permit even the slightest misstep. Conversely, the recently escaped Saori recognized this malevolent cosmos with alarming familiarity and exclaimed, "Saga!" At that instant, the evil Saga, clad in divine armor, appeared before the demon sealing palace. This reemergent Saga was more formidable than before, having seemingly reached the pinnacle of the 8th sense, just a step away from divinity. Saori gasped in astonishment, and even Lucifer's demeanor grew notably serious, followed by a wry smile. He had not anticipated that humanity would aspire to attain godhood. Saga confronted Lucifer directly, proclaiming, "We are kindred spirits, albeit with differing aspirations. I seek to transcend the boundaries of divinity, while you aim to exist above the gods. You are ambitious, yet one ambitious soul is sufficient, is it not?" To Lucifer, all humans were mere insects. In his eyes, Saga was nothing more than a slightly more powerful insect. Since discourse is futile, I shall claim the blood of the gods by my own merits. With that declaration, Saga bellowed, galaxy star explosion. Once more invoking his ultimate technique, its power was unparalleled, akin to the descent of myriad stars, with a tremendous roar that resonated throughout the galaxy. The visage of Saori transformed in an instant, should she endure a single strike. Even a deity would inevitably fall. Yet, Lucifer before her would not allow such a fate. With both hands, he summoned forth a power radiant enough to outshine the stars. Saga could hear the celestial hymns ringing in his ears, as countless little angels appeared before him, their melodies reminiscent of the most exquisite treasures of this world. However, Saga was not swayed. Rather, he fervently ignited his cosmos and clashed directly with Lucifer, achieving an unexpected stalemate. This incited Lucifer's wrath, for how could a mere mortal possess divine power? Such a transgression was utterly unforgivable. The two engaged in a fierce battle within the demon suppression hall, while Fengzhi led the Bronze Five to this very place. Within the hall, there were thorny roots in the southeast, southwest, and northeast, each guarded by a celestial demon angel. Purple Dragon, Ice River, and Shun, you shall head to these respective locations. Seiya, your duty is to protect Miss Saori. Ensure that time is delayed until my return. As for Ai Hui, with Shun as a summoner, I trust he will not fail to appear. The four nodded in unison and swiftly departed for their designated areas. Fengzhi then cast his gaze towards Saori, inwardly acknowledging the assistance provided by the malevolent Saga. At that moment, the four young warriors confronted the celestial demon angels simultaneously. As Ice River rushed forth, he encountered the Archangel Sloan, known as the Soul Hunter, capable of manifesting the most cherished figures from his opponent's heart and striking them down with a blindingly fast punch. He was indeed the epitome of coldness. In battle against him, Ice River found himself utterly overwhelmed. The root of the issue lay in his longing for his mother. A saintly warrior who had grasped the seventh sense possessed an indomitable spirit, rendering ordinary illusions ineffective. However, Sloan evidently harnessed divine power, allowing him to create illusions of striking realism. Ice River, if you cannot overcome your yearning for your mother, your faith and the glory of being a saintly warrior of Athena will dissolve into nothingness. Even Athena will lose her radiance in your sorrow. Fengzhi's telepathic voice reached Ice River's ears, prompting him to whisper, "Miss Saori." Suddenly, a torrent of cosmic energy engulfed Ice River, manifesting in a brilliant golden hue, transforming even the Pegasus cloth into a radiant gold. Polar Aurora. With the longing for his mother fueling his resolve, Ice River unleashed his ultimate technique, the pinnacle of his mentor Aquarius Camus' power. In an instant, the image of the goddess of dawn appeared behind him. No, Sloan, in his lamentation, was encased in ice, and upon contact, shattered into icy shards, scattering with the wind. The immense roots of the thorns then revealed themselves before Fengzhi. Upon his arrival, he was astonished to discover that the essence of this root belonged to an old acquaintance, the malevolent god Eris.